Chapter 1. I am the Mountain King. Greetings to all. Welcome to the realm of lords, where each transmigrator possesses their own unique territory. It is upon this foundation that you must strive to develop and expand your dominion. Caution: this is a world inhabited by indigenous peoples with real nations. You will not only engage in fierce competition with fellow transmigrated lords, but must also learn to survive in this realm. Be mindful of the loyalty of your subordinates. A low loyalty rating may lead to betrayal. Severe warning: life is singular, failure equates to total demise. Gather resources, recruit soldiers, and insurrection is your only fate. Hurry and begin the construction of your territory. Transmigrated? Huohuo pinched his own cheek to confirm he was not dreaming indeed. He had crossed over. Yet, he felt no remorse, harboring not a shred of nostalgia for that wretched world. This new world, rife with universal competition, heralded a new chapter in his life. It sounded reminiscent of a war strategy game. This is my forte. Casting his gaze around, could this truly be my main city? The courtyard was quite spacious, spanning over 1,000 square meters, albeit in a state of disrepair, with nothing but a thatched shed to be seen. Goodness, how exceedingly rudimentary. However, the system indicated upgrades were possible. Surely, things would improve over time. Looking outward, he noticed a gate swaying in the wind. On a wooden frame, standing over 3 meters high, hung a sign, which was soon dislodged by a gust of wind with a resounding thud. Huohuo approached, flipping the sign to reveal the words Black Wind Stronghold. Damn it, could I possibly be a mountain king? Your Majesty. Startled, Huohuo turned to find a gaunt bandit, limping towards him. Suddenly, a colossal screen materialized, clearer than a high-definition television, showcasing the bandit's information. Bandit, Ghost San. Stamina, 100,100. Combat power, Strength 3, Defense 2, Endurance 5, Intelligence 3. Traits: highly unstable emotions, poor gathering ability. Food consumption: 1 unit per day. Loyalty: 23. Subordinates? Huohuo's spirits lifted. Having never managed subordinates before, he reveled in the notion that this fellow would be tasked with labor and attend to his whims. Just as he was about to issue a command, he noticed a red dot next to the loyalty rating. Upon opening it for further details, he read, Loyalty, 23, indicating extremely low loyalty. Should you command him to work or fight now, he may betray you at any moment and could even stab you in the back. Damn, you. Go rest for now. I will call for you shortly. Loyalty 1. No work required. How delightful. Today, the Lord seemed in good spirits, and Gosen cheerfully returned to rest. The mountain wind was biting, and the courtyard dilapidated. Huohuo looked around his stronghold, sat atop a mountain amid a range, the land barren and the trees withered, presenting a dismal prospect. Others transmigrated with grand systems. Why was he left without? This dismal beginning was unbearable. While lamenting, Huohuo rummaged through his pockets, retrieving a wooden token that radiated warmth and light. This peculiar item, which he had unwittingly acquired, bore ancient carvings. Destined token? The system detected your possession of the destined token and is currently converting it for the most esteemed lord, providing exclusive facilities. Huohuo chuckled. As he had suspected, having arrived here, there must be some advantage. He felt reassured, for he was indeed the chosen one. After a lengthy calculation, the system announced, Congratulations! You have acquired an exclusive facility, starting with a unique building, the Mecha Workshop. Please select a location for construction. Mecha Workshop? Exclusive unique building? He noted that the required space was not extensive, merely around 10 square meters. With ample open space, Huohuo casually designated a spot. In an instant, a quaint mechanical cottage reminiscent of the Steam Age materialized. Mecha Workshop, a special barracks where various mechanical warriors and workers can be manufactured. Currently, the Mecha Workshop is at level 1, requiring 1,000 iron ingots to upgrade to the next level. Huohuo assessed the resources available in his stronghold. Not a single iron ingot, only 100 stones, 100 woods, 20 food units, and 10 gold coins. Upon checking the Mecha Workshop, he discovered only 2 items could be manufactured. Level 1 Mechanical Wolf, 10 iron ingots. Combat power, strength 10, defense 10, endurance 10, intelligence 10. Power source. One action can last for 2 hours when depleted. It returns to the Mecha workshop for recharging. Loyalty, forever 100. Level 1 mechanical worker, 10 iron ingots. Abilities, lumbering, quarrying, mining, farming. Combat power, strength 1, defense 3, endurance 5, intelligence 10. Power source. Each collection lasts 6 hours when depleted. It returns to the Mecha workshop for recharging. Loyalty, forever 100. Seeing the loyalty of 100, Huohuo rejoiced mechanical beings were indeed preferable. They would never betray him. But where could he procure iron ingots? Well then, he should consult Go-san. He would surely know best. Just as Go-san was about to rest, Huohuo called him back. Loyalty 1. Huohuo cursed under his breath. This subordinate was truly infuriating, lowering loyalty simply for a question. Once he had enough iron ingots, he would have the mechanical hound deal with him. Your Majesty, you summoned me? Do you know where I can find iron ingots? Expecting a more profound inquiry, Go-san smirked. Your Majesty, that's simple. There are iron mines in the mountains. Just take a miner's pickaxe to extract iron ore, then build a rudimentary furnace and blacksmith shop with stones to smelt iron ingots. Go-san led Huohuo into the thatched shed, where in a corner stood a rack filled with various tools, axes, picks, and knives. He rummaged through and handed Huohuo a miner's pickaxe. Huohuo stared at the pickaxe, then at Go-san. Surely, this mountain king shouldn't have to mine himself. Wouldn't it be more appropriate for Go-san to do so? The two exchanged incredulous glances. Loyalty 1. Loyalty 1. Forget it. I refuse to toil myself. It seems you share the same sentiment. Let us think of another way. Go-san's loyalty dwindled to 16. Upon hearing he need not mine, he finally ceased. With a forced grin, he suggested, well, we could first construct a simple recycling furnace, which would allow us to recycle these tools into iron ingots. Go-san was merely jesting. Those tools were essential to the stronghold's foundation. Without them, how could they proceed? Yet, Huohuo took his words seriously. What a splendid idea. He quickly navigated the building list and soon located the simple recycling furnace. Simple recycling furnace. 50 stones, 50 woods. Function. Recovers various resources, including iron, stones, wood, etc., with a 50 loss during the process. Construct. These basic buildings were provided directly by the system, requiring no construction time. Upon consuming the resources, a recycling furnace instantly appeared in the stronghold. Detected that you possess a special building. The Mecha workshop, the simple recycling furnace automatically upgrades to a super temporal recycling furnace, with resource recovery loss reduced to 0. Super temporal recycling furnace? No resource loss during recovery? In other words, whatever resources were used in its creation would be fully returned. This was a divine-level structure. Huohuo's eyes gleamed with excitement. He quickly tossed the lumberjack's axe in a furnace, retrieving 2 iron ingots and 2 pieces of wood. Next, he threw in the pickaxe, gaining 3 iron ingots and 2 pieces of wood. He tossed the kitchen knife in, obtaining 1 iron ingot. The hammer yielded 2 iron ingots. The scissors provided 1 iron ingot. Go-san stared in disbelief. What was this wastrel attempting? Throwing away all the tools? Did he no longer wish to continue living? Was he seeking to part ways? Huohuo laughed. I won't be doing any work anyway. What use are these tools to me? Then, Huohuo's gaze fell upon the curved dagger in Go-san's hand. Now, aside from the miner's pickaxe, the only remaining metallic item in the stronghold was the curved dagger held by Go-san. Chapter 2. All rebels no way. This is my meal ticket. Go-san concealed the knife behind his back. Loyalty-1. 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 Huohuo's face turned pale. If this scoundrel's loyalty continued to plummet, it might soon reach a negative number. Would he stab me at any moment? Helpless, he tossed the miner's pick he was holding into the recycling furnace. 2 iron ingots were obtained. Finally, 10 iron ingots were gathered. Go-san's loyalty had dipped below the red line, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Huohuo, exuding hostility. Huohuo felt a chill creep up his neck, and his heart hardened. This ungrateful wretch, do I have to support you through the new year? Once I craft the mechanical wolf, I will make you pay. He feigned ignorance and hurried towards the Mecha workshop. Go-san, harboring ill intentions, swiftly pursued him from behind. Just as he drew his knife, a peculiar sound of footsteps halted him in his tracks. Huohuo turned around with a sinister grin, and behind him emerged a massive mechanical wolf with fiery red eyes. Go-san had never encountered such a creature before, and terror rendered him unable to grip his knife, which clattered to the ground. The mechanical wolf knelt before Huohuo, expressing absolute submission, then turned to fix its terrifying titanium alloy eyes on Go-san. Go-san broke into a cold sweat and fell to his knees. "My lord, I have a treasure to present." Triggered a special event. Go-san's loyalty rose to 100, offering you a treasure. What? Huohuo had never encountered such a despicable and shameless individual. How could he retract his 40-meter-long blade now? Just as his expression fluctuated, a chime echoed. System alert. The 10,000 Great Mountains have been targeted by the authorities. In 7 days, the government will dispatch Imperial troops to exterminate the bandits. Please ensure the defense of your stronghold. Failure to defend will result in the death of the Lord during the defense. It is imperative to protect the crystal, that if the crystal is shattered or the Lord perishes in battle, defense will fail. The red light suddenly illuminated the center of the camp, revealing a massive red crystal over 3 meters tall, shimmering with a displayed health of 1,000. Holy moly, that health? Is it too low? This game is not very enjoyable if it's so easy to lose one's head. A chill wind swept through the mountains, sending shivers down Huohuo's spine. He could not afford to lose his precious head so easily. Glancing at the quaking Go-san, whose loyalty had now reached 100, he decided against killing him immediately. He could use him as a shield against arrows later. It counts as utilizing waste. For now, he had no time to deal with him, as the forum had erupted into chaos. Huohuo had been too preoccupied to check the system forum earlier. But now that the danger of Go-san's betrayal had subsided, he began to peruse the comments one by one. Where am I? I was just on the toilet, and suddenly I find myself here. Ah, how terrifying. There's several short, dark-skinned little men around me, leering at me. I'm scared. I want to go home. The system says we've all become lords. But who has ever seen a lord's home that doesn't even have a thatched roof? Why am I on a small island surrounded by sea? And why am I called a pirate? But there's only a fish-headed monster in the camp. Is this my subordinate? The problem is, where is the ship? Without a ship, what kind of pirate am I? These were the previous comments. Huohuo quickly scrolled back. What does it mean that the new player protection period is only 7 days before the authorities come to exterminate the bandits? It's a joke. I can't even build a wall in 7 days. There are no government bandits here, but there's a warning of a desert insect plague. With such a rudimentary camp, how can we defend against the insect plague? Where can I recruit soldiers? How can we defend without troops? A bunch of fools. If they just stepped outside, they would surely find a place to recruit soldiers. They should hurry to gather resources and fortify the camp first. After half an hour of browsing, Huohuo closed the chat section and realized that everyone had arrived in this world together, with similar starting conditions. This was an ancient world dominated by swords and bows, but it seemed there were also mythical creatures, like that fish man and those little dark-skinned creatures. From the conversations, he found no one mentioned any special items, nor had anyone brought up the destiny token, indicating that the Mecha workshop was his exclusive building. There were probably others with unique adventures, but like himself, they wouldn't flaunt it. Not everyone is foolish. He also noticed that people had crossed into various places. Some were pirates on the sea, some were bandits in the desert, others were wild men in the swamps, and some were recruiting refugees in snowy lands. Of course, many, like himself, were bandits in the mountains. In any case, there were no good people, and certainly no one from the authorities. Only rebels. Looking at the data, Huohuo's eyelids twitched. 300 billion people were online simultaneously. This wasn't just 300 billion people. These were 300 billion rebel leaders. Huohuo silently prayed for the government in this world. There was also a tinge of schadenfreude. What boy doesn't harbor a rebellious thought? Overthrowing a wicked old world. Wasn't that a dream? How exhilarating. At that moment, Huohuo felt the happiest, for he had yet to grasp the brutal and formidable nature of the authorities' 300 billion bandit leaders. That might not be enough for a massacre. In short, This was a colossal competitive game set in an ancient world, determining both victory and life or death. His mechanical army would wreak havoc in this world, provided he had a sufficient supply of iron. Huohuo sorted through all the preceding events and dared not waste any more time. 7 days would pass in the blink of an eye. Although he was unaware of the scale of the government's extermination, it certainly wouldn't be a meager force of 3 or 5 misfits. Just looking at the data on paper, a single mechanical wolf could easily defeat 4 or 5 Gosans. And the soldiers of the government would undoubtedly be better equipped than Gosan. Therefore, he must quickly gather iron ingots. Then, he would manufacture a powerful mechanical army to safeguard his stronghold. Surviving came before development. By normal logic, initially, everyone should prioritize gathering wood and stone to construct the camp, build houses for habitation, gather food, erect blacksmith shops to forge weapons, establish barracks, train troops, and recruit soldiers to bolster defenses. However, Huohuo only needed iron. As long as he had enough iron, he could have everything. This was the absolute dominance of the industrial age over the agricultural Lord. Gosan knelt on the ground, his knees bloodied, not daring stand up as he hadn't heard Huohuo's summons. "You just mentioned a treasure to present to me?" "Yes, I possess a treasured heirloom that I wish to offer to my lord. You are the true sovereign, exuding majesty, and I am willing to follow you to the death." Gosan spoke with heartfelt sincerity, cautiously glancing at the terrifying mechanical wolf. "Bring it forth." Gosan hurriedly rose, retrieving a sheepskin scroll from his bosom, reverently holding it above his head, taking careful steps forward. "What is this?" "My lord, this is a map of the 10,000 Great Mountains containing information about various mineral deposits and beast locations." Huohuo rejoiced. This was indeed a true treasure. In this era, what is most valuable? Certainly, information is the most precious. This would save him a great deal of time in navigating the early stages. Looking at Gosan again, he suddenly found that this rebellious wretch was not so detestable after all. He seemed rather handsome now. He decided to keep him around as cannon fodder and leave him with a complete corpse. In a good mood, Huohuo opened the map, which was quite detailed. His Black Wind stronghold was just one of many inconspicuous little hills. Descending 100 meters down the slope, there was an iron mine. Good news, the iron mine was nearby. The bad news was that no one could mine it. Gosan's loyalty had increased, but the miner's pick had just been tossed into the recycling furnace. Without tools, even with workers, mining was impossible. Thinking of this made Huohuo grit his teeth in frustration, and he cast an unfriendly glance at Gosan. "Let us go." "My lord." "Where to?" "Of course, we're going to work." "Are we just going to stay here and wait to die?" "But there are no tools." Gosan hesitated, wanting to remind Huohuo that he had melted all the tools in the stronghold earlier. Impatient, Huohuo ignored him entirely and led the mechanical wolf directly out of the stronghold's gates, with Gosan hurriedly following behind, running to catch up. Chapter 3. SSS-class Mecha Workshop after acquiring the map. Although the surrounding war fog had not lifted, the locations of various resource points within the fog were visible. Huohuo led the mechanical wolf directly towards the nearest wolf den without taking any detours. With the tools melted, there was no iron. All gathering was impossible. Damn Gosan. The only resource he could gather now was to utilize the mechanical wolf's formidable combat power for hunting in the early stages. Everything was scarce, but evidently, food was the most lacking for most lords. Whether raising workers, farmers, recruiting soldiers, or taming beasts, all required food. The harvest period for farming spans a mere 7 days, which is utterly insufficient to meet the demands of the initial challenge. Thus, the primary means of procuring food in the early stages relies heavily on foraging, hunting, and fishing. The mountain path is not overly steep, from the campsite to the official road at the mountain's base. There lies a vast, gentle slope. Huohuo furrows his brow slightly. While the slope facilitates easy passage, it does not provide a favorable defensive position should enemies launch an attack. Howl before he's taken more than a few steps. The distant sound of wolf howls reaches his ears. Even though Huohuo is accustomed to hunting, hearing the call of wild beasts up close for the first time sends a jolt of fear through him. By heavens, these are real wolves. He dares not approach directly, and instead hides behind a large tree, peering cautiously around it. From afar, he spots two ferocious wolves crouched at the entrance of a rocky den. These wolves are forest wolves, contrary to the common belief that they travel in packs. In reality, only prairie wolves and desert wolves do so. Forest wolves are typically solitary or found in pairs, comprising a male and a female. After observing the attributes of the forest wolves from a distance, he finds them to be relatively manageable. Not particularly strong, slightly superior to the weaker varieties, but certainly inferior to mechanical wolves. Level 1 Forest Wolf. Den Guardian, tameable. Combat power. Strength 4, Defense 2, Endurance 6, Intelligence 1. Special skill. Wolf Howl, which increases attack speed by 20 for 15 seconds. Drops. 30 to 50 wolf meat. Possible drops. Wolf skin, wolf fangs. Blueprints. Go-san, upon spotting the ferocious wolves, trembles with fear, his legs quaking as he pales at the sight. Charge! Take down these two vile wolves! He exclaims to me. Go-san's face turns ashen, with a loyalty rating of 100. He possesses no will to resist, that he draws his knife and casts a furtive glance at the mechanical giant wolf beside Huohuo. The mechanical giant wolf stands over a meter tall, resembling a young calf, exuding an air of safety at Huohuo's command. The mechanical wolf lunges forward without hesitation, charging directly at the wolves with fearless determination. Mechanical warriors exhibit the highest degree of obedience. They follow commands without a hint of fear, functioning as perfect killing machines. Encouraged by this display, Go-san grits his teeth and decides to join the fray, trailing behind the mechanical wolf. Huohuo, concealed behind a tree, observes the battle from a distance. Me. Engage in combat and peril. No way. I'm the Lord. I shall never engage in gathering or fighting myself. The mountain path is remarkably flat, suitable for a mechanical army's charge. In an instant, the mechanical giant wolf reaches the entrance of the forest wolf's den. The two ferocious wolves, sensing the intruders, spring to their feet, tails tucked, and ferociously leap forward to confront the threat. Despite its massive size, the mechanical giant wolf is surprisingly agile, deftly dodging the first wolf's assault. It swiftly pivots and raises its iron paw, striking down upon the wolf's back with tremendous force. Wolves, unlike felines, primarily rely on their teeth for combat, rendering their claws relatively weak. However, the mechanical giant wolf is different. Its iron paw descends with the ferocity of tiger's claw, shattering the spine of the first forest wolf. The first forest wolf collapses to the ground, whimpering as it loses its combat capability. The second wolf, filled with anguish, does not flee. Its eyes blaze with a fierce green light as it bares its teeth, thick saliva dripping from its fangs as it lunges forward with ferocity. The mechanical wolf, still poised after dispatching the first, has not yet lowered its paw. Seizing the opportunity, the forest wolf leaps and sinks its teeth into the mechanical wolf's back, the metallic joints clattering under the pressure. The mechanical giant wolf swiftly turns its head, opening its formidable mechanical jaws, and bites down, severing the forest wolf's throat with ease. Without breaking a sweat, Go-san, out of breath and weary, finally arrives at the battlefield, only to find both wolves lying lifeless on the ground. Incredible! The mechanical giant wolf is truly formidable. Once the battle concludes, Huohuo cautiously approaches, confirming that the forest wolves are indeed dead, and instructs Go-san to place the carcasses on the back of the mechanical giant wolf. Casting a glance back at the den, he notes, Forest Wolf Den. 2 forest wolves can be recruited from the den each week to fight for you. Recruiting one requires 50 units of food, and the recruiter must possess taming skills. Huohuo is uninterested in recruiting forest wolves, lacking both food and taming skills. Furthermore, he possesses more fearsome mechanical wolves, rendering the need for wild wolves unnecessary. Present. He only requires the wolf meat. Just as he prepares to leave and return to the campsite, a more terrifying roar reverberates in the distance. A sound so horrifying it surpasses the howls of the forest wolves by 100-fold, rendering him weak in the knees. Huohuo's heart nearly leaps from his chest. He quickly peers towards the source. Fortunately, the creature is still a distance away, approximately 100 meters, and appears oblivious to his presence, merely vocalizing randomly. Damn it, why are you howling for no reason? You nearly scare me to death. Mammoth beast. Wild beast. Untamable. Combat power. Strength 14. Defense 8. Endurance 30. Intelligence 1. Special skill. Trample, stunning all enemies within a 10-meter radius for 3 seconds. Unaffected monsters are not impacted by this. Drops. Mammoth meat 300-500, with possible drops of heavy hide. Ivory, exquisite blueprints, and a very small chance of treasure. These are 2 ancient elephants, their brutality surpassing that of tigers and leopards. They stomp across the ground, bobbing their heads and swinging their long trunks. With tusks reaching 3 meters in length. Huohuo recalls that such creatures once roamed the earth, colossal beings weighing 12 tons, nearly the size of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Not to be trifled with. A single mechanical wolf would surely be no match for them. Yet the potential loot they offer is incredibly enticing, particularly the meat, which could yield hundreds of units. However, he recognizes that ambition must not exceed capability, and thus resolves to retreat. Back to the campsite. The mechanical giant wolf carries the forest wolf carcasses as it follows Huohuo back. Upon reaching the campsite, they dismantle the 2 wolf bodies, acquiring 80 pieces of wolf meat, 2 wolf pelts, and 2 wolf fangs. All valuable items, as wolf fangs can be fashioned into weapons and wolf pelts into armor. However, these fangs and pelts are still stained with blood and carry a foul odor, indicating they require further processing before use. A task Huohuo does not wish to undertake. He decides to store them for now. Regrettably, no blueprints were dropped. Huohuo speculates that the drop rate for blueprints is likely quite low, making their absence unsurprising. An unusual color appears in the food description, prompting him to take a closer look. Food. 20. Quality food. 80, which can enhance loyalty. So wolf meat is considered quality food. This is excellent. Not only does it satiate hunger, but it also boosts the loyalty of my subordinates. Definitely a valuable asset. He realizes that keeping it for himself would be futile. He must sell it quickly to procure some iron ingots for crafting tools. Opening the system, he navigates to the market option. Level 1 market. Allows for cross-temporal trading, a highly crucial structure. The Level 1 market charges a transaction fee of 20, with all taxes settled in gold coins. Upgrading the market can reduce commission rates. Require materials. 50 wood. This is outrageous. Lords are being charged commission for normal transactions. It's as if they are forcing everyone to gather resources themselves. I would rather starve than personally collect anything. That is absolutely out of the question. With 50 units of wood remaining, Huohuo decisively constructs the market. Wood -50 to a trading market materializes in the campsite, depleting his wood supply instantly. He then opens the forum, preparing to market his food supplies, only to discover a torrent of complaints flooding the space. This start is exceedingly difficult. After finally encountering 2 vagrants who claimed they could assist me, I find that recruiting one requires 50 units of food. Where on earth am I to procure food? Likewise, I stumbled upon a den of little black natives on my doorstep, but with no food, I cannot recruit them at all. Enough of this. I must head out to chop wood. Having food alone is insufficient. I need to construct housing as well, and this wood is incredibly hard to chop. By heavens, this is exhausting. Everything is in short supply. Lords are being forced to chop wood and gather fruit themselves. This is utterly absurd. Indeed, why do I feel more like a laborer than a lord? Suddenly, a braggart logs on. Ding! Allow me to showcase this treasure to you all. A blueprint. D-rank rare military camp. Longbowman training camp blueprint. I've struck it rich. Ha ha ha. Wow, you're incredibly lucky. Luck? I once saw a brother who started with a blueprint for the chaotic pond, an S-rank blueprint to recruit the Shangliu. What use is your longbowman, Shangliu? Is that for real? I checked the records. S-rank is the top-tier military camp. Is it the 9-headed giant serpent from the Shanghai Jing? Would I lie to you? Of course it's true. Everyone is left astounded. Someone has merely stumbled upon a blueprint for the top-tier military unit. How can they possibly compete? Perhaps surrendering might be the only option. Everyone, please remain calm. Even if he possesses the blueprint, it is of no use. I've seen that very blueprint myself, and at the moment of his boasting, I happen to be online. Let me tell you, constructing the chaotic pond demands an immense amount of resources, particularly the acquisition of 20 exceedingly rare fire sea sulfur. There's no way he can procure 20 fire sea sulfur within 7 days. What good is a mere blueprint? He might not even survive to the 7th day. Furthermore, the chaotic pond must be built by the water's edge. If he were a pirate, that would be one thing. But he is merely a bandit. That blueprint is utterly useless to him and serves only as a means to sell at a good price when the opportunity arises. Hearing you say this brings me much comfort. The longbowman barracks are far more practical. They can directly train longbowmen. Brother, how did you come to know this? I just apprehended a government spy, and after subjecting him to severe interrogation, I extracted this information. Brother, you are formidable. Huohuo was astonished to learn that Barak blueprints are categorized by levels. He had not even noticed this before. He hurriedly checked his Mecha workshop and sat silently on the floor for a considerable time. Wasn't it said that S-Class is the highest tier of barracks? Yet, what does it mean for my Mecha workshop to be classified as SSS level? In a corner of the system, the Mecha workshop was labeled as an SSS level structure. It was rather alarming. The most crucial point is that constructing a top-tier Barak requires an astronomical amount of resources, whereas establishing my Mecha workshop is entirely free. If one suffers a loss, one must shout it out loud. If one has gained an advantage, never mind, I shall go sell meat. Selling meat? Why does that sound so odd? Chapter 4. Scavenging the early stages, there is virtually nothing. All resources are scarce. Yet food is undoubtedly the most lacking, for it is only with food that one can recruit workers and farmers. This is the sole method for nearly all lords to enhance productivity. On the trading platform, one can find a variety of items for sale, yet not a single listing for food. Besides personal consumption, farmers, soldiers, and beast tamers all require food. Without it, loyalty will plummet if you cannot feed these individuals. The hired hands will betray and depart. Moreover, recruiting farmers and soldiers demand a considerable amount of food. Thus, in the early stages, everyone is willing to exchange valuable items for some food for various reasons. Move swiftly, and you will gain the upper hand. Even if one manages to recruit just one more farmer at the start, the gathering speed will far exceed that of others. Thus, on the first day, food is undeniably the most precious commodity. There are many items that can be traded for food, yet Huohuo only desires iron. Everything else can wait. However, at this stage, no lord has begun gathering iron ore. It is simply unattainable in the early game. Iron ore is of no use to anyone, and moreover, it is guarded by beasts. The vast majority of lords start with only 1 or 2 farmers. How could they possibly defeat the guards? Thus, iron ore remains untradeable. Huohuo scratched his head, then glanced at his recycling furnace and had a sudden inspiration. While others' recycling furnaces have a 50 loss rate, his has 0 loss. With this thought, he began to shout loudly on the trading forum. Is anyone in need of food? I'm selling food. Duong, duong, duong. Everyone come look here. I am selling grain when doing business. One cannot rely on others to find you directly. Some promotion is necessary that a loud shout serves as the most primitive form of advertisement. What? Someone is actually trading food? Brother, you can't be pulling my leg. Can you? What do you want to exchange? Speak quickly. I have good items. I will trade you for food. How about blueprints? I have an E-Class Spearman Barracks blueprint, only for 100 units of grain. What? An E-Class blueprint for 100 units of grain. Why don't you just go rob someone? Brother, I have a taming skill scroll. I will trade it for food. You are trading a taming skill scroll too. Have you lost your mind? I am willing. What business is it of yours? I simply detest taming all animals. Upon hearing that someone is selling food, the trading channel became abuzz with activity. Many people were working while keeping an eye on the trading channel. Unsure of what Huohuo wished to exchange, I will trade all metal utensils. Anything will do. I will exchange high-quality food. What? Metal utensils. Do you need a large pot? A large pot will do, no. I was just saying that. Brother, don't take it seriously. Get lost? In an instant, Huohuo's private chat channel was flooded with red dots. Countless individuals clicking to enter. He casually opened one. Brother, I have a battle knife. It broke while I was hunting earlier. Do you need a broken weapon? Huohuo was taken aback. Brother, I can sell it to you at a discount. The person on the other end grew anxious, fearing Huohuo would refuse. This knife is already broken and serves no purpose in hand. Recycling it only yields 2 iron. It is better to trade it for some food. This broken knife is worthless. Huohuo feigned indifference, even displaying a look of disdain. Brother, just give me a bit of food. And this knife is yours. Huohuo calculated. Iron is significantly more valuable than wood or stone, and no matter how precious food may be, it cannot surpass the value of iron, especially since no one is gathering iron or a present. Now is the optimal time for trading food for iron. By the next day, it may not hold such value. Based on gathering efficiency, the time to collect 1 iron can yield 10 units of food. In other words, 1 iron can be exchanged for 10 units of food, 10 units of wood, or 5 units of stone. This represents the standard exchange ratio. This broken knife can yield 2 iron ingots upon disassembly, which typically could be exchanged for 20 units of food, but since it is the beginning of the game, food is the most coveted resource. How about 5 high-quality units of food for this broken knife? This ratio is already quite outrageous. While others could recycle this broken knife for 2 iron ingots, Huohuo could recycle it for 4. The other party hesitated slightly. All right, I have no use for this broken knife. Brother, you are in for a win. My food can also boost loyalty. Huohuo encouraged the other party, swiftly completing the transaction. This transaction was of such low value that the transaction fee was waived. In the system's assessment, the broken knife held no value, and they even waived the transaction fee. This is splendid, saving me some coins. Through this transaction, Huohuo conceived a new idea. He began to ponder that if this were a good knife, it might fetch 50 units of food, but once it is broken, it becomes entirely worthless, because a broken knife requires smelting, constructing a blacksmith shop, hiring craftsmen, and then forging a new one involves significant loss in the process and requires gold for the craftsman. Clearly, it is not cost-effective that it is far better to sell it directly to oneself. If you were to specialize in collecting scrap, it would obviously be far more advantageous than exchanging for intact ironware. Moreover, trading scrap seems to save a considerable amount on transaction taxes. Having grasped the logic behind this, he promptly modified his trading conditions. What the hell, brother, are you now in the business of collecting scrap? Tell me, is collecting scrap more impressive than being a lord? Brother, I truly have an iron pot. Are you forcing me to smash it before trading with you? Huohuo's trading conditions left everyone utterly bewildered. Those seeking to exchange intact ironware for food were demanding high prices, all of which Huohuo rejected. I do not want good items. I specifically collect scrap. The better the item, the less I want it. The number of traders diminished significantly. Brother, do you want this iron rod? I found it on the ground while gathering fruit. It is entirely rusted and appears useless, yet it is quite large. Send me a picture. Abandoned metal flagpole. This is a discarded metal flagpole. Apart from recycling, it has no utility that a standard recycling furnace can yield 10 iron ingots. Oh my, pure scrap. How about I give you 10 units of high-quality food? 10 is too few. Brother, can you offer a bit more? This flagpole is heavy. I nearly exhausted myself carrying it back to the camp. Only 10 units of food? Am I not losing out tremendously? Then let it be 15. I cannot offer more. This is utterly useless. If you agree, we can conclude the deal. If not, you may keep it. Deal. Huohuo felt a surge of delight. This item was splendid, for he could directly recycle it into 20 iron ingots within his furnace, a substantial profit. Various types of waste lay before him, some more valuable than others. In no time, he had completed the trade of 80 units of premium grain, without having to pay any transaction tax, which left him feeling quite elated. A heap of scrap metal, including beryllium, copper, and broken tools, lay at the front of the furnace, broken blades, flagpoles, and large pots with holes. Huohuo felt as if he had drunk from a sweet spring, a blissful sensation washing over him as he fed these scraps into the recycling furnace. Acquired 20 iron ingots. Acquired 2 iron ingots. Acquired 4 iron ingots. Before long, the process was complete, yielding a total of 67 iron ingots. Coupled with the solitary ingot he had left over, he now possessed a total of 68 iron ingots. Huohuo pondered. He currently lacked both wood and stone, which was untenable. These were fundamental building materials, and he could not possibly reside in a thatched hut forever. Surrounded by wooden walls, he returned to the mech workshop, where he crafted 2 mechanical wolves and 4 mechanical workers. He assigned 2 workers to gather wood and the other 2 to collect stone. Why not directly mine iron ore? Because the iron mines were guarded, and he would first need to dispatch the sentinels with the mechanical wolves before he could harvest. In contrast, wood and stone collection bore no such peril. The mechanical workers, resembling Wally, set out to gather resources upon receiving their orders. Their movements resonating with thunderous echoes. Gosen gazed in astonishment at these mechanical beasts, his perception of his leader shifting entirely. Who was this individual? Was he not a born conqueror? Behind Huohuo stood a row of 3 terrifying mechanical wolves, exuding a majestic aura as if they ruled the realm. Gosen suddenly felt his knees weaken, an impulse to kneel overtaking him. Let us continue hunting. This time, he ventured forth accompanied by 3 mechanical giant wolves, their strides commanding the wind, and Huohuo set his sights on a mammoth. A single mammoth contained between 300 to 500 units of food. This was the true treasure of sustenance. With 3 mechanical wolves at his command, defeating 1 mammoth should pose no significant challenge. Yet taking down 2 would be a different story. But fear not. There was still Gosen, and with a grin, Huohuo turned to him, a foolproof strategy forming in his mind. Come here. At the beckoning of his leader, Gosen scampered over, eager. Gosen, shortly, you shall run over and lure 1 mammoth away. I will first dispatch 1 with the mechanical wolves, and then you shall bring the other mammoth back to me. Did I ask that clear? Gosen nearly lost control. I am a lure away a mammoth. That might be quite difficult, wouldn't it? Huohuo clapped him on the shoulder, encouraging him. You are so agile and clever. I assure you, it will be no problem. Go on, fear not. I'll be right behind you. Look at these mechanical wolves. How mighty they are. What is there to fear? Chapter 5. The hunt for Mammoth Gosen was filled with trepidation. With a loyalty level of 100, he could not refuse. Persuaded by Huohuo's fervor, he charged forward, his mind racing. Loyalty -1. Loyalty -1. Loyalty -2. Loyalty -5. Loyalty -10. As he ran, his loyalty plummeted. By the time he reached the mammoth, it had dwindled to 0 when a mammoth noticed this audacious little creature charging at it with a blade. It was taken aback momentarily before fury ignited within it. With a thunderous stomp, both mammoths charged ferociously towards Gosen. The ground shook violently, rendering him nearly unable to stand. It was terrifying. With his loyalty already at 0, Gosen screamed, "Oh my!" He discarded his weapon and fled that moment. His legs were no longer weak, and he dashed with remarkable agility, howling in terror as he escaped. The 2 mammoths, one following closely behind the other, were relentless in their pursuit of this audacious little man who dared to challenge the king of the jungle. Not daring to glance back, Gosen felt his very soul nearly flee. The chase was swift, the 2 mammoths hot on his heels. Suddenly, the mammoth behind slowed its pace. Scanning its surroundings warily, 3 oddly shaped, iron giant wolves stealthily encircled the mammoth from 3 directions, their eyes glimmering with peculiar light. Locking onto the creature, sensing danger, the mammoth realized it had never encountered wolves of such size before, comparable to a calf. It wished to summon the mammoth in front, but that beast had already been led far away by Gosen. Gosen, adept at navigating the treacherous paths, evaded pursuit skillfully. The 3 mechanical wolves lunged at the mammoth, engaging it in a fierce battle. Huohuo, hidden in a nearby tree, watched with a racing heart as the ground trembled. And the tree swayed. He clung tightly to a branch, drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the terror of the scene unfolding before him. The 3 mechanical wolves fought with remarkable coordination. One drew the fire while the other 2 ferociously attacked, continuously gnawing at the mammoth. Each time the mammoth focused its assault on one mechanical wolf, the others would pounce from behind, biting fiercely, while the targeted wolf gradually retreated to evade the mammoth's blows. After several exchanges, the mammoth could no longer withstand the onslaught. Though Huohuo considered himself a mere novice in combat, he could discern that while the mammoth was stronger and more resilient, the combat skills of the mechanical wolves far surpassed those of the mammoth. Thus, the mammoth stood no chance against the relentless assault of the 3 mechanical wolves. Previously curious about the mechanical wolves' intelligence rating of 10, he now understood that intelligence encompassed combat prowess. Simply put, the cleverer one was, the better one fought. The mechanical wolves were machines designed solely for battle. With a resounding wail, the mammoth finally succumbed to its fate. The other mammoth, hearing the death cry of its kin, realized it had been deceived. This fool had abandoned the chase for Go-san and turned back. But it was too late. The fallen beast lay on the ground, its body ravaged by the giant wolves. Even the enraged mammoth could not overcome the trio of cold-blooded combat machines. Within minutes, the second mammoth too fell into a pool of blood. Huohuo was ecstatic, descending from the tree to inspect the scene, confirming that both mammoths had perished. Leader Huohuo jumped in surprise, turning to see Go-san returning, reeking of filth yet unharmed. What? You're still alive? Oh no. I've misspoken. Huohuo felt a tad embarrassed. Go-san's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. He was tempted to strangle Huohuo, but the three mechanical wolves approached, tilting their heads in unison to gaze at Go-san. Loyalty 30, loyalty 30, loyalty 30. Go-san's loyalty instantly soared to maximum. Leader, I was in grave danger. I nearly perished. I didn't embarrass you, did I? Go-san lamented, tears streaming down his face. Huohuo quickly nodded. Indeed, you were valiant. I knew you could do it. See, all is well now. Come, tonight I shall treat you to a grand feast, to reward you for your great contributions. Go-san was moved to tears. Leader, you are truly wise. To follow you is the greatest honor of my life. Huohuo mused. This fellow was indeed formidable. His emotional instability was rather amusing. The powerful mechanical wolves dragged the mammoth's tusks, hauling the carcasses back to the camp. Upon dismantling the two mammoths, Huohuo obtained 800 units of premium food, a considerable fortune, as well as 2 heavy hides and 4 tusks. Yet, no blueprints had dropped, leaving Huohuo feeling rather disheartened. Was he truly fated to never acquire blueprints, or was the drop rate exceedingly low? Ding! Dismantled a mammoth. Acquired a treasure. Horseshoe. Increases Lord's luck by 2. A treasure. A horseshoe that enhances luck? What use was that? Ding! Congratulations, Lord. Your personal level has risen to level 2. You're the first Lord to advance to level 2. Would you like to announce this globally? Decline. Huohuo had no desire for fame. Quietly amassing wealth was far more appealing. Who among the fools would willingly become the target of the entire world? What was this Lord upgrade? Opening the Lord interface, he observed his data. Lord. Huohuo level. Level 2 attributes. Strength 3. Defense 3. Stamina 1. Intelligence 2. Exclusive skill. Mechanical specialization general skill. Basic leadership. Upon seeing his attributes, Huohuo was taken aback. Disregarding the other data, how could his stamina only be 1 point? Was he not a fragile being? He was utterly shocked. It turned out he was nothing more than a fragile chicken. Anxiety gnawed at him as he contemplated the necessity of keeping a safe distance from danger in the future. He glanced once more at his 2 skills. Mechanical expertise, which granted an increase of 2 points to the movement speed and 5 points to the attack of all mechanical units under his command. And basic leadership, which, with a Lord attribute of 50, would extend its benefits to the troops he commanded. Think that his attributes could bolster all units. He picked up a horseshoe, a delicate little trinket that was not a genuine horseshoe, but merely a charming ornament. Huohuo found a piece of string and fashioned it into a necklace. Now considering himself a possessor of treasures. Lacking in stamina, he relied on luck. Congratulations on your first promotion. Please accept a treasure chest as a reward. More rewards. A treasure chest materialized before him. Upon opening it, he discovered a hero token and 2,500 gold coins. Hero token. With this token, one can recruit heroes from this world to fight on your behalf or manage your affairs. Unlike farmers, heroes can lead armies in a battle. It is impractical to engage in every fight personally. What kind of lord would that make him? For now, it seemed unnecessary as he had yet to encounter any heroes. But surely this item was quite rare. He decided to stow it away for the time being. He checked the wood and stone resources, noting that during the hunting period, the workers had gathered 40 pieces of wood and 20 stones, an output for roughly an hour's labor. This was insufficient. He needed to recruit more workers as the resource collection efficiency was far too low. Upgrading the level 1 base required 1,000 wood and 500 stone. With the current number of workers, It would take until the next day to upgrade the base. Progress was painfully slow. Huohuo felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, realizing that while others typically required around 3 days to upgrade to a level 1 base, he found even a single day too protracted. Chapter 6. Development constraints. He commenced the sale of grain, entering the trading channel. Scrap for sale. Fresh grain has arrived. Those who are quick will be rewarded, while the slow shall miss out. What the hell, the Scrap King is back. I knew he would have new goods. I spotted a broken saddle on my way to chop wood and brought it back just for you. I've waited long enough. Let us trade. This time, trading was even easier than before. Initially, people would overlook waste in the wild, but as Huohuo needed it, they readily collected it without wasting any time. Not all items were traded, but with 600 grains, he exchanged for 480 iron ingots. Huohuo felt elated, thinking that if he could recruit a large army of robots, his camp would develop rapidly. No wonder this was an SSS grade building. It truly was formidable. Naturally, while others required grain, he needed iron. This misalignment in development would yield significant advantages. As he joyfully approached the Mecha workshop, he suddenly froze, realizing he had miscalculated a crucial detail. The 3 mechanical wolves were lined up to recharge. Smacking his forehead, Huohuo exclaimed in horror, drenched in cold sweat. He had forgotten that these robots required periodic recharging, which necessitated queuing. Currently, with his limited number of robots, recharging wasn't a major issue. But if he recruited more, they would surely get stuck waiting to recharge. The Mecha workshop could only charge 1 robot at a time. Observing the charging process of the mechanical wolves, he realized it couldn't be completed instantly. This posed a significant problem. He could not blindly expand his robot army. Being meticulous by nature, Huohuo crouched down to carefully study the charging duration, estimating that it would take about 10 minutes to fully charge 1 mechanical wolf. If the same applied to mechanical workers, that would equate to 6 hours, allowing for a maximum of 36 mechanical workers to rotate charging. This was merely a theoretical figure, and in reality, he could likely recruit only about 30. Moreover, this didn't even account for charging the mechanical wolves. He dared not recruit any more mechanical wolves. Early-stage workers were paramount, especially with no immediate threats in sight. The 3 mechanical wolves would suffice for now, and he needed to focus on gathering ample resources. After contemplating this, Huohuo gritted his teeth and recruited 26 mechanical workers, bringing the total to 30. He assigned 10 workers to chop wood and another 10 to gather stone, then decided to take the remaining 10 mechanical workers to seize the iron mine. Go-san's calves were still cramping, yet he was dragged along by the leader to attack the iron mine. He shot a furtive glance at Huohuo, silently asking if he could opt out, but Huohuo paid him no mind. Internally lamenting his predicament, he joined the now larger party, which included the 3 mechanical wolves and 10 mechanical workers, marching towards the iron mine with a grandiose display. While the mechanical workers lacked combat prowess, their sheer numbers lent the group an imposing presence. This was the power of numbers. Upon exiting the mountain stronghold, they reached the iron mine in a mere 100 meters, just as they neared. The goblins guarding the mine, intimidated by their formidable army, fled in panic. Would you like to pursue? What was happening? The 3 goblin sentinels, upon sighting Huohuo's approaching force, fled without a backward glance. It turned out that the goblins had spotted Huohuo's army from afar. Their eyes wide with disbelief. Was this divine retribution? What right did these 3 little goblins have to be attacked by such a vast army? The goblins lost all interest in guarding the mine, shouting as they ran, "Brothers, run! An extremely abnormal lord has arrived. How could he have such a large army? This is an outrageous affront to goblins. Run, run!" As they fled swiftly, Huohuo, eager to collect iron, chose not to waste time chasing the goblins and instead directly occupied the iron mine. The fleeing goblins, in their tattered shorts, were clearly impoverished, and Huohuo had no inclination to pursue a few destitute goblins. You 10 are responsible for gathering iron. The 10 mechanical workers, with intellect surpassing that of Go-san, promptly took their positions upon receiving the command, commencing mining in an orderly manner. The sound of clanging filled the air. The 10 workers could theoretically extract 20 pieces of iron in 1 hour. But the efficiency of iron collection was significantly slower than chopping wood or gathering stone. Collecting one piece of iron equated to gathering 10 pieces of wood or food or 5 stones. Go-san, trailing behind, finally exhaled in relief. Grateful he wouldn't have to fight. It was truly wonderful. He was no longer cannon fodder. The 30 mechanical workers began to toil vigorously. Wood 10, stone 5, wood 10. Iron or 1, stone 5, iron or 1. Resources steadily accumulated. Huohuo returned to the camp, sighing as he observed the bustling construction site, regretting that he could not produce more mechanical workers. Meanwhile, other lords were personally toiling in the fields with a handful of farmers, either chopping wood or gathering stone, each exhausted as if they had been worked like dogs. If they heard Huohuo's complaints, they would likely erupt in anger, ready to cleave him in two with an axe. Cursing him with, "The scoundrel is just being dramatic." With the workers engaged in their tasks and no enemies in sight, Huohuo began to strategize for upgrading the base. Base, level 1, an ancient era structure. Serves as your center of authority. Upgrading unlocks additional building sequences. Once the base reaches level 10, it can evolve into the next era. Population cap. 100 individuals, including workers and troops. Construction enables the building of residences. Markets, warehouses, level 1 farmland, wooden walls, recycling furnaces, blacksmith shops, wells, stone thrower barracks, and stick soldier barracks. Upgrade requirements: 1,000 wood, 500 stone, and at least 3 ancient era buildings. Huohuo counted and realized he had only constructed a market and a recycling furnace. He needed to build another structure. A blacksmith shop was essential, as without it he couldn't smelt iron or into ingots. That a well was crucial too. He was on the verge of dehydration. After some deliberation, he decided that smelting iron or into ingots could wait. Constructing a well took precedence. Well provides freshwater resources. Construction requires 100 wood and 50 stone. Huohuo checked his resources and, to his surprise, found he had enough, prompting him to initiate construction. Confirm the construction of the well? Yes, wood -100, stone -50 instantly. A square platform appeared, with a circular well at its center, perfectly situated in the camp. The well was equipped with a pulley and a wooden bucket attached to a rope. All quite complete. Huohuo, parched, hurried to haul up a bucket of water. The water was crystal clear, a testament to the ancient world's purity, and it carried a hint of sweetness upon tasting. Good water! As Huohuo relished the moment, a sudden clap of thunder startled him, causing him to spill the entire bucket. Damn it, the heavens only know how to scare me. Just as he grumbled, a torrential downpour began to descend. What the hell? Chapter 7. The level 2 base Huohuo and Go-san appeared as drenched chickens, gazing blankly at one another, as far as the eye could see across the camp. There was but a single thatched hut that seemed capable of providing shelter from the rain. However, it was roofless, as the straw had long been swept away by the fierce winds. How tragic. There was no place to escape the downpour. The rain intensified, and Huohuo, in a fit of desperation, decided to abandon all pretense and let the heavens do as they please if the heavens sought to punish him. There was no recourse to plead his case that a gust of mountain wind blew, sending a chill through him, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Such was the lament of having only a meager endurance. Nearly an hour passed, and it was evident that they had gathered sufficient timber and stone. 10 laborers could theoretically fell 1,000 logs in half an hour. Yet in reality, more time was consumed due to the inefficiencies of transporting the timber back to the camp. This was unavoidable, as there was no storage facility near the forest. The workers had to trek a considerable distance to return the wood to the camp. Confirm the upgrade to level 2 base? Yes, with the command issued. A radiant glow erupted from the thatched hut amidst the torrential rain, instantaneously transforming into a structure reminiscent of an ancient chieftain's tent. This tent was splendid, constructed from wood and cowhide, and at least the roof was intact, providing refuge from the rain. Base, level 2, ancient era architecture. Population cap, 200 individuals, including workers and troops. Construction capable of building residential houses, markets, warehouses, animal pens. Level 2 farmland. Level 2 wooden walls, recycling furnaces, blacksmith shops, wells, stone thrower barracks, stick soldier barracks, and workshops. Upgrade. To reach the next level, 10,000 timber and 5,000 stone are required, along with a minimum of 6 ancient era buildings. The construction sequence now included a workshop and an animal pen. And both level 1 farmland and wooden walls could also be upgraded to level 2. Congratulations, Lord, your base has been upgraded to level 2. You are the first Lord to elevate their base to this level. Would you like to announce this worldwide? Decline. Huohuo resolved to maintain a low profile, determined not to let others know. The first to upgrade the base receives a reward chest. Please accept, Lord, another reward. Huohuo was overjoyed. Upon opening the chest, 3 options emerged. Life ring, goblin bow, dragon pearl ring. Please select. Huohuo spat in disdain. What a miser. 3 ordinary treasures, and he had to choose one. Why couldn't he have them all? Without hesitation, he chose the life ring. The life ring increased his endurance by 2 points. He quickly donned the ring, feeling a warm current flow through his body. What a delightful sensation. This ring was indeed a timely blessing. Doubling his endurance, his endurance was no longer a mere point. 3 points felt remarkably better. As the rain poured down, Goat-san grew anxious that my lord, the rain is heavy outside. Shall we take refuge in the base? Go-san was beside himself with worry. Yet Huohuo did not move to the base, fearing to venture in alone. Huohuo laughed heartily. Upon seeing treasure, I forgot all about the rain. Come, let us go to the base and escape the downpour. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden gust of wind swept through, parting the clouds and rain, allowing the sunset's rays to illuminate the vast mountains, akin to divine light or a beam from the heavens, instantly casting a resplendent glow. The scenery was breathtaking. Yet Huohuo had no mind to admire it. Upon returning to the base, he felt a pang of disappointment. Why did the rain cease so abruptly? His newly constructed base had yet to serve its purpose. Inside the tent was starkly clean. Too clean, in fact. The walls were of cowhide and the ground was stone, which felt rather cold. Help me gather some straw. Me? Who else could it be? Huohuo chided Go-san, now emboldened and unafraid of this rebellious fellow. Go-san dared not retort, meekly acquiescing, and hurriedly took up a knife to venture out and gather grass. On the hillside grew a type of grass, long and soft, which, once dried, would be quite comfortable to lay upon, far better than resting on the cold stone floor. Huohuo felt somewhat uneasy about Go-san. His attributes were now slightly higher than his own. Armed with a knife, despite appearing loyal, this rascal had an unstable temperament, and one could never tell when his loyalty might plummet to 0. If he were to stab Huohuo during the night, it would be a most untimely demise. Constructing a residential house required minimal resources, and to level up, these buildings were essential. Soon, he would have Go-san build a house. Banishing him from the base, this was, after all, his territory. However, for now, he needed him to do some work. Certainly, the Blackwind clan would not support idlers. It would not do for him to provide for someone who did not contribute. As night fell, the mountains echoed with the roars of tigers and wolves, while in the depths of the grass, snakes and insects slithered. Go-san trembled with fear as he cut the grass. After gathering a sufficient amount, he was then instructed by Huohuo to retrieve some stones to construct a rudimentary stove in the base. The two then gathered some wood to attempt to create fire by friction. 2 fools, each more inept than the other, toiled until they nearly collapsed, ultimately managing to strike a spark with their knives, igniting the dry grass and then the wood. Huohuo rejoiced as he watched the flames emerge from the stove, instantly warming the base. All right, you may return to rest. My lord, where shall I go? Go-san, cold and exhausted, soaked to the bone, had hoped to warm himself by the fire alongside Huohuo, thereby strengthening their camaraderie. Yet, with Huohuo's intention to sleep, he was unceremoniously shooed away, leaving him bewildered. I have already constructed your new house. You shall see it upon exiting. Hearing the mechanical wolf patrol outside the door, Go-san dared not entertain any thoughts of betrayal. He left the base with a sheepish grin. Upon stepping outside, he beheld a new house erected in one corner of the camp, which appeared quite satisfactory. This brought him some relief. At least he would not have to sleep outdoors that night. After warming the straw, Huohuo laid it upon the ground, then dried his clothes by the fire. He stationed 3 mechanical wolves at the entrance as guardians, ensuring utmost security. The advantage of the mechanical workers became evident. Unlike ordinary laborers, they required no rest and tirelessly continued their work, even in the dead of night. Steadily accumulating resources, Huohuo was utterly fatigued after a day of battles, though he had not fought directly. Merely observing had proven more exhausting than engaging in combat himself. With the straw laid out, he comfortably reclined upon it. Congratulations, Lord Lung Run, for being the second to elevate to a level 2 lord. You have received a reward chest. Congratulations, Lord Lung Run, for being the second to elevate to a level 2 lord. You have received a reward chest. Congratulations, Lord Lung Run, for being the second to elevate to a level 2 lord. You have received a reward chest. On the first day, as everyone was utterly fatigued and many lords prepared to rest, a sudden barrage of notifications began to flood the screen. All the lords were taken aback. What a formidable figure! Who managed to level up on the very first day? Impressive, impressive. Great one. Please accept my knee. Are you even human? This is simply outrageous. I haven't even completed a tenth of the experience bar. Indeed, is there a bug? After a brief commotion, someone finally pointed out the inconsistency. Wait, why is the Great One in second place? Who is in first? Oh, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. This is the second one to level up? Why was there no announcement for the first? What is going on? Could it be another hidden Great One? Chapter 8. The first robbery. Huohuo chuckled. True Great One should remain hidden in the shadows. Those who boast of their prowess are hardly worthy of the title. Exhausted, he slept soundly that night. As dawn broke, Huohuo was roused by commotion outside. What was happening? Feeling a chill, he glanced at the fire, which had long since extinguished. Concerned about carbon monoxide poisoning, he opened the door slightly, allowing the cold wind to seep in. Stretching his stiff limbs, he rubbed his eyes and stood up, his head heavy and his body uncomfortable. How could it be that he had become a lord yet found himself in such harsh conditions? This was utterly unscientific. Dressed and stepping to the door, he flung it open. There stood the mechanical wolf guards, silent yet steadfast in blocking Go-san from entering and disturbing his slumber. Go-san was outside, shouting fervently, "My lord, we've been robbed. We've been robbed." Still half asleep, Huohuo instantly became alert at the mention of robbery. He ordered the mechanical wolves to stand aside and approached, demanding, "Which audacious scoundrel dares to rob us?" "Where are they?" Go-san, filled with excitement, exclaimed, No, it's not that we have been robbed. We're going to rob others. Rob others." Huohuo blinked, suddenly remembering his identity as a mountain bandit. Robbery was indeed his trade. How could he have forgotten? The real question was, who were they to rob? "My lord, there's a warning from the mountain. A caravan of merchants is passing by, and it's the perfect opportunity for us to strike. We must move quickly, or they slip away to the next peak." Hearing Go-san's urgency ignited Huohuo's own excitement. He had never robbed anyone in his life, and the thought of it sent adrenaline coursing through him. "Let us go. We shall rob." At a single command, Huohuo trailed behind, urging Go-san and the mechanical giant wolves to forge ahead, a formidable battalion of fierce warriors surging down the mountain. As Huohuo traversed the path, he was suddenly seized by a series of unexpected sneezes, an odd occurrence that sparked a foreboding sense within him. Could it be that he was on the verge of catching a cold? Yet, he pondered, perhaps it was merely a sign of the dangers that lay ahead. Exercising caution, he sent Go-san ahead to scout as they neared the main road. "Go-san, go and assess the situation ahead. How many foes are there? And what weapons do they possess? If they appear weak, we shall strike. If they are too formidable, we will retreat to the mountaintop. There is no need for reckless confrontation." Upon receiving the command, Go-san stealthily advanced. Meanwhile, Huohuo concealed himself behind a massive rock, anxiously awaiting Go-san's report. Before long, he heard Go-san's irate return. "Get over here and meet our leader." Huohuo appeared from behind the stone, utterly astounded to see that Go-san had returned with 3 captives. Puzzled by the absence of battle sounds, he marveled at Go-san's unexpected ferocity. What was transpiring? Suddenly, the crunching of footsteps approached. 3 disheveled individuals emerged, their appearances ragged, faces gaunt and weathered, as if etched by the harsh elements. Go-san shoved them forward, herding them like ducks. "Great king, Why did it take you so long to descend and capture us? We were on the brink of freezing and starving to death. The trio, upon seeing Huohuo, were overtaken by sorrow, bowing deeply as tears streamed down their faces. Wait, what is happening here? Huohuo noted that although the men were tattered, they appeared robust and muscular, far stronger than Go-san. The foremost, a flamboyant, middle-aged man clad in a tattered floral undergarment, stepped forward and bowed deeply. Great King, to speak candidly, we are merchants from Wanqing City. We set out early yesterday morning, intending to traverse the 10,000 great mountains to trade with a neighboring tribe. However, we were first scattered by bandits, and then continuously robbed. Out of a caravan of thousands, only the 3 of us remain. Starving and freezing, we thought it better to surrender to you than to perish here. They pleaded for Huohuo's mercy. It dawned on him that these men were not captives, but rather voluntary defectors. An inexplicable unease settled within him. A merchant convoy of such scale was no trifling matter. He doubted that the minor lords who had just entered the mountains could have instigated such chaos. There was definitely something amiss. As Huohuo hesitated, a system prompt chimed in. Would you like to recruit the mountain bandits? It required 50 units of food to recruit a single bandit, and a reminder followed. The 3 in front of him were not ordinary bandits. Each possessed unique skills. Pushing aside his discomfort, Huohuo deliberated and decided to proceed with the recruitment. His stronghold could not rely solely on robots. With over 200 units of food remaining, he could afford to recruit all 3 bandits. Moreover, the system had indicated that they each possessed special skills. Having made up his mind, he boldly stepped forward and proclaimed, Intelligent ones, you are all wise. Joining me, you shall enjoy a life of abundance. From this day forth, you are part of my Haifeng Mountain, and anyone who dares to bully you shall face our collective wrath. Long live the king. They cheered. Food minus 50 food, minus 50 food, minus 50 successfully recruited 3 formidable bandits. Huohuo breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that life in his mountain stronghold was gradually improving, that he accessed the system to examine the attributes of his newly recruited bandits, and was taken aback by their superiority compared to Go-san. Bandit, Lu Chong stamina, 100 combat power, strength 5, defense 3, endurance 5, intelligence 8 traits. Literate, tax officer food consumption, 1 unit per day loyalty. 35 What is a tax officer? He quickly inquired. Tax officer. This bandit possesses literacy and can manage the accounts of a stronghold, generating gold income based on the level of the base that, at a level 2 base, a daily income of 200 gold coins can be earned. Huohuo was ecstatic. He had struck gold. Although he was unsure of the exact utility of gold at this moment, he knew it would be beneficial, especially for trade taxes and hiring craftsmen. He was unaware that any literate bandit possessed this function. Lu Chong was simply the first he had encountered, and he was overjoyed at the prospect of having an intellectual among his ranks. Next, he examined the second bandit. Bandit, Lu Hu stamina, 200 combat power, strength 8, defense 3, endurance 5, intelligence 3 traits. Strong, blacksmith food consumption, 1 unit per day loyalty. 35 This was evident. He was a blacksmith, naturally possessing double the stamina of other bandits. Henceforth, Lu Hu would be responsible for forging and producing iron ingots. Lastly, he scrutinized the final bandit. Bandit, Lu Long stamina, 100 combat power, strength 5, defense 4, endurance 3, intelligence 4 traits, skilled hands, craftsman food consumption, 1 unit per day loyalty. 35 It appeared that these 3 were indeed from the same family, all bearing the surname Lu. Lu Long, a craftsman, would prove invaluable once a workshop was established. Craftsmen could produce furniture, tools, and various essential amenities. All 3 newly recruited bandits were precisely the talents he needed, though their stamina was nearly exhausted, and their loyalty was low. Huohuo silently rejoiced. The system never deceived him. It had provided him with promising individuals. He was grateful he indeed dismissed them due to his initial discomfort. One must trust in science and not be overly paranoid. He escorted the 3 to the stronghold, served them roasted meat to satiate their hunger, and arranged for them to rest. A single dwelling could comfortably accommodate 4 individuals, negating the need for additional construction. The loyalty of the 3 bandits began to rise, and their stamina gradually replenished. After ensuring their comfort, Huohuo indulged in a meal of roasted meat before checking his resources. With 10 workers, theoretically, they could gather 200 units of wood, 100 units of stone, or 20 units of iron ore in 1 hour. However, accounting for transportation time, the actual yield would be somewhat lower after 8 hours had passed. Alongside the resources collected the previous day, the tally was now 1,800 units of wood, 900 units of stone, and 180 units of iron ore. The iron ore still needed to be smelted in the blacksmith's forge to produce iron ingots. He noted he had 228 ingots remaining. Unlike other lords, Huohuo had progressed far more swiftly. Logically, one would expect that a rapid start would lead to even greater speed. However, he needed to maintain his advantage and ensure that others did not surpass him. Otherwise, the early lead would be squandered. In the absence of food shortages, certain fortunate lords could develop exponentially, akin to a snowball effect. It was not inconceivable that they might compete solely through sheer manpower and their own mechanical technologies. The potential for extreme scenarios existed. Yet Huohuo was determined to prevent such occurrences, contemplating how to sustain his advantage. Chapter 9. The Liu brothers. On the second day, most lords had already acquired several workers. By the third day, it was likely that many would boast 10 or more workers, which was the norm. Those with exceptional fortune, who could secure substantial food early on, would develop even faster, thereby narrowing the gap with him. His mechanical workers were limited by charging times, with a maximum of 30 workers. While automation was more advanced, it was not necessarily faster than human labor when conditions were not conducive, especially in the early stages of technological development. One could only say that future potential was immense, yet potential did not equate to immediate productivity. Huohuo contemplated this matter with a cool head. Two paths lay before him. First, while employing mechanical workers, he could also gather food and recruit numerous workers, enabling both mechanical and manual labor to operate in tandem. Second, he could swiftly amass 1,000 iron ingots to upgrade the Mecha workshop, investigating whether charging facilities were available to facilitate rapid production expansion. The first path seemed more secure, while the second was fraught with risk. 1,000 iron ingots was no trivial amount. If the upgrade yielded no improvements in charging efficiency, it would be a significant waste of time. After much deliberation, Huohuo resolved to seize the opportunity. Damn it, if I've come to this world, I must take a gamble. If I'm going to bet, let it be a big one. I refuse to believe that an SSS-level building could be so subpar. Resolute, Huohuo commanded all 30 mechanical workers to commence iron ore collection that a single mine could only accommodate a maximum of 30 workers working simultaneously. This would maximize the yield of iron ore. Although the Liu brothers have joined the Black Wind stronghold, Huohuo did not compel them to commence work immediately. Instead, he permitted them to rest first, for their stamina and loyalty were currently quite concerning. Ultimately, he assigned Goat Sand to hunt with the mechanical wolf. The mechanical wolf, unwaveringly loyal, showed no fear that this rebellious lad might inexplicably abscond with it. Once Goat Sand departed, Huohuo felt a significant tranquility descend upon the stronghold. Realizing that this chatterbox was indeed the most loquacious among them, smelt iron ingots. A blacksmith shop was essential, and he had already acquired a blacksmith. Thus, the construction of a shop had become imperative. Additionally, a workshop was also to be established. The blacksmith shop would be tasked with smelting iron ingots and crafting weapons and armor. Requirements: a blacksmith is necessary for operation. Construction: 200 wood, 100 stone. Shall we proceed with the construction of the blacksmith shop? Confirmed. The workshop would create tools and furniture. Requirements: a craftsman is necessary for operation. Construction: 200 wood, 100 stone. Shall we proceed with the construction of the workshop? Confirmed. As resources dwindled, a blacksmith shop and a workshop emerged from the vacant land. Being a rudimentary blacksmith shop, the furnace utilized charcoal, resulting in black smoke billowing from the chimney. Fortunately, in this era, no one monitored environmental standards, so a little black smoke went unregulated. With the erection of these structures, the once desolate camp now appeared to possess a semblance of scale. After a few hours, the Liu brothers had sufficiently rested. Their stamina restored and loyalty elevated to 55, no longer hindering their capacity to work. All the mechanical workers were diligently mining iron ore. Iron ore one. Iron ore one. Suddenly, the clanging of ironwork resonated from the blacksmith shop. Lu, who had entered and commenced his labor. Iron ore dash one. Iron ingot one. Iron ore dash one. Iron ingot one. Lu, who worked with remarkable efficiency, smelting iron ingots faster than 30 workers could mine iron ore. Huohuo was relieved, knowing that the production of ingots would not be bottlenecked at the blacksmith shop. Lu Long entered the workshop, beginning to create furniture as per Huohuo's specifications. Wood -5. Wooden bed 1, wood -3, wooden table 1, wood -1, chair 1. Lu Chang assisted in transporting the furniture Lu Long had crafted into the main camp, arranging the wooden bed, table, and chairs. This fellow was quite perceptive. Using the pottery kettle made in the workshop, he boiled water and brewed some wild tea, presenting Huohuo with a warm cup. Upon receiving the steaming tea, Huohuo felt tears welling up. Damn it! After a whole day living like a savage, it was truly arduous. Finally, I can experience a semblance of a normal life. Lu Chang, being a scholar, was somewhat reserved. Upon hearing the Lord summon him, he obediently sat across from Huohuo and offered a respectful salute. Huohuo felt quite pleased. Indeed, a learned individual was far superior to Go-san. Though you three share the surname Lu, are you truly brothers? We three are of the same clan. Although not of the same family, we may consider ourselves brothers. I see that I am curious. Why did you traverse the treacherous mountains to conduct business? Reporting to the Lord, this is beyond the ken of humble folk like us that we three brothers are merely skilled laborers employed by the Wang family. It is said that the Wang family possesses something of great importance that must be transported from Wanqing City to the barbarian tribes on the other side of the mountains. Little did we know that these brigands would be so ferocious, annihilating the escort team upon arrival. Huohuo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was he not part of this band of brigands that had suddenly materialized? His greatest perplexity was that he could not fathom how the brigands of the 10,000 Great Mountains could vanquish such a formidable escort. Surely, there was some ulterior motive at play. Did Wanqing City not know that the mountains were rife with bandit strongholds? Huohuo recalled the system's mention of real indigenous inhabitants and powerful regimes in this world, prompting him to inquire further. Surely they must be aware. I have heard that the Qian dynasty has dispatched 100,000 vine-armored soldiers to Wanqing City, preparing to eradicate the bandits. However, the Wang family appears extremely anxious, unable to await the court's actions against the bandits, insisting that we brave the mountains. What story lies behind this urgency? How could we lowly individuals possibly know? Huohuo's heart sank. He had not anticipated hearing about the extermination of bandits, a matter of life and death. Yet, upon reflection, he found it odd. The 10,000 Great Mountains were not merely 100,000 bandits, but rather 100,000 strongholds, each led by its own bandit leader. How could a mere 100,000 vine-armored soldiers effectively eliminate them? Did the court hold such low regard for these brigands? My lord, such thoughts must not prevail. Each of these vine-armored soldiers possesses the ability to summon wild wolves. If each soldier is adequately prepared, they could summon dozens to hundreds of wild wolves, exhibiting astonishing combat prowess. Huohuo was taken aback. They can summon wild wolves? Surely this cannot be grounded in reason. What of science? Cold sweat trickled down his brow. Lu Chang, sensing that Huohuo did not fully grasp the gravity of the situation, added, My lord, they are not limited to vine-armored soldiers. They also have spear and shield soldiers to assist. They will split their forces to strike, first eliminating a portion of the bandits before providing mutual support until all are vanquished. Huohuo wiped the sweat from his brow. This was sounding exceedingly ominous. He needed to fortify his camp into an impregnable fortress to sleep soundly at night, lest he be awakened by nightmares. Just as he was engulfed in worry, Go-san's voice echoed from outside. My lord, I found a treasure chest. You must take a look. The tent flap was thrust open by Go-san, who, flushed with excitement, entered cradling a wooden treasure chest. Huohuo was taken aback. You know, despite all his flaws, this fellow Go-san seems to possess a streak of unexpected good fortune. He survived the encounter with the mammoth, which is rather peculiar. Does he possess some hidden attribute of luck? Well done. You shall be duly recognized for your contribution. You are indeed a vital asset to our Black Wind stronghold. Keep up the good work. Go-san, overwhelmed with emotion, respectfully presented the wooden chest. Upon opening it, they discovered a blueprint for a watchtower. Watchtower, capable of scouting enemy movements within a 3-kilometer radius, requiring personnel to man it. Construction, 100 wood, 50 stone. It appeared quite promising. The watchtower could enhance the warning time for enemy attacks, making it a highly practical structure. Chapter 10. A home invaded. Where is the mechanical wolf? My lord, I have allowed the giant wolf to hunt on its own outside, fearing you might worry, so I brought the treasure to you first. Excellent, well arranged. Huohuo, accompanied by Liu Chong and Go-san, ventured outside to construct the watchtower near the main gate. The watchtower featured a small wooden cabin atop, approximately 5 to 6 meters high, accessible via a ladder leading directly up to it, where a massive telescope was visible. Go-san, you shall be in charge of this watchtower. You needn't hunt anymore. Guard from the watchtower instead. Go-san glanced up at the watchtower, deeming it acceptable, seemingly less laborious than hunting outside. Initially, he felt a twinge of hesitation, but he soon acquiesced. With his weapon secured, Go-san ascended the ladder to the watchtower. Before he could even peer outside, an arrow suddenly flew in from beyond a stronghold, striking him squarely in the abdomen and sending him tumbling down. How unfortunate I am! Go-san cried out as he fell from the watchtower, landing on the ground, motionless and seemingly lifeless. Huohuo leaped up in fright. What is happening? Warning. The neighboring Shuanglong stronghold is attacking you. Warning. The neighboring Shuanglong stronghold is attacking you. Warning. The neighboring Shuanglong stronghold is attacking you. A cascade of alerts scrolled across the screen, and only then did Huohuo realize they had been ambushed. These rascals, instead of properly developing their own stronghold, resorted to sneaky assaults. Attack. This mountain is ours. The grain is ours. The women here are ours. Annihilate them. Reclaim all treasures and resources. These ruffians were fully engrossed, their battle cry resounding vigorously. How ruthless! The Shuanglong stronghold belongs to the bandits from the neighboring hill, led by Wang Haoza, a truly formidable figure. What gathering, what construction! I am a bandit! Bandits must rob. If not, what makes one a bandit? Slay them, charge, seize their money, grain, and women. A bright future awaits us on the first day. The scant resources gathered and the workers recruited were all trained by him into a military force within the camp. Poor Huohuo's encampment now stood utterly defenseless. The wooden walls were as good as non-existent. Easily kicked down by this horde, a group of 7 or 8 ferocious bandits charged in brandishing weapons, while one rogue loosed arrows from a distance. This was indeed a dire predicament. The mechanical giant wolves were still out hunting, and Go-san's fate hung in the balance as the camp was left with only Huohuo and a few untrained craftsmen, ill-prepared for combat. In a panic, Huohuo sought refuge, swiftly commanding the mechanical wolves to return for assistance. Concerned that the mechanical wolves might be too far away to arrive in time, his temper flared, and he resolved to take action. Many mechanical workers were still busily transporting iron ore, but he ordered them to cease mining. All of you, charge forth and annihilate these fools. Huohuo barked through gritted teeth. A swarm of robotic workers discarded their iron ore and turned to confront the bandits of Erlongshan, immediately halting their advance. The mining robots, closer to the camp, returned in a matter of moments, wielding miners' hammers as they charged at the bandits. What the hell? So many of them. The bandits were taken aback, bewildered by the sight. They resembled gathering puppets, but could such puppets be so ferocious? As battle commenced, the bandits burst into raucous laughter, for the mechanical workers' attacks were minimal, akin to mere tickles, failing to breach even the simplest leather armor. Yet, after a brief skirmish, the bandits began to feel dizzy. Despite the low damage output of the mechanical workers, their defense and endurance were surprisingly robust. Striking the robots proved more taxing than anticipated. Before long, 30 mechanical workers had returned, headbutting and hammering away, their sheer numbers keeping them even with the bandits in this fray. After an hour of intense combat, there were no casualties, and the bandits had made no progress. Huohuo, sheltered behind a structure, shouted commands to his virtually harmless mechanical army. The bandits, growing increasingly unnerved, pondered their situation. Are they trying to tire us out? This camp is tougher than we thought. Perhaps we should retreat. Just as thoughts of withdrawal began to surface, the thunderous sound of the mechanical wolves echoed, and the silhouettes of 3 iron giants materialized at the camp entrance. Howl! The lead wolf swung its massive claw, decapitating a bandit ensnared by the mechanical workers. Blood splattering the ground. It was a gruesome sight. Wang Hao's face turned ashen. He realized he was in deep trouble. His cunning plan to recruit soldiers while everyone else recruited workers had backfired spectacularly, leading him to confront an unexpected challenge. He failed to comprehend the nature of these mechanical beasts. A few more anguished cries erupted, and 4 bandit corpses were left behind, while the remaining ones fled, battered and bloodied. Wang Hao, disheartened, understood he had blundered and prioritized his own survival, leading his remaining bandits in a hasty retreat. Huohuo refrained from sending the wolves in pursuit, concerned about their dwindling power reserves. The camp lay in disarray, yet Go-san remained alive, writhing on the ground, gravely injured. With no medical facilities at the secondary base, Huohuo's conscience stirred, prompting him to instruct the Liu brothers to carry Go-san to the civilian quarters for some basic care, offering him water and food. Whether he would survive was left to fate. Infuriated by the audacity of the intruders, Huohuo was not one to suffer in silence. He spread out a map and discovered that Shuanglong Mountain was just a stone's throw away, accessible via a mountain pass. You act unjustly. So shall I. How dare you provoke me? You shall face my wrath. After assessing the battle losses, he noted that while many of his robotic workers were damaged, they were reparable. Though 2 had been utterly destroyed, he dispatched the shattered robots to the recycling furnace, retrieving iron ingots. Iron ingot 8, iron ingot 7, with slight losses. Fortunately, the recycling furnace itself suffered no damage. However, some iron had been lost during the robot's destruction, a mystery Huohuo could not decipher. Such was the rule of the game. Overall, his mechanical forces boasted impenetrable defense, as long as they remained within their domain and with the presence of the spatiotemporal recycling furnace to safeguard the stronghold. Casualties would be minimal. Of course, the recycling furnace could not be utilized during an enemy siege, for that would be too overpowered. With only 28 workers remaining, Huohuo did not replenish his ranks, but, in a fit of rage, constructed 2 additional mechanical wolves. After a half-hour of rest, he prioritized fully recharging the wolves. Huohuo resolved to counterattack. He would not suffer losses without retribution. What kind of lowly scum dares to bully me? Lacking any heroes among his ranks, he knew he could not send troops in a battle without a commander. It was imperative that the Lord himself led the charge. Gathering his forces, he personally set out to storm Shuanglong Mountain. My lord, those bandits are hardly a threat. Perhaps we should leave the workers behind to continue mining. With your 5 formidable mechanical wolves, we can surely crush them. Liu Chong, having some knowledge of strategy, stepped forward to counsel Huohuo, primarily concerned about the impact on resource collection. Nonsense. Even an eagle spares no effort when hunting a hare. Who knows what traps they may have? Bring everyone. We march together. Enraged, Huohuo dismissed any dissent and led his troops out, with the Liu brothers wielding forks to guard him. As they all surged forth, the 2 camps were not far apart, descending into the valley and climbing to the summit. They soon arrived before Wang Hao's encampment. Chapter 11. The terrifying black flames. Wang Hao's complexion was ashen, surrounded by panicked bandits, blood streaming from their heads and faces, each one crying out in despair as their loyalty plummeted. The commotion outside signaled that the lord they had ambushed was no ordinary foe. He had returned with a vengeance. Frightened and desperate, the bandits began to retreat in a futile attempt to salvage the situation. He stepped outside and shouted to Huohuo, "Brother, killing is merely a matter of striking the head. We are all lords who have traversed here, and we should look out for one another. Why do you come to attack my stronghold? It is unreasonable. I urge you to retreat. We could be good neighbors instead. Do not bring harm upon yourself." His words, delivered with righteous indignation, were audacious. Huohuo was taken aback, thinking to himself, "I thought I was shameless, but this scoundrel dares to be even more so. If it weren't for his ill fortune of appearing near my camp, he might have achieved something significant. Good neighbors? What nonsense! Regardless of his talents, having angered me, he shall face his demise. Charge, flatten this stronghold. Not a single blade of grass shall remain. I will dismantle every one of your pathetic machines. It remained uncertain if his words reached the mechanical creatures. A throng of mechanical workers surged forward, clattering as they began dismantling walls and gates with astonishing efficiency. Do not underestimate their combat prowess. They excelled in demolishing structures, reducing the walls and gates to rubble in no time. They then poured into the enemy encampment. Traps awaited them. The 5 terrifying mechanical wolves followed closely behind the workers, charging into the fray. Resistance was futile. Screams erupted as a few bandits attempted to fight back, but were swiftly trampled into a bloody pulp by the mechanical wolves. It was a massacre. In the end, only 2 bandits remained, terrified and trembling, their bodies quaking in fear as they knelt in surrender. Huohuo fled, and Huohuo entered the camp, spotting the cowardly figures scrambling toward the opposite hillside, desperately attempting to escape. You can run, but you cannot hide. This scoundrel was treacherous and shameless, a danger that could not be allowed to linger. Smash that crystal. In the center of the camp stood a red crystal, pulsating with 1,000 points of life. The mechanical workers and wolves converged, striking at the crystal. Its defenses were formidable, yet with so many mechanical creatures, they relentlessly hammered away, eventually causing the crystal to shatter with a resounding crash. A piercing scream echoed, chilling to the bone as Huohuo glanced toward the hillside. He beheld Huohuo engulfed in black flames, the inferno consuming him from the feet upwards, burning from within outwards. As he ran, the flames devoured him, leaving nothing but a pile of ashes that was a scene reminiscent of a horror film. This was beyond terrifying. With a heavy heart, Huohuo contemplated the fate that awaited him should his own crystal be shattered, filling him with trepidation. Congratulations to Lord Huohuo. You are the first to eradicate rival camps. Shall we announce this to the world? Absolutely not. How could one dare to make such a proclamation? Would that not render him a global pariah? While boasting of one's advancements may allow for a degree of arrogance, having vanquished another lord and still daring to announce it globally. Such folly is unimaginable. The annihilation of Shuanglong Pass has yielded the following resources: 157 wood, 71 stone, 112 food, and 50 gold coins. A.S. the first to obliterate rival camps. You have been awarded a treasure chest. Please accept it. Upon witnessing the grim fate of Huohuo, consumed by black flames, Huohuo was deeply concerned for his own crystal back home. Not daring to linger, he promptly commanded the mechanical workers to transport all resources, tools, and weapons without delay. With 2 captives in tow, he hastily returned to his stronghold. The captives desperately prostrated themselves, but Huohuo had no time for them, tossing the seized weapons and tools into the recycling furnace. Recovering over 40 iron ingots, Huohuo, so consumed by warfare, truly had little resources at his disposal. Yet, contemplating the matter further, should this rascal have successfully ambushed him, he would have found himself suddenly wealthy. With such ferocity, if he had merely survived the initial phase, he would have undoubtedly risen to the status of a local lord. Alas, fortune was not on his side. He encountered me right out of the gate. Though I possess no remarkable abilities, I am indeed blessed. Thus he must accept his fate. Opening the treasure chest, he discovered a building decree. It allows for the establishment of a sub-base, requiring a hero to garrison it. Construction costs: 1,000 wood, 500 stone, resources consumed based on the current level of your base. A splendid item indeed, allowing for the construction of a sub-base. However, the resources for upgrading the main base are currently insufficient, and I possess no additional heroes, so this shall be set aside for now. After inspecting the spoils, Huohuo turned his gaze to the 2 captives. You have 2 choices: surrender, or I shall end your lives. Choose wisely. The captives bowed their heads repeatedly like chicks pecking at rice. My lord, we surrender. We are willing to submit. Do you wish to recruit the 2 captives? This will require 100 food. Yes. Huohuo inwardly cursed. The system truly is absurd. Recruiting captives requires food as well. How utterly dehumanizing. Bandit. Zhang Xiaoping stamina. 18,100 combat power. strength 7, defense 3, endurance 3, intelligence 5. Traits: agile, hunting, vision, archer, food consumption, 1 unit per day, loyalty, 55. This fellow was nearly the one to slay Go-san. A fortunate survival indeed. His attributes are quite impressive, far surpassing those of Go-san. No wonder he felled him with a single arrow. Huohuo could not help but examine this archer a moment longer. The archer is quite valuable, suitable for placement in arrow towers or lookout posts, possessing double the vision of an ordinary person. Bandit, Zhangxian stamina, 23,100 combat power, strength 3, defense 7, endurance 6, intelligence 3. Traits: construction, repair, shield, food consumption, 1 unit per day, loyalty, 55. This one is a builder and repairman. The shield trait does not imply he can only use a shield, but rather that he can operate it more efficiently. All bandits can be reclassified into any troop type, but transitioning into a class with traits will naturally yield greater strength. Comparing Zhang Xiaoping and Zhang Xian, they are clearly two peas in a pod. "We are twins," Zhang Xiaoping hastily explained. With the previous residences fully occupied, Huohuo casually constructed another dwelling. Directing them to rest, he then made a special visit to Go-san, regardless of how loathsome Go-san may be. He was injured while defending his interests, and, as a lord, one must maintain appearances. Otherwise, loyalty would dissipate. Go-san was remarkably fortunate to be alive, with his stamina reduced to 1. Had he sustained even a slight additional injury, he would have perished. He was now slowly recuperating. My lord. Upon seeing Huohuo approach, Go-san's mouth broke into a wide grin, tears brimming in his eyes, filled with a sense of grievance. "My lord, the heavens bear witness, Go-san is ever loyal. I am aware. Focus on your recovery. In the future, this lord shall conquer vast territories, and you will surely be of great use. My lord is wise. Loyalty 10, loyalty 10, loyalty 10. A mere promise from Huohuo elevated the loyalty of all bandits by 10 points. Huohuo was taken aback. Was he not merely a bandit leader? Not an emperor? Could his words hold such weight? Should he later fail to uphold his promise, would this rabble rise against him? After visiting Go-san, he returned to the main camp alongside Lu Chong. Once everyone had departed, Lu Chong sighed and bowed, advising, "My lord, today you acted recklessly." Huohuo rose and deeply bowed in return. "You speak the truth. I was indeed rash, nearly forgetting my crystal at home. Fortunately, no calamity befell me. Your wisdom is invaluable, and I shall rely on your guidance henceforth." Lu Chong was taken aback and quickly returned the gesture. "My lord, I am unworthy." Loyalty suddenly reached 100. A leader need not fear mistakes, but rather ignorance of them. Huohuo could not suppress his laughter towards the heavens. Chapter 12. Level 2 Mecha Workshop. The system unexpectedly issued 2 consecutive global announcements, as another lord finally upgraded to a Level 2 stronghold. Congratulations to Lord Hong Tianxiong, the second to achieve a Level 2 stronghold. You have been awarded a treasure chest. Congratulations to Lord Hong Tianxiong, the second to achieve a Level 2 stronghold. You have been awarded a treasure chest. Congratulations to Lord Hong Tianxiong, the second to achieve a Level 2 stronghold. You have been awarded a treasure chest. Congratulations to Lord Lung Run, the third to achieve a Level 2 stronghold. You have been awarded a treasure chest. Congratulations to Lord Lung Run, the third to achieve a Level 2 stronghold. You have been awarded a treasure chest. Congratulations to Lord Lung Run, the third to achieve a Level 2 stronghold. You have been awarded a treasure chest. Lord Lung Ren's ascension to the Level 2 stronghold came as the third instance. While Lord Hong Tianxiong was an unexpected name, emerging as the second to upgrade in the early stages, a lord's level is not of paramount importance. Clearly, the stronghold's level holds greater significance, hence the uproar caused by its upgrade. My word, so many have advanced. Upstairs are your eyes deceiving you? There are only 3 lords who have upgraded in total. Where's the multitude? I say the top lord has vanished once again. You think the first lord to advance is the same as the mysterious one? Who can say? From now on, let us refer to that enigmatic individual as Mr. Mysterious. You have a knack for nicknames. Alas, while others have progressed, we remain mired in struggle. Yesterday, it was a lack of food. Today we are short on everything. No more talk. Let us return to work. My back is about to break from this grueling labor. The first mysterious figure and the second evidently failed to ignite much fervor. And soon the forum returned to a clamor of buying and selling. The legends of the great lords are mere tales. One's work is life in every corner. The common folk are the overwhelming majority. Due to taxation on trades, resource transactions have dwindled significantly, primarily involving treasures, skill scrolls, and various unique items. These are not necessities for Huohuo at present, so he promptly closed the forum. Having experienced this event, Huohuo grew increasingly cautious. He dispatched mechanical workers to mine iron ore and sent 3 mechanical dire wolves to hunt, leaving 2 to patrol the vicinity of the camp. The camp must never be left unguarded. Vigilant sentinels must always be on watch. In this perilous world, devoid of law and order, tranquility remains elusive. Observing that time is of the essence, the fortifications were elevated to a new level. The secondary perimeter, an upgraded wooden fence, now denser and sturdier. Construction requires 100 units of timber and 50 stones, with the prerequisite of a primary perimeter. The secondary fence stands taller than its predecessor, the wooden barriers more closely knit, rendering it exceedingly difficult for ordinary beasts to leap over. The sense of security has significantly increased. Yet, the camp's entrance remains that dilapidated old gate, which has now become the focal point of the camp's defenses. A watchtower has been erected at the entrance, with Huohuo appointing Zhang Xiaoping to take over the vigil from Gosan, while an ordinary person can only see 3 kilometers ahead. Zhang Xiaoping possesses a vigilance trait that doubles his detection range, allowing him to observe enemy movements up to 6 kilometers away, including all nearby mining activities. Even the hunting of mechanical wolves falls within his watchful gaze. Should any danger be detected within his field of vision, there would be ample time to retreat all troops back to the camp for defense. Having arranged everything, he finally felt at ease. Upon returning to the headquarters, it was clear that the base had transformed dramatically. Zhang Xian had crafted numerous pieces of furniture for him. Having a skilled artisan is indeed advantageous that a screen was used to create a private sleeping area in one corner. In the center, a furnace was set up, accompanied by a desk and chair, providing a space for tea brewing and work. Lu Chong conducted his business here during the day, only returning to rest at night. The ambience now bore a semblance to a military encampment. Huohuo unfurled a map and placed it upon the table, studying it meticulously. This map is undeniably a treasure, featuring detailed markings of the 10,000 mountains, including mineral deposits, layers, and pathways. The Shuanglong stronghold, the closest to him, had already been eradicated, while further afield, the mechanical workers had discovered 2 additional strongholds, the Evil Wolf stronghold and the White Snake stronghold, which were situated in close proximity to each other, albeit at a slight distance from his own. Areas that had been explored were automatically marked on this remarkable map. Huohuo rapped the table. "My lord, have you tasted success and now yearn to plunder these 2 strongholds?" Lu Chong cautiously inquired, gauging his tone. "How dare you speak such nonsense? I am a righteous leader. How could I indiscriminately slaughter others?" Before he could finish his retort, a sudden clap of thunder roared from the heavens, causing the entire camp to reverberate. Lu Long, still in the workshop, was startled into a tremor, pondering which fool had spoken carelessly. Provoking divine wrath, Huohuo's lips turned pale in fright. He thought to himself, "This world is indeed strange. It is best not to speak recklessly in the future. Why thought is this? We are only at a secondary camp, with a recruitment cap of merely 200 units. It is impossible to eradicate all the strongholds in the 10,000 mountains if we draw too much attention and provoke others, should they unite and retaliate. Even a deity would not be able to withstand an overwhelming force. Thus, in the initial phase, it is not the time for arrogance and expansion. We must remain low-key. Low-key." A thunderclap jolted Huohuo into sincerity, as he finally spoke candidly, abandoning his earlier nonsensical banter. Indeed, it should be thus. The more powerful one becomes, the more one must maintain humility. As long as we can develop cautiously, the future will belong to us. Lu Chong nodded in agreement. Huohuo felt a sense of pride. Clearly, he was no fool. Having rested sufficiently, He proceeded to the blacksmith's forge. Lu Hu was busy hammering away. Iron ingot 1. Iron ingot 1. Iron ingot 1. This fellow was a skilled smith, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. And since Huohuo had not assigned him the task of forging tools and weapons, he was solely focused on smelting iron ore. A task he handled with great ease. He could smelt iron ingots at a pace that matched the combined efforts of 28 workers gathering iron ore. Brother, eat more meat to gain strength for your labor. Lu Chang, take note. Increase Lu Hu's wages, double them. Yes, my lord, this was indeed a pivotal position, and Huohuo was not stingy. Previously, he earned only 5 gold coins a month, but Huohuo directly raised it to 10. Loyalty 20. Nothing surpasses the effectiveness of directly raising wages to boost loyalty. Lu Hu rolled up his sleeves and worked vigorously, his efficiency surging by 30 to beastly blacksmith. Observing Lu Hu's robust physique, Huohuo could not help but salivate. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he hurriedly departed. He then visited Go San, initially intending to bestow a reward upon him, only to find his loyalty had already reached 100. Forget it. Since you were so loyal, I shall say my gold, my lord. Upon seeing Huohuo, Go San was instantly overcome with excitement. Take care of your injuries. Our stronghold cannot do without you. The moment he uttered those words, Huohuo quickly looked skyward. Relieved that no thunder struck down upon him, it seemed that praising others was safe, while praising oneself was perilous. It appeared that the heavens had their own peculiarities. Huohuo began to discern a pattern. As a lord, one must exhibit some semblance of authority. Work entails wandering about and inspecting the state of everyone's work. The day passed without incident. By dusk, he finally amassed 1,000 iron ingots. The greatest contributor was Lu Hu, and after supplementing with 2 additional workers, there were now 30 workers gathering iron ore, while he alone was responsible for smelting the ore. Huohuo, feeling a pang of concern, quickly sent him to rest, as he was a vital asset who must not fall ill. That he then hastened to the Mecha workshop to upgrade it. Secondary Mecha workshop, capable of producing more advanced mechas. Construction requires 1,000 iron ingots and the prerequisite of a primary Mecha workshop. Are you certain you wish to upgrade the Mecha workshop? Iron ingot inventory, 1,076 units. Primary Mecha workshop available. All conditions met. Confirm. The Mecha workshop began its upgrade. The sound of clanging filled the air. Unlike the primary Mecha workshop, which was constructed instantaneously, the secondary one required time for its upgrade. Zhang Xian hurried over to assist, significantly increasing the construction speed. Huohuo paced anxiously around the workshop. Approximately an hour later, the brand new secondary workshop was completed. Retaining its steam-era aesthetic, Huohuo's heart raced as he hesitated to gaze at the new mechas within. The tension was palpable. This upgrade had consumed all the resources from Heifeng Sai. Should the contents be worthless, it would be utterly devastating. Clutching his chest, he glanced at the new mecha types within the workshop. Mecha Workshop, Secondary Special Barracks, capable of producing various mecha warriors. That upgrade to the next level requires 10,000 iron ingots and 2,000 black stones. Seeing the requirement of 10,000 iron ingots for the next upgrade, he gasped in disbelief. This was utterly outrageous, and there was no way to achieve it within 7 days. Whether they could withstand the onslaught of the officials depended entirely on what lay within. Upon accessing the Mecha Workshop, he discovered 2 additional construction goals. Primary Floater, 20 iron ingots, 10 black stones. Combat Power, Strength 13, Defense 5, Stamina 6, Intelligence 10. Special Skill, Floating, Ranged Attack, Power Source. One action can last for 2 hours. When depleted, return to the Mecha Workshop to recharge. Loyalty, permanently 100. Its attributes were average, comparable to mechanical wolves, albeit with slightly higher attack power but reduced defense and stamina. However, as a ranged unit capable of flight, its significance was entirely different. This unit could concentrate firepower. On the battlefield, once troop numbers reached a certain threshold, ranged output would surpass melee by 10-fold or even 100-fold. This was a primary combat unit. Charging Station, 100 iron ingots, 50 black stones. Special Skill, Charging, continuously consumes black stones. Each charging station consumes 1 black stone per day. Good news. Charging stations truly exist. Bad news. What in the world are black stones? Huohuo stood in stunned silence. As anticipated, the secondary Mecha workshop indeed provided a solution for charging, but where to mine these black stones? Chapter 13. Black Stone Mine once more. He opened the map. The information on the map was overwhelming. Huohuo meticulously searched for some time and discovered that a black stone mine was indeed marked on the map. However, such mines were rare throughout the 10,000 mountains. The nearest black stone mine was still 3 mountain ridges away. Did mining require an expedition? Huohuo's expression fluctuated, his resolve hardening. Damn it, things have escalated to this extent. I shall secure that black stone mine. If any lord dares to obstruct me, I shall obliterate them. Given the distance to the mine, transporting the mine materials back would also be quite troublesome. He could not afford to waste the mechanical workers on transportation, as that would severely diminish efficiency. Resolving this issue was relatively straightforward. He could simply construct a warehouse next to the mine to stockpile the black stones. However, an external warehouse would be insecure. Without defenses, it could easily be raided. The hard-earned resources must not fall into others' hands. Therefore, once the warehouse was sufficiently filled, he would need to establish a convoy to transport the supplies back to the headquarters, ideally without using mechanical workers, as the journey was too far and fraught with danger. This presented another dilemma. The mine required protection. A convoy of armed escorts must also be established. The mines at our doorstep can rely on the stronghold. But the distant mines remain unguarded. That it would be troublesome, not only with other lords encroaching, but even with a pack of wolves lurking nearby. The only pressing question now is how much time it will take to gather 50 pieces of blackstone. Until actual collection begins, Huohuo lacks this data, that if he brings 30 fully charged workers along, can they gather the requisite 50 blackstones before the workers' energy is depleted and subsequently construct a charging station on site? If the construction of this charging station is not feasible, those workers will only manage to collect half before running out of power, and given the considerable distance, returning to the camp would be impossible. After several minutes of deliberation, Huohuo resolved to lead the team himself. These matters cannot be left to mere speculation. The night is long and fraught with dreams, so he decided to embark immediately. The darkness of the night might even render the journey safer. Before setting out, he summoned Lu Long, instructing him to work overtime and smelt additional iron ingots, raising their total to over 100. He then left 3 mechanical wolves to guard the homestead, along with a few workers, ensuring that even in the event of an attack, they could hold their ground for a while. With the remaining mechanical workers and 2 mechanical wolves, he set off toward the black stone mine under the cover of night. The night was overcast, devoid of any light, rendering the surroundings exceptionally dim. The eyes of the mechanical giant wolves glowed red, unaffected by the darkness, leading the way. Huohuo followed closely behind with 30 workers, stumbling forward in the shadows. The mountain wind howled, bringing a chill as autumn had fully set in, with leaves turning yellow and swirling in the air. While the valley echoed with mournful sounds that it seemed all the lords were resting, and as they marched through the night, upon passing a camp, Huohuo noticed distant lights flickering, tempting him with thoughts of a surprise attack. Ultimately, he resisted the impulse that a small lapse in patience could jeopardize grander schemes. Once his mechanical civilization flourishes, overwhelming them will be as trivial as slaughtering a chicken or butchering a dog. There is no need for reckless risk at this moment. He circumvented all the hills and camps along the route. After 2 hours of travel without incident, they finally located the black stone mine. The night was as dark as ink. Guarding the mine were peculiar beasts resembling monkeys with wings, capable of gliding but not true flight. Level 1 flying monkeys. Guards can be tamed. Combat power. Strength 3. Defense 2. Stamina 4. Intelligence 1. Special skills. Gliding, evasive movements. Drops. 20 to 30 meat. Possible drops. Monkey skin, monkey teeth, blueprints. Although these flying monkeys were not as formidable as forest wolves, they possessed the annoying trait of being highly agile, making them difficult to hit. Without regard for these details, Huohuo led his team into action. The mechanical giant wolves and workers swiftly dispatched 1 flying monkey, causing the remaining monkeys to flee in terror. They promptly established a warehouse on the flat ground before the black stone mine. Warehouse. Stores resources, storage limit of 5,000 units. Construction, 100 wood, 50 stone. Construction, all workers commence black stone collection. Once the warehouse was completed, Huohuo issued the command, and all 30 mechanical workers sprang into action, hastily gathering black stones. The mechanical workers could mine continuously for 6 hours. And although the earlier march had drained some energy, the consumption during the march was minimal, allowing for over 5 hours of work still. Huohuo chose not to return his camp, but remained with the 3 giant wolves. Timing the operation. The black stone mine was located in an underground pit, considerably more complex than mining iron ore. The stones extracted by the mechanical workers resembled coal blocks, albeit more uniformly shaped. An hour passed, and the 30 workers collectively gathered 12 pieces of black stone. Huohuo calculated the efficiency of black stone collection to be approximately 1/5 that of iron ore. Upon seeing these figures, Huohuo finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the workers continued for 5 hours, they would produce 60 black stones, sufficient for constructing a charging station. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, Huohuo stayed alongside the workers as they mined. As midnight approached, the night grew increasingly frigid, causing him to stamp his feet in discomfort. From afar, the sounds of various beasts echoed through the mountains and forests, creating a terrifying cacophony. Were it not for the mechanical giant wolves guarding him, Huohuo might have fled in fright. The atmosphere was indeed unnerving. Who could have imagined that a lord would endure such hardships? At dawn, just as the mechanical workers were on the brink of depleting their energy, they finally amassed 50 pieces of black stone. Huohuo was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shedding tears. Do you wish to construct a charging station? Requirements: 100 iron, 50 black stones. Requirements fulfilled. Construction. Huohuo had never been so elated. Erecting the first charging station. Cold and famished, the workers had labored until daybreak, and they should be able to collect an additional 50 black stones, meaning he could return to the camp to construct another charging station. The only shortfall now was iron ore. However, tomorrow marked the 3rd day, and everyone would begin to focus on building their armies, which necessitated a substantial quantity of iron ingots for weapon manufacture. Even scrap iron prices would rise accordingly. For the moment, this was of little concern. The priority remained to gather black stones. Observing the deepening night, Huohuo surmised that other lords would likely not venture out at this hour. Especially since the black stone mine was not of their interest, he prepared to depart, returning to his base at Hafing that he left 2 mechanical giant wolves and 20 workers behind, specifically tasked with mining. Accompanied by another giant wolf and an extra 10 workers, he made his way back to the camp under the veil of night. Huohuo found himself fatigued, unable to match the stamina of the machines. And after a while, he opted to ride atop the back of a mechanical giant wolf. The ride was anything but smooth, jostling him as the wolf ran, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Just as he was about to give in to discomfort, the sight of his camp brought tears to his eyes. He instructed the returning 10 mechanical workers to mine iron ore. Jumping down from the giant wolf's back, he limped toward the stronghold. Upon reaching the stronghold, he felt an unexpected warmth envelop him. Lifting the curtain, he entered the stronghold, where Li Chong had yet to leave. The fire still crackled, sending waves of warmth his way. Indeed, those involved in municipal affairs are meticulous. Knowing that Huohuo had not yet returned, he had remained vigilant and refrained from resting. Lu Chong hurriedly brought hot water to Huohuo, who was cold, exhausted, and numbed. After warming himself by the fire for a while and sipping some hot water to dispel the chill, his eyelids began to droop, unable to resist any longer. Time for sleep. My lord, please rest early. I shall take my leave, said Li Chong as he quietly closed the door behind him. Even though the bed lacked bedding, merely strewn with straw, it felt like paradise to him in that moment. He sank into a deep slumber. The next day, he awoke to bright sunshine. Checking his resources, he found over 70 pieces of black stone. The mine had proven secure, with no attacks encountered, bringing him a sense of relief. Lu Hu's blacksmith shop had commenced operations, yet the mechanical workers were still short on iron ore, necessitating Lu Hu to take frequent breaks. They currently had only 86 iron ingots, Lu Chong observed. Expecting Huohuo to recruit 8 more workers, but he did not. Han Huohuo consumed 80 iron ingots and 40 black stones to directly recruit 4 floating units. My lord, we have yet to encounter any enemies. Why not recruit more workers for production instead of merely 4 combat units? Lu Chong queried, perplexed. You scholars do not comprehend. In this vast mountainous expanse, danger lurks at every turn. A moment's negligence could cost one their head. If we cannot ensure our safety, all collection efficiency is rendered moot, insignificant. Han Huohuo replied with a cold smile. Who can guarantee that there isn't another Wang Haoza among the surrounding lords? All wealth must be safeguarded by force. This is the sole law in a world governed by the survival of the fittest. Chapter 14. The monk's paper crane humans are the most ferocious of creatures. In this jungle world, one's own strength is the only reliable asset. Securing oneself must come first. Of course, Han Huohuo had his own calculations. He would not squander collection efficiency. He dispatched all the mechanical giant wolves to guard the black stone mine, while allowing them to hunt nearby. The warehouse there could contain both black stones and food. However, the warehouse outside the camp was not secure. Periodic transport back to the camp was necessary for peace of mind. Floating in the air, silent and stealthy, they resembled mechanical octopuses capable of launching laser-like attacks to engage enemies from a distance. The floating units replaced the mechanical giant wolves, patrolling the areas surrounding the camp. Due to the construction of several buildings, only over 500 units of wood remained, and stone had dwindled to just over 200, while the mechanical wolves had been hunting, leaving them with a food supply of 500 to 600 units. Wood and stone remained crucial resources, thus they could not be sold. He had not employed many workers himself, so at present, it appeared that there was a surplus of food, which was temporarily unnecessary. Han Huohuo returned to the trading channel and resumed collecting scrap iron. Upon entering, he realized that the market had shifted. Brother, scrap iron is no longer priced like that. Everyone is preparing their armies. And armies require weapons. How about this? You give me 30 units of food, and I will sell you this scrap armor. No, this scrap armor can only be recycled for 5 units of iron. How dare you ask for 30 units of food? If you don't believe me, just ask around. That's the current price, brother. I wouldn't deceive you. Han Huohuo refrained from trading, exited the channel, and inquired with a few individuals. Indeed, they all echoed the same price. There was no choice but to engage in trade. Nevertheless, regardless of the calculations, Han Huohuo was still profiting, as he possessed a time-space recycling furnace that could reclaim 100 scrap iron. While others could only decompose it for 5 ingots, he could obtain 10 ingots. He swiftly exchanged all 500 units of food. After trading for a heap of scrap metal, Han Huohuo squatted before the recycling furnace, tossing in the debris for decomposition, yielding 83 iron ingots, over 120 units of wood, and 60 stones. Returning to the mech workshop, he hastily recruited 8 workers, all dispatched to gather iron ore. Resources began to snowball, and Han Huohuo kept a vigilant eye on the quantity of resources. For every 10 iron ingots produced, he promptly recruited another worker and assigned them to iron mining, accelerating the collection process. Soon, a positive cycle emerged. More workers led to faster collection. Resource gathering finally fell into a steady rhythm, accelerating development. Brother, why do you need so much scrap iron? You have sold so much food. Don't you need to recruit workers? Han Huohuo noticed a message from a youth named Yudong. This boy was merely curious. He had traded with Han Huohuo once, and, upon reflection, found his actions puzzling, prompting him to ask privately. Han Huohuo's heart sank. He realized his behavior was indeed peculiar, and many were likely taking notice. Upholding the principle of quietly amassing wealth, Han Huohuo conceived an explanation. Brother, let me share a secret with you, but you must not disclose it to others. Near my stronghold, there is a governmental city called Wanjing City. By chance, I became acquainted with a prominent family there, the Wang clan. They require a substantial amount of iron at a fair price, and I can make a profit by reselling the iron to them. They offer even more food in return. And that's how it is. Yudong, astonished, replied, Brother, I've heard of Wanjing City. What do they need iron ingots for? Han Huohuo smirked. Did you not hear the system mention it? In a few days, the officials will be hunting bandits. They will require a large quantity of iron ingots to forge weapons, which is why iron ingots are selling exceptionally well. No, brother, let me clarify. You sell iron ingots to Wanjing City, and then they use those ingots to manufacture weapons to hunt bandits. This sounds rather odd, brother. Aren't you a bandit yourself? What's the issue with that? Brother, if they were to purchase a gallows specifically for you, would you sell it? As long as the price is right. Why not? Brother, you are truly ruthless. I admire you. No worries, a businessman must possess the mindset of a businessman. We should never engage in losing ventures. Life-threatening matters are of little concern, my friend. This is a secret. You must not share with others. All right, I will certainly keep it confidential. You can rest assured. After a pleasant chat with Yudong, Huohuo felt much better. Before long, he discovered that everyone was aware of his dealings with the Wang family, and many privately messaged him to inquire how to connect with them. Each person assured him that they would absolutely keep his secret. Huohuo feigned outrage and lambasted Yudong on the forum, accusing him of failing to uphold the secret, resulting in an intense exchange of insults between the two, filled with harsh language. A multitude of onlookers gathered, and a grand spectacle of public discourse ensued. Now, everyone knew that Huohuo was trading with the enemy. Some supported him while others scorned him, ultimately rendering it a source of amusement. And one questioned him further about why he sold so much food or purchased so much iron, thus rendering those inquiries trivial. Huohuo continued to develop in silence. Before long, the total number of mechanical workers had surged to over 90, significantly enhancing collection efficiency. By noon, the quantity of black stone reached 50, prompting Huohuo to construct another charging station at the base. This base could sufficiently maintain charging for 60 mechanical workers. Currently, 30 workers were gathering black stone, while a separate charging station was set aside. At the base, there were 20 workers felling trees, 20 gathering stones, and over 20 mining iron ore. The number of workers could not increase further, having reached the limit, and the supply of black stone was insufficient. Thus, constructing additional charging stations was unfeasible. Huohuo breathed a sigh of relief. If all went well, he would be able to upgrade his base to level 3 within 2 days. That moment. Few bases had even reached level 2. His construction progress had far surpassed that of other lords, allowing him to finally relax. All around, workers were diligently engaged in their tasks. This sensation was immensely fulfilling. However, just as he began to unwind, a peculiar occurrence transpired. A multitude of white cranes suddenly flew over the peaks of the 10,000 great mountains. Huohuo gazed up at the cranes above. Perplexed, they appeared strangely out of place, their peculiar appearance unsettling him. One crane flew closely over the head of the black wind. Damn it, bring it down. I refuse to be superstitious. With a command from Huohuo, the floating unit immediately opened fire, striking the crane, which then gently descended into the courtyard. Contrary to expectations, there was no gruesome sight of blood and gore, nor any cries of anguish. Huohuo rushed over and discovered that what had fallen was a paper crane. What is this? He picked up the paper crane from the ground, unfolding it to reveal an ordinary white rune paper with a large hole punctured through it by the floating unit's laser. Great, Lord! Upon turning around, Huohuo saw Lu Chong wearing an expression of sheer panic. Oh, do you recognize this type of paper crane? Lu Chong stammered, I do know. This is a paper crane used by the royal monks at Ichian for reconnaissance. But, I've only heard of the Tangjia soldiers hunting bandits. I've never heard of monks joining the bandit hunting forces. Huohuo was astonished. Monks? Are they formidable? Lu Chong nodded, his face betraying his fright. Huohuo sneered. When the soldiers come, we shall meet them. Why be afraid? We shall just fight. The appearance of the paper crane indicated a significant danger. The loyalty of all workers and troops in the 10,000 Great Mountains decreased by 10 points. Damn it, the loyalty of all workers and troops in the 10,000 Great Mountains plummeted by 10 points. This paper crane not only served as a reconnaissance tool, but also seemed akin to a great fear-inducing spell. Was this a demonstration of power? Huohuo was exceedingly displeased. How could this decrease loyalty? Truly a bunch of cowards. He felt contempt. He dismissed Lu Chong and fixed his gaze on the sky, where numerous paper cranes flitted about, surveying the real-time conditions of every mountain peak. It was undeniably unsettling. Just as he raised his head to observe these paper cranes, the alarm suddenly blared, startling him. Warning, your mechanical giant wolf is under attack by the Lord of Blood Wolf Stronghold. Warning, your mechanical giant wolf is under attack by the Lord of Blood Wolf Stronghold. Warning, your mechanical giant wolf is under attack by the Lord of Blood Wolf Stronghold. Huohuo was already in a foul mood. Hearing that his mechanical giant wolf was under attack only intensified his fury. He quickly opened the map to check the location of Blood Wolf Stronghold. He had already explored this stronghold and discovered it to be quite distant, requiring passage through 2 other strongholds to reach it. Long-distance troop deployment was a grave taboo. Should he send troops while his base was being raided by others? It would lead to significant trouble. Just as Huohuo furrowed his brow in contemplation of a strategy, the battle had already disengaged. The forces of Blood Wolf Stronghold had vacated the battlefield. Chapter 15. A toilet must be built. Could it be that this fellow did not engage his giant wolf? Was it merely an accidental encounter, just a coincidental skirmish? Just as Huohuo pondered this, a private message lit up bearing the name of Zhu Yiming, the Lord of Blood Wolf Stronghold. Huohuo hastily accepted the communication from Zhu Yiming. Brother, is that mechanical giant wolf part of your forces? Impressive. While we were hunting, we inadvertently clashed. I only noticed it was your forces after seeing the system warning that it was a misunderstanding, an absolute misunderstanding. I've already withdrawn my troops. Huohuo was half convinced. Uncertain whether this fellow was speaking truthfully. If it was merely a misunderstanding, then there's no issue. I was mining there and casually sent a few mechanical giant wolves for defense. They do not actively attack other lords. It was the fault of my archers. They accidentally shot your mechanical wolf, which triggered the battle. Now that we have clarified, I apologize. No problem. 2 individuals engaged in a casual conversation about the Blackstone mine. One of them, somewhat intrigued, wondered why Huohuo showed interest in such a seemingly worthless mineral. Huohuo merely chuckled dismissively. Zhu Yiming then exited the channel. Huohuo, however, remained vigilant, observing for a while longer until he confirmed that he had indeed distanced himself from the situation and that the opposing forces had retreated far enough, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Blackstone mine was not a precious resource, nor was it of interest to other lords. Thus, there was little incentive for them to seize it. Had it been a gold mine or a gem mine, conflict would likely have erupted long ago. Huohuo was not in the mood for trouble. He was solely focused on developing discreetly. Nearby, he had already spotted 2 rare mines, an abyss crystal mine and a radiant gem mine, both within a 10-kilometer radius, yet he chose not to gather resources from them. Such unique minerals, due to their high value, were fiercely contested at this moment. Huohuo had no need for them and wished to avoid any disputes. The surrounding environment was too complex, filled with bandit strongholds, and being overly aggressive could easily expose vulnerabilities. Life was singular, and there was no need to take unnecessary risks. However, should anyone provoke him, Huohuo would not hesitate to eliminate another bandit leader. Ding! Congratulations, Lord. Your personal level has risen to 3. That you're the first Lord to achieve level 3. Would you like to announce this globally? Decline. Unbeknownst to him, he had leveled up once more. Early stages of lordship allowed for relatively easy leveling. As one progressed, the experience required increased significantly. Whether through gathering, combat, or territory construction, all activities contributed to a lord's experience points. Ding! Lucky activation. You have acquired a new skill upon leveling up. Please choose one from the following skills: Basic Vitality or Basic Attack. Basic Vitality increases the lord's endurance by 10, with a minimum increment of 1. Basic Attack increases the lord's strength by 10, with a minimum increment of 1. Given Huohuo's temperament, he would naturally lean towards Basic Vitality, as such proportionate skills would become increasingly powerful in later stages. However, after a moment's hesitation, he considered that his attributes could be transferred to his army. Once his forces expanded, every single attribute would be of utmost importance. In the early stages, his main force would undoubtedly consist of ranged units, making attack attributes far more critical than vitality. Thus, Huohuo opted for Basic Attack. He pondered that the Basic Vitality skill would eventually present itself. It simply wasn't the most pressing skill at this juncture. Opening the Lord interface, he glanced at his statistics once more. Lord, Huohuo, level 3, attributes, strength 5, defense 3, endurance 1-2, intelligence 2. Exclusive skill, mechanical specialization, general skills, basic leadership, basic attack. The attributes in parentheses denote equipment enhancements. A lord could choose a skill every 5 levels, but with high luck, there was a rare chance of receiving an additional skill choice. Though this probability was typically minuscule, today, Huohuo had benefited from extraordinary fortune, gaining an extra skill selection. Huohuo beamed with joy, promptly kissing the horseshoe hanging around his neck. This treasure was remarkable. Luck truly was a wonderful asset. Congratulations, Lord. You are the first to advance to level 3 and have been awarded a treasure chest. Please accept it. Upon opening the chest, he discovered yet another valuable item. Vitality Ring. Increases Lord's endurance by 2.0. Another ring that enhances endurance, yet it appears distinct from the Vitality Ring. The two rings differed in design, their surface patterns entirely unique, yet both conferred the same attribute. Huohuo was perplexed by this. Why were there two rings with identical attributes, yet completely different appearances? Wearing it, his endurance soared to 5 points, ensuring he would no longer be easily vanquished. Huohuo felt significantly stronger. With a surge of vigor, he whistled cheerfully, wandering about the camp like a carefree vagabond. Unbeknownst to him, he had strolled to the camp's periphery, where an unpleasant odor wafted toward him. Covering his nose, Huohuo felt quite displeased. With the camp's population rising, yet lacking a restroom, the inhabitants had somewhat responsibly ventured into the nearby thicket. However, the mountain breeze carried the stench, which was particularly pungent at the camp's edge. With only 7 individuals present, he pondered the inevitable chaos should dozens gather. The camp would undoubtedly reek. No matter how tight resources were, constructing a restroom was imperative. Unsure of whom to approach, he headed straight to the workshop. Seeking the craftsman Lu Long to discuss the restroom project, My Lord, you wish to build a restroom? Indeed, do you have any solutions? My lord, constructing a restroom is simple, but creating one that is odor-free is quite a challenge. At the very least, you will need to build a septic tank. Enough with the chatter, just tell me if you can construct it. Lu Long hesitated momentarily. To be honest, I cannot do it alone. I will need Zhang Xiaoan's assistance, and you must issue him a command, as I cannot direct him myself. Zhang Xiaoan. Huohuo recalled that Zhang Xiaoan was an architect, making him the most suitable candidate for this task. He promptly summoned Zhang Xiaoan to join them. The trio spent a considerable time deliberating on restroom construction within the workshop. While restrooms were not on the system's construction list, they were not entirely impossible to build. An architect would need to design one, and various other professions would need to collaborate. Furthermore, the architect's designs could not exceed the era's limitations. Point 1 could not construct a space station in ancient times. Fortunately, a restroom was one of the simplest structures. Even in ancient times, it could still be built. Huohuo, well-versed in such matters, contributed numerous ideas, and after much deliberation, they finalized a prototype. He then allocated 3 mechanical workers to Zhang Xiaoan. The septic tank and the restroom's flooring would be managed by Zhang Xiaoan and his workers. Additionally, they designed a semi-automated flushing system, utilizing a large wooden barrel for water storage, with Lu Long responsible for creating and installing the pipes. The craftsman and architect worked in tandem, with the mechanical workers laboring tirelessly, undeterred by dirt or hardship. After a long day of toil, they successfully constructed the restroom. Though merely a squat toilet, it represented a monumental advance in architecture, visibly enhancing their quality of life. We are civilized people. We must be refined bandits. While taking lives may be unavoidable, we must wield our blades with elegance and ensure the surroundings remain pleasant. He then assigned Lu Long the task of creating vehicles, but he casually sketched some diagrams of wooden oxen and horses for Lu Long to study, as the caravan needed to commence construction. Huohuo believed in avoiding labor whenever possible. Stepping out of the workshop, he began to hop about the camp, pointing out any discrepancies he encountered. The workers dared not voice their displeasure, for he was the leader. With the restroom completed, Huohuo's enthusiasm surged, prompting him to direct the workers to dig a drainage ditch, allowing both wastewater and rainwater to flow out of the camp. This drainage system was straightforward. Given that the camp was situated atop a hill, They merely needed to excavate the ditch down the slope, allowing gravity to carry the wastewater away. The only regret was the absence of a stone crusher. Had one been available, Huohuo would have even considered paving the camp's ground with crushed stone. Currently, the sandy soil did not retain much water, making it passable. Mechanical workers bustled around Huohuo, producing a cacophony of noise. The sight of steam-powered machinery in an ancient camp was indeed peculiar, evoking a sense of time travel. These mechanical workers neatly arranged numerous stones and timber in the open air of the camp. Their orderly placement was quite pleasing to the eye. Chapter 16. The Beggar Conference. The forum buzzed with activity. Lords were steadily leveling up or upgrading their bases. Most lords kept their information concealed, with only a handful opting for global announcements, resulting in a stream of scrolling messages that no longer surprised anyone. Observing the regional data, it became apparent that over 100 lords had vanished from the 10,000 mountains within just 2 days, likely due to various unforeseen circumstances. Among them was one that Huohuo had eliminated himself. The early stages proved perilous, as lords could unexpectedly encounter a fierce wolf in the wild and meet their demise. Based on the dialogues and chat messages, Huohuo deduced that nearly all lords were robust adults, some younger, others older, with a predominance of males over females and a notable absence of the elderly. Infirm or children, rendering the world relatively equitable. Observing that the Blackstone mine was nearing 50, Huohuo planned to construct another charging station and recruit an additional 30 workers to fully develop the economy. Just as he was about to initiate the construction of the charging station, a warning emerged. A band of marauders had lost cargo in Wonking City and was currently exploring the 10,000 mountains. Their location uncertain but exhibiting formidable combat capabilities. All lords were advised to exercise caution. Goodness, the system is rather considerate. This akin to a mobile barbarian revenge legion. It seems that whoever encounters them will be unfortunate. The expanse of the 10,000 great mountains is vast, and encountering barbarians is a rare event. Huohuo did not believe his luck would be so unfortunate as to stumble upon a band of these savages. A 1 in 100,000 chance, from a mathematical perspective, is virtually negligible. Thus, he dismissed the notion entirely that a private message illuminated his screen. It was Zhu Yiming, the lord from a nearby territory. "Brother, are you coming to the meeting?" A meeting? Huohuo felt utterly perplexed. What could possibly warrant someone calling him to a meeting? Could it be any more absurd? "Brother, there's a deep abyss crystal mine here, a rare resource that several nearby lords have fought over multiple times, leading to considerable casualties on both sides. Everyone agrees that this endless competition is unsustainable, so some have gathered the lord within the vicinity to discuss collaboration. Your territory falls within that range. Would you like to partake in the spoils?" "Not interested. I refuse." Huohuo replied decisively. He perceived these lords as utterly foolish. While rare minerals are indeed precious, they hold little value in the impending defensive battle in 7 days. Shouldn't they focus on surviving the next week before worrying about such trifles? 3 words succinctly encapsulated his view of these lords: excessively greedy, seeing those peculiar paper cranes in the sky. Did they not feel a hint of apprehension? The power of such magic was beyond their wildest imagination. How could they be so oblivious? They resembled delicate blossoms sheltered in a greenhouse, utterly ignorant of the world's perils. These individuals were destined for doom. Huohuo felt pessimistic. He now questioned how many lords would survive the bandit extermination in 7 days. Zhu Yiming did not press the issue further after Huohuo's outright refusal. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Xiaoping atop the watchtower called out to him, "My lord, 6 troops have shown unusual movements nearby. Would you care to take a look? They seem rather peculiar. Dead on my way." Huohuo swiftly ascended the watchtower. Zhang Xiaoping handed him the telescope, his expression somewhat odd. "This group is acting strangely. They've gathered together, as if holding a meeting." Peering through the telescope, Huohuo was left speechless. It was indeed the lords convening, moving with surprising alacrity. How could they choose to hold their meeting right at his doorstep? He observed 6 contingents, each led by a lord, resembling a beggar's convention due to their tattered attire. They looked scarcely different from vagrants fighting over scraps. A band of fools. If someone were to ambush their headquarters and shatter their crystals, they would soon learn the gravity of their folly. Huohuo mused maliciously. Regarding their apparel, although he had only been in this world for 2 days, unlike the other lords, who personally hunted, chopped wood, and quarried stone, Huohuo's clothing remained relatively intact due to his limited labor. It was unsurprising that no lord had yet activated textile production. Cotton and linen cultivation had not yet been initiated. Thus, it was no wonder that they all appeared akin to beggars, having worked less. Huohuo's garments were well maintained, rendering him as pristine as a young master from a wealthy household compared to these beggars. The telescope provided a clear view. He could even see several lords animatedly arguing, spitting as they spoke. Keep a close watch on them. If these individuals make any moves or head towards our hideout, inform me immediately. Understood, my lord. While he had little interest in their meeting, he remained vigilant against a potential ambush. Huohuo descended the ladder, contemplating his unutilized resources. Initially, he had planned to construct another charging station and recruit 30 additional mechanical workers, but the antics of these fools caused him to reconsider. Who knew whether these imbeciles, after their meeting, might impulsively decide to launch an attack on him? Better to reserve resources for now. Preparedness is key. Once their gathering concluded, he would assess the situation before deciding whether to produce flying sentinels for defense or to construct charging stations and recruit more workers to expedite production. The beggar convention lasted a full hour before these lords finally concluded their discussion on jointly exploiting the Abyss crystal mine. Upon finishing their meeting, they dispersed, seemingly uninterested in Huohuo's Black Wind stronghold. In truth, these lords resembled a flock of sheep, lacking any valiant warriors or heroic figures among them. With the alert lifted, Huohuo promptly built a charging station and proceeded to recruit 30 workers. The number of workers soared to over 120. There were 30 gathering black stone, 30 mining iron, 30 chopping wood, 30 collecting stone, and 5 mechanical direwolves hunting. Within the camp, 4 were patrolling. In this world, any mining site could optimally support 30 workers. Exceeding that number only resulted in queuing. Without enhancing efficiency, 120 workers represented the current limit of gathering efficiency. Any additional workers would be futile unless he seized another mining site or ventured to develop more distant, unoccupied mines. Nearby, only the Shuanglong Mountain offered a wood and stone mine. He would have to wait until sufficient black stone was gathered before establishing charging stations and warehouses to initiate production. Moreover, there was another pressing concern. The second-tier stronghold had a unit cap of 200, and Huohuo had nearly exhausted 150 of those slots. The remaining vacancies could not all be filled with workers. What if the enemy attacked? Before upgrading, Huohuo resolved to recruit mainly flying sentinels. In large-scale battles, mechanical direwolves served merely as meat shields to block city gates. There was no need to recruit many of them. However, flying sentinels would undoubtedly be the main force on the battlefield, especially in defensive scenarios where their ranged capabilities proved immensely powerful. Once he had formulated his plans, Huohuo returned to the stronghold to rest. Lu Chong poured him a cup of tea. As Huohuo sipped the tea, he gradually relaxed. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Lu Chong and asked, "You seemed quite anxious when you first mentioned the monks. Are the monks of the Dacian dynasty formidable?" "Indeed, my lord." "Allow me to enlighten you." Huohuo rose respectfully, cupping his hands, and Lu Chong repeatedly insisted that it was nothing. My lord, the most basic troops of the Dacian dynasty are shield-bearers, spearmen, and archers, classified as first-tier units. Yet, even these first-tier troops can hold their own against 3 or 4 ordinary bandits, displaying remarkable ferocity. Huohuo was taken aback. The first-tier troops of the Dacian dynasty are that fierce? What tier are the vine-armored soldiers? Reporting to the Lord, the vine-armored soldiers are second-tier units known for their ability to summon wild wolves, proving quite troublesome in field or defensive battles. The Dacian dynasty also possesses another second-tier unit, the trained royal griffins. Although they are not as troublesome as the vine-armored soldiers, they can fly, ignoring the obstacles of city walls, and their massive size can blot out the sun when numerous. That such a fearsome force could be merely second-tier left Huohuo unable to fathom how a ragtag group could withstand an assault from such elite troops. Initially confident in his formidable mechanical arsenal, he now felt a twinge of trepidation after Lu Chang's revelations. Chapter 17. The Barbarian Legion, the monk troops, are the elite of the Dacian Empire. Classified as fourth-tier units, they are magical warriors trained within the Royal Monastic Academy, possessing a singular attack style, casting magic projectiles. While their power is considerable, it is not overwhelmingly formidable. The true terror of the monks lies in their possession of two formidable spells, the Great Healing Spell and the Great Prayer Spell. Any troop that includes a monk experiences a significant boost in combat capability. As a military enthusiast, Huohuo quickly grasped the monk's threat, just when one painstakingly brings the enemy to the brink of defeat. A single Great Healing Spell can restore all injured soldiers, surely causing the opponent to collapse in despair. Moreover, the Great Prayer Spell enhances all attributes of the soldiers. This undoubtedly makes them a potent auxiliary unit. What is the attack range of the monks? Reporting to the Lord, I believe it extends to a full 100 zhang. Huohuo nodded, understanding now that their range was comparable to his flying sentinels. He began contemplating how to counteract should the enemy's ranks include monks. The lords surrounding him were all weaklings, seemingly lacking the courage to mount an assault on Black Wind Stronghold. Since entering this world, the only truly formidable figure he encountered was the initial lord of Shuanglong village, Wang Haoze. Had that individual not encountered Huohuo upon stepping out, he surely would have been met with a rude awakening. Given the surrounding weaklings, it was entirely plausible that he could have dispatched them all. That fellow was indeed a ruthless character, unflinching in the face of bloodshed. What a pity! What a pity! A promising strength. A ruthless heart, yet such poor fortune. One should never be so arrogant as to oppose the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen, and resources were insufficient for upgrades. Yet Huohuo remained unperturbed, recruiting 2 additional floating beings, thus amassing 6 to patrol the camp's periphery. With the watchtower on break during the night, the floating beings took over the surveillance duties, which was not a significant issue to in the future. He would need to recruit more bandits to ensure round-the-clock vigilance. On the second night, Huohuo was gradually acclimating to life in this world. Upon returning to the headquarters, he was preparing to rest when a knock echoed through the air. Lu Chang approached the door, only to find Lu Long and Lu Hu at the threshold, together carrying a woven grass My lord, I crafted this grass mat today for you to try. It should be more comfortable than the straw on your bed. Huohuo examined the mat, noting its excellent craftsmanship, soft to the touch and remarkably resilient. The Lu brothers entered the room, tidying up Huohuo's wooden bed, removing the straw, and laying down the grass mat. As Huohuo reclined on it, he was pleasantly surprised by its comfort. But the surprises did not end there. Lu Long, as if performing a magic trick, produced a set of wolf-skin bedding, one side softened and the other lined with wolf fur. Even on Earth, this would be considered luxury. My lord, I also made this for you. It took quite some time. What do you think? Huohuo marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship, recognizing it as top-tier wolf-skin bedding. He was astounded by the exceptional dedication of the Lu brothers, pondering whether he possessed an innate talent for attracting devoted subordinates willing to serve without monetary compensation. Lu Long had even crafted a wooden pillow, designed ergonomically with a groove for comfort. Lu Chang, make a note, double the salaries of all the Lu brothers, except for Lu Huohuo, bandit leader. He could not betray the working class. He must not allow his subordinates to toil without fair compensation. Lu had already received a salary increase, and now Lu Long and Lu Chang would benefit as well. Huohuo was never stingy with reward for those truly capable, and the Lu brothers had proven to be invaluable allies deserving of a raise. Thank you, my lord, for your generosity. We are truly honored. With the newfound wealth, the 3 brothers felt a surge of motivation. Working diligently until the room was spotless before taking their leave. By the way, Lu Chang, tomorrow, assist me in recruiting a few vagrants, and we must establish a convoy to transport the supplies from the external warehouse back to the camp for safety. My lord, I will take care of it tomorrow. With that, the 3 brothers departed the headquarters. This indeed resolved a significant issue. Though the room and bed remained quite rudimentary by Earth standards, Huohuo, lying atop the wolfskin bedding, experienced true comfort for the first time. At last, he relished this moment. The instant his head met the pillow, he succumbed to a deep slumber. On the third day, the sky was clear, accompanied by a gentle breeze. The temperature had dipped slightly, typical of late autumn. After the next rain, it would plummet several degrees. He felt no inclination to rise from the warmth of his bed. The wolfskin was delightfully cozy. Oh, my dear bedding, you and I are the best in the world. My lord, my lord. Lu Chong paced anxiously outside the door, knocking and calling for Huohuo. The urgency in his voice hinted at dire news. Huohuo, abandoning the warmth of his cocoon, hastily jumped up, not even taking the time to put on his shoes, and rushed to open the door. My lord, you have finally awakened. Something urgent has occurred. What is it? My lord, you must see the system notifications from last night. Something grave is unfolding. Huohuo felt a sinking sensation in his heart as he detected a hint of despair in Lu Chong's tone. He quickly accessed the system, reviewing the notifications from the previous night regarding the events in the 10,000 Great Mountains. At midnight, the Barbarian Legion annihilated the Wild Dog Bandit camp. The Lord perished. All within 37 seconds. At 12:17 a.m., the Barbarian Legion eradicated the Flying Dragon Bandit camp. The Lord perished, taking 7 minutes and 45 seconds. At 12:44 a.m., they obliterated the Black Mountain Pass Bandit camp. The Lord perished in 3 minutes and 23 seconds. At 6:21 a.m., the Barbarian Legion decimated the Old Duck Mountain Bandit camp. The Lord perished in 9 minutes and 7 seconds. The Barbarian Legion was exceedingly ferocious. They had destroyed over 100 bandit camps in a single night. After sifting through the reports, he noted only one formidable bandit camp managed to withstand a siege for over an hour, yet ultimately fell, while the rest capitulated within mere minutes of resistance. Come in. Huohuo, disregarding his morning routine, called for Li Chong to enter, then unfurled a map, tracing a line along it. This line represented the route taken by the Barbarian Legion last night, with all the bandit camps along the path eradicated. Indeed, the Barbarian Legion seemed to advance along a fixed route, and judging by this trajectory, they would soon reach his territory, explaining Lu Chong's agitation. What is the situation? My lord, this is the route we used for the Wang family's convoy. We were pursued by bandits all the way along the trade road, ultimately leaving just the three of us brothers, who you graciously took in. This revelation was unexpectedly logical upon reflection. Huohuo pondered for a moment before it dawned on him. These barbarians were systematically eliminating all the bandits who had previously intercepted the Wang family's goods. Thus, he was the last small-time bandit to be targeted, simply because he had taken in 3 of the Wang family's retainers. This was undoubtedly a trap designed specifically for newcomers. Who could have foreseen that robbing a merchant convoy could lead to such consequences? The merchant caravan was long and dispersed, with various lords robbing segments of it. After a while, only 3 retainers remained. By the heavens. Lu Chong trembled in fear. It's fine. They still have 4 lords to go through before they reach us. We have time. Huohuo reassured, feigning nonchalance. The Barbarian Legion wiped out the Clearwater River Bandit camp. The Lord perished, taking 17 minutes and 8 seconds. The forum erupted in chaos as everyone awoke to these shocking updates. Bewildered, what the devil? The barbarians are ferocious. What kind of army is this? Indeed, they wiped out 100 bandit camps in a single night. What ill fortune! How did the barbarians even encounter them in such a vast expanse as the 10,000 Great Mountains? Brother, let me tell you, those bandits truly had it coming. I heard they collaborated to rob a merchant, seizing a vast amount of wealth, which allowed them to develop rapidly. But that wealth belonged to these barbarians. Now they've come to reclaim it. Well, they certainly deserved it, but what if I also robbed a merchant? Will they come for me? Heavens, I'm terrified. 1. I've also robbed a merchant. What should I do? Can I raise a white flag and surrender? 1. Sob. 1. I repent. Chapter 18. The terrifying defensive battle, it's all right. As long as it was the Wang family merchant I robbed, there's no issue. We are all bandits. It's not like anyone is innocent here. Haha. I checked the route. It should reach me. There seem to be a few camps behind. Poor souls. They're doomed. Huohuo glanced at the forum comments, which were truly cringeworthy. He felt utterly wronged. While others had seized abundant resources, he was left with merely 3 bandits. This was a misfortune beyond measure. The barbarian legion annihilated the flying cloud crossing bandit camp. The Lord perished, the battle lasting 7 seconds. Good grief! Were you even a man? You couldn't last 7 seconds? Why not just go buy a block of tofu to throw yourself against? Huohuo was sweating profusely. How could anyone fall so swiftly? He raised 10 fingers in disdain. Rushing to check his resources, he realized he had amassed 120 black stones. Without hesitation, he recruited 6 floating beings and then summoned 30 mechanical giant wolves with the remaining iron. Expanding production was secondary. Survival took precedence. He also called back 5 giant wolves from the Blackstone mine. They received orders and sprinted back immediately. Not a single soldier could be spared. Oh, Huohuo then noticed that he had enough wood and stone to upgrade the headquarters. Uncertain whether a level 3 headquarters would provide better defenses, he decided to proceed. Upgrading to a level 3 headquarters requires 10,000 wood and 5,000 stone. Are you sure you wish to upgrade? Yes. A rumble echoed as Huohuo realized the upgrade was complete. But it would take an hour, and the barbarians would arrive shortly. Damn it. The level 3 headquarters will be of no use now. My lord, there is a bandit camp ahead that is ablaze, and I hear cries of battle. The watchtower began its report. With a glance at the scrolling notifications within the system, Huohuo understood that the outpost had fallen, barely holding out for 30 seconds at most. All workers, save for those gathering Blackstone, were ordered to retreat to the main camp. The workers collecting Blackstone were too far away, their movement speed sluggish, utterly incomparable to the swift pace of the mechanical direwolves, rendering a rapid defense impossible. The barbarians were already at the gates. It was too late to withdraw the mechanical workers from the Blackstone mine. Nearby, workers harvesting timber, stone, and iron, a dark mass of bodies, discarded their resources and fled homeward, quickly returning to the main camp. This marked Huohuo's second attempt at defending the city. There were no trenches, no formidable walls, no arrow towers. Only a horde of workers, a dozen mechanical direwolves, and 12 floating units. Who knew whether these barbarians would hurl spears or arrows? A large stone loomed in the camp, and fearing for his life, the bandit leader Huohuo took cover behind it. The earth began to tremble. The entire outpost shook at a low, beastly roar echoed. Report to the king. The barbarians are upon us. They number over 30, riding giant wolves and wielding massive axes, led by a woman. No wonder they arrived so swiftly. They were wolf riders. Huohuo positioned the workers at the forefront, blocking the outpost's entrance, uncertain of the barbarians' offensive capabilities, allowing the workers to absorb the initial wave of attack. After all, while the workers were not formidable in combat, their defenses were adequate. Despite the mere 30 wolf riders, the commotion was considerable, dust swirling as these colossal wolves rivaled his mechanical direwolves, towering over a meter high, as large as calves. Seated atop them were burly barbarians, their faces adorned with colorful markings, appearing exceedingly fierce. Strangely, the leading barbarian was a woman, who looked less like a warrior and more like an ordinary human. She raised her massive axe, uttering a sound that seemed inhuman. Roar! The running wolf riders halted instantly, mimicking their leader by raising their axes in unison. Roar! Roar! The air filled with battle cries. To command soldiers merely with a roar was quite extraordinary. Huohuo appeared from behind the stone and witnessed the barbarians swinging their axes, then suddenly hurling them towards the camp. What the hell, they're axe throwers! The enormous axes whistled through the air, spinning like wheels. Alarmed, Huohuo quickly withdrew his head just as one of the great axes struck the stone where he hid, embedding itself within it, causing the rock to tremble. Terrifying indeed. Huohuo inhaled sharply. The first wave of flying axes had concluded. Assessing the casualties, he realized that 29 of his mechanical workers had perished in the initial assault, meaning each axe cast at him had claimed a worker's life. It finally dawned on him why some lords had withstood only a few seconds. The first wave of flying axes had slain them. How tragic! Observing the barbarians draw more axes from seemingly nowhere was bewildering. It felt almost supernatural. Huohuo recognized that engaging these barbarians at range was a losing battle. They were too fearsome. Charge! We shall confront them head-on. The gates flung open, and a multitude of mechanical workers, accompanied by 35 dire wolves, surged forward. Over 100 mechanical units surged forth, a dark mass that astonished the barbarian horde. They had faced the most troublesome lords before, but this was their first encounter with one who dared to counterattack. Not bad. This lord exhibited commendable strength and quick reflexes, immediately charging upon realizing the barbarians were a ranged force. Without hesitation, the leading female barbarian's eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration. Finally, a worthy opponent had appeared. The battle fervor surged. Another volley of battle axes was launched, taking down several workers, but the mechanical direwolves, with their thick hides, remained unscathed, charging fiercely onward. The mechanical army and the barbarians finally clashed. The barbarian axes ceased their flight and transformed into melee weapons, beginning to reap the lives of the mechanical workers. Floating units, focus fire on that woman. The hidden floating units suddenly emerged, unleashing a barrage of lasers at the female barbarian. Startled, she realized the treachery. They had concealed a ranged unit, the sole warrior wielding a spear. She had just dispatched several mechanical workers when she found herself encircled by a pack of direwolves. Then the laser struck to capture the thief. One must first seize the king. Huohuo understood this principle well. The mechanical workers ensnared the barbarian soldiers, leaving their leader completely exposed to the range of the mechanical direwolves and floating units. Even the bravest warrior is no match for a pack of wolves. The leading female barbarian skillfully dispatched 13 mechanical direwolves, reducing them to scrap metal upon impact. She was exceptionally fierce, reminding Huohuo of legendary warriors throughout history. However, Huohuo was cunning. This assault was too sudden. The direwolves had completely ensnared the woman, and the floating units unleashed their coordinated fire. By the time the third volley struck, the woman fell to the onslaught of lasers. Her mount was swiftly overwhelmed by the mechanical direwolves, and she was taken down. A mournful howl echoed that a cascade of crimson light suddenly vanished from the ranks of the barbarian axe throwers. Initially, Huohuo had not noticed this blood veil until he saw it disappear. The barbarians seemed to weaken without their leader. It appeared the true strength did not lie with the axe throwers, but rather with that woman. Thankfully, she had been eliminated. Otherwise, the outcome could have been uncertain. Kill! The floating units began systematically eliminating the remaining barbarians. Mechanical parts littered the ground. 80% of the mechanical workers and 70% of the mechanical direwolves had been rendered inoperative. The 30-odd barbarian axe throwers had been ground down by Huohuo's mechanical army. Ultimately, it was the floating units who proved most fearsome in clearing the battlefield. The advantage of ranged units was undeniable. It had been a close call, had that female barbarian not been dealt with promptly. The result could have been dire. Huohuo sighed in relief, standing from behind the stone, only to find the large rock that had concealed him had been cleaved in two by a giant axe. The barbarians possessed astonishing power. Chapter 19. The heroine Huohuo, a cacophony of mechanical sound accompanied the arrival of a mechanical direwolf dragging a comatose female barbarian leader. Remarkably, this barbarian leader was still alive, merely unconscious. Her health bar still substantial. Li Feng, hiding behind the floating units, instructed the mechanical direwolf to keep the woman pinned down, then splashed water to awaken her. "Who are you? Why have you attacked my stronghold?" The woman, groggy, opened her eyes and, upon realizing her captivity, responded angrily, "Because you stole our king's treasures. Our king sent me to retrieve them." "Damn, you killed so many people and still couldn't find the treasures? Why did you come after me? We have breached over 100 outposts and still found nothing." Huohuo was puzzled, glancing back at Luchang. The last 3 individuals from that merchant convoy were in his possession. If there were treasures, where could they possibly be? Luchang quickly stepped forward to explain, "My lord, we were merely the lowest tier laborers in the merchant convoy. We know nothing of the treasures." Looking into Luchang's eyes, Huohuo discerned he was not lying. The workers below could not possibly be privy to such secrets. Curiosity piqued, Huohuo pondered what kind of treasure could compel a barbarian king to pursue it so fervently. Moreover, why did the entire affair seem so illogical? It felt odd. Had the barbarians overlooked something? As Huohuo indulged in these thoughts, a prompt appeared. "Would you like to recruit the legendary barbarian hero Huohuo?" Recruiting Huohuo will consume 1 hero token and 2,500 gold. Initially indifferent to recruiting a barbarian hero, Huohuo felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the name. Who? Huohuo. When did she become a barbarian hero? Is that even reasonable? Damn, I can't let this slip by. Since it's Huohuo, I must seize this opportunity. Girl, raise your head. Are you willing to surrender to me and fight for dominion over the world? I will never betray our king. You may kill me or do as you wish. You shall not earn my loyalty, you thief. The girl displayed a fierce spirit. However, upon seeing Huohuo raise the hero token, her expression shifted dramatically to one of utmost respect, and she immediately composed herself. I shall adhere to the hero's decree and willingly submit. What a stark contrast. Just moments ago, Huohuo had been contemplating ancient and modern tortures in hopes of subduing her, only to find her surrender instant upon sighting the hero token. This hero token was indeed a marvelous item. He must acquire more in the future, that of course. There was a hint of regret. Such a fierce girl had only put up a tough front for mere seconds. The sense of accomplishment is utterly lacking. The hero's order -1, gold -2,500, obtain new building blueprint. General's Mansion, General's Mansion, the residence of heroes. Each hero requires a separate abode. Construction, 1,000 wood, 500 stone, 100 iron. This structure is truly exorbitant. The issue lies in the fact that as the Lord, I am still residing in the main camp without an independent mansion of my own. Why should the heroes enjoy a higher status than the Lord? Huohuo felt a wave of injustice wash over him, almost bringing him to tears. You have recruited your first legendary hero, Huohuo. Hero, Huohuo, level 1. Attributes, Strength 15, Defense 15, Stamina 8, Intelligence 10. Exclusive skill, Bloodthirst, Common skill, Basic leadership, Loyalty, 50. Upon examining her attributes and skills, it was evident that this hero was exceptionally formidable, far surpassing his own capabilities. The sole distinction being that the Lord's attributes affect all troops, while a hero's attributes only apply to the army she commands. Bloodthirst increases all troops' physical damage by 2-0, and no wonder those barbarian axe throwers are so strong. It turns out Huohuo possesses 2 powerful skills, augmenting the attributes of the axe throwers through leadership while simultaneously enhancing damage through her bloodthirst skill. He immediately constructed a hero's mansion for Huohuo to rest. As this young lady was gravely injured, he couldn't afford for her to succumb to her wounds, rendering his hero's order a futile expenditure. You are the first lord in the world to recruit a hero. Would you like to announce this globally? Decline. You are the first lord in the world to recruit a hero. You have received a treasure chest as a reward. Please check it. Huohuo accepted the treasure chest, thinking to himself that he had no desire for fame. Let those who crave ostentation indulge. He preferred to remain low-key, low-key, low-key. While he reveled in his perceived humility and cleverness, the forum was already in chaos. Huohuo glanced at the forum, and suddenly the sky seemed to fall. The bandit leader, intent on remaining inconspicuous, discovered that his name was plastered all over the forum. The barbarian legion's attack on Black Wind Camp had failed, resulting in total annihilation. The battle lasted 1 hour and 20 minutes. Lord Huohuo was powerful and invincible. Announcements echoed throughout the world. Damn it, I want to keep a low profile, and yet you pull this stunt on me. Huohuo was seething with rage. This system was utterly inconsiderate, continuously broadcasting this information. Exceptional individuals are like blades, too sharp to conceal. Is the big brother present? Please accept my knee. You're just too formidable. Brother, I wish to form an alliance with you. What are those barbarians like? Please enlighten us. The private message notifications were about to explode. With no other option, Huohuo had to step forward and issue a statement. I am Huohuo. Damn. The big shot has arrived. Do you think my kneeling posture is standard? None can match my standards. Get lost, fall in line behind me. Everyone is overthinking. It's not that I'm exceptionally strong, but rather that the team before me had already vanquished most of the barbarians, leaving me to seize a considerable advantage and turn the tide against this group of barbarians. Is that so? Big shot. I suspect you are being overly modest. Now that you mention it, everything seems to make sense. So, was this just picking up the pieces? as discussions swirled around, with some believing and others skeptical. Huohuo had already concluded his explanation. Those who wished to believe could do so. Leaving a sense of mystery was also beneficial. There were still numerous matters to attend to in his main camp. He instructed Lu Chong to organize workers to retrieve all the damaged robots and bring them back to the furnace for recycling. While also scouring the barbarian spoils, he then rebuilt the workforce to swiftly replenish the gathering teams. There remained 10 mechanical giant wolves that were undamaged. Huohuo dispatched them back to the Black Stone Mine to hunt while guarding the mine. Fortunately, all 12 floating units were intact, although the recycling furnace incurred no losses. Some robots had been damaged, and upon returning for recycling, it was puzzling that not all iron could be recovered. Only around 80. This left Huohuo feeling quite distressed. He estimated that some metal had been permanently lost during the attack. After arranging all gathering tasks, he finally returned to the main camp. The main camp had upgraded to level 3, its appearance transformed into a grand wooden structure, no longer resembling a mere tent. It now displayed the banner of Black Wind Camp, adorned with patterns of blades and firearms, exuding a robust and ancient aesthetic. The interior was divided into sections, with a central assembly hall, a newly established independent living area for the Lord on the left, and Lu Chong's office on the right. In the independent living area, there was even a small courtyard, allowing for the setup of a modest tea room for receiving guests. Due to the limitations of the era, all constructions remained rather rudimentary. Nevertheless, it was a relief to finally have an independent space. Upon inspecting the attributes of the main camp, Level 3, Ancient Era Building. Population cap, 300, including workers and troops. Output, 300 gold daily. Buildings can construct residential houses, markets, warehouses, livestock pens, level 3 farmland, level 3 wooden walls, recycling furnaces, blacksmith shops, wells, catapult barracks, clubman barracks, workshops, general's mansion, and medical facilities. The TO upgrade to the next level requires 10,000 wood, 5,000 stone, and at least 8 ancient era buildings. The population cap has increased, and 2 new buildings, the general's mansion and medical facilities, have been added. The resources needed for the next upgrade remain unchanged, identical to the requirements for level 2. After researching the upgrade specifications, he learned that when the ancient era main camp reaches level 10, it can advance to the next era, entering the medieval modern age, at which point the resource requirements for upgrades will change. Chapter 20. The great wind rises and the clouds soar. The barracks remain unchanged, still housing the catapult and clubman barracks, if any lord intends to defend their camp with such ancient era troops. It seems rather unrealistic. Stronger Baroque blueprints must be acquired. Last night, while hunting, the mechanical wolves finally dropped a blueprint, the highly sought-after Longbowman Baroque blueprint. Longbowman Baroque blueprint can construct a Longbowman Baroque and train Longbowman. Construction, 200 wood, 100 stone, 20 iron ingots. Huohuo found no use for it himself, as he already possessed the floating units, an invincible troop of the same caliber, far superior to Longbowmen, making training them unnecessary. Other lords in the early stages relied heavily on Longbowmen for defense against attacks. In the vast mountains, beggars frequently wandered about. These beggars could be recruited, but they, like the vagrants, possessed no special skills. Their greatest utility lay in serving as ordinary workers and farmers or being trained into troops. What Huohuo truly needed were individuals with special skills, like the Liu brothers or the Zhang brothers, should he sell this blueprint. While pondering this, he remembered he still had a treasure chest unopened. Upon returning to the main camp, he saw Lu Long and Zhang Xiaoan measuring the land in his small courtyard. "Oh, what are you up to?" "Great king," Lu Long said that it was inconvenient for you to share a toilet with everyone. So he brought me to construct a separate toilet for your small courtyard, connecting it to the sewer, directly leading to the cesspool. It's quite simple. Excellent. Excellent. You all carry on. Initially indifferent to such matters, Huohuo saw that his subordinates had taken the initiative, and he naturally wouldn't oppose it. Entering the central assembly hall and passing through the left corridor, he found a small courtyard between the assembly hall and his bedroom. The courtyard, only a few dozen square meters, had a stone table set up in the center, adorned with tea utensils, while several bamboo chairs surrounded it. The three brothers, having come from affluent families, valued their quality of life, allowing Huohuo to enjoy the privileges of a noble family in advance. Huohuo sat on a chair and opened the treasure chest. A brilliant light burst forth from within, nearly causing him to drop the chest as he frantically clutched it tightly. A treasure had emerged, a genuine treasure, mythical level wonder blueprint, White Tower. What the heck? Just opening a random chest yielded a wonder blueprint. Are you serious? Upon examining the attributes of the White Tower, Huohuo was even more astonished. White Tower, mythical wonder. Function: all troops trained from barracks gain 1 level. During city defense, increases all defensive troops' health and attack by 20. Construction: 1 million wood, 1 million stone, 50 abyssal crystals, 50 radiant gems, 50 fire sulfur, 50 ice mercury. The attributes are simply outrageous. The resource requirements are equally staggering. Typically, troops trained from barracks start at level 1, and as they participate in more battles, their levels increase. Veteran soldiers and new recruits are not the same. However, once this building is constructed, troops emerging from the barracks will directly be veterans. How incredible is that? Especially during defense, a full life attack bonus of 20 is indeed an invincible attribute. Upon glancing at the construction requirements, they appeared excessively extravagant. Such edifices are beyond what could be sustained in the ancient era. Folding away the blueprints, it will be prudent to wait until resources are abundant to revisit this matter. Nearby, Lu Long and Zhang Xiaoping were busily constructing an independent restroom, and Li Feng felt somewhat awkward in the courtyard. He decided to put away the blueprints and take a stroll around the camp outside the headquarters. As he stepped outside, he heard a commotion at the camp's entrance. Huohuo hurried over and saw 3 beggars blocking the doorway, pleading for Lu Chang to offer them shelter. With the world in turmoil and the populace displaced, it was no surprise that bandits thrived in the 10,000 Great Mountains, and beggars roamed freely, all emaciated and desperate for food. A mere morsel would inspire them to pledge their lives in service. Although Huohuo's development did not rely on manpower, he had not sought to recruit these vagrants. Yet, they had audaciously stationed themselves at the entrance of a stronghold. Who begs at the feet of a mountain king? Lu Chang was about to drive them away, adhering to Huohuo's orders to reject the refugees, but was halted by Huohuo. Let them stay. The 3 beggars remained in a daze, and Lu Chang quickly urged them. Shouldn't you express gratitude for our Lord's benevolence? Thank you, my lord. The sudden change of heart from Huohuo was prompted by the realization that among the trio was a young girl, whose figure was somewhat pleasing and whose waist appeared slimmer than a barrel. She seemed quite healthy. Don't get carried away. Huang Milan, a female general, requires a maidservant amidst a band of male brigands. Moreover, the watchtower needs personnel rotations. Once things get busy, the blacksmith shop and artisan's workshop will also require assisting laborers, tasks that mechanical workers cannot fulfill. The stronghold cannot be entirely comprised of automatons. A human touch is still necessary. The 3 beggars knelt in gratitude before Huohuo. Upon inspecting their attributes, he paid particular attention to the female brigand. Female brigand. Huohuo stamina, 60-100 combat power, strength 2, defense 2, endurance 5, intelligence 4 traits, none food consumption, 1 unit per day loyalty. 50. The other 2 male brigands, one named Li Chao and the other Xiao Yuan, possessed no notable traits and their attributes were quite poor. Huohuo assigned the 2 male brigands to Zhang Xiaoping to assist in guarding the watchtower, ensuring that the camp was under constant surveillance. Zhang Xiaoping was elated. He then instructed Li Chang to take Huohuo to serve Huang Milan. Since they were in a general's residence, it would be remiss not to have a servant. To tarnish Huang Mulan's reputation would be to tarnish the Lord's as well. Everyone was pleased. Li Chang and Huohuo were about to head to the general's residence. Huohuo suddenly stopped him. Li Chang, from now on, you have the discretion to recruit as you see fit. No need to seek my approval. Just ensure that no one is left idle and that the work of each department remains unaffected. Furthermore, if you encounter individuals with special skills, bring them to me for evaluation. Receiving such authority for the first time, Li Chang was overwhelmed with emotion and quickly clasped his hands. My lord, I shall not disobey your command. I will surely live up to your expectations. Go on, Take Suohuo to General Hua. Understood. Look at these names, Hua Mulan and Suohuo. Quite fitting. Whistling, he continued to inspect his camp, which was thriving with an air of pride swelling within his chest. Among all the heroes of the world, who stands out today? He contemplated composing a poem, but, after much effort, found himself unable to conjure a single word. Forget it. I am not a poetic soul. I shan't force it. O mountains, you are truly freezing. As the autumn winds rose, the Lord's banner fluttered in the breeze, and Huohuo felt a surge of ambition, pondering when his banner might be planted across the 10,000 great mountains, establishing himself as the true king of bandits in this region. Imagining the banners of Haifeng's stronghold billowing atop every peak, he was exhilarated to the point of nearly bleeding from his nose. With fervor and excitement, Chapter 21. Granny Zhang's herb garden before long. Hua Mulan arrived hastily with Suohuo to express her gratitude. Thank you for your lordship's generosity. Hua Mulan bowed respectfully, standing tall before Huohuo, her demeanor neither arrogant nor servile. Unable to suppress his admiration, Huohuo thought, this is what a true hero looks like. Standing there, she commands the presence of 1,000 troops, her bearing spirited. Indeed, a woman of valor. However, upon checking her loyalty, it had only marginally increased by 3 points, bringing it to 63. Heroes and bandits are indeed world apart. Raising loyalty is no simple task. Come, let us sit for a while. I have some inquiries to make to my lord, please. This title was Huohuo's favorite. Throughout the camp, the other brigands referred to him as king, yet only Hua Mulan addressed him as lord. With a smile, Huohuo led Hua Mulan to his humble courtyard. Zhang Xiaoan had already finished constructing the restroom, and Lulong had moved a tree into the yard. The autumn osmanthus was exceptionally fragrant, and the courtyard had been tidied up splendidly to my lord. Your taste is exquisite. Please, take a seat. Hua Mulan sat opposite Huohuo, while Suohuo stood nervously behind her. Sit as well. There is no need to be so formal. Me? Suohuo hesitated, unable to believe that a servant could be granted the privilege to sit at the same table as her master, a notion she dared not entertain. Since my lord has invited you to sit, you must do so? Yes. Suohuo cautiously took a seat beside them and quickly snatched the teapot from Huohuo, pouring tea for the two esteemed figures. As a barbarian, Hua Mulan was naturally not one to care for such formalities. Observing Huohuo's earlier demeanor, she felt a kinship with him, appreciating his straightforwardness, unlike the pedantic scholars of the Dacian dynasty who were overly fixated on hierarchy. Loyalty to Huohuo had not anticipated that such a casual act would enhance Hua Mulan's loyalty. My lord, do you require my assistance? I wish to inquire what treasure the barbarian king seeks. This matter is no secret. The treasure sought by the barbarian king is the giant's armor, which he expended considerable resources to have the Wang family of Wanjing City locate, only to discover it lost within the 10,000 great mountains. Hua Mulan sighed, evidently regretting her failure to complete the task. For reasons unknown, Huohuo felt that there was something peculiar about this matter. Too abnormal. Too illogical. Is the giant's armor particularly powerful? Not particularly. The armor itself is not remarkably strong. However, it is a component of the barbarian set as cruel axe combination, and the barbarian king has already gathered all the other treasures of the cruel axe, leaving only the giant's armor to complete the set. Combination treasure. Treasures can indeed be combined. Precisely. No wonder the barbarian king values the giant's armor so highly. It is, after all, a piece of a combination treasure. How is the general's injury faring? Thank you for your concern, my lord. It is but a minor injury, hardly worth mentioning. The 10,000 great mountains boast splendid scenery. When time allows, let Suohuo guide you on a tour. I have every intention of doing so. It is essential to personally scout the terrain and familiarize myself with the surrounding battlefield. The general is thoughtful. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while longer before Huohuo asked Suohuo to escort the general back to her residence for rest. Hua Mulan claimed to be fine, yet her demeanor suggested otherwise. Her wounds had yet to heal completely. Oh dear. Even Hua Mulan has a maidservant now. And here I am, a lord without one. That this simply will not do. I must find a maidservant for myself. She need not be overly beautiful. Someone akin to Jiao Chan would suffice. This fellow began to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Unfortunately, outside, the streets were littered with the starving. Their faces pale, limbs as thin as twigs. The likelihood of encountering any beauties was slim. Thus, he could only entertain such thoughts in passing. As the population increased, Huohuo promptly built several more dwellings. Once sufficient timber and stone were available, he upgraded the walls to level 3. The level 3 walls were no longer solely wooden. They featured stone bases topped with sturdy wooden posts, ensuring that even a mammoth beast could not breach this fortification in a single charge. The gates, however, were the most vulnerable point in defense. When the time came, he might have to rely on the numerical advantage of workers to execute a blockade tactic. As the third day drew to a close, Huohuo began contemplating all the details of the impending seventh-day defense battle. Everyone was becoming familiar with this world. The lords gradually differentiated. Those fortunate and astute began to flourish, rapidly developing in a snowball effect, while those who had initially strayed in their direction now found themselves struggling at every turn. Ding! Congratulations, Lord, you have ascended to level 4. Lord. Huohuo level. For attributes, Strength 5, Defense 3, Stamina 1 4. Intelligence 3. Exclusive skill. Mechanical specialization universal skills. Basic leadership, basic attack, 10. But at this level, only a slight increase in intelligence was achieved, yet Huohuo did not perceive himself as any wiser. It felt as though nothing had changed. Moreover, the rewards from treasure chests had vanished. It seemed that only the first 3 levels offered such rewards, and upon reaching level 4, they ceased entirely. He was indifferent, knowing full well that such incentives could not persist indefinitely, most likely designed merely to encourage the swiftest of lords at the onset of their journeys. In his possession was a useless D-grade longbowman barracks blueprint, which was currently in high demand among many lords as a primary troop type. With nothing pressing to attend to, Huohuo perused the trading channel. Seeking to sell the blueprint that moment, he was unsure of what to exchange for, so he idly browsed. Weapons? No. Thank you. Treasures? All were of inferior quality, far too lowly to be of any use. Resources? He seemed to lack for nothing in that regard. Suddenly, a glimmer of interest sparked in his eyes that he spotted a blueprint. Herb garden. Capable of growing various medicinal herbs. Construction. 200 wood, 100 stone. The seller noted a desire to exchange solely for barracks blueprints. This blueprint appeared promising. After all, one could never guarantee immunity from illness. Although his army comprised entirely of mechanical troops, what if he were to fall ill or sustain an injury? Upon further inspection, he discovered the seller was a young woman named Jiang Xiaowen. Hello, how might I acquire this herb garden blueprint? Is that not the esteemed Huohuo, the one who vanquished the barbarians? Indeed, that would be I. Wow, you're incredible. Do you have any tips for defeating barbarians? Please share. Jiang Xiaomei, I simply wish to purchase this blueprint from you. Could we refrain from digressing? Oh, very well. I merely seek to exchange for a barracks blueprint. You see, a few days ago, I encountered a pack of wolves and took a group of stick soldiers hunting, and we were utterly overwhelmed and chased through 3 valleys by the wolves that was infuriating. I can no longer tolerate these stick soldiers. They are both foolish and inept, with pitiful attack power. Jiang de Jia, let us return to the matter at hand, and I possess a longbowman blueprint and wish to trade it for yours. What do you say? Huohuo was beginning to sweat. If his sister continued her monologue, he feared she might talk until dawn. He hastily interrupted her. A longbowman blueprint? Oh, splendid. I adore archers, especially longbowmen. Everyone claims they are currently the finest troops. Jiang, please wait. I have yet to finish speaking. Based on current market trends, my longbowman barracks blueprint is far more valuable than your herb garden blueprint. Therefore, would you not consider supplementing me with a bit of resources? Supplement you with resources? Just a moment. The other party seemed to rummage for something before presenting several seeds to Huohuo. Coagulation herb seeds can grow coagulation herbs. As for their efficacy, just look at the name. Antipyretic herb seeds can grow antipyretic herbs. Detoxification herb seeds can grow detoxification herbs. These medicinal herbs, the names are so straightforward and unambiguous, leaving no room for speculation regarding their uses. I shall offer you these seeds. What do you think? Please do not ask me for resources. I am lacking in all aspects and am on the verge of poverty. Very well, very well. Jiang Nai, you have truly bested me. Let us proceed with the trade. Han Huohuo was on the brink of exasperation as he swiftly exchanged the blueprint for the seeds with Jiang Xiaowen. What did you just call me? Jiang Xiaowen suddenly registered something amiss. How had her title transitioned from little sister to big sister, then to aunt, and finally to grandma? Just as she was about to inquire, she realized Han Huohuo had already blocked her. You rascal. Han Huohuo. So you complete the trade and then choose to ignore me? Do you think blocking me will allow you to escape? Young man, having offended me, you are doomed. What transpired? Whose belt has been mentioned? Please elaborate. I am all ears. Goodness, does the remarkable Han Huohuo have any scandalous news? Which paparazzi is so audacious? Chapter 22. By the river of heaven in this world, there is never a shortage of onlookers, especially since no one anticipated that Jiang Xiaowen would publicly berate Han Huohuo for a full 3 months. Han Huohuo had become a sensation. His notoriety had escalated to a level of infamy. The entire internet was abuzz with tales of Han Huohuo's lecherous nature and lack of accountability, with even elderly women allegedly falling victim to his charms. Consequently, Han Huohuo became wary of opening the forum. Each time he did, he was bombarded with scandalous news and gossip concerning a woman purported to be an 80-year-old grandmother. He could not fathom how this had transpired. Jiang Xiaowen, who appeared young, had somehow transitioned into an old lady. He had no choice but to disengage from the forum. With a scowl, he constructed the herb garden beside his main camp and planted the medicinal herb seeds. Lacking an apothecary in the camp, Han Huohuo, being a versatile warrior, assumed the role himself. Albeit without the benefits that an apothecary would provide, he had vowed never to work. Yet Han Huohuo sadly discovered that this was an unavoidable task. However, cultivating flowers and herbs could be considered a form of artistic cultivation, thus not entirely laborious. He continually reassured himself that this was not a breach of his principles. Lu Chong observed Han Huohuo laboring and came over to assist, ultimately helping to water a large bucket. Once all the seeds were sown, Lu Chong suddenly inquired, "My lord, do you not believe the season is inappropriate for planting? I have never heard of anyone planting in autumn. Will these herbs not perish when winter arrives?" Han Huohuo pondered this and realized Lu Chong was indeed correct. His expression darkened immediately. He glared at Lu Chong. "Why did you not mention this sooner? Why wait until I had finished planting to bring it up?" Lu Chong's face went pale as he explained softly, "My lord, I only just thought of it myself." The more Han Huohuo considered it, the more problematic it appeared. He hastily dug up a seed from the herb garden and, upon inspection, found that it had already sprouted in such a short time. He was momentarily dumbfounded. Is it truly that quick? Alas, the seed has sprouted, and naturally, it cannot be retracted. With no other option, he replanted the sprouted seed, resigning himself to the situation. Let it be. I shall not concern myself further. That day was rather fruitful, and the third day passed amidst a series of blunders. The fourth day, overcast with a gentle breeze, Ikati seemed to be the calm before the storm, as the day of judgment on the seventh day drew ever closer. And everyone prepared for battle. Traps, barracks, arrow towers, and various defensive structures became increasingly expensive. Han Huohuo rose, washed up, had breakfast, and promptly headed to the herb garden, only to discover that in just one day, the seedlings had already broken ground. Appearing quite vigorous, there was promise, perhaps before the arrival of winter, he might indeed manage to cultivate a batch of herbs. The plant growth here was remarkably swift. Go-san had also risen, engaging in physical training. Evidently recovering well. My lord. Go-san, it appears you are recovering quite splendidly. My lord, indeed. I am exercising to aid you in establishing a grand empire. Continue then. Go-san, however, proved inept in every task, whether gathering or physical prowess, falling short of even the standard of the recruited refugees, who at least possessed a normal level of capability. Go-san was a complete liability, and Han Huohuo found himself at a loss for how to assign him duties, ultimately deciding to let him be. Lu Chong approached from behind. "Breathless, my lord, your resources are sufficient. It is now possible to upgrade the main camp to level 4. Han Huohuo nodded. His mechanical workers had reached a substantial number, and resource acquisition was swift. The only bottleneck was the scarcity of blackstone mines, which hindered the large-scale expansion of his floating forces. Presently, he could nearly achieve this, were it not for the significant resource consumption of essential buildings. His ancient-era main camp could level up once a day. You wish to confirm the upgrade of the main camp. It requires 10,000 wood and 5,000 stone, enabling the main camp to be elevated to level 4. Confirm. Indeed, this time, the base has not undergone significant changes, except that each room has slightly more space, and the small courtyard in the middle has expanded to over 30 square meters base. Level 4. Ancient-era architecture. Population limit. 400 individuals, including workers and military. Construction. Capable of erecting residential buildings, markets, warehouses, stables. Level 4 arable land. Level 4 wooden walls, recycling furnaces, blacksmith shops, wells, stone thrower barracks, stick soldier barracks, workshops, city gates, and medical clinics. Upgrading. The next level requires 10,000 wood, 5,000 stone, and at least 8 structures from the ancient era. There are also some new buildings, such as city gates and medical clinics. Looking at the dilapidated makeshift gate at his doorstep, he is finally able to replace it. The original gate lacked any defensive capability, relying solely on the flesh and blood of soldiers to block the entrance. Huohuo immediately commenced construction on the new gate. Level 1 gate possesses 1,000 hit points of defensive capability when closed. Construction, 100 wood. The new gate is considerably sturdier, a massive wooden barrier, although it is still somewhat weaker compared to the walls. It is far superior to the previous flimsy door that could be toppled by a gust of wind. Anyone attempting to breach the gate will first have to endure a barrage of floating projectiles. Just after the gate was completed, Liu Chang arrived once more to My Lord. What is it now? My lord, the quarry near the Blackstone mine is devoid of prey. The mechanical wolves are idling. Should we send them to hunt elsewhere? No, let the wolves guard the Blackstone mine. We cannot afford any losses there. They don't need to hunt. Understood. The Blackstone stockpile currently holds over 100, with iron ingots exceeding 1,000. The blacksmith shop is bustling with activity. While iron is abundant, we are still constrained by the Blackstone. Huohuo hesitated once more. Should he continue to expand production or bolster his forces? With 3 days remaining, if he reserves all the Blackstone for troop reinforcements, he could produce nearly 20 additional floating units by the 7th day. However, if he opts to expand production now, the number of floating units would decrease by 1/3 during the decisive battle. Yet, the base could be upgraded again. Such a dilemma. Unless he could seize another Blackstone mine. Huohuo quickly spread out the map, studying the location of the nearest second Blackstone mine that was somewhat distant, separated by 4 or 5 mountain ridges, and crucially, a river lay between this mine and his own. The map did not reveal the depth of the river, nor did he know if his team could cross it. However, there were certainly no bridges. Maps are not omnipotent. Without seeing the situation firsthand, one cannot truly grasp the circumstances. Liu Chang, go fetch General Hua for me. Yes, my lord. Shortly after, Liu Chang returned with Huohuo. How is your health, General Hua? My lord, I have fully recovered and am ready for battle at any moment. Accompany me to scout the terrain. I wish to assess the river's depth, as you command. Huohuo decided to personally inspect the riverside, but he feared for his life, knowing Huohuo was highly skilled in combat. Having her by his side would ensure his safety. He also brought along 2 floating units for additional protection. Let us proceed. Exiting the encampment, they passed the busy lumber and quarry sites, where workers tirelessly labored day and night, and without pause, they descended the hillside in the opposite direction of the original Blackstone mine. Huohuo led the way with her spear, her mount having perished in battle, transforming her into a foot soldier general, striding confidently ahead. The wolves on the path, upon seeing Huohuo, quickly tucked their tails and fled. Huohuo emanated an aura of strength, particularly the ferocious spirit unique to barbarians, instilling fear in all beasts in nature. Animals are far more sensitive than humans. Huohuo walked in the center, flanked by 2 floating units, who provided excellent protection. Traveling by day was considerably easier than at night. They avoided otherlords' encampments and mining sites, and as noon approached, they finally reached the riverbank. A mighty river lay before Huohuo. Upon a mere glance, he felt utterly disheartened. Not even mechanical workers, let alone mammoth elephants, could traverse this expansive river, which was at least 100 meters wide and several meters deep. Nevertheless, the scenery was indeed beautiful. Huohuo, surprisingly familiar with the river, leaned down to quietly explain to Huohuo. This river is called the Tongtian River. Following its course upstream will lead you to the barbarian king's city, while heading downstream will take you directly to the wharf of Wonking City. Chapter 23. The Refusal of Guosan's Horse Trap Blueprint. Huohuo noticed the absence of any vessels on the river. With such a wide expanse and excellent waterway, why were there no boats? A question arose in his mind, prompting him to inquire of Huohuo. Why are there no boats on the river? Because in this stretch of the 10,000 great mountains, terrifying giant pythons lurk within the waters, capable of tearing apart the sturdiest warships. Thus, navigation is interrupted here. Otherwise, the Wang family would not resort to land transport. Upon hearing of the giant pythons in the river, Huohuo's heart sank even further. Damn it, I have an aversion to snakes. He decided that the Blackstone mine across the river was not meant to be. Turning to return, an expansive valley unfolded before him, the terrain flat and lush with green grass. An idea sparked in his mind. The riverside was a valley area, featuring a vast plain in the center, surrounded by towering peaks with a mountain pass in the distance and a great river behind. Such terrain is exceedingly rare within the 10,000 Great Mountains. This place is undoubtedly ideal for farming. The 10,000 Great Mountains have one significant drawback. They are not suitable for agriculture, making this large expanse of valley a rare find at a truly auspicious location. Currently, the army is still small. Once they develop to a certain scale, food will determine life and death. For Huohuo, this could translate into considerable wealth. Moreover, there is only one mountain pass ahead, and establishing a checkpoint there would render it nearly impregnable. In the future, he could build a sub-city here. Huohuo glanced at the map, committing this location to memory. Let us depart. With Huohuo's protection, the journey was quite safe, albeit lengthy. Huohuo returned his encampment by the afternoon. His poor feet covered in blisters, bleeding profusely. He had never walked such a distance in his previous life that on the map, the distance appeared minuscule, yet traversing it felt like running to exhaustion. The more distant Blackstone mine was utterly out of reach. It was simply too far. However, this trek also left Huohuo astounded by the vastness of the 10,000 Great Mountains. This region truly so expansive. They had only crossed a few mountain ridges. In terms of Earth, the area of the 10,000 Great Mountains could almost be considered a regional power. Of course, it cannot be compared to the Dragon Kingdom, but it is certainly larger than England. Terrifying, Huohuo soon began to ponder another issue. If he were to wage war in the future, he could not rely solely on his legs. He must acquire a steed capable of traversing great distances. I boiled hot water and prepared a large basin. Yes, as soon as Huohuo placed his feet in, he let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. It hurts. Tears streamed down his face. Huohuo had never endured such suffering. In a moment of despair, he felt utterly miserable. Lu Chang sighed and advised, "My lord, in the future, you should delegate such arduous tasks to us subordinates. There is no need for you to personally attend to everything." Huohuo lamented, "I wish it were so. But this matter is too crucial. I cannot rest easy without experiencing it myself." Ultimately, Huohuo refrained from using the Blackstone, deciding instead to reserve it for producing floating units. Currently, all resources are in surplus, particularly wood and stone. However, no amount of gathering could allow one to leap across an entire era in 7 days. Even if the ancient base were upgraded, its utility would be limited. It would be more reliable to recruit additional soldiers. Li Chang assisted Huohuo back to his quarters to rest before taking his leave. It was a day devoid of significant events, with all tasks progressing methodically, though Huohuo's feet suffered greatly. Day 5, overcast with strong winds. The temperature continues to drop. Huohuo crawled out of bed, his body aching all over, and after washing up, he hastily ate a bit of food. He wiped his face with a large leaf. For the moment, there was no paper, and certainly no toilet paper. He used rough tree leaves as makeshift paper. When winter arrives, these leaves will vanish, leaving only bamboo slips, wooden pieces, and bark to serve as paper. In truth, this is how ordinary people in ancient times managed. Paper was precious and not employed for daily use. Living conditions are exceedingly rudimentary. Huohuo does not mind, believing that things will gradually improve. After finishing his meal, he stepped outside to inspect his medicinal herb garden. The herbs had sprouted, lush and vibrant, thriving remarkably well, which eased Huohuo's worries. Observing the growth rate, he hoped to harvest before winter's arrival. Though he held no certainty and could only continue to reassure himself. Clang, clang. The sound of iron being forged perpetually echoed from the blacksmith shop, where Lu Hu was diligently at work from early morning. Lu Chang had also recruited additional farmers, specifically assigning one to assist Lu Hu, further enhancing the efficiency of iron ingot production. Strangely enough, while the sky was filled with paper cranes yesterday, today, looking up, not a single crane could be seen. Had the magic been exhausted? Has the reconnaissance mission concluded? With everyone returning, the transportation situation within the vast mountains is relatively decent, as winding and flat dirt paths connect each village, much like a rural road network. However, who constructed these roads? Shouldn't the bandits be engaging in guerrilla tactics in the desolate wilderness? It is indeed challenging for the authorities to eradicate these bandits, as they can easily evade capture by retreating into the mountains. With the roads established, are they merely waiting for an army to advance along them? Or were these thoroughfares originally constructed by the great Qian dynasty? Huohuo found himself perplexed. He turned to examine the terrain of his own encampment. To the rear, 3 directions were obstructed by steep cliffs and deep ravines, making an attack from there quite impractical. The summoned wolf soldiers were not akin to monkeys. Even if they managed to scale the heights, they would likely exhaust themselves in the process. Thus, the primary assault direction for the enemy must lie directly in front of the encampment, where a gentle slope leads to a nearby road at the valley's bottom. Mobilizing 20 workers, Huohuo commenced preparations for the battlefield. The floating troops, capable of hovering in midair, could remain concealed within the camp while launching attacks. Therefore, all obstacles in front of the camp needed to be cleared. Regardless of whether they were large stones, overgrown weeds, or deadwood, everything must be leveled to create a broad expanse in front of the camp. The archers excelled at shooting in arcs, rendering many low obstacles inconsequential, but the floating troops relied on direct fire, making them susceptible to obstruction. Consequently, meticulous preparation of the battlefield was imperative. While everyone was engrossed in their labor, Go-san suddenly dashed over from the distance, exclaiming, my lord, look what I have discovered." Huohuo turned around to see Go-san rushing towards him with a wooden treasure chest in his arms. He was taken aback. What was this? How had he stumbled upon yet another treasure chest? Despite Go-san's attributes being the worst in the world, could he possibly possess some hidden quality, like maxed out luck? This was utterly absurd. Go-san, panting heavily, presented the chest to Huohuo. "My lord, while I was relieving myself in the grove, I suddenly spotted a treasure chest hidden among the bushes, so I hurriedly brought it to you." "Isn't there a toilet?" "Haha. I still think the grove is more convenient, right?" Go-san chuckled awkwardly. Huohuo was speechless. These bandits were utterly unmanageable, akin to wild boars unable to digest fine grains. Upon opening the treasure chest, Huohuo was momentarily stunned. Stakes, defensive equipment, capable of obstructing the advance of infantry, but ineffective against ranged attacks. Construction requires 20 wood and must be crafted in a workshop by a skilled artisan. Happiness struck him like a thunderbolt, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. What was this? This was a timely boon. Huohuo's gaze towards Go-san shifted. He was indeed a treasure who must be safeguarded henceforth. Indeed, extraordinary individuals possess extraordinary abilities. It was fortunate that he had spared Go-san's life. He had nearly eliminated him. One must admit, this initial little bandit was truly unique. Go-san was our exemplary bandit, and I hereby declare a reward of 30 gold coins for him. Let us all cheer for him. The surrounding crowd erupted in applause. Go-san was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. He thought to himself, although the boss had praised him countless times, this was the first time he had received money. Money felt more tangible. He immediately instructed Lu Long to halt all production of living facilities and tools, directing all efforts towards crafting stakes. Yes, everyone promptly dispersed to commence their tasks. My lord, What else would you have me do? Go-san inquired, noticing the multitude of assignments given to others but none for himself. Nothing for you, just patrol the area. All right, leave it to me. I will handle it well. Go-san, buoyed by the 10 gold coins, pounded his chest with pride. Chapter 24. Dr. Pang Muji. The sound of woodworkers' saws echoed through the workshop as Lu Long undertook the task of mass-producing stakes. Huohuo had once considered purchasing blueprints for such defensive structures, but upon checking the trading channel, he found none available for sale. They could only be exchanged, either for top-tier treasures or required a C-grade or higher barracks, which he did not possess. Every encampment within the 10,000 mountains was frantically recruiting soldiers and training troops, causing the price of iron to soar. Although some individuals occasionally offered scrap iron to Huohuo, he would only buy it if the price was reasonable. If it was too high, he would pass. Presently, Huohuo was not particularly short on iron. Having not checked the forum for quite some time, he decided to take a look to gauge how everyone was preparing. I have recruited over 10 longbowmen. Should be all set. How enviable. Longbowmen are ideal for defense, yet I have yet to secure a barracks for them. Same here. In a fit of anger, I trained a group of stone throwers. Anyone daring to attack will see how I smash them. I have recruited many wolves and bison. My taming skill is now level 2. But I wonder how effective they will be in battle. Let me show you my treasure. Ding, 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 a watchtower. Holy cow, how did you acquire the blueprint for a watchtower? Luck. A single watchtower is worth 10 longbowmen. This is the ultimate defense. Huohuo gazed at the watchtower blueprint, his envy palpable. Yet without it, there was nothing to be done. It was improbable that anyone would sell watchtower blueprints at this time. As he scrolled down, he suddenly stumbled upon a crucial piece of information and halted, scrutinizing it several times. Brothers, my encampment is located on the outermost mountain of the 10,000 mountains, from where I can even see Wonking City. Outside is a massive military camp, densely packed with soldiers. It is truly terrifying. I wonder how we could possibly withstand this. Are you foolish? Those soldiers are attacking the entire 10,000 mountains, not just you. If they were only after you, you might as well just reincarnate. This gentleman has a point. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Huohuo glanced at the individual, who was named Wang Dali, and promptly initiated a private message. Brother, are you there? Oh, is this the esteemed Huohuo? I have no scraps on hand, and I'm not an old woman. What do you want with me? Such words left Huohuo feeling somewhat stifled. But the urgency of the intelligence took precedence, so he endured. Brother, being at the front lines, can you see what kinds of troops are in the barracks? I am nearly scared to death. I don't even dare to look closely. I'm hiding in the main camp, not wanting to go out. Every time I sleep, I have nightmares. You must take a look. Knowing both ourselves and our enemies allows us to prepare. Fine, wait a moment. I will go take a look. After a brief wait, Wang Dali replied. Brother, I see many warriors clad in peculiar plant armor, wielding shields in one hand and sabers in the other, in overwhelming numbers. There's no end in sight. Those must be the vine soldiers. Take another look. Are there any other troops? Brother, there are also some shield soldiers and spear soldiers training in another camp in the distance. Is that all? Wait, I think I also saw some peculiar individuals with ornate hats and lavish clothing. They resemble religious figures. Are there many of these strange individuals? Not many. I only saw a few, and they weren't training. They were chatting with some generals in a corner. All right, is there anything else? That's all. Thank you. Brother, don't go. I'm stationed at the front lines and can see the clearest. The officials are terrifying. It's utterly frightening to Oh, you have any way to assist me? Assist you? How about this? I can sell you some steaks. And you can trade me some scrap iron. Steaks? Are they useful? Of course. You see those troop types? None of them are airborne units, and the only ranged ones are the monks. The rest are all infantry. Stakes are the best defensive structures to impede infantry advancement. And remember to recruit more archers. Brother, you are truly remarkable. I will heed your advice. Finally, he obtained first-hand intelligence, even more detailed than what Li Chong had provided earlier. Huohuo felt a sense of relief. With only infantry and a handful of monks, his defenses should be as solid as a fortress. Shortly thereafter, Wang Dali exchanged a pile of scrap iron for stakes. As he stepped out, he instructed Lu Chong, recruit a few more refugees and assign them to Lu Long. We need to maximize steak production. Lu Chong was taken aback. My lord, do we really need this many steaks? Huohuo chuckled. I have other uses for them. Hurry and prepare. Lu Chong, unsure of his lord's intentions but unwilling to defy him, quickly set about arranging matters, soon assigning 5 refugees to Lu Long. My lord, among the newly recruited refugees, there is one with a special skill. Would you like to take a look? Lu Chong, upon discovering a worker with exceptional skills in the workshop, swiftly led him out, taking quick, small steps until he stood before Li Feng. Following closely behind was a young man whose face was smeared with mud. Mountain bandit, Pang Muji stamina, 100 combat power, strength 4. Defense 1, endurance 4, intelligence 6 traits. Literate apothecary, plant expert, healer food consumption. 1 unit per day loyalty. 50 an apothecary, a doctor? Is this not the very talent I currently lack? The name itself suggests he hails from an educated background. Pang Muji, my lord, it is I. Your name carries profound significance. How did you find yourself reduced to a beggar? Pang Muji, with neither arrogance nor servility, clasped his hands in salute. Your Majesty, I hail from a lineage of traditional healers. However, in the wake of widespread chaos and rampant banditry, after enduring numerous plunders, my family eventually fell into ruin, leading me to this plight. Huohuo burst into laughter. Then all is well now. You too are a bandit. From henceforth, it shall be you raiding others, rather than others raiding us. Pang Muji appeared somewhat disheartened, his expression indicating skepticism towards Huohuo's assertion. Huohuo sought to console him. This is a tumultuous era. To survive, one must adopt extraordinary measures. To be a docile lamb is tantamount to courting death. If you do not exhibit ferocity, others shall be even more ruthless, leaving you with naught. Pang Muji fell silent, exhaling a resigned sigh. Tend to that medicinal garden. In time, I shall establish a clinic for you, and you may resume your former profession. Thank you, Your Majesty, upon hearing he could return to his vocation. Pang Muji's spirits lifted, and he quickly bowed in gratitude before Lu Chong escorted him to the medicinal garden. After settling Pang Muji in, Huohuo turned and headed to the workshop, where Lu Long was supervising 4 apprentices. Diligently processing the horse-drawn barricades, with assistance at hand, production efficiency soared. Would minus 20 horse-drawn barricade, 1 would minus 20 horse-drawn barricade, 1 would minus 20. Keep up the good work. The more you produce, the greater the rewards from a king. Lu Long proclaimed with joviality that I not only intend to fortify our defenses, but I also wish to. Huohuo had initially intended to express his commitment to prioritize the welfare of the common folk and assist other lords in resisting the nefarious officials. However, the thought was swallowed back as he pondered the oddities of this world, where a misstep in speech could invite dire consequences. That I also plan to profit handsomely from this, if I do not seize this opportunity to earn from those fools who possess wits sharper than a ghost. When will I? You all, keep at it. Horse-drawn barricades are undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Lu Long laughed heartily. Our king is truly sincere, devoid of any pretense. Rest assured. The production speed of horse-drawn barricades increased by 20. Returning to the front of the encampment, every obstacle along the path from the mountaintop to the valley had been cleared, not a single sapling remaining. The entire ascent lay within the range of floating projectiles. Workers were diligently arranging horse-drawn barricades along the path, placed in a remarkably dense manner as per Huohuo's specifications that a temporary passage was left clear for workers to access the mines, as they would soon seal off all these roads by the next day. The atmosphere was charged with fervor. Huohuo inspected the nearby dense forest, noting its uneven terrain, suggesting that traversing from the thicket to the mountain was not a reliable venture. Fearing the officials might unscrupulously resort to arson, Huohuo instructed the workers to cut down all the dry grass surrounding the camp and to fell nearby trees, that he then extracted a substantial amount of water from the well, storing it in large wooden barrels, all designated for emergency use to extinguish any potential fires. Several hours later, the defensive fortifications of the encampment were nearly complete on a rocky hill, flanked by sheer cliffs on 3 sides and stripped bare of vegetation. A formidable stronghold emerged. The main gate faced the only accessible path up the mountain, brimming with horse-drawn barricades, The sole drawback of this slope was its insufficient incline, preventing the placement of rolling stones. As Huohuo had yet to commence work on rolling stones, he contemplated the situation but ultimately had to concede defeat. No regrets. One must operate within their means. Once the arrangements were nearly finished, Huohuo opened the forum to contact Wang Dali. Dali, allow me to impart a method for earning money. Are you interested? Ah, Brother Han, I am certainly eager to learn how to make money. Brother, your position is on the front lines. Thus your words carry great weight. Have you not observed the enemy's camp? This information is intelligence, which you can sell. Ah, intelligence can be sold? Indeed. In this world, intelligence is the most valuable commodity. One cannot divulge it lightly. Compensation is essential. But how do I sell this intelligence? I am not particularly eloquent. Huohuo, having previously communicated with Wang Dali, recognized him as somewhat illiterate and lacking comprehension of economic intricacies. Thus, he had prepared in advance. Grinning slyly, Brother, I will assist you in drafting the intelligence. Not overprice it. The key is volume and quantity. Just 5 pieces of wood per report will suffice. Anything more will deter buyers. Oh, brother, you would even help me with that. You are truly my kin, Wang Dali exclaimed, deeply moved. Huohuo swiftly prepared a well-crafted intelligence report for Wang Dali. Review this. If all is in order, you may commence selling. Fear not, I shall act as your proxy. Ensuring your success, Wang Dali perused the report, finding it comprehensive, detailing the enemy's troop types, formations, and attack methods. While he was unfamiliar with certain skills mentioned, Huohuo's insights were undeniably impressive. The report concluded with several strategic recommendations. Since the officials consist entirely of infantry, the primary defensive tool is the horse-drawn barricade. A fortified encampment equipped with barricades is in a wholly different state than one without. It is an essential defensive structure. This was Huohuo's subtle infusion of personal interest, yet sounded entirely plausible. Wang Dali, having read Huohuo's military analysis, was utterly in awe. Not only could his brother write, but he could also analyze battle situations. After reading, he felt a surge of enthusiasm and immediately set out to find where to procure barricades. Brother, hurry and sell the intelligence. Earn resources while you can, Huohuo urged him. Understood, brother. I shall sell at once. This fellow was quite earnest, promptly advertising online, yet most remained skeptical, resulting in only a few transactions. Wang Dali, lacking notoriety, had garnered little attention. Huohuo, feigning interest, purchased a report as well. Alas, Brother Dali, I recall your encampment is situated at the forefront of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Only you can observe the enemy's main camp. This intelligence is invaluable. I must express my gratitude for your dissemination of such vital information. Brother, you are too kind. Upon Huohuo's endorsement, the report created a sensation online. While Wang Dali's words went unnoticed, Huohuo's stature as a hero who eradicated the barbarian menace and confronted irresponsible scoundrels drew significant attention. Isn't this the one who only fancies elderly women? Huohuo, he claims this intelligence is reliable. Do not speak in jest. Huohuo is a formidable figure, the very one who vanquished the barbarians. Even a titan, such as he deems this intelligence valuable. For merely 5 pieces of wood, why not purchase a copy to ascertain its validity? That sounds reasonable. Amidst the discussions, bolstered by Huohuo's endorsement, the intelligence reports rapidly sold out, despite each report fetching only 5 pieces of wood. The sheer volume of purchases had Wang Dali overwhelmed with cash, filling bags with coins while expressing heartfelt gratitude to Huohuo. This brother was truly righteous. In truth, Huohuo was not motivated by altruism. He had ulterior motives. His encampment lay deep within the mountains, rendering him incapable of observing the enemy's main camp, who would trust him to sell intelligence. In this world, information was highly accessible. With a modicum of diligence, one could easily ascertain Wang Dali's precise location, unmistakably the front lines, thereby significantly enhancing the reliability of the intelligence. Moreover, Huohuo had no intention of profiting from this endeavor. His sights were set on future gains. Before long, countless individuals had perused the intelligence, embarking on a worldwide search for the horse traps. The blueprints for these traps were certainly not exclusive to Huohuo alone. However, he alone had amassed such a significant stockpile that his camp was nearly overflowing. His abundant timber, coupled with his workshop's relentless production, was a result of his workers tirelessly collecting wood day and night. Clearly, Huohuo was the primary supplier. He had little need for other resources at that moment. What he desperately required was black stone. He put the horse traps on the market, proposing a trade of 1 horse trap for a single piece of black stone. The terms of this exchange left many bewildered. Few had been gathering black stone, and upon witnessing Huohuo's peculiar demand, chaos ensued. Many lords whose territories were near black stone deposits hastily dispatched workers to gather it. After much contemplation, Huohuo realized that if he were to rely solely on his own efforts to collect black stone, the quantity he could amass would be negligible. The black stone mines were so dispersed that the task was akin to scaling a mountain. As black stone was essential for recruiting troops and upgrading the Mecha workshop, his own reserves would never suffice. Thus, it became imperative to mobilize everyone in the 10,000 Great Mountains to excavate black stone for him. Initially, it seemed an impossible task, but the crisis presented a unique opportunity, making it feasible. Therefore, he required nothing but black stone. The coal miners of the 10,000 Great Mountains swiftly sprang into action, coordinating their efforts to extract any black stone found near their homes. The greatest bottleneck in his development, black stone, was thus ruthlessly dismantled by Huohuo. Although many lords possessed the blueprints for the horse traps, the market remained inundated with demand, making trades for other resources more costly. Collecting black stone yielded far greater value. 1 piece of black stone could be exchanged for a horse trap. In contrast, it took 100 units of timber to acquire a single horse trap. However, collecting a piece of black stone required only the equivalent time of gathering 50 units of timber. In other words, Huohuo's horse traps were twice as affordable compared to others, with the sole stipulation of requiring black stone for trade. Who could resist such temptation? He automated the trading of the horse traps, leaving Huohuo unconcerned, confident that Lu Long would work overtime to meet the demand, nearly causing the workshop to smoke from the intensity of the effort. Upon arriving at the workshop, Huohuo offered encouragement to Lu Long, who patted his chest in assurance that he would fulfill the task like the tea that moment. Go-san suddenly approached from outside, peering in curiously. Lu Long, have you finished that fish hook for me? Lu Long frowned and tossed a fish hook from the workbench. Here it is. Don't bother me for the next few days. I have a very important task at hand. Go-san cheerfully accepted the fish hook. My lord, you're here too. Upon realizing his superior was in the workshop, he instantly became anxious. Go-san, what do you need Lu Long to make a fish hook for? And my lord, I don't know. Since you're here, I just wanted to go fishing, nothing more. Chapter 26. This is a free card. This fellow truly lacked discipline. Huohuo had clearly assigned him to patrol, yet he suddenly sought to slack off and go fishing. However, upon reflection, something felt off. Where in our camp's vicinity were there rivers or lakes? Where would you fish? Sensing Huohuo's probing inquiry, Go-san realized he could no longer conceal the truth. His face falling as he explained, My lord, you asked me to patrol yesterday, so I climbed down the back mountain and inadvertently discovered a pond halfway down. It was quite deep and bubbling, leading me to suspect there might be large fish. I thought, if there are fish in the pond, it could provide our camp with another source of food. You make a valid point. Let us go. Show me this pond. My lord. The path might not be very easy. Not a problem. Merely climbing a mountain. This is a trivial matter. Lead the way. Reluctantly, Go-san guided Huohuo towards a cliff at the back mountain. At the cliff's edge, in a concealed spot, lay a small crevice. Go-san carefully descended the steep drop, grateful for the numerous vines that aided his descent. After a lengthy climb, they reached a small platform jutting out from the mountainside, where a spring gushed from the rock face, forming a deep pond. The excess water flowed from the pond into the valley below. Why, lord, look! Go-san pointed towards the pond's center, where bubbles indeed surfaced. It certainly appeared as though large fish resided within. You try to fish, I'll watch from the side. If there are fish here, my lord will reward you. All right, despite Go-san's lackluster work ethic, he was fervent about fishing, sitting by the pond's edge and casting his line. Wait, did you forget to put bait on the hook? I got so nervous I completely forgot. Go-san hurriedly reeled in the line to add bait. only to find the entire rod bent. Did you catch something? The fishing rod was sturdy, yet Gosen lacked the strength to pull it back, turning red in the face as he struggled. Sensing he had snagged something heavy, Huohuo could no longer watch idly. He rolled up his sleeves and joined Gosen in tugging on the fishing rod. Heavy. Really heavy. Together, they exerted their strength and finally managed to pull the object free. It was a dark iron chest, and oh wonder it was so heavy. At that moment, Huohuo's gaze towards Gosen shifted. This fellow was indeed the camp's greatest treasure. Truly, extraordinary individuals possess extraordinary characteristics. My lord, I was wrong. I thought there were fish inside. The black iron chest was drawn up, and the bubbles in the pond ceased, indicating that the bubbling had been caused by the chest. There were no fish at all, leaving Gosen feeling quite dejected. Don't worry. Huohuo unfastened the chest latch and opened the heavy black iron box, revealing only a single card inside. The card shimmered with golden light, adorned with ancient, intricate patterns. Free card. Using this card allows the lord to construct a new building free of charge. Huohuo's heart raced. What luck was this? Was it his fortune, or Gosen's? Was this card of any use? Gosen, unable to read, could not comprehend the card's significance. Well, it does have some utility, Huohuo declared. Gosen finally transformed his dejection into joy, grinning widely. My lord, since you say it has value. That is splendid. Otherwise, our trip here would have been in vain. Huohuo stood upon the cliff, gazing down. It was too steep to descend further, and there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Let us head back. The black iron chest was quite heavy, yet it looked promising, so they bound it with vines and began their arduous ascent up the cliff. After a monumental effort, they finally hoisted the chest to the top. Uncertain of its purpose, Huohuo decided to take it back to his quarters as a makeshift storage cabinet. Once the chest was settled, he emerged from the base and promptly retrieved the blueprint for the White Tower. The White Tower, once a dream he scarcely dared to entertain, was now within reach. To construct such a wonder in the ancient era seemed unfathomable, given the outrageous resource requirements. It was the kind of endeavor that would bankrupt one entirely. Do you wish to construct the world wonder, the White Tower? Resource levels critically inadequate detected, yet you possess a free card. Will you use the free card? Use the free card, construct. A tremendous rumbling echoed, marking the initiation of the White Tower's construction. All eyes turned toward the center of the camp as a vast foundation emerged, radiating a spectrum of colors toward the heavens. The White Tower began its automatic construction. White Tower, under construction, estimated completion in approximately 24 hours. Zhang Xiaoan had already gone to assist with the building. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. Although the White Tower was a wonder, it was also an ancient marvel. And despite the base remaining in the ancient era, it could indeed be constructed. Furthermore, the White Tower was not an excessively grand wonder, so the construction time was not excessively long. Huohuo was exceedingly exhilarated. By this time tomorrow, the White Tower would be completed. What day would that be? The 6th day, the final day before the official troops would eradicate the bandits, meaning the White Tower would be ready for use in the battle against the bandits. Once completed, the troops recruited from the barracks would immediately advance to level 2, surpassing the normal recruitment levels. Do not underestimate this advancement. Upgrading ordinary soldiers is a formidable challenge, with each level increase representing a significant leap. Level 1 denotes recruits, level 2 signifies veterans, level 3 is elite, and level 4 is known as the kingly forces. Upgrading not only enhances base combat power, but also confers unique skills. Any soldier transformed into an elite unit can equate to a higher-tier soldier. For instance, a gunman is a Tier 1 soldier, while a shield-bearing soldier is Tier 2. Thus, Level 3 elite gunmen possess combat power equivalent to Level 1 shield bearers. Level 4 kingly gunmen can surpass shield bearers, capable of slaying foes beyond their tier. Thus, Huohuo is no longer in a hurry to recruit soldiers, choosing instead to wait until the White Tower is completed before proceeding with enlistment. His spirits are exceptionally high. The autumn breeze brings a chill, yet it cannot extinguish the fervent fire within Huohuo's heart. At this moment, he is beaming with joy, exuding warmth and approachability. One might say that joy invigorates the spirit, and he is filled with energy, wandering about aimlessly once more. Pang Muji, wielding a medicinal hoe, is delicately tending to the furrows in the herb garden, his movements remarkably light and rhythmic, indicative of a seasoned expert. Huohuo squats nearby, observing him at work, lamenting that such specialized tasks ought to be handled by professionals, as his own attempts are mere folly. My lord, Pang Muji exclaims upon noticing Huohuo, promptly greeting him, "No need to mind me. Continue your work. I merely wish to observe and learn from you." Noticing Huohuo's curiosity, Pang Muji feels at ease, explaining as he tends to the small herb garden. "These plants, I'm not sure who planted them, were haphazardly arranged with insufficient spacing and no proper furrows. The roots of the herbs are deprived of air, which not only stunts their growth, but also deprives them of essential nutrients. Furthermore, excessive watering has severely impacted their development. Under normal circumstances, this would merely affect yield. But with autumn drawing to a close, if we cannot harvest before winter arrives, this batch of herbs will be entirely wasted. Fortunately, I noticed this in time, and we can still rectify the situation." As Pang Muji elaborates, a notification from the system arrives, stating that the herbs in the garden, now receiving meticulous care, will see a 30 increase in yield and a 30 reduction in growth period. Impressive. This is the mark of an expert. A raise is certainly warranted. Huohuo feels no guilt for his haphazard planting. Instead, he generously increases Pang Muji's wages. He possesses a thick skin, unconcerned by Pang Muji's veiled disdain. After all, he is not a professional cultivator. What's the harm in a few mistakes? In fact, he feels a sense of pride, thinking to himself, "Look at me, a fine employer, not betraying the working class. By the way, I shall construct a medical hall for you shortly. In the future, should anyone in the camp fall ill or get injured, there will be a place for treatment." Upon hearing this, Pang Muji's face brightens with excitement as he quickly bows to Huohuo, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord." His gratitude is genuine. After years of living as a beggar, he dreams of returning to the medical hall, for that is where he truly belongs, seeing the tears welling in Pang Muji's eyes. Huohuo finds it difficult to endure that he thinks to himself, "I am a formidable figure. I shall not be swayed by such sentimentality. Tears will only hinder my ability to draw my sword." Chapter 27. Establishing defensive lines. Huohuo hastily retreats, finding an empty space near the residential area to build a medical hall. Medical hall, a venue for dispensing medicine and providing medical care. Requiring a physician to operate. Construction, 600 wood, 300 stone. Are you certain you wish to construct the medical hall? Absolutely. Wood minus 600 stone minus 300, as this is a basic structure. Construction is instantaneous. The peculiar fragrance of herbs wafts through the air. The medical hall is expansive, larger than the General S mansion, featuring not only a dedicated dispensing room and treatment area, but also inpatient wards with numerous beds, thus occupying a significant expanse of land. If this were an ordinary lord, the cost of staffing a medical hall would be exorbitant. Fortunately, I am focusing on a mechanized, automated force, eliminating the need for a large staff. Otherwise, it would truly be a bottomless pit. Curiosity peaks among the onlookers. Huohuo stands atop a stone, proclaiming loudly, "Brothers, we now have a medical hall at Hafing Pass. From now on, work yourselves to the bone without fear of illness, for there are doctors here to treat you. Once healed, you shall resume your labor. As long as you do not die, work as hard as you can." Laughter erupts among the crowd, and one takes their Mountain King's ramblings seriously. Nonetheless, the presence of a medical hall provides a sense of safety. The surrounding bandits and brigands appear more cheerful and indeed work much harder. Wild tigers are cautious, for an injury could render them unable to hunt, leading to starvation. Similarly, the bandits feel emboldened with a place to receive treatment. Huohuo is somewhat disheartened, realizing that no one seems to take his words seriously. "I speak with such earnestness, yet you treat it as a jest. Just wait. When the opportunity arises, I shall show you the ferocity of this lord." While Huohuo contemplates the various cruel methods employed by capitalists in his time to exploit their workers, a private message illuminates his screen. It's from Wang Dali. "Brother, are you there? I've earned quite a bit of money. Allow me to give you some. If it weren't for your idea, I could never have made this much that don't. If you trade with me, you'll have to pay taxes and I don't have enough gold coins for that. If you really have an abundance of resources, exchange some metal scraps for me instead. All right, brother, just wait. After closing the private message, Huohuo feels favorably towards this young man, who shows gratitude that in truth, he merely sees it as a mutually beneficial collaboration. He had not anticipated that this fellow would hold such appreciation to a simpleton. Indeed, he likely hasn't had much education, is not wealthy, and certainly not a government official. Otherwise, how could he possess such a troublesome habit of gratitude? Trading requires a substantial amount of gold coins for taxes. During transactions, the system converts resources into gold coins for calculation, deducting a portion during the process. Currently, gold coins are scarce. A level 4 base camp yields only 400 coins per day, and a portion of these must be allocated for salaries, leaving too little. However, there's a loophole. Waste materials are not taxed during trading. The system seemingly deems waste as having zero value. It appears the system is cutting corners, as assessing the value of waste is quite challenging. This loophole must be fully exploited. Examining his available resources, he finds, with 6,800, stone 6,500, food 1,880, iron ingots 1,850. Gold coins 1020. Today, he has manufactured a large quantity of caltrops, consuming a significant amount of wood. Otherwise, by nightfall, he would have accumulated over 10,000 wood to upgrade the base camp to level 5. However, that is now out of the question. Huohuo is not anxious. Securing blackstone is of greater importance, as everyone has only just begun collecting blackstone. The speed of exchanging for caltrops has not yet accelerated. The quantity of blackstone is gradually increasing, but the stockpile of caltrops is nearly overflowing. Many have sent private messages, inquiring if they can exchange other resources. Huohuo flatly declines all offers. He only wants blackstone. To upgrade the level 3 Mecha workshop, he requires not only 10,000 iron, but also 2,000 blackstone, a daunting quantity, if he were to rely solely on his own collection. Who knows when that would be accomplished? With war looming, if he does not earn a significant amount beforehand, how will he manage? He is resolute in his determination to amass a fortune in blackstone. Huohuo furrows her brow, scrutinizing the defensive structures Huohuo has arranged. Huohuo steps forward. General Hua, what do you think of the defenses I've set up? Huohuo shakes her head. Mediocre at best. Barely sufficient. There are many areas that lack thorough consideration. Huohuo feels a bit embarrassed. Please, General, offer your guidance. Huohuo glances at him. There is no time. Even if I teach you now, you won't grasp it in time. That it would be more prudent for me to handle the fortifications myself. Damn. Huohuo had hoped for praise from Huohuo. Perhaps a compliment such as, "Indeed, my lord stands apart." Instead, she looks down upon his efforts with disdain, as if to say they are akin to a pile of refuse. Huohuo is no fool. He understands. Furious, he feels like giving up, wishing to become an indifferent overseer. With a respectful gesture, he declares, "Then I shall leave all matters of defense to the general." No sooner had the words left his lips than a bloodthirsty insignia appeared above the heads of all the soldiers in the camp. Their attributes suddenly boosted significantly. These soldiers have now been placed under Huohuo's command, benefiting from her skill enhancements. This young woman is indeed formidable. Come, let me rearrange the caltrops. Block that side with stones. There, yes, at a barricade there. Mulan was utterly unreserved, issuing commands one after another, significantly altering Huohuo's arrangements. Huohuo observed from a high vantage point, waiting until all the preparations were complete, and only then did he begin to discern the underlying strategies. Some of the caltrops were removed, revealing a series of winding paths, yet these paths were strangely closed off. It was a peculiar design. Moreover, in the adjacent woods, areas that Huohuo had overlooked were entirely blocked, and both sides of the walls were further lined with caltrops. However, Mulan had left the main gate unobstructed, creating an open space at the entrance. All the workers toiled together, and at last, according to Mulan's instructions, everything was completed. Standing at the city gate, Mulan surveyed the scene, mentally simulating the battle once more, ultimately nodding in satisfaction. Huohuo grasped some of it, yet was still bewildered. Eager to learn, he approached without concern for his pride and asked, "General, What is the rationale behind lining the densely wooded flanks with caltrops? Upon hearing the Lord's inquiry, Milan did not hold back and replied, My lord, have you forgotten that the troops we have summoned are the vine-armored soldiers? They excel at summoning wild wolves. Although those thickets are difficult for men to traverse, they cannot deter wolves. Thus, they must be sealed off. Huohuo, not lacking in intelligence, suddenly understood. General, then what purpose do the small paths among the caltrops serve? These paths serve two purposes. First, they will draw the advancing enemy troops into a serpentine line, increasing the area of damage inflicted upon them. Secondly, if you densely pack the caltrops, the enemy can slowly advance with shield bearers, gradually dismantling them, leaving us powerless to respond. B. While leaving these paths, we can enable the mechanical wolves to launch attacks along them, striking while they attempt to remove the caltrops, thereby obstructing their efforts. Importantly, these paths also serve as routes to eliminate the enemy monks, Milan explained meticulously. After hearing this, Huohuo broke into a cold sweat, who said ancient people were foolish. If modern troops were to face off against these ancient strategists, they would surely be outmaneuvered. This was all practical experience. Theoretical knowledge ultimately proved hollow. He had thought himself quite clever, but after Milan's elucidation, he realized his own naivety. Consequently, he wholeheartedly entrusted all matters related to battle to Milan without reservation. All his doubts evaporated. Huohuo quietly observed Milan commanding the troops. Unfamiliar with the combat styles of mechanical wolves and floaters, Milan, having gained military authority, specifically gathered all the floaters and mechanical wolves for a live demonstration. Chapter 28. Why do you believe you can survive? The floaters and mechanical wolves displayed exceptional obedience, agility, and high combat intelligence. After the training, Milan was genuinely astonished. In her mind, these were mere war puppets. Not uncommon on this continent, with the Mo family's war puppets renowned throughout the realm. However, these robots differed from typical puppets. They were far more nimble, with combat intelligence reaching astonishing levels. They grasped various tactics instantly, requiring no second explanation, as if they were engineered solely for war and slaughter. They were easier to command than any other soldiers, almost an extension of her will. Observing Mulan's astonishment, Huohuo couldn't help but smile. Thinking, little girl, so you have your moments of surprise too. Artificial intelligence, you don't grasp it, do you? Well, to be honest, neither do I, but these robots are my creations. Mulan gazed into the distance, contemplating how to swiftly eliminate the monk troops. Huohuo had already provided her with comprehensive information on all troop types, even more detailed than what was available online. Unbeknownst to them, night fell, and the camp was ablaze with light, with no one resting as everyone worked overtime. You don't have to toil day in and day out, but when the crucial moment arrives, you must step up. Huohuo was not a soft-hearted individual. Kindness does not befit a commander before the onset of war. No matter how hard one worked or how devoid of compassion it seemed, it was entirely justified that I would rather the soldiers survive to curse me than let my compassion lead them to their deaths. On the fifth night, Huohuo suddenly gained a moment of clarity. Being a lord meant learning to bear the blame, to be cursed by countless people, that if you cherish your reputation and wish to be seen as a good person, you might as well take your own life to avoid dragging everyone down with you. Regardless, Huohuo labored alongside everyone, fighting for their shared goal of survival. After Milan completed the final tactical demonstration with the floaters and mechanical wolves, she looked up to see Huohuo was seated on a large stone in the center of the camp, observing everyone. She couldn't help but smile faintly. This little lord wasn't so bad after all. The large stone had a crack, made by a barbarian's axe long ago, nearly costing Huohuo his life. My lord, it's getting late. There is much to do tomorrow. You should rest, Milan advised, striding back to the general's residence. Cooling leaned against the door, yawning, waiting for General Milan's return. My lord, it's late. Lu Chang also arrived, assisting Huohuo back to the main camp. The fire in the room had already been kindled by Lu Chang in advance, making it particularly warm. Lu Chang, filled with regret, said, My lord, originally Lu Long and Zhang Xiaoan promised to add a fireplace to your room, the one you drew last time, but Lu Long was busy making caltrops today. Huohuo laughed heartily. No rush. Once we drive off the bandit troops, we can install the fireplace then. All right, my lord. Rest well. Lu Chong closed the door and left. Han Huohuo sneezed a few times, expelling the cold air. He had felt chilled outside, and now that he was warm, he began to feel overwhelmed. His eyelids grew heavy, and he fell asleep immediately on the wolfskin mattress on the sixth day. The weather was gloomy, and the wind howled. Clang, clang, hiss. After washing up, Han Huohuo stepped out of the main camp and heard the sounds of saws and other tools coming from the workshop. Arriving at the workshop, he saw Lu Long and several workers with red eyes, tirelessly crafting caltrops. "Oh, you haven't rested all night? My lord." Lu Long's voice was hoarse upon seeing Han Huohuo enter. "You all didn't rest last night? It's nothing. We know how urgently you need these caltrops. And a night or two without sleep won't affect us." Lu Long laughed heartily, and the surrounding workers also smiled. Han Huohuo couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Ordinary workers were truly diligent. Just give them a little extra pay, and they would work tirelessly. Everyone take a brief rest. "It's not worth the time lost," he said. "All right, when we go for breakfast, we can rest a bit. My lord, you go ahead and attend to your matters. It's too chaotic here, don't get injured." Thus, he was sent away, feeling unwelcome. Exiting the workshop, he glanced at the caltrops in the square. There was nearly no stock left. It seemed everyone had been working overtime, mining throughout the night, trading all the caltrops. Apparently, the overnight shift wasn't just for the Black Wind bandit stronghold. Looking at the trading data, some had exchanged for over a dozen caltrops, while others only a few. Overnight, the Blackstones had increased by over 1,000. However, the problem was that gold coins had decreased by over 400. Such transactions incurred taxes. The main camp had only produced 400 gold coins overnight, all of which went to taxes, causing Han Huohuo a pang of regret. The sky was overcast, the wind fierce, and dry yellow leaves flew everywhere, creating a stifling atmosphere that felt like the final day before the day of reckoning. A paper crane soared high, buffeted by the wind, twisting and turning as it flew over the Black Wind bandit stronghold. Han Huohuo felt as though he were being watched. Yet, the paper crane flew too high. He could do nothing but watch it disappear from sight. The autumn wind cut like a knife, the air thick with the scent of impending conflict. The atmosphere of bloodshed hung heavy over the mountains. Unfortunately, the floaters could only drift and could not truly fly, nor could they reach such heights for an attack. "Brother, have you woken up?" Han Huohuo noticed a private message from Wang Dali. "Oh, it's Dali. Yuri up, brother, as per your request. I've traded for a lot of scrap iron. This stuff is great. No need for gold coins to trade. Please accept it." All right, Han Huohuo accepted all the scrap that Wang Dali sent over without pretense. They piled into a mountain of refuse, discarded pots, broken barrels, damaged weapons and armor, and all sorts of strange items. Everything you could imagine and more. "Wow, brother, how much did you trade?" "It's nothing, brother. This time I made a killing." "It's just a small gesture. You must accept it." This young man was truly generous. "All right, I have received the items and acknowledged your intentions. Allow me to impart some key points on defense. Your defensive line should be arranged as follows." Han Huohuo meticulously set up the defense for Hua Mulan, transcribing a few notes to share with this young lad, though it remains uncertain how much he will truly grasp, given that Wang Dali does not appear particularly astute. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Once we fend off this enemy assault, I shall follow you from now on." "Very well. Time is of the essence. Hasten to your preparations." "Understood. I shall proceed with the arrangements." After ending the conversation, Han Huohuo sat beside the recycling furnace, methodically feeding pieces of scrap metal into the furnace. Iron ingots 14, iron ingots 8, wood 4, iron ingots 2, iron ingots 24, wood 6, iron ingots 6. Such a significant quantity. Upon disposing of all the waste, he astonishingly recovered over 3,000 iron ingots. A veritable fortune. Even Han Huohuo was taken aback. How much profit had this fellow accrued from selling information? The digital economy is indeed formidable, eclipsing the scale of the physical economy. In addition to the 3,000 iron ingots, he also acquired several hundred units of wood. Although much of it was scrap iron, there were still some wooden weapon handles, thus yielding a substantial amount of timber. The quantity of black stones was nearly sufficient. Han Huohuo hesitated for a moment, readjusting the trade. He could also exchange some barbed wire for additional wood. One barbed wire could be traded for 100 units of wood, or 1 black stone, but he simultaneously posted the trade. The price of wood remained consistent with others. Crafting a barbed wire required 20 units of wood. So exchanging for 100 units would yield a gross profit of 80. Decent enough. Huohuo was still training the troops when she noticed Huohuo approaching after finishing with the scrap metal. Unable to resist voicing her concerns, "We are a bit short on soldiers, especially the floaters. This unit can be incredibly powerful if utilized effectively." Huohuo reassured Huohuo, "Do not fret. Once I complete the White Tower tonight, I will recruit additional soldiers. You should analyze the optimal ratio for recruiting floaters and mechanical wolves." Huohuo nodded, sensing that the Lord was no longer lacking resources, thus allowing her to relax. Regardless of how formidable a general may be, they still require soldiers. Curious, Huohuo inquired, "Is our current army not formidable enough? Can we truly not withstand the forces of the Qin dynasty?" It is no wonder Huohuo harbored such doubts. He contemplated that even without recruiting soldiers, his own troops were among the elite within the 10,000 Great Mountains. If he could not endure, how could others hope to survive? Huohuo gazed at Huohuo quizzically before simply stating, "Do you not know? The Qin dynasty aims to eliminate bandits, intending to eradicate all the mountain thieves within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Why would you believe that any bandits must survive?" Chapter 29. The Sacred Blood Bottle. Huohuo fixed her gaze upon him. Huohuo felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he might have made a grave mistake, treating this place as a mere arena for competition. Subconsciously, he assumed that as long as he surpassed other lords, his survival was assured. However, why would the Qin dynasty allow mountain bandits to live? Their true objective was likely to leave none behind. This is not a game. It is a brutal survival world. There is no fairness, no rationale. This is a war of blood and fire, where one must not only contend with other lords for survival, but also against the world itself. This was the initial warning from a system, and only now did Huohuo grasp its meaning. This is not a fair game. It is a world rife with unpredictability and peril. Cold sweat began to bead on his brow. He had not previously taken the rules seriously. The harshness of this world could very well exceed his wildest imagination. The battle tomorrow might not be as simple as he had once envisioned. Noticing Huohuo's expression, Huohuo understood that he had absorbed her words, and thus she continued, "Fight with all your might. Anyone who wishes to exist in this world must exhaust every ounce of their strength to earn that right." Huohuo diligently trained her troops, relentlessly refining tactics despite the mechanical units making almost no errors. Huohuo sat on a stone, letting the cold wind wash over him. Suddenly, a waft of floral fragrance enveloped him. Curious, he turned his head to see the medicinal herbs in the garden had bloomed, adorned with purple, white, and red flowers, filling the garden with a delightful aroma. Approaching the flourishing blossoms swaying in the autumn breeze, he heard a familiar voice. "Your Majesty," without needing to turn around, Huohuo knew Pang Muji had arrived. "Will these herbs be ready for harvest in a few days?" "Reporting to your Majesty, they will be ready by dusk tomorrow." These herbs can be used in potions, and their seeds can be collected as winter approaches. We cannot plant them again this year. We must wait until spring to sow a new dough, so they can be harvested by dusk tomorrow. "That is splendid." Huohuo smiled faintly, though he was uncertain whether he would live to see tomorrow's dusk. However, should anyone seek his life, he resolved that even in death, he would take a piece of them with him. Rising, Huohuo felt a sense of calm wash over him. For some reason, Pang Muji gazed at his lord with an expression akin to witnessing a fierce tiger awakening from stupor, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Having gathered enough wood, Huohuo unapologetically upgraded the main camp. By 3 o'clock, the construction of the main camp was complete. Main camp, level 5. Ancient era architecture. Population cap, 500 including workers and military. Income, 500 gold coins per day. Construction, capable of building residential houses. Markets, warehouses, beast pens, level 4 arable land, level 4 wooden walls, recycling furnaces. Blacksmith shops, wells, catapult barracks, clubman barracks, workshops, city gates, and medical halls. Upgrade. The next level requires 10,000 wood, 5,000 stone, and at least 10 ancient era buildings. The population cap increased by 100, and daily gold coin income rose by 100. With no other changes, the main camp simply appeared more robust, with no other notable differences. By 4 o'clock, the White Tower was completed. The entire mountain radiated with brilliance, and all nearby lords gazed in astonishment at Haifeng's High, wondering what had transpired there. You are the first lord in the world to construct a wonder. Please claim your reward. A new treasure chest had arrived. This treasure chest appeared distinctly more refined than the previous ones, gleaming silver in hue. Upon opening the chest, he discovered yet another treasure. Vitality blood bottle. Increases stamina by 2 points. Yet another stamina-enhancing treasure. This marked the third such item he had obtained. Stamina seemed to be his destiny. While all these treasures granted an increase of 2 stamina, he pondered why this particular chest was silver. Did this item possess some unique properties? Huohuo lifted the small vial. Gazing skyward, within a liquid resembling vibrant red blood shimmered, beautifully translucent. The system detected that you have acquired all components of the sacred blood bottle set. Would you like to combine these components into a new treasure? The sacred blood bottle? Combine treasures? What a curious proposition. Without hesitation, Huohuo issued the command. Combine. The 2 stamina rings adorning his fingers and the vitality blood bottle in his hand suddenly radiated light, merging in the air, producing an exquisitely crafted golden blood vial that appeared in the palm of Huohuo's hand. The IT was breathtaking. This resembled not merely a blood vial, but rather a sculpture of a ruby, gleaming with golden light. A surging life force ebbed within the bottle. Sacred blood bottle. Increases the wearer's stamina by 6. Restores 10 health per minute. The attributes were strikingly straightforward, yet terrifying. Recovering 10 health per minute meant that should one fail to eliminate him within 10 minutes, he would return to full health. This attribute perfectly aligned with Huohuo's character. Safe. Absolutely safe. Huohuo had already donned a necklace. A small horseshoe, and he carefully hung the sacred blood bottle onto this necklace. A surge of vitality coursed through him, invigorating his spirit significantly. Once he secured the sacred blood bottle, he approached the White Tower. This structure was not particularly grand, but exuded an ancient charm, embodying a martial spirit. Ancient wonder. Martial Tower. The White Tower symbolizes an indomitable spirit, one that never concedes defeat. Soldiers are automatically upgraded by 1 level upon recruitment, and during the defense of the camp, all soldiers gain 20 to damage and 20 to defense. This building is truly remarkable. Upon entering the Mecha workshop, one discovers that the troops within have undergone significant upgrades. Level 2 floaters, 20 iron ingots, 10 black stones. Combat strength, power 16, defense 5, stamina 10, intelligence 10. Special skill. Levitation, ranged attack, range increased by 20. Power supply. 1 action lasting 4 hours. Once depleted, return to the Mecha workshop for recharging. Loyalty, forever 100. The floater's attack power, stamina, and range have all seen considerable enhancement, significantly bolstering their practicality on the battlefield. Level 2 mechanical wolves, 10 iron ingots. Combat strength, power 12, defense 12, stamina 10, intelligence 10. Special skill. Speed burst. Power supply, 1 action lasting 4 hours. Once depleted, return to the Mecha workshop for recharging. Loyalty, forever 100. Both the attack and defense of the mechanical wolves have improved, and they have gained a special skill. Speed burst, allowing them to charge on the battlefield. With a single recharge, both the floaters and mechanical wolves are now capable of continuous combat for 4 hours, thereby greatly amplifying the potency of both troops. Huohuo then checked his population cap, currently at a level 5 ancient era base. It allows for a maximum population of 500, with around 200 workers comprising mechanical laborers and various workshop employees. The remaining 300 can recruit a variety of soldiers. After a moment's hesitation, Huohuo refrained from mindlessly enlisting troops and summoned Huomulan. General, what would be the most judicious way to recruit troops for the defense of this camp? Of course, the more, the merrier. Huomulan tilted her head, gazing at Huohuo, as if he were a fool. Nonsense. If more were better, why would I even ask you? We can only recruit 300 soldiers in total, and the floaters can have at most 100. We need to reserve some black stones and not exhaust them entirely. Huohuo was understandably displeased by Huomulan's response and could not contain his frustration. Erupting in a tirade, Huomulan remained unfazed by Huohuo's rudeness. Chuckling, "Isn't it your own unclear words that led to this? Leave it to me. I'll handle the recruitment." Huohuo was incensed. This girl was becoming increasingly audacious. As he watched Huomulan turn to leave, he called out, "Come back." Huomulan turned to Huohuo. "Lord, do you have more to discuss?" Huohuo removed a necklace from around his neck, adorned with a horseshoe and a sacred vial of blood. "Tomorrow will be pivotal. Take this treasure with you." Huomulan silently accepted the two items, her gaze fixed on the sacred vial. Astonished, Chapter 30. The battle for survival begins. The combination of treasures envisioned by the barbarian king has yet to be completed, yet unexpectedly, his own lord possesses one quite remarkable. This little lord of mine is indeed somewhat extraordinary. May we all survive tomorrow. Without uttering a word, she carefully donned the necklace, understanding that victory in the forthcoming battle was paramount. Should she fall, it would mean doom for all. She swiftly recruited all available soldiers, 100 floaters and 200 mechanical wolves, fully exhausting the 300 slots, leaving little in resources. If the camp could not be held, what use were those resources? Thus, Huomulan held nothing back, formed ranks, commenced tactical training. Under Huomulan's command, the Mecha soldiers began to practice their maneuvers, advancing and retreating in an orderly fashion, impressively synchronized. This 300-strong unit had transformed into a competent bandit king. Perhaps they could not compare to the Imperial Army, but among the 10,000 mountains, they were already a top-tier force compared to other bandits and brigands. Originally, Huomulan could have recruited more floaters, yet she chose instead to convert the remaining black stones and iron into charging stations. She was well prepared for a protracted battle. As night fell, the workshop workers were utterly exhausted, and all the lords were prepared. Huohuo instructed everyone to rest and prepare for the battle on the morrow. After ensuring the Mecha troops were well coordinated, Huomulan also returned to rest. The commander must remain alert. Everyone was busy, leaving Huohuo with the most leisure time. So leisurely, in fact, that aside from acting as a lord, he was incapable of anything else. Those possessing numerous skills invariably have much work to attend to. Only those lacking in capability can assume the role of leader, of course. One cannot be overly foolish. As the night deepened, Huohuo, disinclined to sleep, sat upon a stone, gazing at the vast mountains cloaked in darkness. Lu Chong, recognizing he could not persuade the lord, worried he might catch a chill, approached with a wolf pelt to drape over Huohuo. Without a word, he retreated to the main camp, aware that Huohuo desired solitude. This night felt interminably long, enveloped in an eerie silence among the mountains. Curiously, not even the howls of wolves could be heard. Even the birds seemed too intimidated to chirp. Damn it, are these beasts in league with the authorities in some psychological warfare? Huohuo scoffed, refusing to be swayed that it was a silent night. Eventually, Huohuo came to understand that the cold was the primary issue. A single wolf pelt could not cover his entire body. He decided to return and sleep soundly, even indulging in a pleasant dream that on the seventh day, light rain fell and the wind stirred. The watchtower began to sound the alarm, awakening the entire camp. The grand spectacle of the officials hunting down bandits was finally underway. Alarm. The main contingent of officials has entered the 10,000 mountains. The bandit extermination operation has officially commenced. Best of luck to all lords. Alarm. The main contingent of officials has entered the 10,000 mountains. The bandit extermination operation has officially commenced. Best of luck to all lords. Victory conditions. Survive. Failure conditions. Lord's death or crystal destruction. Conclusion conditions. 1. The Lord eliminates all officials. 2. Officials eliminate all lords. 3. Successfully defend for 3 days. The detailed survival rules were finally disclosed. Huohuo emerged from the main camp to find Huomulan standing atop a large rock, spear in hand, facing the camp's entrance. In truth, Huomulan had been there since dawn, awaiting the arrival of the officials. The mechanical wolves were in position, while the floaters concealed themselves in various shadows. All combat mecha were fully charged, and the mechanical workers had retreated to the main camp. Huohuo, in a display of nonchalance, brought a chair from his courtyard, placed it beside the herb garden, draped himself in the wolf pelt, and sat watching the unfolding drama. The attributes of the combat mecha had been significantly enhanced through Huohuo's initial boost, followed by Hua Mulan's secondary enhancement, raising their attack to a terrifying level. The Imperial Army commenced their entry into the 10,000 Mountains. The northwestern governor, Li Dingbei, a hereditary noble of the Dacian dynasty, also known as the King of Wanqing, presided over the hunt in the northwest. Naturally, in modern terms, he was akin to a warlord. The 10,000 Mountains were notorious for their banditry, situated at the border between the Dacian dynasty and the nomads. Li Dingbei held little interest in eradicating bandits. Having these brigands as a buffer between the Dacian dynasty and the nomads was quite advantageous. He could not fathom why the esteemed emperor of the Dacian dynasty insisted on eliminating the bandits here. Furthermore, he had generously offered to marry the princess to his foolish son, who was purportedly being sent over in a few days. Was this an attempt to win his favor? Or did the emperor harbor ulterior motives regarding the nomads? The emperor was an ambitious yet inept individual. Did he truly wish to expand his territory? Li Dingbei furrowed his brow. Uncertain, yet he was reluctant to engage in war with the nomads, for the simple reason that the Northwestern Legion was at the forefront. Should conflict arise, it would be his troops who bore the brunt. Or perhaps, just as he was lost in thought, his aide quietly reminded him that they had arrived at the 10,000 Mountains. Awaiting the governor's orders, Li Dingbei did not regard these bandits as a serious threat, that if he wished, they would have been eradicated 1,000 times over. With a yawn, he commanded, "Send my orders. Each centurion shall lead a squad of soldiers, with each squad consisting of 100 crossbowmen, 100 shield bearers, and 100 spearmen, to simultaneously launch an assault on the bandits across the 10,000 Mountains. Yes, a total of 1,000 centurions, each led 300 soldiers, gathering their respective teams at predetermined locations within the mountains. These bandits were but a rabble of unworthy foes. Deploying centurions against them was already a considerable show of respect. Be cautious. Several reserve teams were organized, each supplemented by a monk. This was to prepare for any potential hard encounters, allowing the units led by these monks to provide support in sieges. Kill, 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 kill. The fierce officials, under the command of their centurions, advanced to various bandit camps. Huohuo sat in his wicker chair, observing the empty expanse before the mountains, devoid of any officials. Only a rabbit rushed past in a panic. What the hell is going on? Wasn't the siege supposed to begin? Opening the forum, Huohuo sought to uncover the truth of the matter. Help! There are too many of them. They're already upon us. It's over. I'm going to die. Help! Why are there so many wolves? Hadn't the intelligence indicated otherwise? The vine-armored soldiers can summon wild wolves. Haven't you purchased any intelligence? This fellow is so miserly that he wouldn't even part with 5 wooden planks. Serve him right. But, dear brothers and sisters, why is there not a single soldier here? 1. I see no one either. Nothing is visible. Point 1. There are no soldiers. Can someone explain what is happening? Huohuo felt a twitch in his eyelid as he observed the number of lords in the 10,000 Great Mountains, which had already diminished by 1,000 within just a few minutes. He immediately understood. The soldiers were not splitting their forces to simultaneously attack the 100,000 camps. Instead, they divided into 1,000 small teams, systematically eliminating one camp at a time in the first wave of attacks. Astonishingly, not a single one of the 1,000 lords' camps had escaped unscathed. These soldiers were indeed fierce. His own camp was not among the first targets, which is why the Black Wind camp had yet to encounter any soldiers. This was the very assault method he most dreaded, yet from the government's strategic deployment perspective, it was undoubtedly the most efficient approach. Unexpected, yet upon reflection, entirely reasonable. The soldiers were no fools. Would they allow you to be taken down one by one? What nonsense! Alarm! Soldiers spotted. On the watchtower, Zhang Xiaoping was on duty, his line of sight extending up to 6 miles. Even allowing him to see the roads leading to other camps. My lord, the soldiers are heading towards the Bloodwolf camp. The Bloodwolf camp? Was that not the lord with whom he had a minor altercation? If memory serves correctly, that lord's name was Zhu Yiming. Just as Huohuo was mired in doubt, a private message chimed in. Big brother, save me. I don't want to die. Zhu Yiming, the avatar, instantly turned gray. Huohuo felt a chill in his heart. The beggar-like Zhu Yiming was not a brave lord, having always been cautious in his development, never engaging in disputes. Report, my lord. The soldiers have emerged from the Bloodwolf camp and are marching towards us. Zhu Yiming was dead. A sudden sense of powerlessness washed over Huohuo. He had no intention of rescuing that fellow, as he was not close to him. What he was truly concerned about was his own fate. Chapter 31. The Great Battle Begins. Roar. Huohuo let out a furious roar, and all the mechanical wolves slowly rose, while the floating units simultaneously activated their weapon systems, taking their positions. An air of lethal intent enveloped the camp. Howl! The vanguard wolf pack of the soldiers had already reached the foot of the mountain. The soldiers, too, had their lives at stake. The first probing attack could only be conducted by the wild wolves. Not the soldiers themselves. In the midst of the barricades, there were some winding paths. The wild wolves, with their limited intelligence, would not first attempt to dismantle the barricades, but would instead come charging along the winding paths. The floating units remained silent. Huohuo herself was uncertain of her strategy, opting not to use her ranged troops to eliminate these wild wolves. Instead, she released several mechanical wolves to engage the wild wolves in close combat. The number of mechanical wolves she deployed was roughly equivalent to that of the wild wolves. How could the wild wolves possibly be a match for the mechanical wolves? The two types of wolves began to claw at each other across the barricades. The claws of the wild wolves posed no threat. Their most formidable weapon was their teeth, but the various barricades rendered their bites ineffective. The mechanical wolves, with their long steel claws, reached through the gaps in the barricades and swiftly tore open the heads and bellies of the wild wolves. Countless wild wolves lay with their entrails spilled, slain by the mechanical wolves. The mounted centurion was momentarily stunned. This was the first camp he encountered that put up a stubborn resistance. Unfamiliar with the mechanical wolves, he mistook them for some sort of puppet, thinking to himself that this puppet was rather impressive, though it seemed to be in limited numbers. Fortunately, this camp had no archers, so it should not be too difficult to conquer. Charge! With a command, the pikemen surged forward. Their 3-meter-long pikes were undoubtedly the perfect weapon against the mechanical wolves. Some pikemen advanced along the narrow path, while others followed closely behind, beginning to dismantle the barricades. The path was filled with nearly 100 pikemen, all preparing to engage in close combat with the mechanical wolves. Report to General Hua. All the pikemen have arrived. They are all on the path. Zhang Xiaoping had a long view. In the distance, there were no more pikemen. This group of soldiers numbered only 300, which was not particularly large. Fire! The floating units suddenly emerged from the shadows. And with Huohuo's command, countless lasers shot towards the pikemen. The initial attack of the floating units dealt 16 points of damage. Huohuo's leadership provided an 8-point boost. Huohuo's leadership added a further 3 points. The total attack of the floating units had reached a terrifying 27 points, surpassing the attack of even a level 4 unit. The monk, Bloodthirst, increased damage by 20 points. The White Tower contributed an additional 20 points of damage. 100 floating units emerged simultaneously from the shadows, and after 2 rounds of fire, the pikemen lay howling, all dead on the mountain path. The sight of the deceased pikemen was horrifying, their bodies riddled with charred holes. The centurion was dumbfounded. What kind of ranged unit is this? Wild wolves. Summon wild wolves. The cooldown period for the vine-armored soldiers to summon had elapsed, and they began to call forth the wild wolves anew. This time, the floating units did not hide. The blinding lasers flickered across the battlefield, effortlessly obliterating the entire wild wolf contingent. The shield soldiers raised their shields, barely managing to block the lasers. Shield soldiers possessed the special skill to defend against ranged attacks. But for the time being, they could not withstand a complete onslaught. However, the floating unit's attack was simply too overwhelming. Even the shield soldiers could not hold out for long. The centurion quickly realized they could not win, loudly calling for a retreat, preparing to return and gather reinforcements. Huohuo would not allow such an occurrence. All troops, engage! The barricades could not impede the floating units. They floated silently over the barricades, resembling a terrifying octopus in the air. The mechanical wolves ran along the ground, weaving through the barricades, ultimately falling behind the floating units. The centurion had initially intended to flee swiftly, but upon seeing this formation, his eyes lit up with greed. He thought to take advantage of the situation and eliminate these strange, floating ranged units first. Almost all ranged units were not adept in close combat. Charge back! Kill these monsters! This moment of greed sealed the fate of this contingent of soldiers. The shield soldiers moved to the front, with the vine-armored soldiers following behind. Upon receiving the command, they immediately turned and executed a well-coordinated counterattack. The floating units maintained their speed, and both sides quickly closed the distance as they floated and fired lasers. The shield soldiers managed to block some of the shots, but the impact was minimal. The centurion felt a pang of concern for his soldiers, yet he remained confident in eliminating these monsters. Suddenly, an illusion appeared on the ground. The massive group of mechanical wolves had breached the barricades, suddenly employing their sprinting skill, charging forward rapidly, and directly storming into the shield soldiers' formation. Huohuo had long predicted the speed of each unit. Everything was under her control. Faced with the steel wolves, the shield soldiers promptly fell apart. The floating units halted in the back, unleashing a barrage of lasers. With mechanical wolves shielding the front, they began to attack unabashedly. The shield soldiers' defenses were breached, the vine-armored soldiers were exposed, and the floating units shifted their focus to relentlessly assault them. Within half an hour, all the soldiers were annihilated. The centurion attempted to escape, but was obstructed by the charge of the mechanical wolves. A volley from the floating units turned both man and horse into mere remnants. A resounding victory had been achieved. Huohuo waved her flag. All units retreated, promptly lining up to recharge. Mechanical workers swiftly moved in to drag away the corpses, repair the defensive structures, and replace the damaged barricades. This contingent of soldiers had not even served as a warm-up, posing no threat to the Black Wind Camp. The Black Wind Camp annihilated an entire contingent of soldiers, earning 300 points. Eliminating a centurion rewarded 1,000 points. Upon seeing the system notification, Huohuo then noticed a leaderboard had appeared in the system, albeit segmented by regions. The 10,000 Great Mountains had its own distinct section. With 1,300 points, he stood at the pinnacle of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Black Wind Camp. Huohuo ranked first, with 1,300 points. Only the first place existed, with no second. The Black Wind Camp was currently the sole bandit stronghold to withstand a wave of soldiers. Huohuo remained calm. He understood this was merely the beginning, a mere appetizer, and far from the end. The true challenges lay ahead. The surroundings fell silent, and Huohuo was unaware of when the next wave of enemies would arrive. However, he observed that the number of bandits in the 10,000 Great Mountains was drastically diminishing. How long had it been since this began? Over 10,000 bandit leaders had already vanished, their avatars turning gray, indicating their demise at this rate. Within 3 days, the soldiers would wipe out all the bandits. At this moment, Huohuo yearned fervently for other bandits to exhibit greater strength, to shield him from the onslaught of enemies. Or, at the very least, to buy him some precious time, for in 3 days' time, the official troops would retreat. On Baodu Ridge, Lin Yuan ranked second with a score of 1,300, while in the Green Marsh Forest, Murong Jing held the third rank with a score of 901. At last, Lord began to emerge in the rankings, prompting Huohuo to exhale a long sigh of relief. Finally, he was not alone in this battle. Within the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, there still existed some hidden talents among the bandits. As the official forces advanced in their campaign against the bandits, these formidable outlaws began to reveal themselves from the crowd of ordinary folk. Particularly, Lin Yuan, the second-ranked, had evidently annihilated all the official soldiers without allowing a single one to escape. Knowing that he was not fighting in solitude, Huohuo felt a sense of relief wash over him. The forum had fallen silent. Everyone understood that at this juncture, aside from oneself, no one could offer salvation. The scenery within the 10,000 Great Mountains was rather splendid, especially atop a certain peak where a vast expanse of flat land lay. Elevated and adorned with a magnificent carpet that a colossal sunshade had been erected, beneath which sat a marble table laden with an assortment of delicacies and fruits. In this desolate wilderness, the arrangement was extravagantly opulent. Surrounding it were soldiers standing guard with unwavering vigilance. and encircling the mountaintop were numerous cloaked and robed mysterious attendants. Below, a contingent of 30,000 official troops stood ready. Their defenses were as impenetrable as a fortress. Of course, they were not bandits. Beneath the tent sat a figure, General Li Dingbei, who was flanked by several high-ranking officers, each standing rigidly, exuding an air of solemnity. They resembled nobles on an outing rather than soldiers on a mission to eradicate bandits. "Report," shouted a herald as he dashed up the slope. He halted a few dozen meters from Li Dingbei, dropped to one knee, and proclaimed, "We have eradicated 18,000 bandits, with our losses amounting to 1,300 soldiers." Chapter 32. The second wave. Li Dingbei's expression turned to one of astonishment. He glanced at one of the officers, questioning how a mere band of bandits could cost so many imperial soldiers their lives. The elder officer, drenched in sweat, stepped forward hastily. "General, among these bandits, there are indeed some tenacious individuals. I have had them accounted for. 2 bandit leaders are exceptionally fierce, and there are over a dozen with the capacity to resist. We are currently formulating our next combat strategy. Pray tell me what distinguishes these 2 particularly fierce bandits. General, our forces were completely decimated, and no news has emerged, so..." Li Dingbei slammed his palm against the table, bellowing, "Then what are you still doing here? Go ascertain the situation at once." He fixed his gaze on the officer. "I grant you 2 hours. If you fail to deal with these 2 bandit leaders, you may as well sever your own head and bring it to me." Terrified, the officer hurriedly sprinted away, simultaneously rallying troops. "Gather 3,000 soldiers for me at once. I shall flatten these 2 strongholds immediately." "General, which stronghold shall we attack first? Need you even ask?" "The nearest one, of course. General, that place is called Blackwind Stronghold, and the bandit leader there is rather mysterious. We have yet to ascertain his background." Huohuo sneezed repeatedly. "Damn it, which dog is whispering behind my back?" The mechanical workers were swift in their actions. Having completed all repairs to the fortifications, the ground began to tremble slightly. "General Hua, a large contingent approaches. The road is shrouded in dust, obscuring the number of troops." Hua Mulan remained unfazed. Raising her spear, several mechanical wolves and floating units suddenly emerged from the encampment, stealthily entering the surrounding woods. Han Huohuo was taken aback. Hadn't Hua Mulan ordered the workers to block both sides of the thicket? Could there still be a secret passage? How intriguing! The official forces, lacking novelty, were once again overwhelmed by a horde of wild wolves charging from the front. However, this time, Hua Mulan's strategy had shifted. Instead of deploying mechanical wolves, she directly utilized floating units, whose overlapping firepower and laser dispersion effectively sealed off the front line, preventing a single wild wolf from breaching their defenses. Amidst the howls of the wild wolves, the slopes soon became littered with their carcasses. Leading the opposing forces was a centurion, who nearly lost his grip on his horse in shock. What kind of bandits are these? So merciless? He was no fool. Upon surveying the terrain, he recognized its treachery, especially with the numerous barricades laid out. Such defenses could only be breached at great cost. Shield soldiers, advance! Pike soldiers, follow closely and dismantle the barricades. A swarm of shield soldiers surged forward, while the pike soldiers began to dismantle the barricades. The centurion, wary of falling into a trap, refused to send his men along the narrow path to their demise. Instead, he opted to clear the barricades, intending to unleash his entire force upon the stronghold's gates. That would be the bandits' doom. Steady and deliberate, he sought to leverage his strength, though the floating units were formidable. They numbered only 100, while the centurion commanded 3,000 elite soldiers. The mechanical soldiers remained unperturbed, their morale unaffected, yet many of the bandits were stricken with fear, their faces pale, wondering if they could withstand the oncoming tide. Observing the waning spirits of his men, Han Huohuo scoffed. Regardless of Hua Mulan's command on the front line, he turned towards the quaking bandits and bellowed, "Fear not, they number but a few thousand, while we boast 300 soldiers. Our advantage lies with us, and victory is assured." The Lord's motivating words resonated successfully, elevating the morale of all bandit soldiers by 20%. Upon reflection, they found his logic compelling, calming their nerves. Luchan set up a table before Han Huohuo. Arranging tea utensils and carefully preparing tea for the Lord, Your hand seems a bit shaky. Do not speak nonsense. I'm not trembling. I'm simply exhilarated. Oh, my lord is indeed extraordinary. I am in awe. Huohuo's trembling hand soon steadied, returning to composure. The fervor of Huohuo's emotions influenced everyone around him. The workshop and blacksmith shop resumed operations with even greater efficiency. The battles on the front line intensified. Huohuo staunchly defended the stronghold, allowing the floating units to unleash a relentless barrage. The floating units' attacks were formidable. The shield soldiers, designed to withstand ranged assaults, faltered under the onslaught, their shields pierced through. The centurion broke into a cold sweat, relieved that the floating units were limited in number, for if they gained momentum, subduing these bandits would prove exceedingly difficult. Charge. Push forward at all costs. This was not the optimal strategy, and it would undoubtedly incur heavy casualties. Yet the general had granted him merely 2 hours. Should he fail to secure even the first stronghold within that time frame, he knew not the fate awaiting him. But he was certain his life would be forfeit. Thus, he resorted to the most rudimentary and costly strategy, an all-out assault. The front lines slowly advanced, with the barricades being dismantled one by the pike soldiers following the shield soldiers. Gradually reaching the mid-slope, mechanical wolves attack. A horde of mechanical wolves surged forth, lunging at the frontline shield soldiers. Armed with massive shields, they could withstand arrows, yet against the agile mechanical wolves, they were at a disadvantage. And in an instant, the front row of shields collapsed entirely. Fire! The sweeping lasers from the floating units obliterated the pike soldiers who were engaged in dismantling the barricades, leaving them vulnerable without the protection of the shield soldiers. The centurion nearly choked on his own blood. He feared not losing the battle, but rather that he would be unable to conquer this small stronghold within 2 hours. Time had materialized into life itself. Though the number of official troops was vast, they were confined to a single path up the mountain, with sheer cliffs on 3 sides. What a predicament! Cleric, step forth, the centurion cried, but a clergyman adorned with a tall hat emerged from behind the centurion, slowly making his way to the battlefield, shielded by the soldiers. Chanting incantations, beams of light illuminated the ranks of soldiers. Great prayer spell. All soldiers' attributes were enhanced. The shield soldiers surged forward once more, emboldened by the blessing of the prayer spell. Their fortitude significantly increased. The pike soldiers trailed behind, now targeting the mechanical wolves instead of the barricades. Kill! The official troops regrouped, beginning to advance their line once more, after slaying a dozen mechanical wolves. Huohuo finally withdrew her entire contingent of mechanical wolves. The official forces had already dismantled half of the barricades. Quickly reaching the mid-slope, the entire battalion surged forward, a dark wave approaching. The cleric remained uninvolved in the offense, continuously casting healing spells, showering the frontline shield soldiers with restorative light. Such coordination was indeed terrifying. It had become exceedingly difficult to slay even a single shield soldier. And no wonder the cleric was regarded as a noble 4th-tier unit. It was not due to the cleric's combat prowess, but rather the terrifying auxiliary capabilities he provided. Huohuo remained composed, biding her time. The official forces pressed on. The front line has advanced to 2/3 of its position, with all troops moving forward, and the frontline soldiers have surpassed the monks' casting range. Huohuo observed the shifting battle line with keen interest, astutely noting that the monks were also advancing alongside the troops. As they approached the intersection flanked by dense groves, where the vegetation was thick and uneven, a thought struck him that he suddenly remembered that before the battle commenced, Huohuo had dispatched some troops to stealthily infiltrate the thickets. This scenario had evidently been foreseen by Huohuo long before. Now, that is what one calls a general. With a sudden rustle from the bushes, a dozen mechanical wolves leapt from their concealed pits. Charging fiercely at the monks, a few shield bearers were taken by surprise and rushed to engage. The mechanical wolves, adept at dispatching shield bearers, swiftly killed several of them. Realizing the dire situation, the monks turned to flee. Laser beams shot forth from the thicket, scorching the monks and leaving them with numerous wounds. However, being a 4th-tier unit, the monks possessed not only strong support capabilities, but also remarkable vitality, despite the ambush. They did not perish immediately and were still contemplating their escape, in a rapid dash. The mechanical wolves transformed into phantoms, encircling the monks completely. Quickly rescue the monks, the centurion turned red with urgency, commanding the spearmen behind him to surge forward. The mechanical wolves ferociously obstructed and relentlessly tore at the monk. The spearmen surged in, bringing down all the mechanical wolves. Unfortunately, they could not save the monk. After 2 more rounds of laser fire, he drifted away, retreating through a hidden path in the woods back to the camp. The monk collapsed to the ground, lying amidst the scattered parts of the mechanical wolves. He's dead. Ah, you vile mountain bandit, I shall not rest until I have your head. All troops, kill. With the monk's death, the prayers vanished, and the healing spells dissipated, plunging the frontline soldiers into a state of panic, resulting in utter chaos and disarray in their formation. Morale shattered. Roar! Huohuo pointed her spear. The camp's gates swung wide open, and countless mechanical wolves surged forth, coordinating with the flying units behind them to harvest the lives of the soldiers amidst the turmoil. Huohuo shook his head, unable to suppress his lamentation. We bandits are far too ruthless. It's unbearable to witness. Lu Chong, upon hearing Huohuo's lament, quickly distanced himself, primarily fearing that he might be struck by lightning in the ensuing chaos. The morale of the soldiers on the mountainside completely crumbled, and they fled in a panic, pursued relentlessly down to the foot of the mountain. The centurion's face turned ashen as he hurriedly regrouped his troops, retreating 100 meters to stabilize their formation. The mechanical wolves did not pursue them further. At Huohuo's command, the mechanical wolves all retreated back into the camp, where workers had long been prepared, rushing forward with barricades to block the path while the mechanical wolves brushed past them. These workers quickly reblocked the road before fleeing back. When the centurion managed to regroup his troops and returned, he found the front line he had painstakingly advanced, now completely obstructed by barricades. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Riding atop his horse, he swayed precariously, his expression one of utter despair. Huohuo covered his face, reflecting on Huohuo's ruthlessness, how she had tormented the opposing general. This was truly excessive. After the battle, there must be ample rewards. Unbeknownst to him, nearly an hour and 59 minutes had elapsed. The Grand General had only allotted him 2 hours. So, could he conquer the Black Wind stronghold within a minute? He was still contemplating this possibility when a nearby soldier reminded him, "General, the Grand General instructed you to deal with 2 strongholds within 2 hours. Not merely to conquer this one, in a fit of rage, the centurion beheaded the soldier with a single stroke. Damn it. Do you think I didn't know that? Charge forth and annihilate the Black Wind stronghold." The centurion had completely lost his reason, leading the charge himself. After all, death was inevitable. Why not go out in a blaze of glory? Huohuo coldly smiled. Against such an irrational opponent, victory was all but assured. Roar! The flying units unleashed a triple volley. The centurion at the forefront was riddled with arrows, collapsing onto the battlefield. With their general slain, the remaining soldiers immediately lost their will to resist and fled in disarray. Witnessing this battle, Huohuo suddenly realized something. Morale was indeed of utmost importance. Could ordinary soldiers execute tactics so diligently when faced with the overwhelming might of the enemy? Yet, the mechanical units felt no fear. They flawlessly executed all tactical maneuvers with minimal error, a quality every general dreams of in their soldiers. You have successfully repelled the second wave of enemy attacks, earning 11,000 points. You are now ranked first among the 10,000 mountains, with a total score of 12,300 points. The second place stands at only 1,300 points, evidently having not engaged in battle. The first formidable contender had emerged. Huohuo shielded a fellow soldier behind him, absorbing all attacks. Now, everyone knew of Huohuo. They marveled at how he had annihilated the barbarians before. This was no stroke of luck, but true strength. As the battle concluded, the mid-game evaluation commenced. Congratulations, Lord, you have reached level 9. Please select your new skill. A new skill selection is available every 5 levels. Intermediate leadership or basic defense technique. Huohuo unhesitatingly chose intermediate leadership. This was the first time he had seen an intermediate skill. Intermediate leadership. The Lord's attributes increase the attributes of soldiers by 100. Impressive. This skill was extraordinarily powerful. befitting an intermediate skill. He glanced at his own attributes. Lord. Huohuo level. 9 attributes. Strength 6. Defense 5. Stamina 2. Intelligence 4. Exclusive skill. Mechanical specialization general skills. Intermediate leadership basic attack. Since he had given all his treasures to Huohuo, his stamina had plummeted. His attributes were finally passable, sufficient to consider that an ordinary bandit would likely not be his match. He swung his fist, feeling the wind rush around him. His strength had indeed increased significantly, of course. The Lord was not one to engage in petty skirmishes. His greatest advantage lay in the fact that the Lord's attributes could be shared among all soldiers, making even modest attributes exceedingly vital. Congratulations, Lord. You're the first to slay the centurion, earning 1 super resource chest. Please claim your reward. A first kill reward. A resource chest? This was Huohuo's first encounter with a resource chest. And it was a super chest at that. How much resource constitutes a super chest? With dreams of abundance in his heart, Huohuo opened the chest. Congratulations, you have received 10,000 iron ingots, 2,000 black stones, 100 black oil, and a selection chest of 50 rare ores. Resources were strewn across the ground. Huohuo was astonished. His only regret was the absence of wood and stone. What was this selection chest of 50 rare ores? Abyssal crystals 50, radiant gems 50, fire sea sulfur 50, glacial mercury 50, and radiant elements 50. The first 4 were 4 commonly found rare resources in this world, exceedingly difficult to mine. Even with a mine, it would take many days to extract just one. Thus, these materials were exceptionally precious. However, what on earth were radiant elements? He glanced at the description. Radiant elements, a material from another world, appearing in this realm due to uncontrollable anomalies. Extremely rare. Uncontrollable anomalies? Could it be the result of my mech workshop's influence? Yet, it was impossible to ascertain at present. He decided to set the chest aside for now, not in a hurry to use it. Huohuo was speculated that this material might be specifically for him, but he couldn't be entirely certain. 10,000 iron, 2,000 black stones. Wasn't this precisely the resource needed to upgrade to a level 3 mech workshop? He could hardly be polite about it. Huohuo promptly initiated the upgrade for the mech workshop. Praying as he did so, he hoped for stronger units within that could help him withstand increasingly frenzied assaults from the enemy troops. Mech workshop, level 3, special barracks. Within the workshop, various mech warriors can be manufactured. TO upgrade to the next level requires 100,000 iron ingots and 20,000 black stones. Upon seeing the resources needed for upgrading to a level 4 mech workshop, Huohuo felt a wave of darkness wash over him. 100,000 iron ingots, 20,000 black stones? Was this demanding my life? Never mind. Let us see what's inside. Thanks to the White Tower, the troops recruited within immediately qualified as level 2. Level 2 plasma cannoneers, 500 iron ingots, 40 black oil. Combat power, strength 40, defense 10, stamina 10, intelligence 10. Special skills, autonomous units, ranged attack, area attack, slow motion, large unit, 10 population. Power source, 1 action can sustain for 4 hours. Once depleted, it returns to the mech workshop for recharging. Loyalty, forever 100. Huohuo was astonished. This was an autonomous plasma cannon, exceedingly powerful. 1 plasma cannon occupied 10 population slots, yet its attributes were undoubtedly worth it. Upon checking the resources required for construction, it had changed. Now it required black oil. Black stone was nearly exhausted, yet it had acquired a new resource. Additionally, there was another facility, which, unsurprisingly, turned out to be an apparatus for extracting black oil. The mobile oil drilling platform required 2,000 stones and 2,000 iron ingots. Its functions included exploration, transforming into a fixed mining site, and extracting black oil with a daily consumption of either 100 black stones or 10 black oils. This was a mobile exploration vehicle that, upon discovering black oil deposits, would convert into a stationary drilling platform, continuously drawing forth black oil. Black oil was a hidden resource, invisible on the map, necessitating the exploration vehicle to traverse the land. Whether it could find any depended solely on luck. Chapter 34. Self-propelled plasma cannon. Huohuo was momentarily speechless. This was far too challenging. Regardless, having just received a reward of 100 black oil, He decided to manufacture 2 plasma cannons first. The mechanical workers were busy clearing the battlefield, dragging the damaged mechanical wolves back to the recycling furnace to be transformed back into iron ingots. Though they could only recover about 80 of the material, suffering a loss of nearly 20, Huohuo was about to recruit more troops when Huohuo directly intervened. There are new troop types. Let me handle this. With a flash of dark light, 2-track self-propelled plasma cannons materialized in the center of the camp, gleaming with a silver sheen, exuding a distinctly sci-fi aura. They were not overly large, but were exquisitely crafted. Set against an ancient backdrop, they appeared somewhat out of place. How do we use this weapon? Huohuo inquired, having never encountered such a peculiar contraption before, her gaze fixed curiously on Huohuo. We'll know once we give it a try. Guo Xiaoqi chuckled, though he too was uncertain, and directed the plasma cannon to fire into the distant thicket, unleashing a shot from afar. Fire! Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, creating a 10-meter-wide crater in the woods, sending trees flying with sparks of electricity dancing in the air. Huohuo stood in stunned silence. The power of these cannons, bolstered by lords and heroes, was nearly equivalent to that of the demigod-like savage species, the Cyclops. Could humanity possess such formidable machinery? But can we only construct 2? She asked, her throat dry, a hint of desperation in her voice. Resources are depleted. So for now, we can only manage these 2 cannons. Make do with them, Huohuo shrugged, feeling helpless. These weapons required black oil for their manufacture, and the recent resource chest from the system had only provided 100 black oil. Just enough for 2 cannons. Moreover, these 2 plasma cannons consumed 20 population units each, truly a luxury. Yet Huohuo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she recalled how the plasma cannon's projectiles were launched in a parabolic arc, gracefully tracing a beautiful curve in the air, far superior to the floating shells, as they could bypass the front-line shield soldiers and directly bombard the enemy's rear. What a pity! How unfortunate! Only 2. If there were hundreds of such cannons, Huohuo believed she could easily conquer Wanjing City. Why bother defending this small camp when they could simply charge forth? Confronted with reality, the limited artillery meant that defensive tactics would need to be reimagined, expanding the options available. Everyone was busy. As dusk fell, the 3rd wave of enemies had yet to arrive. Huohuo checked the forum. In the 10,000 Mountains region, within less than a day, over 30,000 lords had already been eliminated. Brothers, are you still alive? The dead cannot speak. If you can still speak, it means we are still alive. This was exceedingly arduous. He had initially thought this was merely a game, governed by game rules. But little did he expect this world to be so unreasonable and brutal. Isn't the real world just this cruel? You are right. I was too naive. Have you seen the achievements of the great Huohuo? Terrifying, isn't it? I just hope he quickly leads the troops to eliminate those officials, and we shall all be liberated. I used to think we bandits were competitors, but who would have thought that the first mission would require mutual support? Amusing, isn't it? Whereas the Great One, he seems rather silent. Huohuo raised a finger, intending to type a message, but ultimately he typed nothing. Damn it, it feels like anything I say would come off as pretentious. Forget it, you guys think that Huohuo is trying too hard to show off? Not a word now. With a decisive click, Huohuo closed the forum. Can I just not look? Huohuo continued to fire the giant cannon, dazzling flashes illuminating the camp as everyone curiously peeked out to observe. The weapon's power was astonishing. Soon, she grasped the cannon's range, the projectile's arc, and its attack radius, beginning to devise the next round of defensive strategies. Huohuo practiced with her troops while Huohuo assisted Pang Muji in the herb garden. This fellow had initially been resistant to working. Yet handling flowers and herbs was a different story. It had become a half-hearted hobby, making him less averse to it. Together with Pang Muji, they cooperated seamlessly. 3 types of herbs had blossomed, now bearing fruit, small granules that were not medicinal. Pang Muji carefully harvested these fruits, gently placing them into a box that, my lord, these seeds need to be saved for planting next year. Winter is approaching, and we cannot sow now. Understood. The remaining herbs would be harvested in their entirety, dried, and then further processed into medicinal materials. Pang Muji was highly focused. He hadn't handled herbs in quite some time, treating each plant with the care and gentleness one would afford a child. As he observed the herbs being meticulously prepared, Huohuo felt a sense of accomplishment swell within him. Time passed in tranquility. If only there were no wars. Spending each day tending to flowers and herbs seemed quite delightful. Shaking his head, he quickly dismissed such frivolous thoughts. He had come to achieve great deeds and could not afford to be ensnared by trivial hobbies. This world was perilous. One moment of indulgence could cost one their life. While Milan was still demonstrating formations, this young woman was truly dedicated. The mechanical soldiers might not tire, but generals did. Unwilling to sleep, Milan stood vigilant, her beast-hide armor-clad and spear in hand. Atop a massive rock, showing no trace of fatigue, her presence instilled a sense of reassurance. Thus, Huohuo returned to rest, sleeping soundly. After all, if calamity were to befall them, the young woman seemed more than capable of keeping watch. Appearing slightly taller than him, in the grand camp of the chief commander, the lights shone bright, and all the generals were awake, for Li Dingbei was in a furious rage, berating the incompetent generals. A handful of petty bandits have caused us countless casualties. Are you all merely idlers? The generals were thoroughly chastised. Finally, someone could no longer remain silent and stood to explain, "Great commander, while our troops are well trained, the 10,000 mountains are filled with steep cliffs and dense forests. They hide in the shadows, attacking us from afar, which poses quite a challenge. Moreover, our archers have been reassigned, leaving us solely with infantry. So we cannot entirely blame our Dingbei regarded the speaker, a young general and his trusted aide, and surprisingly refrained from lashing out. What you say holds truth. The archers and griffin units have been dispatched. We believe this would be an easy task to eradicate the bandits. Yet upon entering actual combat, we discovered how difficult it is to contend with these elusive bandits in the mountainous terrain." An elderly general nearby could not help but inquire, "Great commander, where have our archers and griffins been sent? Why not dispatch some to reinforce us? The high mountains and dense forests are not well suited for infantry." Li Dingbei sighed in resignation. The archers and griffins had been borrowed by the sixth prince to clear ancient serpents from the waterways. Against the serpents in the river, infantry were utterly useless, necessitating a substantial number of archers and flying units. This was beyond their control. Recently, for reasons unknown, several ancient giant serpents had emerged in the waterways of the 10,000 mountains, disrupting the flow to Wanjing City. The court had dispatched the sixth prince to hunt these ancient leviathans, resulting in the withdrawal of archers and griffins. Silence fell over the tent. In truth, dealing with the bandits seemed less urgent than hunting the giant serpents. After all, the 10,000 mountains were no man's land between the Deqian kingdom and the barbarian tribes, a place where intervention was optional. However, the ancient serpents were rampaging through the kingdom's rivers, creating a dire situation and instilling panic among the populace. "Great commander, I propose we first eliminate the easier-to-handle bandits, then concentrate our forces to deal with the more formidable ones." Agreed. Many generals retreated, and the tent lights dimmed. Chapter 35. The dawn of the final battle. Huohuo emerged from the main camp early in the morning and saw Milan still standing atop the stone. Evidently having not returned for rest throughout the night, steadfastly guarding the gate, he approached her. "You've worked hard." "Not too bad." The surroundings were enveloped in an unsettling quietude, devoid of even the faintest sounds of wildlife. In fact, throughout the entirety of yesterday evening, silence reigned supreme, with not even a whisper of wind to disturb the stillness. "General Hua, what is your perspective on the current situation?" Mulan cast a calm glance at Huohuo and replied serenely, "We have no pressing matters today. Let us take some rest." Huohuo, taken aback, inquired, "Oh, what leads you to say that?" Mulan smiled gently. "Last night, the officials suffered significant losses at our hands. They're faced with two options. Either they dispatch troops under the cover of night to eliminate us as their primary target, or they will first deal with the other, more manageable bandits before concentrating their forces to eliminate us later. Therefore, since they did not come last night, it follows that they will not come today either. We can recuperate our strength and prepare for the final showdown tomorrow." Having spoken, Mulan turned away, making her way to the general's residence to rest. Huohuo, perplexed, pondered whether she could be trusted. He resolved to ensure that Zhang Xiaoping remained vigilant at the lookout tower, instructing him to stay alert for any signs of disturbance and to sound the alarm at the slightest hint of trouble. With the lookout tower offering ample warning from several kilometers away, the blacksmith shop had already ceased operations, as there was no iron or left, and Lu Hu was not required to forge weapons, providing a rare moment of leisure. Not just Lu Hu, but also Lu Long, Zhang Xian, and their cohort of young men had all found themselves with ample free time. The refuse of horses was abundant, strewn about in heaps. Huohuo had voiced her discontent, and there had been 2 individuals who sought to seize the opportunity to install a fireplace for the boss, but their efforts were thwarted by Huohuo. Lu Chang, bring the table out. I wish to engage in tea and conversation with my brothers. Bandits ought to drink wine, not tea. Yet in Haifeng stronghold, wine was a scarcity, leaving only tea in its stead. With no one tending to the fields, there was no grain to brew alcohol. Thus, the notion of drinking was merely a fleeting thought. They made do. The tea being wild and exceedingly bitter, the gathering of bandits commenced their tea-drinking festivities. My lord, do you think we can hold our ground? My lord, this tea is dreadful. Next time, I shall find you some superior varieties to plant within the camp. My lord, we lack women in our camp. It is all a bunch of old men, rather dull indeed. Are you foolish? There are women in the general's residence. Puffed. That statement nearly frightened the young man to death. Courageous indeed. Then you should go. No one feared Huohuo, who at least appeared affable, but every soul trembled at the sight of Huohuo, whose fierce demeanor was unmistakable. When someone attempted to assist in tidying the general's residence and thought to move Huohuo's long spear, 2 men exerted all their strength yet failed to budge it. So heavy was it. What sort of woman would one dare to touch? Huohuo hummed a cheerful tune, offering no responses, basking in the morning sun, simply stating, "What splendid weather!" Indeed, after several days of overcast skies, the sun had suddenly graced them with its presence. My lord, do not be deceived by this fine weather. It heralds the arrival of the northern winds. And clear skies signify the onset of winter. That's so. The group engaged in lively banter, their initial awkwardness dissipating, laughter echoing among them. Suddenly, Pang Muji chuckled. My lord, have you ever contemplated the day when you shall reign supreme, bringing peace to the 4 seas? Indeed, that decrepit emperor of the great Qian dynasty is a pitiful excuse for a ruler, having plunged the realm into chaos with warring warlords. Just look at the disarray he has wrought upon a once thriving dynasty. He is far inferior to our lord. Precisely. My lord, do you harbor any desire to overthrow that scoundrel of an emperor? We, your brothers, stand ready to follow you. In this remote mountain area, far from the emperor's reach. A band of brigands spoke unabashedly about the emperor, thumping their tables and glaring with abandon, devoid of any semblance of respect. In truth, throughout the empire, few regarded the emperor with reverence. Every lord aspired to usurp his position. Yet who would dare to take the first step? The bandits were unencumbered by such concerns. They spoke candidly. Ultimately, all eyes turned to Huohuo. The fierce expression crept across Huohuo's face as he leapt onto a rock, proclaiming with fervor, "A true man cannot languish in the shadows. I shall seize the opportunity to take his place." The crowd erupted in applause, and thunder struck from the heavens, for Huohuo spoke from the heart. He cared not for the struggles of the populace. His own happiness was paramount. The grand principles of heaven and earth were lost on him. Such matters were of no concern to him. He simply felt that since he had crossed into this new world, why not carve out a legacy for himself? There was no need to live in subservience and demean oneself by relying on others' favor. If one desires not to be beholden to others, one must live as a king. Such is the way of a true man, a ragtag band of bandits, harboring dreams of emperorship and founding a new dynasty. Reveled in their tea drinking, their excitement spiraling into a frenzy, singing and dancing with abandon. Remarkably, they displayed commendable dancing skills, albeit lacking in grace. Huohuo suddenly reminisced about girl groups, thinking that when he became wealthy, he would also assemble a group of dancers for his entertainment. My lord, when shall you bring back a few women for us? Patience. Once we drive away the officials, We shall gather our forces and raid the affluent households, bringing back 100 or so. Ha ha ha! The raucous laughter echoed freely through the mountains. Alas, within the surrounding strongholds, no living souls remained, and blood flowed freely, staining the earth a deep crimson. All camps lay abandoned, rendering their boisterous revelry unheard amidst the sunshine. The bandits, filled with hopeful dreams, experienced the most joyous day. And no labor, no warfare, merely tea drinking and the camaraderie of belittling the emperor. How splendid, just as Huohuo had anticipated. This day was devoid of conflict. The officials had seemingly vanished, as if the campaign against the bandits had concluded. It was the calm before the storm. Once the revelry subsided, everyone returned to rest. Huohuo examined the system data. In the 10,000 Great Mountains region, only a little over 2,000 strongholds remained. Yet this was merely the second day. The officials had bypassed some formidable adversaries, clearing out the other bandits, leaving only these 2,000 strongholds capable of resisting. The officials' blades were exceedingly sharp. The number of lords continued to decline slowly, but the rate of decline had lessened. Evidently, the final 2,000 strongholds were not so easily subdued, as the officials found themselves strained in combat. Tomorrow may prove to be challenging. Upon returning to his headquarters and closing the door, he discovered that the fireplace had been installed, unbeknownst to him, by Lu Long and Zhang Xian in secret. The fireplace was far superior to a mere bonfire, allowing smoke to escape through the chimney, avoiding the peril of carbon monoxide poisoning. Typically, when lighting a fire in the center of the room, Huohuo had to leave the door ajar to sleep, lest he succumb to carbon monoxide poisoning in the dead of night. Waking up cold was a frequent occurrence. This was a European-style fireplace, elegantly simple, with ample firewood already prepared before it, flames flickering within. Beside it sat a wicker chair. Lu Chong, being meticulous, had arranged everything perfectly. Huohuo settled into the wicker chair, adding a log to the fireplace. The flames roared to life, enveloping him in warmth. Sleep eluded him as he fixated on the system data. Before long, only a little over 1,000 lords remained. Huohuo, feeling increasingly agitated, abruptly closed the system. The more he stared, the more vexed he became. For reasons unknown, Huohuo found himself unable to sleep that night, remaining in the wicker chair, basking in the warmth of the fireplace until dawn broke. On the 9th day, the sky was clear with a gentle breeze. The temperature had dipped once more. Huohuo emerged from the headquarters, spotting the poised and spirited Hua Mulan standing on a rock. All mechanical troops in place. 2 plasma cannons were positioned securely, one on each side, capable of delivering crossfire. Good morning, my lord. It would be wise for you to find a safe vantage point. Things may become rather bloody shortly. Bloody? Ha ha. Would I fear such a thing? Lu Chong, bring the tables and chairs over. Here they come, my lord. The Lu brothers promptly arranged the tables and chairs, and Huohuo took his seat, waving for everyone to withdraw. He intended to observe the battle alone. Report to General Hua. The enemy has arrived in overwhelming numbers, beyond count, stretching as far as the eye can see. Chapter 36. Slay and carve out a new dawn. The sounds of wild wolves could already be heard advancing. Once the armored troops concealed themselves, the number of wolves would become terrifying, charging forth in droves. 4 centurions stood at the heart of the army, commanding the battle. The distance was considerable. Hua Mulan sighed, thinking to herself that had she a war wolf, she would charge forth to slay these commanders. Once their leaders were lost, the officials would surely collapse without a fight. Alas, it was unrealistic to charge out on foot. Fire! The floating troops initiated their assault. Despite the overwhelming number of wolves, they were not impervious to fire, falling one by one. This time, the situation was markedly different. The number of wolf soldiers was overwhelming. As one wave of wild wolves fell, another surged forth, akin to an unceasing tide. After more than an hour of fierce combat, countless wild wolves were slain, effectively blocking the road. The soldiers behind were at a loss, only able to send men to clear away the wolf carcasses, yet many of them fell to the floating projectiles in the process. The commanding centurion, finally losing patience, recognized the untenable nature of the standoff. If this continued into the night, both sides would remain locked in place. With a decisive gesture, he commanded the shield-bearers and spearmen, mixed with the wild wolves, to charge forward. Simultaneously, he dispatched 2 monks to the fray, instructing them to remain vigilant of the surrounding woods, where ambushes might lurk, and to ensure the protection of the esteemed monks. Indeed, the deserters from the last engagement had already reported the ambush on the monks, and this time, preparations were in place. Guarding the monks were both spear-wielders and shield-bearers, with a contingent of soldiers specifically stationed before the thickets. The 2 monks, however, remained uneasy about the nearby grove, huddling together in the center, distancing themselves from the underbrush. Huohuo smirked, calculating the distance. The monks had taken what they deemed a safe position, ceasing their advance and remaining stationary, continuously casting spells from the rear. Fire! At the command, 2 plasma cannons, concealed from view, unleashed projectiles that arced gracefully through the air, striking the monks with deadly precision. The monks' defenses were formidable, as evidenced by the previous ambush where a dozen floating projectiles had inflicted minimal harm, requiring several volleys to bring them down. However, the plasma cannon's might was unparalleled, shattering their defenses and delivering devastating damage. The guards surrounding the monks were obliterated, leaving the monks in a state akin to beggars. Their legs weakened, they attempted to flee, only to realize they were paralyzed, unable to move. Just as they began to recover from their paralysis, the second barrage struck. Boom! The unfortunate monks, already battered from the first blast, were reduced to mere fragments by the second. Bombard them. After eliminating the monks, the cannons revealed their presence, unleashing a torrent of artillery fire upon the enemy positions, though the soldiers still scattered across the mountains. Their leader had fallen, and their morale had utterly collapsed. Too many had perished, causing them to discard their weapons and trample over one another in their frantic escape. Morale is indeed contagious. The soldiers at the rear, unaware of the unfolding chaos, joined a retreat, all too aware that they had been defeated. With the death of the centurion, only a handful of captains remained, utterly incapable of controlling the panicking troops. And they too were swept away in the tide of flight, countless crushed beneath the stampede. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood. Suddenly, Huohuo bellowed, "You bunch of cowards, get out here this instant. Quickly assist General Hua with her injuries." Pang Muji led the Liu brothers, hastening to support Huohuo, sprinting at a speed akin to that of a 100-meter dash, carrying her to the infirmary. Only Huohuo understood that Huohuo was at the end of her strength. Without immediate treatment, she would surely perish. This was not a matter that could be resolved with a mere healing potion, for her stamina had dwindled to a mere 2 points. While the potion could restore health, it could not replenish her energy. Pang Muji, drenched in sweat from urgency, swiftly administered treatment to Huohuo, feeding her medicine. After drinking, she glanced at him and softly stated, "It's nothing, I'm just tired." With that, she tilted her head and, to Pang Muji's astonishment, fell asleep, snoring gently. Pang Muji was dumbfounded. Was General Hua truly a divine being? As all in the camp reached the city gate, they beheld a river flowing at the mountain's base. A river of blood, littered with dismembered corpses, an unfathomable number. Everyone stood in shock. Was this the doing of our Black Wind stronghold? Was this the work of King Han and General Hua? Long live King Han and General Hua, the invincible warrior. King Han, reigning for all eternity, unifying the martial world, master of Black Wind stronghold, unparalleled prowess. General Hua is indeed a celestial being. The flattery was excessively cringe-worthy, even for the thick-skinned Huohuo, who found a heart to bear. "Get moving, you lazy fools. Hurry up and bring the mechanical wreckage to the recovery furnace." Huohuo's temper flared as he kicked at the sluggish youths, who finally came to their senses and hurried to drag the remains of the mechanical workers and wolves to the recovery furnace. Some even smartly rounded up the 4 terrified warhorses belonging to the centurions. The system had already inundated him with information. Huohuo needed to swiftly replenish his forces and had no time to heed the system's messages. He rushed to the recovery furnace, collecting the remnants. Iron ingots 8, iron ingots 7, iron ingots 6, iron ingots 7. The losses were staggering. Though the recovery furnace could reclaim 100 of materials, the damage inflicted upon these remnants was too severe. The metal lost in battle could not be regained. Huohuo felt an acute pang of sorrow. This was all iron. After confirming that the amount of recovered iron was sufficient, he quickly recruited mechanical workers from the mech workshop, with their assistance. The pace of battlefield cleanup accelerated significantly, continuing until darkness enveloped the land. Exhausted, Huohuo turned to see Pang Muji approaching to lend a hand. "How is General Hua?" "General Hua is well. Her maid has taken her back to the general's residence to rest. She merely exhausted herself and needs ample time to recuperate." Upon hearing that Huohuo was safe, Huohuo's anxieties finally eased. The well-being of his generals was of utmost importance. "Help me with this scrap iron. I'll take a short rest." Yes, the scrap had piled into a small mountain, containing not only broken mechs, but also many gun heads, sabers, and more. The number of mechanical workers grew as they transported all the discarded mech soldiers and began collecting the bodies on the main road, preparing to incinerate them that if the corpses were not burned, they would spread disease. Huohuo instructed Lu Long to take a few young men from their workshop to assist, and they pinched their noses as they undertook the dirtiest of tasks. Yet without a word of complaint. After this battle, in everyone's hearts, Huohuo and Huohuo had ascended to divinity. "My lord, you should rest first. We will handle the aftermath," Lu Chong urged. "Nonsense. The fight isn't over. Who knows if those soldiers will return? I'll stay with you. No more chatter. Let us get to work." The floating turrets and plasma cannons were lined up for recharging. Huohuo recruited another batch of mechanical wolves and instructed the mechanical workers to lay down the barricades once more. Only then did he breathe a small sigh of relief. Even if the soldiers returned, they would be able to hold them off for a while as a great fire blazed along the main road. As Lu Long directed the workers to incinerate the corpses, the night had fallen, casting a bright glow across the landscape. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, strange sounds akin to a horn echoed. In the tent of the Northwest Grand Commander, Wan Qingwang, and Li Dingbei, the atmosphere was tense. 4 centurions have fallen. A total of 5,300 soldiers dead, all due to a mere mountain bandit. Li Dingbei sneered as he scrutinized the battle report, looking down at the anxious commanders below. "Commander, it's not just the Black Wind stronghold. Several other strongholds are resisting fiercely. What shall we do now?" Just as Li Dingbei hesitated on whether to reinforce their troops, a messenger rushed in urgently. "Report. We have discovered the presence of barbarians in the 10,000 Great Mountains. The sound of their horns has echoed throughout the mountains, and our soldiers are terrified and unwilling to advance." Dingbei squinted, exhaling deeply. "All forces retreat. The remaining camps will likely stir up no great waves. Let the barbarians deal with it." He had no desire for a direct confrontation with them. Originally, attacking the 10,000 Great Mountains seemed nonsensical. It was a buffer zone, a waste of soldiers to clear obstacles for the barbarians. His own emperor was rather perplexing. The Black Wind stronghold had been thoroughly cleaned up. The floating turrets and mechanical wolves were back in position, and the barricades were laid out on the hillside. Huohuo had gone to rest. Huohuo was sat there, taking over guard duty for Huohuo, remaining still until midnight without moving. The soldiers did not return, and after the peculiar horn sounds faded, the 10,000 Great Mountains were filled with the chirping of birds. Small animals began to scamper through the underbrush, and the howls of wolves echoed once more. It seemed as if everything had returned to normal. Ding! The system's voice rang out. "The operation against the soldiers has concluded. Rewards are now being calculated. Congratulations to the surviving lords. You have gained initial rights to exist in this world. All surviving lords, based on your ranks, will receive substantial rewards. Please check your rewards in the 10,000 Great Mountains." Precisely 108 lords had survived. This figure was rather intriguing. Was it mere coincidence? Across the entire world, over 10 million lords had survived. Upon seeing these statistics, Huohuo was scoffed. 3 billion lords, 3 billion living souls. And over 99 perished in the first event. This is hardly a dream world filled with gold. It is clearly a hellish purgatory. Chapter 38. Inventory of spoils. Many familiar icons had vanished. A glance revealed that Wang Dali's icon had also disappeared. That honest lad ultimately could not withstand such a frenzied assault. All the avatars connected to him had vanished, save for one, an exiled lord he had blocked. Jiang Xiaowen, wasn't she that chatty girl? He had found her annoying enough to block her, yet she had managed to survive. However, she was not in the 10,000 Great Mountains. It seemed she was off being a pirate at sea. No matter, she was of no concern to him. First, he checked the rewards. The rankings were solely based on regional standings, limited to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Huohuo topped the leaderboard with over 100,000 points. While the second place, Wu Qiming, had just over 10,000, the others barely scraped together a few thousand points at most. The primary reason was that the main forces had been held off by Huohuo. Regardless of how many soldiers were slain, none of the surviving lords were mere pretenders. They were genuine powerhouses. The forum in the 10,000 Great Mountains was eerily silent, with no one speaking. Even the World Forum was quiet. It seemed everyone was busy tallying their spoils. In the 10,000 Great Mountains region, the top-ranked player received 1 platinum treasure chest, a lord-level experience pack, based on points, and 3 special building blueprints. Additionally, for defeating 5 centurions, he earned 5 random resource chests. The quality of the rewards was indeterminate, so he could only open them one by one when opening treasure chests. One should start with the least valuable, saving the best for last. What could a random resource chest be? It sounded intriguing. Huohuo first opened the 5 random resource chests. Congratulations, you opened a random resource chest and received 100 gold coins. Damn it, was this meant to be a beggar's bounty? Congratulations, you opened a random resource chest and received 10 gold coins. What the hell? Having already received a meager 100 coins, there was an option for just 10 coins. Huohuo was left speechless. Was the heavens punishing him for his earlier complaints? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Temporarily pausing his treasure opening, Huohuo went to answer it, finding Hua Mulan's maid. Suehua, standing there there's something you need? General Hua asked me to return this necklace to you. Hua held a necklace adorned with a horseshoe and a sacred vial of blood. Huohuo received the treasure and draped it around his neck. Suehua performed a bow, carefully assisting Huohuo in shutting the door before retreating. Though this plump girl was somewhat uncouth, she had been well trained by Hua Mulan and now possessed the demeanor befitting a servant of a prominent household. The horseshoe granted a luck bonus of 2. One could only wonder if it would enhance the outcome of opening treasure chests. Continuing on, congratulations were in order upon opening a random resource treasure chest. Huohuo received 50,000 gold coins. Further, he opened another chest to find 200,000 units of wood, followed by yet another that yielded 200,000 stones. Astonished, Huohuo pondered the disparity in rewards. Was it the effect of the 2 luck from the horseshoe? Or had his fortune simply taken a turn for the better? Regardless, he resolved to remember this. In the future, treasure chests must be opened with a horseshoe in tow. Surely, it was a divine artifact. Luck, he mused, was something one should prefer to believe in rather than dismiss entirely. After finishing with the resource chests, he proceeded to level up. He realized that the battles during the final confrontation did not grant experience points. Rather, all rewards were contained within experience packs, the calculation of which remained a mystery. Upon opening the experience pack, he was greeted with the announcement, "Congratulations, Lord, you have reached level 10. Please select your new skill." The options presented to him were Basic Wisdom Spell or Basic Agility. Level 10 allowed for the selection of skills once more. Huohuo, noticing the unfamiliar skills, studied the descriptions. Basic Wisdom Spell enables the learning of spells of 2nd tier and below. Basic Agility increases agility for oneself and the commanded soldiers. Huohuo recognized the potency of the agility enhancement, which would accelerate the speed of all troops. Yet he hesitated momentarily. What of spells? He recalled the monk's grand prayer and grand healing spells. Both formidable in nature, capable of altering the tide of battle with a single incantation. Could he, too, learn such magic? A surge of enthusiasm enveloped him. As a materialist, he felt an irresistible allure toward magic and spells. Prompting his choice of the basic wisdom spell, he yearned to witness the grandeur of a mechanical army in concert with arcane powers. Suddenly, a spellbook materialized within the system. Yet to his dismay, it contained no spells. It implied that magic required study and was not innately possessed. He wondered where he might learn such magic in the future, if he could acquire potent spells to complement his mechanical forces. Sweeping across the continent would not be out of reach. Congratulations, Lord. You have reached level 11. Congratulations, Lord. You have reached level 12. Congratulations, Lord. You have reached level 13. Congratulations, Lord. You have reached level 14. Congratulations, Lord. You have reached level 15. Please select your new skill. The choices were Basic Earth Spell or Basic Endurance. Once again, Huohuo hesitated, but reasoning that since he had chosen a Wisdom spell, he should indeed learn some magic. He opted for the Basic Earth Spell. Basic Earth Spell enhances the potency of all earth-based magic. Congratulations, Lord. You have reached level 16. Congratulations, Lord. You have reached level 17. Upon reaching level 17, he paused. The experience required for advancement was increasingly daunting. And he reflected on his data. Lord. Huohuo level 17 attributes. Strength 8, Defense 6, Endurance 4, 6, Intelligence 7. Exclusive skill. Mechanical expertise, general skills. Intermediate leadership, basic attack, basic wisdom spell, basic earth magic. His attributes appeared quite formidable, sufficient to outmatch a mere band of 3 to 5 brigands. Huohuo felt a surge of strength coursing through him. He was eager to engage Go-san in a contest. Confronting him now would be a trivial endeavor. Go-san, having endured a night filled with nightmares, awoke the next day in a state of anxiety, pondering which deity he had offended. Upon completing his level advancements, Huohuo examined the building blueprints. Arrow Tower, capable of housing 10 ranged units for defense. Troops stationed in the Arrow Tower enjoy a 50 increase in range and a 200 increase in damage. Construction, 500 wood, 250 stone. 100 iron ingots. Limit, a maximum of 4 Arrow Towers may be constructed. The rationale for 4 towers was clear, as a typical city boasts 4 gates, with each gate paired with an Arrow Tower. Huohuo sighed, lamenting that had this blueprint been available before the military's campaign against the brigands, General Hua would not have needed to toil so hard in defense to Thieves' Guild. Training camp for scouts. Construction, 500 wood, 250 stone. Scouts are utilized for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. While they possess some combat capability, they are not the primary fighting force. Huohuo found himself lacking in functional troop training camps, making this a welcome addition. Training ground, a facility for soldier training, gradually increasing their experience. Construction, 10,000 wood, 5,000 stone. This training facility bore a high level, gleaming in gold, with steep construction costs. Its only flaw was the limited number of soldiers that could be trained at once. Only the most significant soldiers could be placed within for training to yield meaningful results, making large-scale training impractical. After collecting all these blueprints, Huohuo unveiled his final treasure that was a platinum chest. This was the crux of the matter. Huohuo had never encountered such a high-tier platinum chest. What wonders might it contain? Just as he was about to open it, a sudden notification startled him. Detected that you have achieved the highest score in the first phase of the task. The platinum chest has automatically upgraded to a divine chest. The chest in his hands transformed, shifting from platinum to a resplendent, multicolored treasure. Fortunately, this occurred indoors. Had it been outside, the chest's brilliance could have illuminated the darkest night. Huohuo was astonished. What was this? Upon opening the chest, a plethora of items awaited him. Heroic tokens, 3 golden silk armor. Defense 15 ice dagger. All attributes 3 portal. Blueprint for a demon structure from the abyss, allowing the construction of portals across different bases, facilitating interconnection between all bases. There was an abundance of treasures, each a remarkable item. The heroic tokens were particularly noteworthy, specifically designed for recruiting epic heroes. Having witnessed Hua Mulan's ferocity, Huohuo was determined to recruit several epic heroes of his own. The 2 artifacts were also of the highest caliber. The portal represented a strategic structure, having constructed secondary bases. There was a possibility of unexpected attacks, and with a portal, troops could be directly transported between bases, emphasizing a solid defense. Chapter 39. The Stronghold of the Middle Ages. Furthermore, this chest was indeed exceptional. Huohuo marveled at it, considering whether it could be dismantled. Using such a luminescent chest as a mere storage cabinet seemed excessively lavish. Resolute in his thoughts, Huohuo donned the golden silk armor and tucked the dagger into his attire. His attributes now rivaled those of Hua Mulan. In this world, Relying solely on his prowess, he was surely above average. He no longer feared encounters with brigands that in a corner lay a black iron chest. Heavy yet manageable for Huohuo, who now possessed considerable strength. He hoisted a box in each hand as he exited. Arriving at the recycling furnace, he contemplated his next move. He decided to toss the mythical chest into the furnace to discern its material. Diamond 5. What was a diamond? Upon inspecting the description, he was taken aback. Diamond. A mythical stone. Each diamond increases the life limit of a crystal by 10. Incredible. Such a treasure existed, with 5 diamonds. He could elevate the crystal's health from 1,000 to 1,500, an increase of 50. Life-preserving items were indeed divine. Though their utility might not be apparent in daily life, their significance would become evident in critical moments. Now, regarding the black iron chest, just as he was about to discard it, the system suddenly issued a warning. This chest is extremely valuable. It can be dismantled to yield 2 meteorite cores. Are you sure you wish to decompose it? Meteorite cores. The name alone sounded absurd. Yet could this chest truly surpass the mythical chest in worth? After a moment's hesitation, Huohuo decided against dismantling it, opting instead to carry it back, regrettably without disassembling it. He could not view the attributes of the meteorite cores, nor discern their purpose, that a strong intuition urged him that dismantling this chest would undoubtedly trigger significant events within this world. A sentiment that resonated deeply within him, that it seemed that the meteorite cores possessed immense importance. He felt unprepared and thus opted to wait before dismantling it, carrying the black iron chest back with him. That night, many lords found themselves sleepless. Huohuo, too, struggled to find rest, likely due to the excitement, and awoke the next morning with dark circles under his eyes. Upon opening the door, the weather was exceptionally clear, and the camp had returned to normalcy, as if nothing had transpired. The mechanical workers busied themselves with gathering resources. Lu, who was forging iron, while Lu Long crafted various tools. Everyone was engaged in their tasks, except for Go-san, who wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, Huohuo turned to find 4 handsome warhorses tethered in the camp. Nervously eyeing him, he approached and gently stroked their manes, quickly calming them. Are you sure you wish to construct a stable? Affirmative. Lumber, 200 stone, 100. A standard beast pen materializes within the encampment, where Huohuo releases the steeds, and 4 warhorses joyfully gallop inside. My lord. Throughout the entire camp, only Hua Mulan addresses herself in such a manner. Upon turning around, Huohuo notices Hua Mulan energetically emerging from the general's residence. Their eyes meet for a brief moment, followed by hearty laughter. The first laugh signifies that they have both survived, while the second acknowledges their deplorable appearance, resembling beggars. Hua Mulan's leather attire is riddled with holes, which, although once befitting a general, now renders her akin to a female beggar. Huohuo dons golden silk armor beneath her garb. Yet her outerwear bears no distinction from that of a beggar. Not just the two of them, but the entire camp resembles a throng of beggars. Are you all right? What's there to worry about? The sacred blood bottle is exceptionally potent, ideal for dealing with these minions. If one were to encounter a formidable foe, it would be of no use. Perhaps a single spear thrust would prove fatal, rendering recovery meaningless. That I was merely fatigued yesterday. Haha. As long as you're fine. By the way, my lord, how about I take you to a place? Or shall we go to purchase some clothing? We cannot perpetually live as beggars. Can we? Huohuo gazes at Huohuo with eager anticipation. TOW City. Huohuo gasps in shock. Just yesterday, they had fought fiercely with the soldiers of City. And now she dares to venture there for clothing? Fear not. I am acquainted with a prominent family there. The Wang family has the means to ensure our safety. Are you referring to the Wang family that sought treasures for the barbarian king? Precisely. You are quite astute. Huohuo hesitates to agree immediately. Her curiosity piqued. She could easily go alone, yet she wonders why Hua Mulan insists on bringing her along, although she has only been in this world for 7 days. The brushes with mortality have matured her significantly. She senses that there must be a reason behind this. Nevertheless, the system cannot deceive, and Hua Mulan's loyalty has inadvertently risen to 82, ensuring her allegiance. Furthermore, Huohuo feels an inexplicable unease regarding the disappearance of the giant's armor, suspecting there may be underlying issues at play. Let me upgrade the main camp first. Huohuo currently possesses a wealth of resources. The random resource chest has granted her hundreds of thousands of lumber and stone, sufficient to elevate the ancient era to its pinnacle. With a single stroke, she upgrades the main camp directly to level 10. You have successfully upgraded the main camp to level 10 that you may now advance to the next era. Are you certain you wish to upgrade the main camp to the Middle Ages? Upgrading to the Middle Ages level 1 requires 100,000 lumber and 50,000 stone. Confirm. Please select the architectural style for the Middle Ages. An array of uniquely shaped architectural images appears, each distinct. Huohuo deliberates for a considerable time, realizing these images likely represent not only aesthetic differences, but potentially the future developmental direction of the main camp. It is akin to opening a blind box. Aside from the images, nothing else is visible. The attributes will only be revealed post-construction, a rather mischievous aspect of the system. After careful observation, despite appearing ancient, the buildings display significant variation. Ultimately, she resolutely selects the simplest and most unadorned wooden and stone architectural style, reminiscent of Han Dynasty structures. Upon making her choice, a new main camp materializes in its place. The minimalist wooden and stone edifice, though still somewhat crude, surpasses the previous makeshift shelter by a considerable margin. At the very least, it now resembles a legitimate building. This main camp is not structured laterally, but adopts a two-courtyard layout, closely resembling an ancient Han Dynasty government office, with the front courtyard designated for administrative purposes and the rear courtyard for habitation. Main camp, level 1, Middle Ages architecture. Population cap, 1,000, including workers and troops. Income, 1,000 gold coins per day. Traits. Technology research progress increased by 20 to resource consumption for technology research reduced by 20. Construction, capable of building intermediate housing, markets, warehouses, beast pens, advanced farmland, stone walls, recycling furnaces, blacksmith shops, wells, infantry camps, chariot camps, workshops, city gates, medical facilities, libraries, level 1 mage guilds. Upgrade. The next level requires 100,000 lumber, 50,000 stone, and at least 2 Middle Ages buildings. Now, upgrading to the next level demands an exorbitant cost of 100,000 lumber and 50,000 stone. Numerous buildings are eligible for upgrade, and several new constructions have been added, along with a peculiar trait that enhances research progress. Upon inspection, it appears these technologies will likely be developed within the library. This trait is quite advantageous. Having traversed from the modern world, Huohuo is well aware of the paramount importance of technological advancement. Moreover, the inclusion of a level 1 mage guild indicates that this will indeed serve as a place for learning magic. Let us first construct a library. Library, a repository of knowledge and a hub for technological research. Construction, 1,000 lumber, 500 stone. Are you certain you wish to construct the library? Confirm. A rudimentary wooden structure emerges in the center of the encampment, resembling a large warehouse more than a library. Inside, numerous shelves are filled with bamboo slips. Goodness, are we still in the bamboo slip era? The library facilitates technological research. Please select the technology you wish to study. Glancing over the options, Huohuo finds several, including the wheel, farmland, currency, and church, among others, without hesitation. She selects the wheel. Wheel increases the working efficiency and movement speed of all workers by 30, requiring 3,000 lumber in 7 days. Due to the main camp's traits, the consumption is reduced to 400 lumber, and the time required is shortened to just over 5 days. Chapter 40. The Wang family of WNQing City. This technology is crucial, especially for Huohuo, whose workforce is comprised entirely of mechanical laborers, vastly outnumbering others. This implies that the primary characteristic of Huohuo's encampment is its extraordinary productivity. An additional 30 enhancement would render her competitors unable to keep pace. Subsequently, she constructs a level 1 mage guild. Level 1 mage guild, a venue for the study and learning of magic. Construction, 2,000 lumber, 2,000 stone. Are you certain you wish to construct the level 1 mage guild? Confirm. Lumber, 2,000, stone 2. 000. A black magic tower manifests within the base, and upon inspection, Huohuo discovers only one magic available for learning. Slow, an earth-type magic that impedes the enemy's movements, with duration influenced by intelligence attributes. Not bad. It is indeed earth magic, perfectly aligned with her specialization. However, she remains uncertain about the actual effectiveness of this spell. The slow magic is recorded in her spellbook, marking Huohuo's first acquired magical skill. She then notices the option for magic research. Research level 1 magic, requiring 2,000 lumber and 2,000 stone. Are you certain you wish to research the next magic? Only level 1 magic research is available. There is no option for level 2 magic. Research, lumber 2,000, stone 2,000. Researching level 1 magic will take 3 days. Very well, it requires such time. I shall wait and see what the second magic entails. Next, Huohuo constructs 3 reconnaissance vehicles, the cost of which is exorbitant, each requiring 2,000 stone and 2,000 iron ingots. However, she needs these vehicles for exploring the black oil mines, with too few mining vehicles. Failing to locate underground oil wells would pose significant trouble. Huohuo understands the importance of black oil, preferring to waste resources rather than risk negligence. Hence, she decides to construct 3 vehicles at once, dispatching them to explore various locations while also arranging for normal mining operations. She produces many workers and temporarily assigns Lu Chong to manage domestic affairs. Lu Chong is merely a mountain bandit. Although he has read a bit, he is still just a bandit, not a domestic hero. Huohuo can only set the broad direction for him and let him execute it. Expecting him to manage domestic affairs innovatively is unrealistic. There are too many tasks to handle. After the battle, everything requires organization. After a day of busy work, she finally addresses all matters. Naturally, she cannot accompany Huohuo to Ing City. Huohuo remains patient, waiting until the following day when Huohuo finally takes a breather. Are you free now? Shall we depart? Yes, let us go. With 4 warhorses at their disposal, Huohuo hesitates briefly, then decides to invite Lu Long and Go San along. If they are to purchase clothing, it is prudent to bring more people. After all, she cannot expect to haul the goods back herself alongside Huohuo. Additionally, Lu Long hails from the Wang family. Familiar with the area, Huohuo harbors a lingering suspicion about the Wang family Huohuo speaks of, and as for Go San, he possesses an air of mystery. Perhaps his presence will bring them good fortune. Huohuo shows no objection. With practiced ease, Huohuo guides the warhorses, leading the way, while Huohuo struggles to control her steed, taking considerable time to steady it. Lacking riding expertise, she endures a bumpy ride. Thankfully, her current attributes are quite high, particularly her stamina, preventing any embarrassment. The warhorses move swiftly, and within a short while, they reach the exit of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Beyond this mountain pass lies Ing City. Huohuo brings the warhorses to a halt. Huohuo smiles and inquires, why not enter the city in one go? Mulan shook her head and said, we can enter the city, but this warhorse cannot. Huohuo immediately understood. After all, riding a warhorse in a town with a few beggars would undoubtedly draw attention, marking them as bandits from the mountains. What shall we do then? Let us find a place to hide the horse first. The group glanced around and spotted a small hillside nearby. They rode up to the summit and discovered an abandoned camp. Bloodstains marred the ground, alongside discarded swords and weapons. The camp's walls had been utterly destroyed, and all the structures had been consumed by flames, leaving behind a desolate scene. Let us tie the horse here for the time being, and we will return for it after we exit the city. Agreed. Dismounting, they began searching for a suitable spot to secure the horse. Huohuo peered into the distance and felt a pang in his heart. From the mountaintop, he could see the distant Wangking City. Only Wang Dali's camp within the 10,000 Great Mountains had a direct view of Wangking City, that a sense of melancholy washed over him as he realized this was the young man's camp. Now reduced to ashes, the world was indeed harsh. One day, he could meet the same fate if he were not careful. After securing the horse, the group descended the hill and soon arrived at the city gate. Beggar, you are not permitted to enter the city. The gate guards looked disdainfully at the 4 individuals, preparing to shoo them away. Sir, you do not recognize me? I am not a beggar. I am from the Wang family. My name is Lu Long. We greeted each other the last time I left the city. Look at me. The guard squinted, and upon closer inspection, he realized Lu Long did indeed seem familiar. You may enter. But they cannot. Sir, please make an exception. These are my friends that we agreed I would bring them to the Wong family for work. If it weren't for their assistance in the mountains, I wouldn't have made it back. Lu Long leaned in and discreetly slipped a gold coin into the guard's palm. In that case, you may enter quickly, but do not cause any trouble. The Lord has been displeased these past few days and has forbidden beggars from entering the city. We will be on our best behavior. With a wave of his hand, the guard permitted the four to enter. Such is the folly of looking down on others. Wonking City, the largest city on the northwestern frontier, was bustling with life, yet even in such a vibrant place, beggars were omnipresent in every corner. Just days ago, the city lord had expressed his ire over the multitude of beggars, hence the recent prohibition against their entry. The four had narrowly avoided being turned away. Mulan and Lu Long were well acquainted with the city. They swiftly navigated through the streets and entered a secluded alley, which was lined with grand mansions. Clearly the domain of the affluent, a lantern inscribed with the character for Wong hung at the entrance. Mulan took the lead, seizing the door knocker and banging it vigorously. Bang! 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 A few servants emerged, and upon seeing a beggar at the door, they erupted in anger. What beggar dares to disturb us? Depart at once, lest you invite trouble. Mulan, however, refused to leave. Without hesitation, the servants brandished their clubs, ready to strike, prompting Huohuo to cover his eyes that Mulan swiftly delivered a flurry of punches, knocking the ruffians to the ground, leaving them bruised and moaning in pain. The blows were fierce enough for Huohuo to hear the sound of breaking bones. Quick! Someone's causing a ruckus at the door. Summon help? In short, while a large group of people, led by a steward, rushed out. Who dares to make trouble at the Wong family's doorstep? Which audacious scoundrel is this? Wong Ming, have you forgotten me after just a few days? Mulan replied coldly. Wong Ming, the chief steward of the Wong family, initially failed to recognize her due to her beggar's garb. However, upon hearing her words, he was taken aback. After a closer look, he began to sweat. It is General Hua. What brings you here? He had intended to inquire why she was dressed like a beggar, but thought better of it. Deeming such a question impolite, am I unwelcome? Wong Ming's expression shifted, and he hastily replied, Not at all, General Hua. Please, come in and rest. I shall fetch the master at once. The four servants, still moaning on the ground, had suffered for naught. Realizing the steward's subservient demeanor, the servants understood they had crossed a line, feeling resentful. How could they be blamed for mistaking someone dressed like a beggar? The steward instructed someone to escort the four to the reception room, to wait, while he hurried into the inner residence to summon the master. It was widely known that the Wong family had two brothers of immense influence. The elder, Wang Zizhong, and the younger, Wang Petit that moment. The elder, Wang Zizhong, was home and soon rushed out to greet Mulan. Mulan lounged there, too lazy to stand, tilting her head to observe the rotund Wang Zizhong, while Huohuo maintained an air of indifference, casting a cursory glance at him devoid of any awe. Chapter 41. A Ghost in the Wong Family. However, upon seeing the master's arrival, Lu Long instinctively jumped up, lowering his head to stand behind Huohuo, appearing somewhat flustered. Guisan, startled by this, quickly stood as well. Unsure of the situation, Wang Zizhong entered. His keen eyes immediately discerned the hierarchy. He easily recognized Mulan and, knowing her to be a favored general of the barbarian king, dared not show any disrespect. However, he was puzzled by the young man who sat confidently, seemingly at ease despite his ragged appearance, exuding an air of authority typical of someone accustomed to commanding others. General Hua, what a rare visitor. What brings you to the Wong family today? Have you perhaps gleaned some news regarding the treasure? Mulan sneered. Your information is rather lacking, is it not? Are you unaware that I suffered a defeat in the 10,000 great mountains, found no treasure, and returned here in shame? What is this? Am I unwelcome as a defeated general? Wang Zizhong's expression turned serious. How could that be? It is not your fault. The 10,000 great mountains are home to many hidden bandits. I have heard that even the Grand Commander faced significant losses there. That cursed place is treacherous. Noticing Mulan's silence, Wang Zizhong tentatively inquired, "And who might this young man be?" Mulan glanced at Huohuo, contemplating what identity would suit him best. Suddenly, Huohuo smiled and introduced himself. "Have you not heard of the fire barbarian god?" "Indeed, I am the illustrious fire barbarian god, a sworn brother of the barbarian king. I happened to rescue General Huo on the road, and we decided to visit you together. I have long heard the barbarian king speak of you, and I expected a man of stature. Yet you seem rather lacking in decorum." Huohuo regarded Wang Zizhong with a mocking gaze. Wang Zizhong felt a shiver run down his spine. He had never heard of a fire barbarian god. Was he perhaps famous among the barbarians? Yet, judging by his physique, he appeared quite strong by human standards, but he hardly resembled a barbarian. Given Huohuo's bold claims, Wang Zizhong felt uncertain and quickly bowed. "I'm honored to meet you, fire barbarian god. Pray tell, how have I failed in my manners?" Mulan felt utterly embarrassed, wishing to dig a hole and hide. How could he claim to be the barbarian king's brother? However, she could not expose the lie and had to endure the awkwardness. Seeing Mulan's lack of denial only heightened Wang Zizhong's anxiety. Could it be true that a figure of significance from the barbarian tribes had indeed arrived? Mulan's respectful demeanor suggested authenticity. Huohuo knew that sometimes, the more outrageous the lie, the harder it was for others to disbelieve, due to the significant consequences of disbelief. Huohuo stated gravely, "General Huo and I have been fleeing through the 10,000 Great Mountains, facing countless hardships along the way. I heard from the barbarian king that your family is known for your generosity and hospitality, often engaging in trade with him. Yet having arrived, we have not even been offered a chance to freshen up or enjoy a hearty meal. Is it possible that the esteemed Wang family lacks a means?" Wang Zizhong burst into laughter. "Ah, so it is such a trivial matter. I have indeed been remiss. Allow me to arrange it immediately." He slammed the table. "Wang Ming, hasten to prepare accommodations for our esteemed guests. Ensure they can wash up, change into clean clothes, and prepare a feast. Today, the Wang family shall host our honored guests at once." "My lord," Wang Ming responded, gesturing for the four to follow. Wasan looked at his lord with admiration. Indeed, his master was exceptional, effortlessly arranging everything with just a few words. Soon, servants arrived to escort the guests for bathing and changing. Wang Zizhong observed Huohuo striding confidently at the forefront, with Mulan trailing behind, while the other two appeared to be mere attendants, relegated to the rear. Could this truly be the brother of the barbarian king? His eyes sparkled with a glint of cunning, betraying a hint of unease that "I adore bathing, indulging in bubbles." This was Huohuo's first bath in 7 days, and it felt incredibly refreshing. After the bath, the tub was left resembling a muddy swamp. The Wang family, being of considerable means, promptly provided him with new garments, a loose robe. Damn, this ragged attire was voluminous and made him appear somewhat ridiculous. Yet it hindered his movements. Huohuo tightened the cuffs of his trousers and secured his waist with a random piece of rope, then tore off a portion of the sleeves to ensure it wouldn't impede his actions. The servants of the Wang household stifled their laughter. Indeed, he must be a barbarian, for why else would he so mishandle a perfectly fine garment? A few individuals had finished bathing and gathered together again. Upon encountering Mulan, Huohuo was astonished to find that they had both transformed their long robes into short garments. This further solidified the notion that Huohuo was undoubtedly a barbarian. Go San and Lu Long donned the short attire of servants, and Master Wang immediately recognized that these two were not of high standing. The wealthier the family, the more meticulous they were. It was inconceivable for a master and his servants to wear the same clothing. Wang Zanzhong noticed Mulan and Huohuo walking side by side, their modifications to their outfits strikingly similar, which made it increasingly hard for him to believe that both originated from the barbarian king. Although young, Huohuo's stature was indeed impressive, albeit with a slight delicacy. One could, with some effort, argue that he resembled the nobility of barbarians. Not only Wang Zanzhong, but even Mulan began to harbor doubts, questioning whether their lord might truly be the half-brother of the barbarian king. Despite the dire state of the populace outside, it did not detract from the opulence of this meal. featuring an abundance of fish and meat, seafood and mountain delicacies, all in plentiful supply. While Huohuo maintained some decorum, Huohuo showed no restraint, devouring the feast voraciously. Wang Zanzhong, increasingly astounded, noted that many of these delicacies were unfamiliar to most, yet Huohuo seemed entirely at ease, expertly navigating each dish as if he indulged in such luxuries daily. Truly, this could not be the barbarian king's adopted brother. He must be the barbarian king's biological brother. Sweat dripped from his brow. Just then, Huohuo glanced up. "Is it hot in here? Why are you sweating?" Wang Zanzhong, pale as a ghost, wiped his brow with a handkerchief. "Lord Fire Barbarian, you jest. Winter is upon us, and there is no reason for heat. I am merely feeling a bit unwell." Huohuo laughed heartily. "Ah, I see. Too many women, perhaps." Laughter erupted among the group. Huohuo's gaze lingered on Wang Zanzhong, imbued with an unusual intensity, and then he exchanged a knowing glance with Huohuo, who seemed to sense something, responding with a look that indicated her understanding. The gathering was filled with merriment. Wang Zanzhong then arranged for them to retire for rest. Huohuo was escorted to a guest room, but before he could settle in, he heard a furtive knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find a cloaked figure standing before him, with Go San and Lu Long trailing behind. He quickly ushered the three inside. He instantly recognized that the cloaked figure was Huohuo. "What is the purpose of this?" Huohuo produced a set of clothing and tossed it to Huohuo. "Hurry and put this on. I have suddenly sensed something amiss with the Wang family, and we must investigate." Huohuo was speechless. This young lady was indeed action-oriented. He had barely given her a glance before she was ready to spring into action without delay. Without a hint of embarrassment, Huohuo changed his attire in front of them, and Huohuo caught sight of his golden-threaded inner armor and the icy dagger concealed within his garments. Astonished at the secrets their lord harbored, "You two need not accompany us. Take this money, procure some clothing and fabric, and hire a carriage to swiftly return these items to the camp. Be expeditious." "Understood?" Huohuo handed Lu Long a substantial pouch of gold coins. Lu Long nodded vigorously, taking the coin pouch and slipping out the back door with Go San, well acquainted with the Wang household, making their escape with ease. Huohuo and Huohuo donned the black cloaks. They were to gather intelligence in broad daylight. Huohuo was bemused. This girl certainly had audacity. Wasn't such attire meant for the cover of night? In broad daylight, clad in black, were they to fear that others would not recognize them as assassins? Chapter 42. The uproar in Wonking City. Huohuo's attributes were exceptionally high, though Huohuo had also leveled up in their recent skirmishes. He was not far behind her. Leading the way, Huohuo moved stealthily, scaling walls with grace, while the Wang family's servants remained oblivious to their presence. The flaw of wealthy households lay in their overly ornate and intricate eaves and walls, which created ample shadowed spaces on the rooftops. Huohuo, being astute, did not falter. Even as cloaked figures, they could easily conceal themselves in the shadows, showcasing the finesse of seasoned operatives, familiar with the Wang family. Huohuo soon arrived at the door of the chief steward, Wang Ming. The door was ajar, and they could hear voices within. "Steward, I believe the attendant accompanying General Hua seems familiar. Wasn't he once a servant of our Wang household? The one who ventured into the 10,000 Great Mountains?" "Oh, that? Why didn't you mention this sooner? You nearly jeopardized the Master's plans. Steward, there has been no opportunity until now. I saw that the Master left in haste, so I had to find you." "Shoo, lower your voice. The Master has gone to the Lord's Manor to seek help. That Huohuo possesses unparalleled courage, and our Wang family may not be able to contend with her." Upon hearing this, they seemed to harbor ill intentions toward Huohuo, which she could not abide. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Wang Ming turned to find two cloaked figures had entered the room, startling him. "Who are you?" Huohuo swiftly closed the door behind them. Huohuo leaped forward, delivering two punches that knocked Wang Ming and his loyal subordinate to the ground, just as Wang Ming opened his mouth to scream. Huohuo brandished a dagger, pressing it against his throat, silencing him in terror. "General Hua, this is all the Master's doing. It has nothing to do with me." Huohuo scratched her head and removed her black mask, exclaiming in surprise, "How did you recognize me?" Wang Ming, with a woeful expression, lamented, "Our Wang family has no woman with your striking figure and remarkable skills. Not just our family, but there is no other in Wonking City." Han Huohuo could hardly stifle his laughter. This disguise was rather ineffective. With such pronounced features, it was as if her face bore the inscription, "I am Huohuo." Huohuo had no time for chatter. With a swift motion, she severed the head of the screaming servant, showcasing her ruthless nature. Wang Ming's face turned ashen at the sight of such brutality. "General Hua, spare me. Tell me, what is the situation?" "It is all the master's doing. I know nothing." Han Huohuo stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap that nearly left Wang Ming dazed. "Enough with your nonsense. Quickly disclose the whereabouts of the giant battle armor. You never sent it to the 10,000 Great Mountains, did you?" Wang Ming was taken aback, uncertainty flooding his mind. "How do you know?" Han Huohuo scolded. "Do you think we barbarians are fools? Your Wang family took our gold, but had no intention of delivering the treasure, deliberately sending a group of doomed souls to the 10,000 Great Mountains. General Hua searched high and low, but found nothing. And you still dare to claim this ISN to your scheme?" Wang Ming was genuinely bewildered. Barbarians were typically not known for their intellect, yet suddenly they appeared astute. Lord Fire Barbarian. It was all the Master's doing. Han Huohuo unsheathed the icy dagger, bringing it close to Wang Ming's scalp, who felt a chill as his hair fell like rain. Almost scared to death, he dropped to his knees. "I'll take you to find the giant battle armor. Otherwise, I shall behead you. I'll go. Wang Ming was utterly terrified, succumbing to the pressure as Huohuo seized him and pushed him forward. In his frantic state, as he exited, he turned only to find the two harbingers of doom had vanished. Sending his heart racing with panic, a threatening voice echoed in his ear. "Hurry up. Don't doubt it. I can end you with a single stroke." Realizing the two had concealed themselves, he felt dread as he stumbled deeper into the courtyard. Huohuo and Han Huohuo moved stealthily across the rooftops, closely trailing Wang Ming. However, trouble struck. Wang Ming collided with several individuals who appeared peculiar, not resembling Wang family members. Upon spotting Wang Ming, one of them clasped his hands together. "Ah, is that not Steward Wang? What a coincidence." Wang Ming, flustered, replied, "Ah, Mr. Wu Qiming, why aren't you visiting the master?" The man regarded Wang Ming with curiosity, noting his panicked demeanor. "Didn't the master head to the Lord's manor?" "I just came from there. Were you not aware?" Oh, I forgot. Mr. Wu, please continue with your business. I have some matters to attend to." Wang Ming felt a surge of fear and hastily departed. However, hidden in the shadows of the rooftop, Han Huohuo was taken aback upon hearing the name Wu Qiming, that he recognized it as that of the lord who ranked second in the defense of the Shawantishan battle. Could it truly be him? Or merely a coincidence of names? If it was indeed him, how had he become entangled with the Wang family? Moreover, he seemed quite familiar with the city lord's manor, yet he had also slain so many soldiers. This story had too many twists. Han Huohuo cast a distant glance. The young man clad in white appeared somewhat handsome. Damn it, with such striking looks, he must surely be my enemy. Just you wait. Upon noticing Wang Ming's hurried departure, Wu Qiming's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Clearly sensing something amiss and growing increasingly anxious, Wang Ming distanced himself. Han Huohuo could not afford to pay him any heed. He stealthily pursued from the rooftop. The Wang family estate was vast, and Wang Ming traversed several courtyards, eventually reaching a very secluded area in the rear courtyard. At the entrance stood a steward who, upon seeing Wang Ming approach, bowed in unison. "The chief steward, everything's still secure. The master instructed me to keep a close watch. We cannot allow thieves to abscond with our treasures." In response to the chief steward, "Everything remains intact. Please halt. Without the master's explicit command, you cannot enter." I understand. I merely came to inquire." No sooner had he spoken than two shadows descended from above, one on each side. The two stewards had barely registered what was happening before they were swiftly felled to the ground. Terrified, Wang Ming turned to flee, but the two assailants paid him no mind. Rushing into the building, several skilled fighters emerged from within, yet they were no match for Huohuo and Han Huohuo, who dispatched them all to the ground in mere moments. From the body of a leader-like figure, They retrieved a key and unlocked the iron door to the adjacent room. You were too ruthless. They all dead, as if you left anyone alive. One would think you spared a witness. The two culprits, each more ruthless than the last, prompted Huohuo to suddenly consider that perhaps their lord was indeed a barbarian. Nothing like the hypocrites of the Decisive dynasty. The two marauders burst through the door to find a room dazzling with jewels, a veritable treasure trove hidden by the Wang family, overflowing with gold coins. Regrettably, there was no means to carry it all. How she wished for a spatial ring. If only such things existed in this world. With no alternative, she rushed inside, ignoring the treasures lining the shelves. Huohuo, following closely behind Huohuo, spotted several blueprints. A quick glance revealed they were designs for crafting leather armor. He had plenty of animal hides, yet lacked the schematics, and Liu, who was incapable of crafting them, leaving them idle that a thought crossed his mind. And he turned to pocket several nearby blueprints, casually snatching a handful of jewels. After all, they could be exchanged for gold. Every little bit counted. Huohuo was not greedy, taking only a modest amount, wary of hindering their escape. Who knew if they would need to fight their way out? Even if he had no use for the leather armor himself, it could be donned by others or sold for profit. Primarily, its long-term utility made the blueprints more valuable to him than gold. At the back of the room lay the giant's battle armor, which Huohuo had already secured, as Huohuo had anticipated. This armor had not been sent to the Shuandishan, giant's battle armor. Barbarian leather armor, strength 6, that while most armors increase defense, this barbarian's armor uniquely augmented strength, truly setting it apart. Knowing that Huohuo possessed golden silk armor, Huohuo unceremoniously donned the giant's battle armor. Let us go. They dared not linger, swiftly making their exit. The Wang estate was in chaos, with stewards brandishing weapons and running amok. Outside, the city lord's manor had dispatched reinforcements to encircle them. Chapter 43. The ninth princess of the empire, Huohuo, and Huohuo traversed the rooftops with agility, while the stewards below, wielding clubs, could not ascend to the rooftops, their shouts proving ineffectual. However, the soldiers from the city lord's manor, armed with longbows, approached, presenting a tangible threat that neither wished to confront directly, and no matter how formidable a hero, in the face of a hail of arrows on the battlefield. Fear is inevitable. They commenced a parkour escape across the rooftops, fleeing towards the city's outskirts. Barbarians, do not flee. Dare to enter the city of the Decisive dynasty, and you shall meet your doom. The loudest shouter was none other than Prince Zhong. Huohuo refused to relent, shouting back as she ran, "Your family accepted 100,000 gold coins from the barbarian king, promising to deliver the battle armor to him. Yet you have acted treacherously, choosing to endanger thousands of Decisive citizens instead of returning the armor. You will face the barbarian king's wrath. The Wang family's days are numbered." This proclamation sent beads of sweat streaming down Prince Zhong's forehead. He had never intended to offend the barbarian king. His plan had merely been a ruse, but this fiery spirit had seen through it. Do not speak nonsense. This is our city lord's scheme. We are citizens of the Decisive dynasty. How could we empower the barbarian king by giving him armor to strengthen him? We shall not assist in his tyranny. Prince Zhong hastily defended himself, now more concerned about his reputation in Watching City than the barbarian king's ire, fearing he might be labeled a traitor. Huohuo was indifferent to the veracity of his claims, spitting derisively. Hypocrite, spotting two cavalrymen in pursuit, she signaled to Huohuo. The two leapt from the rooftop, kicking the riders from their horses, each seizing a steed. Fortune had favored them. Clear the way. The two steeds charged wildly towards the city's exit. Close the city gates, quickly. Do not let them escape. The guards at the gates panicked, rushing to operate the winch and secure the entrance. Just as they were about to succeed, Huohuo unleashed a spell. Slow. The guards fell victim to the spell, their movements rendered sluggish. Huohuo and Huohuo galloped through the city gates. As the pursuing soldiers finally reached the gates, a thunderous crash echoed as the gates slammed shut. A collective gasp arose as the pursuers turned in disbelief towards the guard. What faction are you from? After Huohuo and Huohuo had exited the city, the guard's slow spell wore off, and he suddenly accelerated, slamming the gate shut. The heavy chains fell, and the massive gate, which had closed easily, would prove troublesome to reopen, requiring multiple hands to gradually pry it open. The city lord's pursuers nearly succumbed to frustration on the spot. Meanwhile, Lu Long and Go San, laden with gold coins, had procured a cart and 2 inferior horses, setting out to gather supplies, filling the cart with an abundance of clothing and fabric. Lu Long even brought back 2 women, his and Lu Hu's wives. Having embraced the light, it was only fitting to take their spouses back to the mountain. Remembering Huohuo's admonitions, they dared not linger in the city, promptly exiting towards their camp. That moment, a young woman in white rushed by on horseback. Go San was nearly spellbound. Could such beauty truly exist in this world? The girl galloped with urgency, beads of sweat glistening on her flawless skin. Her cheeks a delicate pink, almost glistening with moisture. Go San mused that their king lacked a consort. This maideness beauty would make her a perfect match, and he could easily capture her to present to the king, earning himself a great reward. As the cart sped towards her Milan, and Huohuo happened to pursue from behind. For reasons unknown, they saw the wicked woman galloping her horse, intent on trampling Go San beneath its hooves. This could not be tolerated. Though Milan had not brought her long spear, which was too conspicuous, she only wielded a short dagger. She charged forth and engaged in a fierce struggle with the young girl. The girl, lacking the martial prowess of Milan, found herself retreating step by step, astonished by the formidable skills of this cloaked figure. Fearful of continuing the fight, she sought to flee. Huohuo, with a sly intent, stealthily approached her from behind and suddenly struck her with a powerful blow to the nape of her neck. The girl immediately succumbed, and Huohuo seized her, hoisting her onto his horse. In the distance, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed. Milan, mistaking it for the approach of pursuers, called out to Lu Long, urging him to flee. Go San had already managed to clamber back onto the cart, and with 2 riders and 1 cart, they swiftly raced toward the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. Once they reached the mountain pass, not even the gods could apprehend them. Before long, a contingent of gleaming armored royal cavalry arrived at the scene. The girl's magnificent steed continued to circle in place, its whip having fallen to the ground, while the girl herself had vanished without a trace. The captain of the cavalry was taken aback. What a disaster! Where is the princess? Shortly thereafter, another group appeared, the very soldiers dispatched from the city lord's manor to pursue Milan and Huohuo, colliding with the royal cavalry. Who are you? And who are you? Who has abducted the princess? The princess? We are in pursuit of the brother of the barbarian king, along with his foremost general, Milan, that we have not encountered any princess. Could it be? The princess you speak of is the 9th princess of the great Qian dynasty, who is to be betrothed to the son of the Grand Commander. Both parties were left in a state of confusion. This is serious. Pursue them. Alas, the proximity to the mountain pass rendered it far too late. As both forces entered the 10,000 great mountains, they discovered the intricate and winding paths within, fraught with intersecting routes. Where to pursue? A sense of foreboding rose within everyone. The imperial princess, the yet-to-be bride of the Grand Commander of the Northwest, had been captured by the brother of the barbarian king. Surely, this bodes great trouble. The course of history is often shaped by a series of coincidences, and this world is even more chaotic than a makeshift theater. Huohuo cradled the soft form of the young girl, her delicate fragrance intoxicating his senses, leaving him in a daze. Even in his past life, he had never encountered such a beautiful maiden. Before dusk, Huohuo and his companions returned to Haifeng's stronghold. Aside from Lu Long and Go San on the cart, there were 2 women, family members of Lu Long and Lu Hu, whom he had also brought to the stronghold. Bandit, Chun Feng stamina, 100 combat power, strength 2. Defense 1, endurance 3, intelligence 3. Traits. Tailor, food consumption, 1 unit per day, loyalty, 70. Bandit, LV Xiaomei stamina, 100 combat power, strength 1, defense 1, endurance 4, intelligence 4. Traits. Cook, brewer, mixologist, food consumption, 1 unit per day, loyalty, 70. Remarkably, both women possessed unique traits, one a cook, the other a tailor, enabling the stronghold to produce its own clothing and even open a tavern. Excellent. Just then, Huohuo noticed that the girl in his arms had awakened. Chapter 44. The new city plan, you ruffians. Release me at once. Otherwise, the girl exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic as she gazed at the rogue yet handsome man holding her, her heart racing uncontrollably. Never had she been so intimately close to a man. Before her stood a legendary hero. It seemed improbable that she would genuinely surrender to him. Would you like to use the hero's command to recruit this hero? Huohuo was taken aback. Such a delicate girl, yet a legendary hero. Was this for real? Recruit. Upon seeing Huohuo produce the hero's command, the girl's expression shifted, though still tinged with a hint of grievance. She quickly bowed and saluted, "My lord. Hero's command -1 hero. Mujio level, 1 attributes. Strength 10, Defense 10, Endurance 10, Intelligence 20. Exclusive skill. Super Administration, S. General skill. Basic financial management. Loyalty, 30. Huohuo was momentarily stunned. This girl named Mujio appeared to be an administrative hero, her super administration skill marked with an S, signifying the pinnacle of talent in this realm. Super administration, S-level skill. All resources produced under this hero S management are doubled. And the tax revenue from a main camp is doubled. Basic financial management increases tax revenue from the main camp by 10. After reviewing the girl S attributes, Huohuo inhaled sharply, nearly dumbfounded. Could an S-level talent be this powerful? How could this beautiful girl possess such strength? What kind of divine being had he brought home? Mujio blushed, gazing at her lord, perplexed as to why he continued to embrace her. How shameless. He held her soft form, so fragrant. Why would he let go? Huohuo, amidst the curious gazes of onlookers, carried Mujio back to his stronghold. Milan smirked, pretending not to notice. Everyone disperse, disperse. What are you staring at? The bandits erupted in laughter, returning to their tasks. Huohuo settled into a wrought-tan chair by the fire, observing Mujio fumbling with the household items, unable to suppress a sigh. She clearly had never performed manual labor. She must undoubtedly be a lady of high standing. Is this acceptable? Mujio timidly inquired after finally arranging the new bed. If you deem it satisfactory, then it is. I have no objections. Hearing Huohuo's mischievous laughter and his indistinct murmurs, Mujio felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. My lord, please do not be so reckless. I'm already betrothed. Really? Ha! How thrilling. You have no idea. The person I admire most in this life is a certain Mr. Chow. I'll tell you all about Mr. Chow's tales tonight. Oh, my lord, please don't. As dawn broke, Huohuo awoke to find a bashful young lady complaining. This place is terrible. Isn't even a place to bathe. The arrangement is poor. The floor is not non-slip. You impoverished lord. I have never seen. Huohuo was speechless. He had only been a bandit for less than 10 days, and under these circumstances, it was already quite decent. He approached and embraced the young girl, planting a kiss on her cheek. Oh, not set your standards so high. From now on, you can handle everything. I shall not concern myself. Huohuo officially transferred the authority of internal affairs to Mujio. After breakfast, everyone was aware that Mujio had now become their new boss. Without pause, Mujio commenced her investigation. The Black Wind stronghold was rather simplistic, with only a handful of individuals, and Mujio issued a straightforward set of regulations. And a brand new management system began to operate within the Black Wind stronghold. It was a stark contrast to Huohuo's lax management, resulting in a sudden surge in efficiency. This young lady truly had a knack for governance. Huohuo finally confirmed one thing. Efficient management indeed leads to heightened productivity. Under Mujio's administration, everyone was bustling with activity, leaving only Mulan and Huohuo with moments of leisure. In any nation or enterprise, the greatest fear is a leader who is merely busy without purpose, and Mujio understood this principle all too well. Mulan, being a warrior, naturally paid little attention to municipal matters. After delegating her responsibilities, Huohuo observed as the residents' homes were upgraded, drainage systems improved, and even the headquarters underwent renovations. Of course, Mujio refrained from touching military facilities, fully aware that this was Mulan's domain. And she was not well versed in military affairs. With some free time on her hands, Huohuo began to contemplate more complex issues, fixating on a map. Mulan approached her. Do you have any plans? You've been studying that map for quite some time. Huohuo nodded. I'm considering relocating the city. Our current position is not conducive to long-term urban development. Huohuo, taken aback, inquired, "Where do you intend to move?" Huohuo chuckled. "Do you remember the banks of the Tongtian River? That location seems ideal to me, with ample plains for agriculture and economic development. I just checked the map, and the mineral resources nearby are abundant. It is a prime spot." Huohuo recalled the place and nodded in agreement. "That area is indeed advantageous, easily defensible and surrounded by steep mountains. We would only need to guard a single pass. It is a favorable location. Considering the matter purely from a military standpoint, Huohuo recognized its potential. Perhaps in the future, we could control the waterways of the Tongtian River, turning it into a massive trade hub that connects the northern barbarians with the empire. By then, we could wait for wealth to rain down upon us. Haha, your optimism is unfounded. The giant serpent of the Tongtian River possesses traces of ancient, otherworldly lineage, T1TB, so easily subdued. Huohuo shook her head, deeming the notion unrealistic. Huohuo laughed heartily. "There are no impossibilities in my world. Everything is possible." Observing Huohuo's exuberant smile, Huohuo suddenly felt that perhaps he was indeed capable of resolving the issues with the Tongtian River waterways. This unexpected surge of confidence left her astonished. Relocating a city is a significant undertaking, and Huohuo needed to prepare all contingencies before proceeding. She called upon Huohuo and Mujio. Though Mujio appeared somewhat bashful, she immediately adopted a serious demeanor upon discussing the matter at hand. Huohuo primarily focused her energy on city defenses and military barracks, while Mujio concentrated on resource collection and urban planning. She had long been exasperated by the chaotic architectural layout of the Black Wind stronghold, so this relocation necessitated meticulous planning before they could move. The young lady was incredibly diligent, sketching repeatedly on the ground and revising several times until she finalized the city's design draft. "What do you think?" Mujio asked, tilting her head toward Huohuo. Chapter 45. Tongtian City. Though I cannot comprehend it, I am profoundly impressed, Huohuo remarked. "This city design of yours is far too grand." Gazing at the intricate and vast planning map, Huohuo found himself at a loss for words. "I have reviewed the large map. That area is quite expansive if we construct a city there. Excluding farmland, mines, and military facilities, it should accommodate a population of 100,000. This blueprint is merely designed for a population of 100,000, but I have also laid the groundwork for expansion to 1 million in the future." Mujio spoke with utmost seriousness. Huohuo was taken aback. What did she mean by 100,000? Their humble encampment barely housed 30 individuals combined, and the prospect of building a city for 100,000 seemed ludicrous. As for 1 million, Huohuo pretended he had not heard that my lord. "If you wish to achieve greatness in this world, this city will be your greatest asset in the future. If we cannot even muster a population of tens of thousands, how can you establish your presence in this realm? To become a significant figure, one must possess strength and resources, not rely on mere imagination and flattery." Huohuo was left in contemplation. Mujio's words prompted him to reflect deeply. Just days prior, he had fervently declared his ambition to unify the realm and become its sovereign, yet most individuals were merely fleetingly passionate, subsisting on a cycle of complacency that if he truly wished to proceed, he could not rely solely on automatons. His vision, ultimately, was still limited. However, where could they possibly acquire such a large populace? Have you forgotten that within the 10,000 great mountains, there are countless vagrants? If we can enlist these wanderers, wouldn't our population grow? Many among them are not idle. There are numerous capable individuals that I believe this should not pose a problem. The ideal is commendable, yet our current stronghold can only support a maximum population of 1,000. So what? We should rapidly gather resources and strive for upgrades, don't you agree? Perhaps one day, you could reign supreme, commanding 1 billion souls. Wouldn't you agree? Huohuo gazed into Mujio's bright eyes, watching her speak of dominion as if it were as mundane as drinking water or eating. Suddenly, a fire ignited within him. Huohuo was ambitious, yet he was also self-aware. In this peculiar world, his current strength was but a drop in the ocean, with countless formidable forces capable of crushing him effortlessly. Yet, even the smallest spark can ignite a vast conflagration. Every towering tree begins as a feeble seed. Huohuo felt a stirring within. All right, you've convinced me. You are right. Let us construct on this scale. The task of recruitment will be entrusted entirely to you. Huohuo finally endorsed the city-building plan. Mu Jiu sighed in relief, flashing a sweet smile at Huohuo, more enchanting than a siren, before promptly arranging for Lu Chong to recruit new residents. Gazing at Mu Jiu's innocent yet alluring visage, Huohuo sighed, realizing he could not escape the allure of beauty. Mu Jiu's plans were grandiose, but Huohuo understood the greatest risk involved. With a larger population came a necessity for more food. That location, a vast plain, was exceptionally suited for cultivation. In this world, crops mature in 7 days, so theoretically, they should not face food shortages. However, it was early winter, and for several months, farming would be impossible. How would they endure the coming half-year? Would hunting suffice? Huohuo pondered strategies while Mu Jiu continued to research and arrange the details of their relocation. Before long, Huomulan arrived, and they spent considerable time discussing the arrangements for military facilities. Focusing primarily on the city walls, arrow towers, and the deployment of mechanical soldiers. Huomulan then made a request for Huohuo to train some ordinary human soldiers. We cannot entrust law enforcement and gatekeeping solely to mechanical soldiers. That would render the entire city too cold and intimidating. Moreover, your mechanical workers are so capable, able to mine and farm, that many residents would lose their jobs that we must provide these unemployed citizens with an alternative, such as military service. What do you think? Very well, I will implement your suggestion that I will procure a barracks for maintaining public order. How about long spearmen? That sounds excellent. There are many barracks for long spearmen, and they are available for sale in the trading channels quite affordably. For Huohuo, this expense was negligible. Once everything was arranged, it was already the following day. Huohuo had not slept well the previous night. Tossing and turning, mentally reviewing every detail several times until he was certain no significant issues remained. Perfection was unattainable. Even deities could not achieve it, but as long as no major problems existed, they could proceed with their plans. Turning around, he noticed the young lady sleeping soundly, her long lashes framing skin as smooth as cream. Perhaps due to the chill, she was leaning closer to Huohuo. In that moment, he realized that he might indeed be a natural-born villain. This is quite satisfactory. Only villains can live long lives, that a leader must never be a pushover. It would endanger all who follow. Suddenly, Huohuo recalled something. It seemed that this young lady was the one who had brought in Go-san, who was rather intriguing. He felt compelled to reward him for his efforts. Just then, Go-san was hiding under the covers, weeping, having just received a pay cut from Mu Jiu, feeling bitter but too afraid to voice his grievances, lest he offend the lady boss. What a miserable situation. As dawn broke, Huohuo had resolved firmly in her heart. The majority of the structures in Haifeng Fort need not be demolished. With a construction permit in hand, Huohuo could erect a new city. Mu Jiu regarded the buildings of Haifeng Fort with disdain. They were chaotic and lacked aesthetic appeal. Even among bandit hideouts, this was the most disordered and dilapidated. She would rather abandon this place entirely and start anew in the new city, which could be constructed according to her vision, cleaner and more orderly. Huohuo was a pragmatist. During the initial construction, anything that could be built on an empty plot was erected without consideration for future development. Now, it resembled a slum reminiscent of certain impoverished regions in South Asia. The group rode their horses to the riverbank. Before them lay a vast river, a natural barrier, with a large expanse of fertile land nestled in the valley. Mu Jiu had previously studied this area on maps, but seeing it in person stirred her excitement, her eyes sparkling with wonder. It was breathtaking. A plain among the mountains, characterized by stunning scenery and rich soil. Indeed, it was a land of great potential. Huohuo, this place is truly magnificent. It's awe-inspiring. Who knows, one day it may become a center of power for the entire world. Huomulan, overhearing Mu Jiu's affectionate address to Huohuo, nearly lost her breath and fell from her horse. How could this have happened in just a few days? Wasn't this girl supposed to have a husband? How could things have changed so rapidly? It was unbearable to listen to. New city. Choose a name. Both women turned their gazes toward Huohuo. Huohuo, not particularly educated, found it challenging to come up with a name, but as the Lord, it seemed inappropriate to delegate this task. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she recalled the river nearby was named Tongtian River, and since the city was situated by its banks, an idea sparked in her mind. Let us call it Tongtian City. The two women clapped in unison. Excellent. That's a powerful name. Well chosen. Tongtian City it shall be. Huohuo retrieved the construction permit. Are you sure you wish to use the construction permit to build the new city? It requires resources, 100,000 timber and 50,000 stone, and the current resources meet the requirement. Confirmed. Please confirm the name of the new city and the location of the headquarters. Tongtian City. Huohuo proceeded to establish the headquarters at the location Mu Jiao had meticulously planned. Will the crystal be transferred to this city? Yes, this would be her main city in the future, and the crystal had to be relocated here for peace of mind. A brilliant blue crystal materialized beside the headquarters. Another essential building to be moved was the Huohuo Armory, a structure particularly unique as it did not belong to the system's buildings. It resembled more of Huohuo's private domain. She positioned the armory in a secluded hollow on the valley's edge, where it would be hidden from plain sight. In the future, sentries would be stationed here to prevent ordinary people from accessing the armory. This was her greatest secret. Chapter 46. This wretched bandit. The cliffs behind the hollow were insurmountable, and for some reason, he was intent on concealing the existence of this building. Primarily, the Huohuo Armory was too extraordinary. Any valuable possession was safer hidden, ensuring that enemies remained oblivious to its existence. As for the remaining municipal structures, Huohuo decided to leave them entirely to Mu Jiao, who evidently possessed a greater aptitude for urban development. While Mu Jiao focused on constructing the infrastructure, she and Huomulan ventured to the mountain pass, planning to establish a checkpoint there, which would serve as the city gate and a crucial defensive line in the future. Huomulan designed the city wall structure, opting for a 5-layered wall plan, featuring several curves, and included a moat city in the center. The wall could accommodate long-range defenses. To breach this line of defense, one would need to overcome 5 grand gates. Now this is an impregnable defense, unless someone were to sabotage it from within, Huomulan remarked, quite pleased with her design. The terrain here was exceptionally advantageous, a condition rarely found in ordinary cities. However, her statement about internal sabotage struck a chord with Huohuo. General Hua, in the future, our city may need to be open to outside forces. If a powerful enemy were to infiltrate the city and suddenly launch an attack from within, what would we do? No matter how robust a fortress is, it remains vulnerable to internal assaults. Wouldn't you agree? Huomulan was left speechless, unable to respond. How about we construct a secondary city wall for added defense? It is always better to have more layers of protection. Huomulan recognized the validity of Huohuo's concerns. Together, they sketched out plans for an additional wall, designating it as the inner city wall. This meant that even if the checkpoint were to fall, Tongtian City would still have the opportunity to retreat to the defenses of the inner city wall. Between the checkpoint and the inner city wall lay a vast plain, destined to become the primary agricultural area of Tongtian City. Huohuo believed that no city wall was unbreachable. Only through constant vigilance could they ensure lasting stability. Once the designs were finalized, the three convened once more to refine a few details, including the city's water supply, drainage, pedestrian and logistics flow, as well as the irrigation systems for agriculture, all thoroughly considered. Fortunately, a great river was nearby, and streams from the towering mountains flowed into the valley plain, ensuring the city would never lack water. Fresh water would be sourced from the mountain streams, crystal clear and sweet, completely untainted, delivered via pipelines throughout the city, while wastewater would be simply treated and directly discharged into Tongtian River. Thus, a clean and orderly city commenced construction. The entire layout adopted a grid system akin to a chessboard, with 9 north-south thoroughfares and 9 east-west avenues dividing Tongtian City into 81 districts, each a li in size, housing individuals of various professions down on the main roads. 8 of the largest carriages could travel side by side, while the smaller lanes within the districts could accommodate 2 carriages abreast. Huohuo was astonished by Mu Jiao's design. Such a transportation plan would remain timeless. even in the great cities of the 21st century on Earth. This girl had undoubtedly seen the world. Each district featured its own small market, commercial area, and educational zone. Additionally, 3 large independent markets were designed on the east side of the city, with another 3 on the west, collectively referred to as the East 3 markets and West 3 markets, facilitating trade and transactions for residents. The embryonic form of Tongtian City, upon its inception, exuded a grand and majestic aura. Though the Qin dynasty's royalty had fallen into disarray, one could not deny that their aesthetic and design sensibilities were still intact. Especially the 9th princess, a rare talent in municipal governance. She had absorbed all the strengths of the Qin dynasty's capital while overcoming its weaknesses, creating the most modern city in this world. Placed within the Qin dynasty, her gifts would have been stifled. That was a dynasty that disrespected women in this den of bandits. However, she found immense relief, allowing her talents to flourish. Of course, she understood that this was mainly due to Huohuo's favor. The only dissonance came from the vast emptiness surrounding the headquarters. There was too much open space. Huohuo envisioned reserving room for the future expansion of the headquarters, anticipating that its scale would inevitably grow with time. This place should not merely be a headquarters. Perhaps in the future, it could evolve into a true palace, a royal palace that a glimmer shone in Huohuo's eyes. Although she was a girl, she recognized that the Qin dynasty had utterly decayed, its grandeur crumbling. Here, perhaps, was the genesis of another Qin dynasty. The young lady harbored grand ambitions. Yet, with limited resources at hand, they could only construct one district for now, the one closest to the headquarters. Before long, the bandits who had set off on foot arrived, astonished by the opulence laid before them. Although only one district had been completed, the supporting facilities were already impressively developed, leaving everyone in awe. Guosan's jaw dropped in disbelief. The streets were level, paved with blue stone, flanked by blooming flowers, and 2 continuously flowing water channels glimmered with clarity. All the residences featured their own small courtyards, where fruit trees and flowers could be planted. Alongside stone tables and chairs, Lu Chong, experienced in municipal management, stood agape. Stammering, he asked, "My lord, are these houses for us rough bandits to live in?" Huohuo retorted, "They're not for you to dwell in. Are they pigsties? Why do you ask such foolish questions? Find your own houses. Whoever gets there first claims it." Lu Chong hesitated, feeling as though he were in a dream. Guosan disregarded the hesitation, leaping forward to seize the building closest to the headquarters, exclaiming, "I am the first elder of Haifeng Fort. None shall compete with me." Only then did the others awaken from their stupor, rushing forward to claim the prime properties. In front of the headquarters, a spacious square was established, adorned with fluttering banners, emblazoned with the large characters. Huohuo has yet to conceive a design for his distinctive banner, so he has temporarily resorted to colorful flags as a substitute. Although the area comprises merely a single block, it is distinctly divided into residential and commercial sections. The commercial district boasts an array of establishments, including blacksmith shops, artisan workshops, apothecaries, taverns, and eateries, all of which have been constructed. Adjacent to these is a schoolhouse, intended to be a future place of learning for children. Huohuo is exceptionally meticulous, exhibiting an unruffled demeanor. A vast quantity of resources has been depleted, and Huohuo, once a wealthy lord due to successful defenses, has overnight reverted to a state of poverty. How extravagant those spendthrift women can be! His heart bleeds at the thought. Numerous buildings remain incomplete, and the city walls have only seen the first level of defense erected at the checkpoints, requiring a significant amount of stone to complete the rest. Fortunately, the population is currently small. Otherwise, food would pose a considerable issue. Resource gathering has become the paramount task at present, with a population cap of 1,000. Which sounds ample. Huohuo has swiftly recruited 600 mechanical workers to commence large-scale resource collection. Some resources, such as timber, stone, and iron ore, are readily available within the city, while others lie at the foot of the mountains bordering the valley, negating the need to venture beyond the urban confines for collection. Additionally, there are abundant mines outside the city, including blackstone mines, alongside 2 rare deposits, one of radiant gemstones and the other of fiery sulfur. Huohuo has dispatched gathering teams to these locations, necessitating the protection of mechanical sentinels at the external mines. Currently, with only 2 cities in proximity, it is challenging to consolidate all rare minerals. Thus, future needs will rely on market exchanges. Timber 200, stone 100, timber 200, iron or 20, blackstone 4, stone 100. An unceasing flow of resources begins to fill the warehouses. At this juncture, resources are no longer fixed values but rather fluctuating data, continuously generated and consumed. This is the essence of a city. The newly produced resources are prioritized for the construction of walls and arrow towers. In a time of turmoil, economic development must yield precedence to military needs. On the first day of relocation, everyone is exceedingly fatigued. After a long day's toil, upon returning to the headquarters, they find the backyard residential area has already gained several additional rooms. One room is filled with steam. When Huohuo pushes the door open, he sees a large bathtub brimming with hot water, where Huohuo is bathing. Huohuo, come here quickly. You should bathe too. Upon seeing such a beautiful girl, delicate and frail, her gaze soft as silk, and the fact that she is another's wife, Huohuo feels his blood rush. I'm here, darling. The newly arranged backyard has begun to exude a homely atmosphere, though the Dacian Empire lacks fireplaces. Huohuo finds the concept intriguing and decided to retain one during the headquarters renovation, making some aesthetic modifications. After bathing and engaging in intimate activities, the two sit before the fireplace, sharing laughter and conversation. Suddenly, Huohuo experiences a profound sense of freedom. Indeed, Huohuo is a bandit, and logically, they should share little common ground. Yet the bandit before him is surprisingly entertaining, often discussing matters that even he struggles to comprehend. Most importantly, by her side, he feels no constraints, a stark contrast to the palace, and he appears genuinely content. Just the thought of being taken by him makes her face fall. It is utterly infuriating. This wretched bandit. Chapter 47. Do you want to embrace a sturdy thigh? The disappearance of the ninth princess has abruptly strained relations between the Empire and the barbarians, stirring unrest throughout the border regions, prompting troop redeployments and an influx of scouts. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains, the once bustling forum has grown eerily quiet, leaving only 108 lords, who now rarely engage in conversation. Only the trading channel remains active, displaying a smattering of goods for exchange, indicating that these individuals are still present. Following a harrowing battle for survival, the lords seem to have adopted a more subdued demeanor, focusing intently on their silent development. Initially, Huohuo intended to construct a teleportation portal, but upon discovering that it required a multitude of rare resources, he hesitated. After much contemplation, he realized that his previous encampment was poorly situated and perilous. That camp had been the site of skirmishes with both the barbarians and the Grand Commander of the Northwest, and its coordinates had been exposed, making it a target, should an army ever encircle it. Abandoning the location would be prudent. Thus, he left no living soul there, retaining only a few mechanical workers and wolves, transforming it into a purely resource production base. The library and mage guild have also been rebuilt here, commencing upgrades in technology and magic. The headquarters is warm, the flames of the fireplace flickering enticingly. Huohuo gazes at the bashful Huohuo, refraining from inquiring about her origins, for from this day forth, she belongs to him. That Huohuo remains silent, and he does not pry. Your puppets are formidable, but they are not formidable enough. I have seen the most powerful puppet of the Mo family. It was a colossal iron beast, possessing immense power, capable of withstanding thousands of troops. Huohuo continued, I see you have a fondness for puppets. Perhaps you could study under the Mo family. I believe your puppets are far more intelligent than theirs. The Mo family's puppets are powerful yet cumbersome. No need. Trust me, as long as you provide me with sufficient resources, my puppets will surpass theirs by 10,000-fold. Observing Huohuo's confident and ardent gaze, Huohuo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. What woman does not adore a commanding man? We need talent, an abundance of talent, Huohuo stated. Huohuo has already dispatched numerous mechanical workers to prepare the land. But with winter approaching, they can only clear the land without planting. Thus, this winter is likely to be the most arduous by the time spring arrives. Tongtian City will embark on a new developmental trajectory. Gathering edible fruits, large hunting parties are dispatched to prepare for the winter. Huohuo contemplates that sustaining the inhabitants of the encampment should not pose too great a challenge, even if food is somewhat scarce. His wealth in gold allows him to procure supplies. However, upon rising the next day, he encounters Lu Chong, who approaches Mu Jiao with an air of triumph. General Mu, I recruited over 20 individuals yesterday, discovering several with special skills among them. This was Mu Jiao's command, and Lu Chong executed it admirably. Jiao nodded nonchalantly. Excellent. Continue your search. Winter is approaching, and I trust many vagabonds will seek refuge from the cold. Once Lu Chong departed, Huohuo could not restrain herself. We do not have an ample supply of food. Perhaps we should not recruit so many at once. Huohuo's implication was that while recruiting is acceptable, timing is crucial. During this season of scarcity, it may not be the wisest decision. Mu Jiao gazes at Huohuo and replies, "Do you wish to witness the vagabonds freezing to death in the mountains this winter?" Originally, Huohuo intended to retort, "I am a bandit, not a philanthropist. The plight of the vagabonds is of no concern to me." But upon seeing Mu Jiao's watery eyes, she ultimately refrained from speaking. "Very well, those vagabonds are not my concern, but Mu Jiao is now my woman, so her matters are mine. As for food, there will always be a solution." Noticing Huohuo's reluctance, Mu Jiao endeavored to persuade her. "I do not expect you to play the role of a do-gooder, but you must understand that this is the optimal time to win people over. Once spring arrives, the opportunity will have passed." Mu Jiao refrained from voicing the entirety of his thoughts. Huohuo grasped the underlying message. Crisis and opportunity are inseparable twins. Seizing the crisis presents the opportunity. She pondered for a moment and deemed it manageable. Given the Qin dynasty's low likelihood of mobilizing troops during winter, despite the harsh conditions, it also serves as a window of opportunity for her own development. Nodding in agreement, she acquiesced. Mu Jiao and Hua Milan ventured out to attend to their tasks. Huohuo proceeded to the market, seeking to trade for some food supplies. Suddenly, she froze. She discovered that only 107 strongholds remained in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Another has been eradicated. Who could it be? As she pondered this, her private messages suddenly lit up. Upon opening it, she found a message from a lord named Huozheng. "Is the great Huohuo there? A significant event transpired last night. Are you aware?" "What event?" Huohuo mused, having been preoccupied with Mu Jiao the previous night, oblivious to the happenings in the 10,000 Great Mountains, that Wu Qiming suddenly attacked a lord, annihilating his entire family. That fellow possesses a plethora of terrifying weaponry, particularly the giant crossbow, which is a standard armament of the Qin dynasty. It is unclear how he acquired it. Wu Qiming. Indeed, several informed lords are quite panicked. We had ongoing trade with the lord who was exterminated, and his sudden defeat has left everyone on edge. After much deliberation, we could only seek your assistance. Huohuo could not help but recall the white-clad youth she had seen at the Wang family estate. Could it truly be him? Who supports him? Why does he continue to eliminate other lords? Huohuo pondered for a moment and concluded that he was not suited to wade through this murky situation. "I am unfamiliar with that Wu Qiming and do not know his whereabouts. Even if you asked me to deal with him, I would find it impossible." Wu Ti. After a brief pause, Huohuo continued. "Moreover, the reasons behind his annihilation of that lord remain unknown to us. I shall not recklessly intervene in matters that do not concern me." Huozheng had no words to offer, expressing his regret, and the two promptly ended the call. This world is fraught with danger. Every step must be carefully considered. One cannot act impulsively, nor engage in warfare without preparation. Huohuo contemplated and established a military camp. "Are you certain you wish to construct a thieves' guild?" "Absolutely. Wood 500. Stone 250. Although it is termed a thieves' guild, it is essentially a training ground for scouts and spies. That young lady is excessively benevolent, yet Huohuo has no intention of harboring idlers. If you dine at my table, you must contribute to my endeavors. That if you cannot assist in safeguarding the city, what purpose do you serve? I am a bandit, not a philanthropist." The military camp was erected in the area previously planned with Huohuo. a vast expanse reserved for various barracks in the future, that he summoned Huohuo. General Hua, I entrust this camp to your management. Please train some scouts to gather intelligence from all the camps in our Shawandishan. Huohuo smiled and said, Do you not wish to probe the intelligence of the barbarian king and Wonking City? How much threat could a few bandits pose? These two locations represent the greatest peril to your survival. Huohuo felt somewhat embarrassed. Naturally, he intended to investigate the intelligence of these two places, but he had deliberately refrained from mentioning it, as the barbarian king was Huohuo's former master. He did not expect Huohuo to be so unperturbed, directly exposing his thoughts. However, upon the mention of these two places, Huohuo was suddenly struck with many ideas. Milan, consider this. We are currently also struggling to survive in the crevice of Shawandishan. Whether it be Wonking City or the barbarian king, if they truly set their minds to eradicate us, we would possess no power to resist. Tongtian City still requires several years for development. Help me think of a way for us to secure a safe period for growth. Huohuo cast a sidelong glance at Huohuo. Today, the Lord had even altered his address, calling her Milan, indicating that this rascal had some ulterior motives brewing in his mind. Though she was a barbarian, she was exceptionally astute. With a little thought, she quickly grasped the situation and could not help but chuckle. Do you mean? Huohuo pointed towards the north. Huohuo chuckled knowingly, recognizing that Huohuo had understood him, and nodded. Tongtian City is akin to a newborn infant, currently trapped between two formidable forces that survive. We must cling to a powerful ally. What do you say? Chapter 48, Construction. Huohuo replied, You have just offended Wonking City. Thus you truly possess but one option. Do you wish to pay a visit to the barbarian king? Huohuo chuckled while rubbing his hands. You are simply too clever. Huohuo scoffed. Speaking so ambiguously, you are not being forthright at all. Do you not desire to procure my giant battle armor? Huohuo grinned mischievously. I have always said that our Mulan is exceptionally astute. She comprehends with just a word. Huohuo was rendered speechless. No one could rival her lord's audaciousness. I shall provide you with the giant battle armor tomorrow. Once we have fortified the defenses of Tongtian City, I will take you to meet the barbarian king. When approaching the barbarian king, one must present a gift, and nothing would serve better than the giant battle armor. A treasure the barbarian king covets. Huohuo's scheme succeeded, and he was filled with elation. This brazen expression was too much for Huohuo to bear. What kind of character was their lord? After all, by the way, I happen to have a matter to discuss with you. Huohuo could no longer endure this young man's lack of decorum. Upon hearing that there was a serious matter, Huohuo finally regained his composure. What is it? Huohuo said. It concerns the design of the 4 arrow towers. Initially, I planned to erect all 4 towers atop the checkpoint, but upon further reflection, I believe we should also construct one by the riverside. By the riverside. Do you believe there might be enemies on the other side? So far, the giant pythons in the river have never attacked humans on land. Yet I feel we ought to remain vigilant. Who knows if those giant pythons can truly come ashore? Huohuo contemplated. How about this? We shall build 2 arrow towers at the checkpoint and 2 by the riverside. Why construct 2 arrow towers by the riverside? Huohuo slowly articulated. Even if the giant pythons do not trouble us, I have no intention of letting them off the hook in the future. I also wish to build a dock by the riverside, with arrow towers flanking the dock to protect it. Huohuo gasped in astonishment. Do you know how formidable the ancient giant pythons in the river are? Huohuo frowned. How formidable? Can 500 cannons solve the problem? Huohuo nearly choked. If you truly possess 500 cannons, I could help you take down not just the giant pythons, but even Wonking City. Huohuo laughed. Then it's no problem. We will have them sooner or later. It's merely a matter of time. Seeing Huohuo's confidence, Huohuo suddenly burst into laughter. All right. I believe in you. Huohuo then turned to carry out her tasks. Watching Huohuo's retreating figure, Huohuo softly uttered a vow that no one could hear. Will not let you down. Having completed the construction of the Thieves' Guild, Huohuo returned to the city, where Mu Jiao was directing the construction efforts. Numerous mechanical workers and engineers congregated there. Curiosity piqued, he approached. What are you all doing? Step aside. Do not hinder our work. Huohuo promptly pulled Huohuo away as the mechanical workers began excavating the ground. Observing the workers, Huohuo noticed how they wielded their tools with precision, digging a trench that was perfectly straight without the need for a measuring tool, and he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the Lord's puppets were indeed the most remarkable he had ever encountered. Confirming the construction was proceeding smoothly, Huohuo turned around to find Huohuo with a frown on his face, and could not help but laugh. This smile was as warm as spring, blooming flowers everywhere. Huohuo realized he seemed utterly incapable of feeling anger. Huohuo approached, taking his hand and sitting on a nearby stone chair. Not angry, just now, we were in the midst of crucial measurements. You may not realize it, but the most vital aspect of constructing a city is not the buildings above ground, but the infrastructure below. Those secret channels and conduits need careful planning and maintenance. These secret conduits can easily become foul, affecting the entire city. So during the design phase, the construction quality must be impeccable. Not a single flaw can be tolerated. Huohuo was speechless. This girl was treating him like a child, and he couldn't help but retort. I simply do not believe in flawless construction. There will inevitably be issues in the future. Merely a question of scale. Huohuo clapped her hands and laughed. Indeed, you are clever. Thus, I have also arranged many blank nodes throughout the city, from which we can easily maintain these underground networks without affecting the city's operations. Huohuo scrutinized the diagram, which displayed several vacant areas devoid of any structures. These are the underground water network nodes you have prepared? Yes, indeed. Just left empty? Leaving them empty is not visually appealing, though I have yet to devise a plan for them. Huohuo rested her chin on her hand, evidently still in deliberation. Huohuo pondered. How about this? I suggest we transform these vacant spaces into parks. They could serve as water network nodes while enhancing the city's environment. Parks? What kind of parks? The concept of parks does not exist in this world. Huohuo explained to Huohuo what a park entailed and even sketched a rough diagram on the ground. Upon hearing this, Huohuo was greatly astonished. Are you saying we should construct a royal garden in the city? As her eyes lit up, she increasingly found Huohuo's idea feasible. What is the most challenging aspect of building a royal garden? It is labor. It requires a substantial workforce. However, these industrious mechanical workers can easily replace all human labor. So even if we were to build a royal garden, it would be entirely manageable. Huohuo gazed at Huohuo with wide eyes. Sometimes I see you as a crude mountain bandit, while at other times I perceive you as a person of great knowledge. You are quite peculiar. Huohuo thought to himself that it was merely due to his broad experience. What did these ancient individuals know about sponge cities? He replied, I am indeed a mountain bandit. What is wrong with that? A single neighborhood can accommodate over 100,000 people, and all these projects are still concentrated within one neighborhood. Huohuo surveyed the vast expanse of barren land around him, contemplating the difficulty of establishing a complete city. How many resources would be required? Fortunately, Huohuo's exceptional administration had greatly aided him. Go-san came running from a distance, panting, My lord, General Huohuo requests your presence by the riverside. Huohuo embraced Huohuo and kissed her. You must bear the burden here. I shall go take a look at Huohuo. A refined lady had never encountered such a disregard for etiquette from a bandit, especially with so many people present. How could he behave in such a manner? Her face flushed with embarrassment. She huffed, Just go. Go-san, feigning cleverness, cast his gaze outward, pretending to see nothing. After bidding farewell to Huohuo, Huohuo followed Go-san towards the riverbank. Yes, they walked. Go-san suddenly complained with teary eyes, My lord, have I not been utterly loyal to you? Huohuo, taken aback, replied, Of course. What's the matter? Go-san lamented. Then why has Lord Mu decided to cut my salary in half? Huohuo was at a loss for words. It was evident that Go-san had offended someone by bringing Huohuo along, and it was surely Huohuo who had made things difficult for him. After a moment's thought, it indeed seemed rather unfair. Go-san had helped him out, so Huohuo discreetly produced a piece of jewelry from his pocket, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and quietly handed it to Go-san, saying, Hide this well, and make sure Huohuo doesn't find out it was from me, understood? Go-san regarded Huohuo with a disdainful look, as if to say, You coward, how utterly contemptible. Huohuo feeling guilty, could not meet the fiery gaze of Go Sansoon. They arrived at the riverbank. A vast river surged with tumultuous waves, appearing almost fierce. Hua Mulan stood at the river's edge, gazing at the water. "You were looking for me," she said. Upon seeing Han Huohuo approach, she greeted him with a bow. "My lord, do you have any new ideas?" Mulan nodded. "I took a stroll along the riverbank, and this location is most suitable for constructing a dock. Thus, I plan to establish 2 arrow towers here. What do you think?" Han Huohuo examined the area. Indeed, it was a cove in the river, perfectly apt for a dock, and he nodded in agreement. "I believe it is a sound plan." Mulan had not originally intended to build a dock, but since the Lord claimed to have a way to deal with the great python in the water, she decided to trust him for the time being. The inclusion of this dock plan necessitated some alterations to their previous designs. The two engaged in a lengthy discussion by the riverside. Chapter 49. The remains of ancient heroes. At that moment, a young man came running from afar. "General Hua, my lord." The two looked up to find it was a subordinate of Zhang Xiaoping, tasked with reconnaissance. Concerned about potential vulnerabilities in the surrounding mountains, Hua Mulan had dispatched them for a patrol. "What is it, General? We have discovered a hidden path that might lead out of the mountains. Would you and the Lord like to take a look? Lead the way." This was a significant matter, as they had fortified only at the mountain pass under the premise that the surrounding cliffs were entirely sealed. A single breach could spell trouble. The young man was swift, guiding Hua Mulan and Han Huohuo to the edge of the valley beneath a steep cliff, where he parted withered branches to reveal a concealed fissure. The entire valley was encircled by towering cliffs, seemingly impenetrable. Yet here lay a profound passage. "Have you ventured inside?" Reporting, General, "We entered, but after walking a few hundred meters, we dared not proceed further. The passage is long and somewhat frightening." "Frightening? Indeed, General. It appears to be inhabited by some bats, which look rather terrifying. Perhaps you could take a look?" Hua Mulan glanced at Han Huohuo. "Aside from the bats, are there any other dangers?" Han Huohuo inquired. "None that we discovered." Hua Mulan boldly entered the apparent natural crevice, with Han Huohuo following closely behind, while the young man hurried ahead to lead the way. The narrow passage was dimly lit, and the young man had already prepared a torch to illuminate the route. As they ventured deeper, grotesque bats occasionally flitted past them. These bats seemed to fear the fire and did not dare approach the trio. Han Huohuo tapped the walls, finding them solid rock. This appeared to be a natural cave formed by a fissure in the mountain, quite sturdy. The last time the young man had ventured halfway and turned back. This time, with Hua Mulan and the Lord present, he felt emboldened and continued further into the depths. As Hua Mulan brushed her fingers along the stone wall, she suddenly remarked, "This may not be entirely natural. There appear to be signs of human excavation." Han Huohuo leaned in for a closer look and noticed marks on the wall that seemed to have been made by some tool, which struck him as odd. Suddenly, the young man let out a startled gasp, startling Han Huohuo. Hua Mulan pushed past the young man and advanced into the passage, where she spotted a skeleton. "Yes, there's someone here." The skeleton, undetermined how many years it had been dead, sat against the rock wall. Beside it lay a dusty sword, and in its arms was a box. "My lord." Han Huohuo stepped closer, scrutinizing the skeleton. It did not resemble a human. It was exceptionally tall. "Is this a barbarian?" Han Huohuo refrained from touching the sword or the box, but bent down to discover a golden plaque inscribed with words. "Hag." It seemed to be a name that, "Is there a barbarian named Hag?" Han Huohuo mused. This corpse appeared extraordinary, as ordinary barbarians would not carry such a golden plaque, which resembled a symbol of status. Mulan furrowed her brow. "Hag? Could be Kinlo." "Hag? Impossible." Mulan was utterly astonished. "Kinlo Hag? Who is that?" Mulan's mouth fell agape, clearly struggling to believe. A legendary barbarian hero, but that was a tale from centuries ago. Could this be his remains? But how could he have died here? An ancient barbarian hero, perhaps buried with secrets unknown. After hundreds of years, all the stories had likely faded into history. Han Huohuo tucked the golden plaque away, then picked up the dust-covered sword, wiping away the grime, and a blinding light burst forth from the blade, revealing the long-buried treasure to the world once more. The blade shimmered with fiery radiance. Crimson Dragon Sword, a resplendent dragon-slaying sword, attack 4, defense forward at Huohuo casually tossed the Crimson Dragon's sword to Mulan, saying, "Take this as compensation for the giant's armor." Though the sword appeared impressive, it paled in comparison to his own frostblade. Mulan accepted it without hesitation, carefully securing it at her waist. Lastly, there was the box. Huohuo cautiously retrieved it from Hag's grip. Hag had held on tightly, and Huohuo could only mentally apologize as he forcibly extracted it. The small box was covered in dust. Blowing away the dust, he opened it to reveal a black key inside. Key to the hygiene chamber. This appears to be an ancient key that can unlock a special treasure door. Hygiene. I know of Hygiene, a tribe of barbarians located far to the north of the snow-capped mountains. How did he come to possess the key to Hygiene and die here? Mulan was even more astonished upon seeing the key. After hundreds of years, who knows what happened? Huohuo unceremoniously pocketed the key, thinking that there might indeed be Hygiene treasures. Lord, this hag may be the legendary hero of our barbarian ancestors. Perhaps we should bury the remains when we exit. Mulan looked at Huohuo. Such a trivial matter. You may decide for yourself. Thank you, my lord. They continued onward, traversing further into the cave, which grew narrower until they finally spotted light ahead. They climbed out on the other side of the mountain, entering another tranquil valley. Huohuo sighed. Indeed, it was a secret passage that could traverse the cliffs. Mulan inquired, "What do you plan to do?" Huohuo contemplated for a moment. "Seal it off. This passage is far too perilous." The three wandered briefly in the desolate valley. It was relatively quiet, and the likelihood of this entrance being discovered was low. Yet it was prudent to implement some concealed measures at the entrance before sealing it with large stones for safety. With mechanical workers, such tasks were quite simple, though it would take the workers quite a long detour through the treacherous mountains to return. Upon returning to Tongtian City, Mulan brought back Hag's remains as well. "I have an idea." "Yes, my lord, please share that. I propose we utilize these cliffs as walls. However, I now feel it is unreliable, as these natural structures may have overlooked areas." "What does the lord suggest?" "I wish to construct a complete wall within this valley, establishing an inner city primarily for habitation and commerce. The outer city would encompass mining, agriculture, docks, barracks, and even a cemetery. What do you think?" "I see no issues, though the cost will be substantial, as the consumption of stone and timber will be immense." Two individuals hurriedly sought out Mujio once more, upon hearing their new ideas. Mujio wore an expression of helplessness, compelled to revise the design anew. The initial plans had seemed quite promising. However, upon actual execution, numerous issues emerged. Yet, this is a common occurrence. Such vast undertakings can only be managed dynamically, with continuous improvements. Fortunately, large-scale construction had yet to commence. However, the resource budget had swelled to an astonishing degree. For the first time, Huohuo felt the frustration of being a boss upon opening his eyes. He found himself confronted with shortages of wood, stone, iron, black stone, and gold coins. As for black oil, it could no longer be described as merely insufficient. It was a dire scarcity. Everything demands money. Everyone needs to eat. And beyond mere sustenance, gold coins are required for wages. If even half a coin is withheld, discontent brews among the workers. Why, oh why, do so many people still desire to be bosses? Huohuo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Thankfully, with Mujio and Mulan's capabilities, he wouldn't be surprised if he were to abandon the endeavor altogether. Those who wished to be lords sought the exhilaration of unrestrained leadership. Yet Huohuo discovered that once he truly became a lord, he was beset by troubles and shackles. Upon arriving at the cemetery, a location previously designed by Mujio, no one anticipated that the first individual to be interred there would be a barbarian from centuries past. An ancestor of Mulan, she carefully erected a tombstone in the barbarian's distinctive style, inscribed with the words "the grave of the legendary hero, Kinluage." After burning some straw, Mulan recited the ancient incantations of the barbarians. While Huohuo understood not a single word. "May the souls of the heroic spirits protect Tongtian City." The final line was the only one Huohuo grasped. Chapter 50. Black on Black at Jilong Mountain following Mulan's reminder. Huohuo also relocated the White Tower Wonder to the new city. This marvel was of utmost importance. The relocation was not without cost, consuming over 10,000 units of wood and stone resources. which left Huohuo feeling quite pained for a considerable time. In the days that followed, the construction of city defenses accelerated. Liu Chong, displaying remarkable competence, recruited over 100 individuals from the 10,000 Great Mountains, both men and women, causing the first district to bustle with activity. However, the issue of food continued to weigh heavily on Han Huohuo's mind, and on the fourth night, an unexpected event occurred. Warning, the bandits of Jiulong Mountain are attacking the Black Wind Stronghold. Warning, the bandits of Jiulong Mountain are attacking the Black Wind Stronghold. Warning, the bandits of Jiulong Mountain are attacking the Black Wind Stronghold. After a long day, just as Han Huohuo was about to embrace the young girl, whose flirtatious glances had captivated him, the system's alarm shattered the moment. Infuriated, he thought, "Damn it, you fool, interrupting my mood at such a time. Wu Qiming, you're finished." He hastily rose and summoned Huohuo. The two convened in the gathering hall to discuss the situation. While Mu Jiao, unable to assist, prepared T.So, our old stronghold is under attack? Yes, they likely haven't yet discovered our current location and have launched a surprise assault on the old stronghold. There were only a few mechanical workers there, so the losses are minimal. But who gave Wu Qiming such audacity to attack the number one Han Huohuo? A cold sweat broke out on Han Huohuo's brow. Thank goodness he had already moved the White Tower Wonder. Otherwise, the losses would have been incalculable. In truth, the battle concluded swiftly, leaving the old camp in shambles. Dressed in white, Wu Qiming, flanked by several heroes, arrived at the original site of the Black Wind Stronghold. Frowning, there was no information indicating that the Black Wind Stronghold had been eradicated, and all that remained were a few powerless puppets. The legendary barbarians were nowhere to be found. Had they truly constructed the new city so quickly? But where had the new city been built? We must locate the Black Wind Stronghold's camp. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we will annihilate them. That is the order from above. Yes, the heroes behind him responded in unison. In Tongtian City, at the gathering hall. Are the scouts trained yet? Report, my lord, the scouts are ready. Excellent. Set out immediately and gather all information regarding Jiulong Mountain. I wish to know where they derive their audacity and courage to attempt our downfall. My lord, may I offer a suggestion? As we are currently in the midst of constructing the city, stability should be our priority. We must concentrate our efforts on completing the city first. I understand. But regardless, we must collect intelligence first. The two conspired for a considerable time, formulating all contingency plans. Once Hua Milan had departed, Mu Jiao, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Jiulong Mountain has gone too far. They're severely hindering our collection efficiency." Han Huohuo embraced her, speaking with bitterness. "They are doomed. Those who dare to strike at me shall not be spared." Mu Jiao nodded. "Indeed, but I wish to caution you that their reckless boldness may indicate some form of external support. All anomalies often harbor complex backstories." Mu Jiao appeared youthful and radiant, resembling a pure and sunny girl. Yet upon hearing her words, Han Huohuo understood that Mu Jiao was no ordinary girl. Her knowledge seemed vast. Han Huohuo smiled faintly, choosing not to inquire further. "Come, let us retire for the night." "All right." Early the next morning, after a prolonged period of frustration, Han Huohuo finally received some good news. The exploration vehicle had located a black oil mine. Even more astonishingly, this oil mine was situated right outside the city, on a small slope near the checkpoint. Han Huohuo was elated. He knew that the strongest guardian of the city was the plasma cannon. If he could amass dozens of these cannons, no one could breach his formidable defense. This was indeed a timely boon. The exploration vehicle had transformed, morphing into a roaring oil extraction rig, continuously drawing forth black oil. A standard black oil mine could yield 10 units of oil per day, but with Mu Jiao's extraordinary talents, it now produced 20 units daily. This meant that in just 2 days, he could construct another plasma cannon. Han Huohuo was particularly excited. If granted some time, annihilating Jiulong Mountain would be a trivial matter. The arrow towers and city walls were completed that very day. The walls were impressively broad, although they remained made of rammed earth due to the era's limitations. Their substantial size rendered them difficult to breach. The walls could accommodate a considerable number of ranged troops, with 2 arrow towers positioned atop the grand walls, one to the left and one to the right, each equipped with plasma cannons. Han Huohuo sighed in relief. He could not believe Wu Qiming would succeed in breaching his stronghold. However, Han Huohuo possessed a vengeful nature. His goal was not merely to defend his city, but to obliterate Jiulong Mountain. How can I allow a vile dog to linger at my side? Currently, Han Huohuo was concerned that the difficulties of attacking a city differed vastly from those of defending one. The former was undoubtedly far more challenging. My lord, what name do you intend to give this formidable stronghold? How about Yan Mingwen? Yan Mingwen. That name is grand and imposing, unmistakably crafted by one not of ordinary means. The surrounding individuals gazed in astonishment at their crude bandit king. Realizing he might possess a measure of intellect, Han Huohuo scoffed inwardly, aware that he had no such wisdom, but was adept at emulating others, that a group of simpletons could hardly fathom the depth of culture accumulated over millennia by the Huohuo civilization. The three characters Yan Mingwen were engraved upon the gate. Here stood the bastion of Tongtian City. Suddenly, Han Huohuo recalled a lord who had previously contacted him about dealing with Wu Qiming, but whom he had declined. Huozheng, Huozheng, are you there? Ah, big boss, why do you seek me now? Tell me about Wu Qiming. Do you know where his camp is? Big boss, have you finally decided to take action against him? I don't know his camp's location, but I know he is attacking the Lord of Wolf Ridge, that I can pinpoint the location of Wolf Ridge. Good. Inform me of Wolf Ridge's location. Yes, big boss. You should eliminate that scoundrel soon. He has gone mad, killing indiscriminately, leaving all in the 10,000 Great Mountains in a state of panic. Understood. Huozheng quickly relayed the location of Wolf Ridge, along with the address of the mountain stronghold of his friend, which Wu Qiming had attacked during his initial assault. Han Huohuo studied the map, cross-referencing the locations of Wu Qiming's successive attacks. This rascal was recklessly launching assaults without fearing a coalition against him. He must truly possess some backing. What on earth was he aiming for? Observing his widespread aggressions, it appeared that the attack on the Black Wind stronghold was not solely aimed at him. In other words, the Black Wind stronghold might not be far from him, merely a target he had scouted. Currently, the exact locations of 3 strongholds he had attacked were known. Han Huohuo sketched an area on the map that lay equidistant from these 3 camps. It was highly probable that Jiulong Mountain was situated within this region. Summon General Hua to me. Yes, before long, the guards summoned Hua Milan, and Han Huohuo presented a map to her, sharing his deductions. Hua Milan wholeheartedly endorsed Han Huohuo's assessment and promptly dispatched a considerable number of scouts to explore that direction. Previously, the scouts had been scurrying about aimlessly, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Now, with a clear objective, their movements became swift, and it wasn't long before they relayed back information. Indeed, Han Huohuo's judgment proved remarkably accurate. They had located Jiulong Mountain, where a dozen scouts were lying in ambush, gathering various intelligence about the area. The first report indicated that a large detachment was returning from outside. Within this contingent, there were numerous crossbow carts, a few catapults, many swordsmen, and a handful of longbowmen. The information was somewhat incomplete, and upon receiving it, Hua Milan and Han Huohuo began to analyze Wu Qiming's forces. The most formidable aspect of this troop was the catapults, with an extensive range capable of easily demolishing any city defenses. It was no wonder this fellow dared to seize camps and strongholds indiscriminately. The crossbow carts also posed a significant threat with their formidable striking power. Hua Milan furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Why do I feel this is not right? Regardless of whether it's the crossbow carts or the catapults, these are standard military equipment. How could a mere mountain bandit acquire them? Chapter 51. The barbarians turned out to be the League of Failures. Han Huohuo was perplexed. Why were these military devices not utilized during the last campaign against the bandits? Hua Milan chuckled. You failed to grasp the situation. These weapons, and some even more powerful war constructs, are managed by the armaments department of the Great Qian dynasty. Even the highest generals require the emperor's command to access them. This is the royal family's only trump card. They would never easily distribute them to warlords across the land. By heavens, I can't comprehend it. Military equipment not provided to warlords, but handed over to a band of bandits. Who orchestrated this? Han Huohuo, lacking understanding of the internal affairs of the Great Qian dynasty, found it exceedingly bizarre and utterly illogical. He felt a surge of anxiety. Can we withstand their attack? Hua Milan scoffed. Defending against their assault would be a piece of cake. Oh, you think our two plasma cannons positioned on the arrow tower are mere decorations? Our plasma cannons have a range that exceeds their catapults and can effortlessly obliterate their heavy siege equipment. Without their catapults, they dare to breach Yinmen Pass? They must be dreaming. After hearing Huomulan's analysis, Huohuo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they posed no threat to him, he was content. Regardless of whether the internal affairs of the great Qian dynasty were in disarray, it was of no concern to him. What if we were to attack them? That's a different matter altogether. Defense is one thing, but offense is another. Without the range advantage of the arrow tower, the plasma cannon and the catapult have equivalent ranges, while the plasma cannon, being a modern weapon, is undoubtedly more powerful. Our numbers are too few to match the multitude of catapults on the other side. Furthermore, the crossbow carts are formidable defensive tools. Boss, the Lord of Wolf Ridge is dead. Huozheng cried out as he messaged Huohuo. Huohuo glanced at the system, confirming that yet another lord had vanished from the 10,000 Great Mountains, leaving only 106 remaining. I know. I've pinpointed his location. Stay vigilant. Boss, if you eliminate him, many of the lords have already agreed to follow you. Whatever you desire, we will provide. You are our leader, the Grand Alliance leader of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Huozheng was on the verge of a breakdown. Initially, they had treated this as a game, and at the outset, everyone had been quite proud. However, after experiencing life and death battles and encountering a powerful maniac wreaking havoc, they finally realized that lives in this world were as worthless as weeds. Even those of lords. All the surviving lords were trembling with fear, each eager to cling to a powerful ally to survive. Huozheng's words resonated with Huohuo. The notion of all the lords assisting him in resource gathering was indeed an unconsidered path. He silenced the chat. Let the scouts gather more intelligence. It would be best to ascertain the enemy's defensive systems. You truly wish to eliminate Julong Mountain? Of course, if we do not eliminate him, we risk being eliminated ourselves. We have no retreat. We must take the initiative. Your reasoning is sound. However, I have a suggestion. What is it? If you genuinely wish to eliminate him, why not deliberately leak our location, enticing him to attack us? We can use the city defenses to deplete his forces, then push back against him. What do you think? Huohuo pondered for a moment, still somewhat hesitant. What if that fellow had some powerful backing and reinforcements? Would it be too reckless? If he miscalculated, it could lead to his demise. Are you worried about their background, that they might have reinforcements? Mulan discerned Huohuo's thoughts with a glance. Huohuo nodded. That Wu Qiming. We encountered him at the Wang family. Oh, you remember that young man in white. Mulan couldn't help but express her surprise. It's him. The two exchanged glances, and Mulan suddenly said, I will take you to see the barbarian king tomorrow. Let us also cling to a powerful ally. The barbarian king's support was robust enough to sustain a small mountain stronghold, especially since this stronghold had a contentious relationship with Wonking City. All right, initially, Huohuo intended to bring a few more people to meet the barbarian king, but Huomulan advised against it, as the barbarian king had limited tolerance for humans. After some contemplation, Huohuo agreed. Early the next morning, Huomulan set off with Huohuo, even bringing along her spear and the red dragon sword. Xiaojiu, we leave this place in your hands for the next few days. Do not open the gates of Yinmen Pass. The defenses will be fine. Just be cautious. Mujiu nodded. You both take care. Mulan laughed. No worries. We are not going to battle, merely delivering gifts. The barbarian king is not so unreasonable. Mujiu scoffed. The people of the great Qian dynasty say the barbarian king delights in human flesh, skinning people alive, as cruel as a devil. In our great Qian, the name of the barbarian king can silence a child's cries at night. Such slander. This is undoubtedly slander. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Mulan urged her horse to gallop towards the city gates, with Huohuo trailing behind. Once the two departed, Mujiu hurriedly ordered the complete closure of Yinmen Pass. With the gates locked, no birds could pass, nor could any spirits intervene. This route was closer to Wonking City, but the journey to the barbarian king was considerably longer. By dusk, the two rode out of the 10,000 Great Mountains, facing a desolate expanse of Gobi with sparse vegetation. and as winter approached, the world appeared shrouded in a yellowish hue, further enhancing the chill. The war horses could not endure the intensity of the gallop. The two could only stop to rest for a while. Nearby, a small pond provided the war horses with roots to nibble on and water to drink. Huohuo sat on the ground, rubbing his sore backside. Looking utterly exhausted, the barbarian territory seemed vast, yet undeniably desolate. It was not solely barren Gobi. Further north of the foot of the mountain, there were extensive grasslands, though they too were withering as winter approached. I find it curious that although your barbarians possess such formidable combat prowess and occupy a considerable area, the best lands are under the control of the great Qian dynasty. Haha, you jest. If the barbarians truly had such strength, how could they have been driven to this desolate land? Do you think they relished this place over the fertile southern lands? They were simply outmatched by the great Qian dynasty in the past, and were expelled. Huohuo reflected on this, and acknowledged the truth in her words. He had indeed overthought the matter. I'm quite intrigued. You mentioned that the grasslands at the foot of Lum Mountain are vast. Why then did the barbarian king choose to build a capital here? Huomulan fixed her gaze on Huohuo and simply stated, "He is waiting." Huohuo forced a bitter smile, realizing the implications. The barbarian king was not yet resigned to his fate. He awaited an opportunity, a chance amidst the internal chaos in the great Qian dynasty. A cunning and ambitious barbarian leader, the barbarian king undoubtedly required a fierce dog to scout ahead and pave the way for him. This was Huomulan's confidence. She believed the barbarian king would certainly welcome the allegiance of Tongtian City. Huohuo rubbed his nose, pondering if he was to be that fierce dogby the way. Do you know the surname of the barbarian king? Huh. What is it? The barbarian king's surname is Mu. Huohuo was momentarily taken aback. His first thought was of Mujio. However, what Huomulan said next left him utterly speechless. Mu is the royal surname of the great Qian dynasty. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty bears the surname Mu, and the barbarian king is also of the same surname. Huomulan did not continue. Yet Huohuo's mouth fell agape. Though she spoke half-heartedly, she revealed so much more so. Mu was indeed the royal surname of the great Qian dynasty. Did that not imply that the young girl from his family potentially had royal blood? Were the barbarians, too, descendants of the great Qian dynasty's royal lineage? The barbarian king and his kin are indeed offspring of the great Qian dynasty, yet the bloodlines of the entire barbarian tribe are far too complex. With roots scattered far and wide, such a complicated relationship. Huomulan subsequently uttered a remark that left her feeling quite disheartened. The barbarians are, in essence, a league of failures, cast away from every continent and relegated to the northern wastelands. Thus, they are truly pitiable. Mulan fell silent, her mood evidently bleak, as she candidly acknowledged the failures of the barbarians. Chapter 52. The ideal of the barbarian King Huohuo did not wish to harm Huomulan's fragile heart and sat in silence beside her. Who can you blame for your defeat? They mused. Once the war horses had rested, the two chose not to linger in the wilderness, as they were now not far from the capital of the barbarian king. The capital, known in full as Kululuoda, was dismissed by the people of the great Qian dynasty as too cumbersome a name, and they simply referred to it as City. In the distance, lights flickered, signaling that City lay ahead. A few towering one-eyed monsters, each over 7 meters tall, were frolicking outside the city gates, tossing enormous stones that weighed several tons. These are the children of the one-eyed tribe. Huohuo remarked. You need not fear them. The number of people accidentally crushed by them each year is surprisingly low. Huohuo felt her thighs nearly cramp with fear. How can one not be afraid? Are you jesting? Thankfully, the barbarians also harbored a fear of these half-human, half-beast creatures, which is why the one-eyed folk resided in the hills adjacent to the royal city. Above City, enormous golden eagles soared, their wings spanning over 10 meters. This sight compelled Huohuo to closely follow Huomulan into the city. The barbarian guards at the entrance were dozing, not even bothering to question them, allowing the two to enter with ease. Is this truly a capital? Such a lack of vigilance. Huohuo could not comprehend the barbarians' absolute sense of relaxation. The capital was vast and filthy, populated with bizarre creatures, some of which were hardly recognizable as human. The composition was exceedingly complex. Huohuo continued to gallop forward until they reached a magnificent palace. Despite the chaos of the city, this immense stone structure was extraordinarily grand. Barbarian soldiers clad in leather armor and wielding spears stood in organized formation around the palace. Though night had fallen, great braziers blazed in front of the palace, illuminating the interior with torches. Halt! This is the palace of the barbarian king. No unauthorized personnel may enter. Several towering barbarians blocked their path. I am Huohuo. Summon the barbarian king at once. I have urgent matters to discuss. One of the burly barbarians hastily approached with a torch, examining her closely, and was taken aback to recognize General Huohuo. Please wait, General Hua. I will inform the king immediately. The barbarian hurried inside to relay the message. Huohuo and Huohuo dismounted, and a barbarian led their horses away. Please, General Hua, enter the palace. Before long, the barbarian guards parted to allow them passage. Spears could not be brought inside, as heavy weaponry was deemed too dangerous. However, short weapons were permitted. As the barbarian king, renowned as the mightiest warrior among his people, held no concern for those armed only with shorter weapons, even if it was Huohuo. Several barbarians, aware of the heft of Mulan's spear, approached to assist in lifting it away. The staircase was long, with each step notably high. In due course, Huohuo and Huohuo entered the grand hall, illuminated by torches and filled with light. Orc and Minotaur guards flanked either side, their appearances fierce. In the center, upon a throne draped in tiger skin, sat the barbarian king. This was Huohuo's first glimpse of him, tall, robust, adorned with tattoos resembling blood. Despite the chill in the air, he wore only a pair of leather shorts. As Huohuo gazed up at him, the barbarian king was also observing her. Suddenly, he rose, drew a short dagger from his waist, and pointed it at Huohuo, bellowing, "Are you the one who calls yourself the fire barbarian god, claiming to be my brother?" Rubbing her nose, Huohuo thought to herself that this barbarian was quite well informed. The events of Wanqing City had occurred only days prior, and yet he was already aware. It seemed this old fellow had numerous spies in Wanqing City. With a respectful bow, she replied, "Please, noble king, do not take offense that I merely borrowed your name because the Southerners fear you, and I sought to use your renown to suppress those insignificant creatures. Moreover, my appropriation of your title was meant to serve your interests." The barbarian king, furious yet amused, retorted, "You claim to misuse my name for my benefit. How do you justify that?" Huohuo retrieved a giant suit of armor from her pack. "Noble king, do you recognize this treasure?" The king's expression shifted significantly. The Wang family of Wanqing City had not publicly disclosed the existence of the giant armor, so the king was momentarily taken aback at Huohuo's sudden revelation. Huohuo herself was uncertain of the armor's significance to the king. The barbarian king, his demeanor altering, muttered, "Everything is in place." He then inquired, "How did you come into possession of this armor?" Huohuo glanced at Huohuo, who stepped forward and stated, "I am most knowledgeable about this matter. Please allow me to explain to the king." She meticulously recounted the sequence of events, carefully mentioning her allegiance to Huohuo. The king's expression remained inscrutable, but he suddenly discarded his dagger and erupted in laughter. "And no need for concern, General Hua. Whether you serve me or my brother makes no difference. Fire barbarian god. What a splendid name. From this day forth, every barbarian will know your name. You are my brother, Munan. Should anyone dare to bully you, it would be an insult to me, the barbarian king." With a hearty laugh, the king descended the steps and embraced Huohuo, his powerful arms nearly suffocating her. Such roughness, such brutality. Huohuo bent to offer the giant armor as a token of submission. The king accepted the armor, filled with emotion. "Do you understand the significance of this armor to me?" Huohuo genuinely did not, viewing it merely as a treasure of moderate worth, far inferior to her own golden silk armor. She could not fathom why the king placed such importance on it. Could a single artifact truly change one's fate? Without further ado, she replied, "This is a part of the barbarian war axe, a combined treasure. It holds no significance for other races, but in the hands of the barbarians, it can elevate their morale, doubling their attack speed." Huohuo was astonished. Doubling attack speed? What does that imply? A force of 10,000 could wield the strength of 20,000. This was no ordinary treasure. It was a divine artifact. The barbarian king unabashedly expressed his excitement, his laughter echoing throughout the palace. Summon all the generals. Tonight, I shall introduce my dear brother, His Highness the Fire Barbarian God. The king laughed heartily, displaying no restraint in his exhilaration. The barbarians' gathering, even that of the king, was ablaze with bonfires, hearty drinking, and the devouring of large quantities of meat. To the feast, all the barbarians were intoxicated, each knowing that the king had acquired a brother named the Fire Barbarian God. And no one cared to ponder the origins of this brother. The barbarians themselves often lost track of how many brothers they had. This was a land of chaos and openness. If the king declared it so, then so it was. In the midst of revelry, drunken barbarians soon descended into disorder. Orcs shall never be enslaved. Minotaurs shall always be champions. A disagreement between an orc general and a minotaur general escalated into a brawl, both displaying immense strength as onlookers scattered. The barbarian king grew furious and intervened, restraining one with a single hand. The two struggled fiercely but were quickly subdued, easily lifted by the king and tossed aside. Take your fights outside. Do not disrupt the festivities here. Laughter erupted among the surrounding barbarians, clearly accustomed to such antics. Excitement permeated the air. Only the barbarian king's gaze remained remarkably clear as Huohuo sat beside him, chuckling softly. Your subordinates certainly are a motley crew. The king turned to her, inquiring, do you know how these peculiar beings came to be? Huohuo, of course, did not, and listened with curiosity as the king explained. Many years ago, they were once human. After their defeat, they were exiled to this cursed land alongside my ancestors in the frigid north. You see, it is a chaotic place. Many succumbed to temptation, engaging in indiscriminate unions, thus giving rise to these strange creatures. Huohuo was left speechless. Managing such a group must be quite challenging. The barbarian king laughed heartily. Regardless of the circumstances, they are descendants of my ancestors' followers. I must ensure they are well fed and survive. Chapter 53. City, a hint of gravity clouded his eyes, perhaps a weighty truth that only an outsider like Huohuo could articulate. At that moment, Huohuo realized that the barbarian king might not be the figure he had previously envisioned. The king's desires appeared modest, merely the instinct to survive. Yet survival itself is the most extravagant wish in this world. Among the multitude of lives, only the strongest endure. All the weak shall inevitably be cast aside by the relentless passage of time. In that fleeting instant, the barbarian king in Huohuo's eyes seemed to take on a new dimension. Not merely a ruler, but rather a concerned parent, one who fretted over the survival of his offspring. Thank goodness for this weapon. Otherwise, I cannot be certain whether the barbarians would endure. Regardless of who you are, I extend my gratitude. The barbarian king raised his colossal goblet and drank with Huohuo. They both downed their drinks in one go. Why was this treasure of such paramount importance? Was enhancing combat prowess truly crucial? Because in recent years, the winters of the north have grown increasingly frigid, rendering the land inhospitable for any life, including that of the barbarians. The king's gaze suddenly turned a deep crimson. Huohuo succumbed to intoxication. His tolerance was low, and he could not recall when he was carried away. Yet, he vividly remembered the king's beast-like, scarlet eyes. Did his giant battle armor incite the potential for a world war? This absurd thought crossed Huohuo's mind just before he collapsed. Awakening the next day, he was greeted with a throbbing headache. The barbarian liquor was potent yet of inferior quality. Several brutish orc servants attended to him, but he promptly dismissed them, preferring to manage on his own. After a breakfast of milk and flatbreads, he stepped outside to find Hua Mulan waiting for him at the entrance. It turned out that she had been waiting for quite some time. The previous night's revelry had caused him to awaken late, that we spent the entire night drinking and discussed not a single matter of importance. Huohuo lamented. Let us proceed. I believe His Majesty the Barbarian King has been awaiting you for quite some time. Hua Mulan replied with a smile. The two returned to the Barbarian King's palace, where the king warmly welcomed his younger brother, and they delved into discussions regarding support. Rest assured, I will establish a barbarian office in your city. Should danger arise, notify them, and I shall dispatch troops to safeguard you." The barbarian king readily agreed. For warfare was the simplest endeavor in the realm of barbarians, that I will also provide updates on Wonking City's movements and seek to thwart any potential assaults. Alternatively, if you have any strategies that you prefer not to execute personally, we in Tongtian City can assist you. They both laughed heartily, slapping each other's palms in camaraderie. This was a transaction. The world has never known one-sided charity, only the exchange of interests. The barbarian king held Huohuo's declarations in high regard. This young man was undeniably astute, surpassing the intellect of most barbarians by 1,000-fold. Furthermore, with winter approaching, Tongtian City is in dire need of food supplies. Might I inquire if the barbarian king could extend some assistance? I shall not take your provisions for free. I am willing to purchase them with gold. The king's expression soured. "Oh, you see those cyclopean giants outside the city? Each one consumes a cartload of food daily. If we barbarians had ample provisions, I would not have built the capital here. If we could truly satiate our hunger, we would not be branded as a belligerent race." Huohuo sighed, acknowledging the king's words were genuine and not mere platitudes. Just as his spirits began to wane, the barbarian king suddenly interjected, "However, if you possess gold, I could point you towards a potential ally from whom you might acquire food." Huohuo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Who might that be? The barbarian king smiled. "Have you heard of the Tulip Merchant Guild? Their trade spans the entire globe, and they can even procure provisions from the great Qian dynasty. Their leader, Du Wei, is a close friend of mine." The king whispered a few words to a nearby attendant, who swiftly departed, returning shortly with a plump human merchant, clad in opulent attire, adorned with vibrant silks and intricate embroidery. The merchant approached. "Barbarian lord, you summon me? Come, allow me to introduce you. This is my brother, the Fire Barbarian God, and this is Jin Biao, the supervisor of the Tulip Merchant Guild. Your Highness Fire Barbarian God." "Supervisor Jin." The two exchanged warm greetings, as if they had long been acquainted. Jin Biao was taken aback, pondering how the barbarian king's brother seemed even more merchant-like than himself. After some pleasantries, they broached the main topic. "You wish to purchase food? Now is not the opportune moment. Not only is there a shortage due to winter, but the great Qian dynasty has imposed a grain embargo on the north, which poses a significant risk. Being discovered could lead to execution." Huohuo scrutinized the merchant. Coming from Earth, he understood the very essence of commerce. These were individuals driven solely by profit, willing to engage in anything for a monetary gain. "Mr. Jin, this world is defined by scarcity, which is precisely why commerce thrives. Would you not agree? By opposing the great Qian dynasty, you stand to profit immensely. However, you must recognize that my newly established city lies precisely between the north and the great Qian dynasty, providing ample opportunities for lucrative ventures that you truly harbor no interest." Jin Biao paused, recognizing the young man's acumen in business, a stark contrast to the barbarians. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "But what of the safety there?" Huohuo laughed heartily. "Do you not trust the safety assurances provided by Lord Barbarian?" Jin Biao nodded. "If the Barbarian Lord guarantees it, then I naturally have faith." "How fascinating. You are indeed an intriguing individual, and I find myself growing interested." Seizing the moment, Huohuo proposed, "I suggest you visit our new city to see for yourself. Would you be interested?" Jin Biao smiled. "Absolutely. However, I will need 2 days to prepare, not only to inspect, but also to bring a merchant convoy. Should your city indeed hold promise, I could establish a guild there. How does that sound?" Huohuo nodded in agreement. "Very well. It is settled then." The group shared laughter and camaraderie, as Jin Biao had other matters to attend to and needed to ready his merchant convoy. Huohuo found himself staying in City for another 2 days. The following day, Huohuo led Huohuo on a shopping excursion. While wandering, they heard a chorus of cheers in the distance. Pushing through the crowd, they discovered an arena where barbaric duels were taking place. The battles exceedingly brutal, and why, Lord, you could certainly give it a try. This is merely an entry-level arena, and with your strength, you should have no issues, Huohuo suggested with a playful grin. "Really? Why would I deceive you? If you lack courage, then so be it." Huohuo brushed aside a few orcs and settled by the arena's edge to observe. Indeed, the competitors appeared rather mediocre. sparking his interest with his newfound strength. He felt invigorated and decided to enter the fray himself. To his surprise, he actually signed up. Huohuo chuckled, but remained silent. Huohuo performed admirably. Though initially clumsy, he soon found his rhythm. His agility and strength proved advantageous. And when pressed, he discreetly cast a slowing spell, effortlessly dispatching his opponents with swift kicks. Achieving 13 consecutive victories, Huohuo claimed the championship title of the arena. All challengers fell silent. Who is that? He hardly resembles a barbarian. So slender yet so formidable. I heard he is the barbarian king's brother. Ah, that explains it. Having secured the championship, a notification from the system appeared. Strength 2. Huohuo was astonished. Could his attributes truly be enhanced in such a manner? Exiting the arena, he seized Huomulan's arm and inquired, "Are there other arenas?" "Of course, but not within the city. You must venture outside. Additionally, the other arenas might be more perilous." "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" The thought of participating in such events to enhance his fundamental attributes ignited a fervor within Huohuo. "Let us go, right now." Huomulan led him beyond the city limits to a mid-level arena. Upon arrival, Huohuo approached the arena's edge, only to fall into silence. Inside, a colossal cyclopean giant was hurling huge boulders, violently assaulting a fearsome scorpion-tailed lion. Chapter 54. Jilamao, my lord, are you certain you wish to sign up? This arena is particularly savage, but if you emerge victorious, you will undoubtedly gain renown among the barbarians. Huohuo shook his head, not interested. Do you have any higher-level arenas? Huomulan replied, "Certainly, but the advanced arenas are not located in this city. They are situated on the wasteland, as the city is too small for their battles." Huohuo suddenly lost interest. This is utterly absurd. It is not competition, but a quest for death. After spending 2 days in K-City, Huohuo purchased some leather materials and hired a carriage. The resources at the barbarian king's place were scarce, but leather was abundant and reasonably priced, having acquired a substantial amount of gold coins during the last event. Huohuo was not lacking in funds. His extravagant spending showcased his prowess to Jin Biao. Soon, intelligence about Huohuo was gathered and sent to Jin Biao's hands. This individual hailed from a bandit background and had somehow established a connection with the barbarian king. Intriguing indeed. Could it be that the fire barbarian deity is merely a pawn supported by the barbarian king? Is the barbarian lord preparing to take action? Jin Biao dispatched a confidential letter via carrier pigeon to the headquarters of the Tulip Chamber of Commerce, articulating his thoughts and offering the suggestion: please stockpile all military supplies from the Great Qian dynasty. The anticipated time for war is next spring. He was an exceedingly astute merchant, deducing the timing of the impending war based on the barbarian king's preparations. The most lucrative fortunes arise from national calamities, regardless of whose nation it may be. 2 days later, Jin Biao, accompanied by a small merchant convoy, set off to Tongtian City with Huomulan and Huohuo. To demonstrate sincerity, the barbarian king even sent along some resources for Huohuo to take back. The barbarian king was indeed generous. Although lacking in grain, he provided a considerable amount of rare resources: mercury from icy lands, abyss crystals, and radiant gems, 10 of each. After bidding farewell to the barbarian king, the caravan set out. The journey back to Tongtian City took 2 full days, a considerable time compared to the rapid galloping speed of Huomulan and Huohuo on their way there. Upon reaching Yinmen Pass, Jin Biao was already astonished. This was merely a bandit leader's defense, yet it appeared so formidable. After nearly a week of back and forth, various constructions were gradually being perfected, and the inner city walls had already commenced building. Although Tongtian City was still in its infancy, Jin Biao, well versed in such matters, immediately recognized that the city's planning was grand and magnificent, leaving him greatly surprised. Could this truly be the design of a mere bandit leader? Jin Biao couldn't help but regard Huohuo with renewed admiration. When he saw Mujio emerge, his eyes widened further, his mouth agape. Of course, he did not recognize the 9th princess, who had changed into ordinary attire, but her every word and action exuded an air of nobility that was impossible to conceal, akin to fireflies in the night. The bandits could not discern this, But Jin Biao was all too familiar with it. Such refined etiquette was not possessed by just anyone. It was a cultivated grace developed from a young age. As they strolled about, Mu Jiao elaborated on future plans, leaving Jin Biao in a state of shock. "Your Highness the Fire Barbarian." "Haha, here, you may call me Lord Han. Fire Barbarian sounds rather odd." "Very well, Lord Han. I believe our business can thrive. Your city holds exceptional potential that I shall leave a merchant convoy here. Should you require anything, simply approach them. To express our sincerity from the Tulip Chamber of Commerce. For our first transaction, I offer you 100,000 units of grain at a fair price. What say you?" Han Huohuo was elated. This resolved his most pressing dilemma. Jin Biao possessed considerable influence. 100,000 units of grain, given without hesitation, disregarding the great Qian dynasty's prohibitions. "Come, Lord Han. This is our merchant convoy. Yin, they will remain here for trade. Please take good care of them." "No problem. Doing business with me." The Tulip Chamber of Commerce will undoubtedly not suffer losses. Yinyun's integration into Tongtian City requires 50 units of grain. Confirm acceptance? The system meticulously announced. "Accept. Merchant. Yinyun stamina. 100 combat power. Strength 4. Defense 4. Endurance 5. Intelligence 8. Traits. Merchant. Disloyal. Food consumption. 1 unit per day loyalty. 30. Both traits are quite intriguing. Merchant. Reduces market transaction taxes by 5. Disloyal. The loyalty of the Tulip Chamber of Commerce's merchant will never exceed 50 towards you. The first commercial talent can help earn substantial profits, while the second trait indicates he will only be loyal to the Tulip Chamber of Commerce, not to himself. This is reasonable. After all, he belongs to the chamber. As long as there are no conflicts with the Tulip Chamber of Commerce, his loyalty need not be a concern. Having accepted Yinyun, Han Huohuo and Jin Biao laughed heartily as night fell. Han Huohuo hosted them for dinner and rest. After a joyous evening, Han Huohuo returned to the main camp, only to find Mu Jiao with an unsettled expression. He hurried over to embrace her and gently inquired, "What troubles you?" Mu Jiao finally found the opportunity to inform Han Huohuo. Fire. Recently there have been scouts active outside Yanmen Pass. If I'm not mistaken, they should be from Julong Mountain. That I followed your instructions. While you were away, Yanmen Pass remained closed, so they likely could not gather any intelligence. Han Huohuo nodded. "I understand. It is time for us to settle matters with Julong Mountain." With the support of the barbarian king, Han Huohuo was no longer concerned about any background Julong Mountain might possess. Who could rival the barbarian king near the vast mountainous region of the Great Qian dynasty? The Great Qian dynasty was currently fragmented, and although its army was large, it was far from united. Any local lord would likely be insufficient to confront the barbarian king directly. For some reason, Mu Jiao, who had initially been apprehensive, felt reassured upon Han Huohuo's return. It seemed that as long as he was present, any problem could be resolved. Early the next morning, Huohuo knocked on the door to "My Lord. Scouts have discovered a contingent moving towards Yanmen Pass, equipped with numerous crossbows and siege engines. They are undoubtedly troops from Julong Mountain. Can we defeat them? Easily. However, I wish to annihilate them entirely, so we may need to set up some ambushes outside the city. You may arrange the battle. We have a guest here, and I will take him to the city wall shortly." Huohuo nodded, realizing that giving Jin Biao some confidence would be beneficial for Tongtian City, so she did not refuse to allow a non-military personnel on the wall. Jin Biao, slightly puzzled, was suddenly brought by Han Huohuo to the city wall. The Yanmen Pass boasted 5 rows of walls, and atop the final row stood a towering command tower. Han Huohuo invited Jin Biao to sit atop the command tower. There a table was set up, offering a clear view of the battlefield. Originally, this was Hua Mulan's command tower, but she had ceded it to Han Huohuo and Jin Biao. "I have no wine, only tea." "Haha, Lord Han, how amusing. I cannot stomach the barbarian's liquor. I prefer tea." Han Huohuo pointed towards the distant clouds of dust and chuckled. "Look, even in our vast mountains, peace is elusive. There are always some belligerents waging war." The contingent drew closer once the dust settled. Jin Biao exclaimed. He instantly recognized that the opposing force contained a substantial number of heavy crossbow units, which were standard weapons of the Great Qian dynasty. Is this the army of Wanning City? No, They are merely bandits from another hilltop who, for unknown reasons, have acquired some equipment from Wanting City and are now bullying others in the vast mountains. Han Huohuo casually remarked, seemingly unconcerned. Jin Biao laughed. It seems Lord Han is quite confident about this battle. Han Huohuo nodded. Tongtian City does not rely on the barbarian king. We merely require a neighbor without hostility to deal with these ruffians. We are more than sufficient on our own. There was a subtext to his words, evoking a sense of independence that led Jin Biao to vaguely realize that this Lord Han was likely harboring grand ambitions. Sipping tea, they quietly observed the battlefield together. Chapter 55, Counterattack against Julong Mountain behind the heavy crossbows. From massive siege engines slowly approached, appearing on the horizon. The forces of Julong Mountain relied heavily on these long-range siege engines to demolish enemy fortifications. These are the weapons of siege. Jin Biao recognized these siege engines and felt a twinge of fear. Their range was extensive, and if positioned closer, they could potentially strike this command tower, and no need to fear. It has just a few siege engines, posing no threat to us. Seeing Han Huohuo remain unperturbed, Jin Biao finally exhaled in relief, though curiosity lingered about how Han Huohuo planned to eliminate these long-range siege engines. Are there ambushes along the way? That was indeed a common tactic. While Jin Biao was lost in thought, the arrow tower atop Yinmen Pass emitted a strange buzzing sound, followed by two electrifying projectiles launching in an arc. What remarkable range! Jin Biao was astonished. It turned out Tongtian City could withstand the assault. Aren't you long range? I can shoot farther. The cannons mounted on the arrow tower not only had a greater range, but also boasted superior firepower. In mere moments, all four siege engines were reduced to rubble. Although powerful, their health was relatively low and could not withstand the onslaught. However, the giant cannons atop the arrow tower showed no signs of stopping. Beginning to bombard the crossbow units. Charge, rush forward. The opposing commander was momentarily taken aback, for he had never witnessed artillery capable of such an extensive range. A cadre of swordsmen began to charge forward, eager to reach their positions for attack, while crossbowmen hurried to assume their offensive stances on the city walls. Two additional cannons had been constructed, utilizing the recent yield of black oil. Although the cannons on the walls did not possess the range of those atop the watchtowers, they were now within firing distance of the advancing enemy. As the foes drew closer, the cannons suddenly unleashed their fury in unison. Crossbow bolts were shattered one after another, just as the attackers reached their positions. A row of floating platforms appeared atop the city walls, commencing a relentless laser barrage across the battlefield. The swordsmen, who had not yet approached the walls, fell in droves, even before any close combat ensued. The attacking force was already in disarray. The morale of the remaining crossbow units plummeted as they turned and fled. From the rear, a multitude of mechanical wolves emerged from the forests, surging forward to annihilate these defenseless crossbowmen in an instant. Jin Biao, clutching a cup of tea, found solace in the warmth of the beverage despite the biting cold. The battle had concluded swiftly and decisively, but he could not help but chuckle wryly. This was hardly a battle. It was more akin to a farce. Han Huohuo shrugged, remarking, "There is nothing to be done. Some individuals believe that merely acquiring a few fine weapons renders them invincible, but I cannot fathom who instilled such confidence in them." Hua Milan approached, clasping her hands in salute. "My lord, I wish to lead troops to their camp. If it appears vulnerable, I propose we seize the opportunity to strike. What do you think?" Han Huohuo replied, "That is acceptable, but remember to exercise caution. Engage only if victory is assured. If their defenses are formidable, retreat immediately." Milan nodded, affirming, "I shall obey." Han Huohuo's caution stemmed from mechanical soldiers' critical flaw, their lack of sufficient power for sustained ranged assaults. Should they run out of energy mid-attack, it would indeed be a source of great embarrassment. Thus, while their defenses were formidable, addressing this shortcoming was imperative for any offensive. Mulan assembled a substantial force of mechanical wolves and floating platforms, along with two plasma cannons, leading her troops to counterattack. She aimed to test whether she could decisively conquer Julong Mountain in one fell swoop. Fortunately, the energy consumed by the mechanical troops during their march was minimal. The primary drain occurred when they discharged lasers and plasma projectiles, as long as they avoided combat. The mechanical forces could march for several days without issue. Jilo Mountain was a few hours' march away, which would not hinder the mechanical troops' energy levels, allowing for swift movement. Let us depart. There is nothing more to behold here, Han Huohuo declared as he led Jin Biao back to the city, where they would receive proper hospitality as they strolled past the White Tower. Jin Biao was left in awe for quite some time. He circled the tower several times, finally concluding that this was indeed a marvel. In the entire Dacian dynasty, only the capital boasted such a wonder. Who exactly was this young lord? Had wonders become so devalued? The more he learned about Tongtian City, the more astonished he became, prompting a more cautious attitude towards Han Huohuo. This youth's ambitions could not merely be those of a mere bandit. In the afternoon, Jin Biao returned with his merchant convoy, promising that 100,000 units of grain would soon arrive at Tongtian City. Han Huohuo bid him farewell, escorting him for 30 miles before reluctantly returning. Jin Biao was immensely grateful, and both actors put on a dramatic display of brotherly affection as if parting for eternity. For the sake of a small quantity of grain, Han Huohuo truly seemed to disregard all semblance of dignity. In this world, the most worthless commodity was face. Securing tangible benefits was the right course. Han Huohuo maintained a clear-headed perspective. After seeing Jin Biao off, however, he received no updates from Milan, and the system displayed no results of the battle, which left him feeling somewhat anxious. Once Jin Biao departed, Han Huohuo's true nature emerged. As he began to fidget restlessly, and Yu Jiao approached to massage his shoulders, gently urging, "You must trust General Hua. There is no need for such anxiety." Han Huohuo considered this, realizing that his tension served no purpose. Even if he were to worry himself to death, it would not aid General Hua. He could only await news. Suddenly, Mu Jiao suggested, "You could visit the library in the Mage Guild. The technologies there have all been developed. I observed each one to be quite promising, but if you remain indecisive, perhaps you should make the selection." Han Huohuo accompanied Mu Jiao to the library. The wheel technology had been completed, and worker efficiency had increased by 30%, representing a significant advancement. Ultimately, the nation's prosperity relied on technological progress, prompting Han Huohuo to explore other available technologies. Each option seemed favorable. After a moment's hesitation, Han Huohuo chose the art of papermaking. He mused, having grown weary of using leaves for personal hygiene. He envisioned establishing a grand paper mill in Tongtian City to produce endless supplies of toilet paper. This thought brought him great satisfaction. Mu Jiao's eyes brightened, applauding, "You are truly remarkable. I felt this technology was the most impressive. Consider the current high cost and poor quality of paper in the Dacian dynasty. It is hardly suitable for widespread use. If we were to possess advanced papermaking techniques, we could disseminate culture on a large scale, nurturing more talent and knowledge. This technology is undoubtedly top tier, for talent is the greatest wealth of a kingdom." Mu Jiao gazed at Han Huohuo, her eyes sparkling with admiration, convinced that despite his rough exterior, he possessed considerable knowledge. It appeared she had not misjudged him. He truly knew how to choose. Han Huohuo thought to himself, "I had not contemplated it in such a manner. Are you certain you wish to develop papermaking? It will require 7 days and resources amounting to 10,000 wood and 2,000 gold. Confirmed. Due to the headquarters' special effects." The time was reduced to just over 5 days, and the resources required became 8,000 wood and 1,600 gold. Han Huohuo eagerly anticipated the transformative impact this technology would bring to his city. Upon exiting the library, he proceeded to the Mage Guild. The second magic had appeared within the guild. There were only 6 slots for first-level magic, which needed to be unlocked sequentially. Once all first-level spells were unlocked, the guild could advance to second-level magic. The second spell to be unlocked was the Magic Missile. Magic Missile, a fundamental offensive spell that belongs to all magical categories. Any specialization in a particular magic school enhances this spell's potency. The attack power of the Magic Missile is equivalent to that of the caster's knowledge. Upon learning this spell, Han Huohuo ventured outside to test it. A glowing orb materialized at his fingertip, and with a flick, it flew forth, striking a large tree several dozen meters away, causing its leaves to scatter. The power was decent, with the range comparable to that of the floating platform's attacks. While Huohuo had no interest in engaging in battle, acquiring a spell added another layer of self-defense to his repertoire. Are you certain you wish to continue developing first-level magic? It requires 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone, in 3 days. Confirmed. Resources deducted. Wood 2,000, stone 2,000. The Mage Guild began to glow anew, gathering the next magic, which would take 3 days to complete. All that remained was to wait. Throughout the city, mechanical workers scurried about, not mining, but rather constructing the urban landscape. Huohuo had established warehouses adjacent to each mining site, eliminating the need for miners to run back and forth. Chapter 56. The First Snow of Winter, My Lord. Yun approached Huohuo. Having noticed his moment of leisure, he was a merchant left behind by the Tulip Merchant Guild, now stationed here. Huohuo smiled as he patted Yun's shoulder. How are you finding life here? Yun quickly bowed, exclaiming, My lord, it is splendid. I had prepared myself for hardship, yet upon arrival, I realized this is hardly suffering. It is akin to paradise. Huohuo laughed, pointing at him. You merchants certainly possess the gift of my lord. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Please, go ahead. My lord, I wish to establish a merchant guild here, specifically for trading foreign goods. Might you grant me a parcel of land for construction? Huohuo glanced at Mujio, as such planning was her domain. She nodded, stating, in Tongtian City, we welcome merchants from all regions to engage in trade. The original plan included 6 large markets, but due to population constraints, construction has yet to commence and the necessary infrastructure is incomplete. That I present you with 2 options. Either construct a smaller guild within the developing community, or build a standard large guild in our plan market. Yun, having evidently grasped the situation, quickly responded, the Tulip Merchant Guild is eager to take the lead and will construct a standard large guild in the plan market. In truth, it was Jin Biao who conveyed this to him. When Jin Biao departed, he had great confidence in Tongtian City, believing that this city was poised to become a prosperous trade hub, where every inch of land would be invaluable. Despite the current situation where Huohuo is actively soliciting investments and land appears to be virtually free, this state of affairs will not persist indefinitely. Therefore, it was prudent to secure a prime location now, with aspirations for greater development in the future. Huohuo, alongside Mujio and Yun, surveyed the initially planned site for the marketplace, which was still a barren expanse with insufficient infrastructure. Ultimately, Yun opted for Dongyi Market. This decision was pragmatic, as Dongyi Market is the closest market to their current community. With a grand gesture, Huohuo allocated 1/3 of the land in Dongyi Market to them, permitting the tulips to commence construction. This gesture far exceeded Yun's expectations, prompting him to express his gratitude profusely. Once Yun was sent off, Mujio quietly remarked, that piece of land is worth a fortune. You just gave it away so generously. You are too magnanimous. Huohuo playfully pinched Mujio's nose and chuckled. Oh, you little girl, what do you understand? This is akin to buying a bone for 1,000 gold. The land's value is merely speculative for now, but before we realize our expectations, we must rely on them to smuggle supplies for us. First, we need to cultivate the city's prosperity. Before long, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Unable to find peace, Huohuo lingered at Yinmen Pass, awaiting news of Huomulan. Suddenly, he noticed a cloud of dust in the distance, heralding the return of Huomulan. He hastened to open the gates and welcomed her back, finally breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming her safety, for it is far easier to replace 1,000 soldiers than to find a capable general. Huohuo had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of losing the entire army. But seeing Huomulan return with her forces mostly intact was a fortunate turn of events that I was unable to breach the enemy's encampment and have come to request punishment. Huomulan's words were entirely in line with expectations. She had merely gone to test the waters, not to be tasked with annihilating them. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. The plasma cannons remained intact as Huomulan led her troops back to Yinmen Pass, where she recounted the details of the battle. My lord, the strength of Julong Mountain is indeed formidable. We have obliterated a significant portion of their forces, yet their encampment is still fortified with numerous catapults and crossbows. I attempted a direct assault, but found it unfeasible due to our mechanical power running low. I feigned a retreat, anticipating their pursuit, and left half of our mechanical wolves concealed in the forest. As our main forces withdrew, they could not resist the temptation to chase us down. I then launched a sudden counterattack, and our ambushed mechanical wolves destroyed 2 of their catapults, forcing them to retreat in disarray. Not wishing to extend the engagement into the night, I returned quickly. Huohuo's recounting was understated, yet the harrowing nature of the events was unmistakable. Though Julong Mountain had not been conquered, the cunning Huohuo had ensnared them, eliminating a significant number of elite troops. Now that is the mark of a top-tier general, to retreat yet not falter, and even to strike back. Truly, I anticipated your anticipation. I suspect Wu Qiming is currently choking on his own blood. Having just witnessed the elimination of numerous foes, Huohuo noted that Huohuo had ascended to level 10. Hero. Huohuo level. 10 attributes. Strength 21 4, Defense 15 4, Endurance 10, Intelligence 12. Special skill, Bloodthirst general skills. Basic leadership, basic combat skills, basic archery. Loyalty. 100 she had acquired an additional skill. Under the dominion of basic archery, ranged troops gain a 10 increase in attack. This skill proved quite practical. It dawned on Huohuo that, unbeknownst to him, Huohuo's loyalty had reached 100. It was no small feat for a hero to achieve such loyalty, and considering how he pampered the girl beside him, whose loyalty hovered just above 70, he was left pondering how Huohuo had attained such unwavering fidelity. Upon reflection, he suddenly realized that her loyalty had surged when he had promised to bury the legendary barbarian hero. Hager. Could there be some connection between Hager and Huohuo? The relationships among barbarians are notoriously intricate. Huohuo was disinclined to delve into such matters. Yet, seeing Huohuo's loyalty so high, his spirits naturally soared. Rest well, General. It is getting late. Now that Huohuo had returned, Huohuo felt a weight lifted from his heart. Not having captured Julong Mountain was inconsequential. In due time, he would amass sufficient plasma cannons to flatten it in one fell swoop. Presently, the black oil mine yielded 26 units daily, translating to a new plasma cannon every 2 days. In a few months, with dozens of cannons deployed, they would be unstoppable. As Huohuo's heart finally found tranquility. At Julong Mountain, Wu Qiming's complexion turned pale. He had believed an opportunity had arisen and dispatched troops to pursue, only to be ambushed by Huohuo's cunning counterattack. He found himself among the pursuing forces, nearly obliterated by a terrifying cannon, prompting him to flee in panic. Several heroes fought valiantly to escort him back to the encampment. This woman is ruthlessly formidable. Who is she? Reporting, my lord, that woman is a barbarian, exceedingly fierce, capable of claiming the heads of generals amidst a myriad of troops. We must not be careless. They have indeed received support from the barbarians. I said, how could they have slain so many during the officials' crackdown? However, my lord, it is strange. The troops she commands are largely puppet soldiers, which does not resemble barbarian support, but rather seems to be a gift from the Mo family. The Mo family? Indeed, my lord. You may be unaware that the Mo family is the most mysterious faction on this continent, exceptionally skilled in puppetry. Legend has it that they possess a colossal city that can fly in the sky, inhabited by giants capable of unleashing lightning. Truly terrifying. All terrestrial dynasties hold the Mo family in great esteem, yet they never interfere in earthly conflicts that do not fear. I am aware of this. The Mo family does not engage directly in warfare. They may have merely provided some puppet schematics, which are not to be feared. We must quickly seek aid from the Lord's manor. This thorn must be removed lest it disrupt the grand endeavors of the manor. We must clear the 10,000 great mountains entirely. After a day fraught with tension, Huohuo finally returned to rest. At dawn the next day, upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of vast quantities of resources having vanished, only to be replaced by an even greater influx. The resource turnover capacity of a city is indeed staggering. This was merely a small city with a few hundred inhabitants, akin to a tiny village on Earth. If it were a genuinely large city, one could only imagine the wealth required for daily operations. Such thoughts sent shivers down his spine. Managing a city while ensuring it does not incur losses requires exceptional talent. Without Mujio, Huohuo felt he could never accomplish it. He playfully patted Mujio on her backside, rousing the sleepy girl. Another beautiful day awaited. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of snowflakes drifting gracefully through the air. Winter's first snow had finally arrived. Chapter 57. The Tavern Without Wine. Huohuo constructed another spearman barracks, spending 100 gold coins to acquire the blueprints. This was a relatively insignificant investment, as spearmen are the most basic unit, and the drop rate for blueprints is quite high. Huohuo discovered that he had no luck with low-level blueprints. He had never received them, only high-level ones. He suspected it might be a horseshoe issue. Huohuo had already organized training for the guards, not expecting these spearmen to engage in battle, but rather to maintain order within the city and guard the gates. Today was unusually leisurely. Huohuo took Mujio's hand and strolled through the newly constructed district. As a leader, one cannot engage in every task. Otherwise, one remains a small-time boss. Lacking ambition, one must learn to delegate and, at times, allow oneself to relax. Unbeknownst to them, their numbers had swelled to several hundred, and the district had become lively, with children running and playing. His eyes lit up when he spotted a wooden tavern at the roadside, its oil lamps casting a warm glow amidst the swirling snowflakes, exuding a hint of Nordic charm. Huohuo entered the tavern, only to find it devoid of alcohol, offering only tea. A tavern without wine could hardly be lively. Inside, there was only a young man wearing a wide-brimmed hat. The young man desired a drink, but the owner only served him a cup of bitter tea, prompting him to sigh in disappointment. Huohuo and Mujio seated themselves at a nearby table. Recognizing the lord, the owner hurriedly brought over tea. The young man turned to see Huohuo and Mujio, his gaze lingering on Mujio's beauty, nearly causing him to gawk. Huohuo's irritation flared, and a myriad of torturous punishment from the Qing dynasty flashed through his mind, contemplating whether to construct a secret prison in Tongtian City to confine this young man in a water dungeon as a means of discipline. How dare he gaze upon my woman? After a struggle, the young man's eyes finally shifted away from Mujio, and he approached, sitting across from Huohuo. I have heard that you are the lord of this place. Huohuo was taken aback, surprised that this fellow had actually sought him out. Oh, you require something from me. My lord, I have traversed the 10,000 great mountains, and upon witnessing the sudden emergence of a city here, I ventured in to take a look. I have studied military strategy since childhood and am well-versed in leading troops. I wonder if there might be an opportunity to serve under your command. Huohuo blinked, realizing that the individual before him was merely a job seeker, and it appeared that this young man was not one of Lu Chong's recruited vagabonds. The C-grade hero, Ma Xiaosu, expressed a desire to ally with him. Would he consider recruiting? The cost for Ma Xiaosu's recruitment was 2,500 gold coins. Was this truly a hero? Upon reviewing the attributes of this ordinary hero, Huohuo noted that they fell woefully short in comparison to those of Huomulan and Mujio. Hero, Ma Xiaosu, C-grade hero, level 1 attributes, strength 2, defense 2, stamina 4, intelligence 6. Exclusive skill, enhanced stone skin technique, common skill, basic wisdom technique, loyalty. 50. Huohuo had never encountered such dismal attributes in a hero. They were nearly on par with his own initial attributes, rendering them quite unappealing. The qualifications were lamentably low. The only silver lining was that recruiting such an ordinary hero did not require a hero token. He hesitated to agree immediately, calling for the tavern owner to summon Huomulan. As Huomulan entered the room, an aura of menace enveloped the entire space. Upon sighting Huomulan, Ma Xiaosu reacted like a mouse confronted by a cat, hastily standing up, fidgeting, and nervously wringing his hands without uttering a word. Lord, did you call for me? Ma Xiaosu stammered, yet Huomulan paid him no heed, striding directly to Huohuo. What do you think of this young man? Can he be of use to us? Huomulan inquired, glancing at Ma Xiaosu's attributes to C-grade hero. Seems acceptable. Let us keep him around. The Spear Barracks and the Thieves Guild could use a dedicated hero for training and management. Huomulan deemed him acceptable, which left Huohuo puzzled. How could such poor attributes be considered acceptable? After spending 2,500 gold coins, he recruited the young man. Milan then led Ma Xiaosu away from the tavern. Mu Jiao discerned the confusion in Han Huohuo's eyes and smiled as he explained. A C-grade hero is already commendable in this world. Heroes are categorized into 10 grades. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, and J, with a being the highest. This young man, despite his youth, has already attained C-grade status, which is quite rare. He may yet have potential for growth, so do not be discontented. With this clarification, Han Huohuo felt reassured. Both Huang Milan and Mu Jiao were epic-grade heroes, their attributes naturally far surpassing those of ordinary heroes. However, a lord with such luck as his was unmatched in this world. The tavern's sole patron departed, and the tavern owner approached, refilling Han Huohuo's cup with hot tea. "Owner, your business seems rather slow." Han Huohuo remarked with a smile. "Lord, this is a tavern, yet there is not a drop of liquor in Tongtian City. Who would come here? If only we could procure some spirits to enliven my business." The owner lamented, "Patience. The grain supply is currently too scarce. Once we have sufficient grain next year, we shall brew some liquor," Han Huohuo replied. "Ha! I shall await your good news, my lord." After chatting with the owner for a while and finishing his tea, Han Huohuo departed the tavern with Mu Jiao. The efficiency of the tulip trading company was remarkable. By evening, 100,000 units of grain had already been delivered at an exceptionally favorable price, with the merchant guild only charging Han Huohuo 2,000 gold coins. Upon receiving the grain, Han Huohuo finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the winter was now secure, with the addition of 100,000 grain units. Along with the remaining stores, there was ample supply for hundreds of individuals to endure the harsh winter. As he received the grain, Han Huohuo noticed that the tulip caravan also carried a substantial amount of goods, far exceeding the grain in quantity. "What is this?" he inquired. The caravan leader, knowing that this was a client of great importance to Director Jean, quickly explained in hushed tones, "My lord, these are goods destined for the barbarian king. Primarily iron, along with some other special resources." "Iron?" Han Huohuo echoed. "Indeed, but do not speak of this indiscriminately. Both iron and grain are contraband under the Qin dynasty. Our venture to transport them has involved navigating numerous obstacles." Han Huohuo chuckled. "Why would I spread such information? I am, after all, a wanted criminal in the Qin dynasty." The leader shared a knowing smile. They were merely passing through, unloading a portion of grain and taking a brief respite, without lingering in Tongtian City for long, as they continued their journey toward the barbarian king's realm with their imposing caravan. Was the barbarian king amassing such a quantity of iron in preparation for war? Han Huohuo felt a wave of unease wash over him. If the barbarian king were to engage in conflict with the Qin dynasty, would the 10,000 great mountains become a battlefield? This was the concern that weighed most heavily on Han Huohuo's mind. Worried, he sought out Huohuo as a barbarian. She possessed the most insight into the barbarian king's intentions. Huang Mulan reassured him. "That will not happen. Winter logistics can be exceedingly challenging, with many areas buried under heavy snow. The barbarian king is merely preparing. If he wishes to wage war, he will likely wait until after this winter, so there's no need for excessive concern." Han Huohuo felt momentarily at ease. Winter spanned 3 months, and matters beyond that could be addressed when the time came. While Milan added, "We should also strategize on how to deal with Jiulong Mountain. I have just received reconnaissance intelligence indicating that a troop from Wanqing City has settled in Jiulong Mountain, and I suspect they may pose a threat to us. What kind of troop?" Han Huohuo asked, now alert. "This time, we must be vigilant. The incoming forces comprise various troop types, including a flying unit known as Griffins." "Griffins?" Han Huohuo frowned. While Griffins were not considered an elite troop type, these large avian creatures pose a significant threat to ranged shooters atop the walls. He suddenly turned to Mu Jiao, saying, "Xiao Jiao, prioritize gathering some iron ore for me. I need to continue upgrading the mech workshop." Previously, resources had been heavily directed toward wood and stone for city construction, while blackstone mining had been curtailed. Regardless of the availability of iron ore, without black oil, producing higher-tier mechanical troops was impossible. Moreover, deploying mechanical troops posed challenges with recharging, as power capacity significantly impacted their offensive capabilities, and Yu Jiao understood the urgency of the situation and promptly nodded in agreement. adjusting the ratio of mechanical workers and instructing the blacksmith shop to work overtime. Melting all the ore into ingots. The production of iron ingots surged, while blackstone collection intensified. However, the city's construction would inevitably slow down. Another issue arose. Mining was not solely dependent on the number of mechanical workers. The quantity of surrounding mineral deposits would also limit growth. And no matter how many workers one had, a single deposit could only yield a finite amount. Chapter 58. Huohuo was first encountered with the giant python. This limitation affected the rarer deposits most, such as blackstone. The expansion had reached its limits, uncovering just 3 blackstone mines, all located at considerable distances. Fortunately, thanks to Huohuo's exceptional governance, these 3 blackstone mines were equivalent to 6 for others. Nevertheless, collecting 20,000 blackstones remained a daunting task. Each blackstone mine had a base yield of 300 units per day, with the enhancements from Huohuo and the wheel. This could reach 780 units. Even with 3 blackstone mines operating at full capacity, the total production amounted to only 2,340 units daily, after 10 consecutive days of production. Manufacturing floaters and charging stations consumed a portion of the yield. Finally, Huohuo managed to amass 20,000 blackstone. It had proven exceedingly difficult. He found himself reminiscing about the days prior to the bandit extermination when all the bandits of the 10,000 Great Mountains gathered blackstones for him. Relying solely on his own collection, no matter how high his productivity, resource acquisition remained limited. If he were to eliminate Huohuo Mountain and become the supreme leader of the 10,000 Great Mountains, it would not be out of the question. He began to contemplate this possibility, a wicked smile gradually forming on his face. The wanton slaughter by Huohuo Mountain might not necessarily be a negative development. They had terrified all the lords. The desire to eliminate Huohuo Mountain grew increasingly fervent within Huohuo. However, Wanqing City was still reinforcing their troops in Huohuo Mountain, making their eradication seem rather challenging. Yet he possessed a formidable ally. Why not take advantage of it? Huohuo penned a letter and sent it to the barbarian king. The barbarian king had a liaison stationed in Tongtian City, serving as a diplomatic envoy, a perpetually idle old orc who constantly lamented the lack of liquor in Tongtian City. Upon receiving Huohuo's letter, the old orc, wary of neglecting his duties, promptly delivered it to the barbarian king. His residence housed a rare northern bird, faster than a carrier pigeon, and as it soared at great heights, it was also more secure. With the black stone quantity sufficient, Huohuo turned his attention entirely to iron ore collection. By the following day, the iron ore was perfectly adequate as well. Huohuo made his way to a discreet location to upgrade the Mecha workshop. Upgrading the Mecha workshop required 100,000 iron ingots and 20,000 blackstones. With resources in hand, he confirmed the upgrade, but a surge of black energy shot skyward, and a larger Mecha workshop materialized before him. It no longer resembled a simple workshop. It now bore the aura of a true armory. Mecha Workshop, Level 4, Special Barracks. Within this workshop, various mech warriors can be manufactured. Upgrading to the next level will transform it into a true mech armory, requiring 1 million iron ingots, 200,000 black stones, and 20,000 black oil. Gazing at the requirements for the next level, Huohuo felt a wave of despair. It seemed there was no hope for another upgrade for years to come. The resource demands were simply outrageous. Why was there such a vast disparity between each level? Moreover, the designation for the next level has transformed entirely. It is no longer referred to as a workshop, but as an armory. Clearly, the scale is set to expand significantly. Upon inspecting the new machinery within the 4th level workshop, I observed, as per tradition, 2 new types of mechs. The second-tier flamethrower requires 100 iron ingots and 4 black oil. Its combat attributes are as follows: Strength 18, Defense 12, Endurance 12, and Intelligence 10. Special abilities include self-propelled units, a flamethrower capable of projecting flames up to 10 zhong, and it is categorized as a medium unit, requiring 2 population. Power is consumed in a single action, but can last for 4 hours. Once depleted, it must return to the Mecha workshop for recharging. Loyalty remains steadfast at 100. This unit's attributes are decidedly inferior to those of the plasma cannon, as it is classified as a melee unit, serving as a close combat warrior capable of spraying flames. particularly effective against clusters of soldiers. Its sole drawback is its dependence on black oil. The second-tier mobile charging vehicle demands 2,000 iron ingots and 100 black oil. Its combat capabilities include Strength 0, Defense 30, Endurance 30, and Intelligence 10, that its special abilities enable simultaneous charging for 20 units and rapid charging, saving 50 of time. Power is limitless, and loyalty is unwavering at 100. This charging vehicle addresses the most significant challenge faced during the mechanical soldiers' offensive, namely ensuring a reliable power supply. Aside from its expense, it possesses no discernible flaws, frustrated by the exorbitant demands for black oil. Huohuo hastily constructed several exploration vehicles to scour the land for this precious resource. Upon returning to his residence, he contemplated his next move and decided to visit the Tulip Chamber of Commerce. The Tulip Chamber, affluent and resourceful, has developed its own territory, requiring no resources from Tongtian City. Even for wood and stone, they purchase directly from Tongtian City, rather than soliciting handouts from Huohuo. Progress is swift. Although the entire chamber is not yet completed, a temporary office has already been established. Upon entering, Huohuo found Yinyun engrossed in studying the architectural blueprints of the chamber. "Ah, my lord, what brings you here?" Yinyun exclaimed, quickly rising to greet Huohuo, bowing deeply in welcome, and hastily preparing tea for him. The tea from the Tulip Chamber is far superior to the wild tea of Tongtian City, exuding a rich aroma and boasting a golden hue. Huohuo savored a sip, appreciating its exquisite quality. After exchanging pleasantries, Huohuo suddenly inquired, "Does your Tulip Chamber have any black oil for sale?" Yinyun nodded. "Of course, we at the Tulip Chamber possess everything, but black oil is exceedingly rare and costly. It is primarily sought after by the Mo family for constructing large puppets. Other factions seldom require such resources. Do you wish to procure some, my lord?" Yinyun, recalling the enigmatic lord, speculated whether Huohuo had ties to the Mo family, pondering if they were indeed a clan sharing the surname Mo. "Are you acquainted with the Mo family?" Huohuo asked. Yinyun burst into laughter. "My lord, you jest. It seems you are unfamiliar with the Mo family. They are a coalition of puppeteers, unrelated to any surname. They revere an ancient figure known as Mo Tiantian, a master puppeteer and the progenitor of puppetry. To my knowledge, none of the current Mo family leaders bear the surname Mo." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Huohuo acknowledged his lack of knowledge. "However, I do know a few individuals from the Mo family. Allow me to write a letter to inquire whether they have any black oil for sale. That I would greatly appreciate your assistance." "Mr. Yinyun, no need for such formalities," Yinyun replied. "The Tulip Merchant Consortium indeed wields considerable influence, even maintaining connections with the transcendent Mo family." After Yinyun dispatched his message, Huohuo bid farewell and proceeded to inspect the construction of the inner city wall. The foundation was firmly established, with mechanical workers laboring diligently, akin to industrious ants, meticulously beginning to erect the wall. This structure is intended as a secondary line of defense, a precaution against the potential fall of Yinmen Pass or an enemy landing from the mountains or rivers. If the wall is ever called upon to confront the enemy, it would signify an extremely perilous moment for Tongtian City. Point 1. Can only hope this wall shall never be needed. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered to the riverbank. Gazing upon the surging waters, Huohuo mused that it is said ancient giant pythons reside within, though he had never encountered one. Curiously, as this thought crossed his mind, the river suddenly erupted in tumultuous waves, and a colossal creature emerged, gliding past Huohuo. It was terrifying. The creature was at least 100 jong long, although the water obscured its full form. The rolling waves gave a glimpse of its immense girth, as Huohuo trembled in fear. The python, perhaps sensing his presence, raised its head from the water and turned to gaze at him. Its fearsome, massive head and crimson eyes regarded Huohuo momentarily before losing interest, continuing its journey downstream. Once the giant python vanished into the distance, Huohuo realized he could still breathe, having nearly suffocated in terror. He coughed violently, collapsing on the ground. "Good heavens, is this the creature I contemplated vanquishing days ago? It is utterly terrifying." He recalled Milan's words, indicating that there might not just be one or two of these pythons, but an entire brood. After careful consideration, he resolved to maintain amicable relations with this fearsome entity. He vowed never to provoke it unless absolutely necessary. Merely witnessing it had nearly sent his soul fleeing in fright. In this terrifying world, how could such monstrous beings exist? Perhaps it is precisely because of such creatures that the connection between the barbarians and the great Qian dynasty has been severed, thus mitigating the frequency of maritime conflicts. Could this truly be a natural-born monster? Chapter 59. The Minotaur's killing formation Huohuo found it hard to believe the coincidence presented to him. The chill of the riverside and the shock of the encounter compelled him to turn back toward the city, seeking to calm his startled heart. Following the arrival of the new hero, Ma Xiaosu, the responsibility of training spear soldiers and scouts had fallen upon him. Some spear soldiers had already begun to take up their posts and patrol. Tongtian City was gradually becoming more orderly. The barbarian king was also quick to act. On the third day, a contingent of minotaurs was dispatched, led by a minotaur hero named Sodden. Upon first sight, Huohuo took an immediate disliking to Sodden. As this minotaur exhibited great arrogance, his gaze fixed skyward, unwilling to meet Huohuo's eyes. "You are the fire barbarian god." "Indeed, I am." "Is that so? I expected the king's brother to be a formidable figure. Yet you appear merely a frail youth." "Ha ha," Sodden bellowed, his laughter echoed by the minotaurs behind him. Huohuo felt a surge of irritation. Such boorishness was intolerable. Were it not for their utility against the griffins, he would have considered expelling them on the spot. Did they not realize that disrespecting him was tantamount to disrespecting the barbarian king himself? As Sodden passed by Mulan, he pointed at her, declaring, "You are the traitor of the barbarians. How could you follow such a puny fellow?" Mulan paid him no heed, not displaying anger nor even sparing him a glance, for their relationship had soured during their time in City. Sodden, brash and unrestrained, disregarded any semblance of decorum, claiming a plot of land for himself and establishing a military camp, housing dozens of minotaurs who refused to engage with humans, demanding that Huohuo send provisions whenever needed. Such arrogance was intolerable. Mujio's face turned pale with anger. She detested those who flouted the rules. Huohuo had to console the nearly enraged young lady. "Do not stoop to their level. These brutes are inherently uncouth and lack etiquette. They are merely here temporarily to assist us in battle and will depart in due time." After much persuasion, he managed to calm Mujio. Mulan quietly explained to Huohuo, "My lord, this Sodden is known as the second bravest of the barbarians. He shows little deference even to the barbarian king, having only submitted after failing to defeat him on several occasions. His troops are indeed formidable and represent a significant force we can utilize." Huohuo nodded, acknowledging, "I understand. Since we require their assistance, I shall endure their insolence for the time being." Fortunately, although the minotaurs are haughty, they remain ensconced within their encampment, causing little trouble. Just as they were plotting their assault on the Nine Dragons Mountain from Tongtian City, they were taken aback by an unexpected counterattack from Nine Dragons Mountain. It appeared that they had received formidable reinforcements. For this time, the Nine Dragons Mountain advanced with great fervor. Scouts relayed information back like scattered leaves, while Zhang Xiaoping atop the watchtower observed with utmost caution. Among the forces, alongside a substantial number of crossbows and siege engines, an anticipated sight emerged: a multitude of griffins, soaring in the air, their colossal forms darkening the sky, numbering in the hundreds. The spectacle was indeed terrifying. Mulan scoffed coldly, recognizing that Nine Dragons Mountain had devised new strategies, while simultaneously feeling a surge of confidence. The individuals from Nine Dragons Mountain were rather straightforward. They perceived Tongtian City's greatest threat to their siege as those two arrow towers, capable of long-range strikes with devastating power, specifically targeting the siege weaponry of Nine Dragons Mountain and rendering their efforts futile. These griffins were intended to neutralize the arrow towers, with a veritable swarm of griffins leaping over the city walls to directly assault the arrow towers. The infantry on the ground in Tongtian City found themselves utterly helpless, already envisioning the despair that the heroes of Tongtian City must be feeling. With unwavering confidence, they charged forth. Mulan sneered. She had anticipated this. for Tontian City had received intelligence about the griffins in advance, allowing for extensive preparations and countermeasures. The feathers of the griffins were as resilient as iron, their bodies clad in metal armor, providing formidable defense against ranged attacks, making them exceptionally suited for siege warfare. The Nine Dragons Mountain forces halted at a distance, wary of their siege engines being destroyed, thus remaining outside the arrow tower's range. Once their heroes coordinated their attack formation, the ground troops joined the griffins in their advance. Among the entire troop were several heroes, surrounding a lord who remained at the rear. Huohuo gazed from afar, recognizing the white-clad youth as Wu Qiming, whom he had encountered previously at the Wang family estate. Now, still dressed in white and flanked by numerous heroes, he stood out conspicuously. He exhibited considerable audacity, personally leading the front line, evidently brimming with confidence. Mulan leaned closer to Huohuo and whispered, "They have ambushed troops concealed behind." Huohuo nodded, pondering why this individual was so brazen. Evidently, he had made extensive preparations, and the intelligence work of the Thieves' Guild had proven invaluable. The significance of intelligence prior to the onset of war cannot be overstated. The enemy had entered the range of fire. Crossbows exchanged fire with the floating units on the walls. Due to their advantageous position, the floating units clearly held the upper hand, and one crossbow after another was destroyed, with the operators suffering heavy casualties. Yet Huohuo was not focused on the distant exchange of fire. His curiosity was drawn to the griffins, which stirred up a tempest as they approached en masse. Some floating units turned to fire upon the griffins, but these armored creatures, with their metallic plating defending their vulnerable spots and their remarkable speed, swiftly traversed the floating units' laser defenses and lunged directly at the arrow towers. Wu Qiming's palms were drenched in sweat. If the Griffin army could dismantle those two arrow towers, the subsequent siege engines could charge forward and unleash a barrage upon the defenders, making the breach of the city a mere formality. The defenses of this encampment were exceedingly stringent, and Wu Qiming had yet to ascertain Huohuo's true capabilities, having suffered a significant setback previously. He returned with newfound confidence, bolstered by powerful reinforcements, as the griffins neared the arrow towers. The plasma cannons, designed for projectile targets, were laughable against fast-moving airborne foes. How could they possibly hit the swiftly flying griffins? Artillerymen dreaded close combat, and aerial units ate tea that moment. Mulan remained unperturbed. Suddenly, she bellowed, "Launch!" A contraption resembling a siege ladder ascended rapidly, traditionally used to help soldiers scale enemy walls, unexpectedly repurposed by Mulan for defense. The ladder quickly reached the same height as the arrow towers. Dozens of Minotaur soldiers positioned themselves before the plasma cannons. With a roar, the Minotaurs swung their fearsome great axes at the oncoming griffins, whose defenses proved utterly ineffectual against the might of the Minotaurs' axes. The air filled with the anguished cries of griffins, feathers swirling amidst the chaos. Upon contact, the griffins suffered devastating losses. The Minotaurs possessed immense strength. A single swing of their axes could cleave a griffin in two, leaving a gruesome spectacle of feathers and shattered armor in their wake. Within a brief span of time, half of the griffins had been decimated by the Minotaurs, who sustained only minor injuries, with none perishing. Wu Qiming nearly lost control of his mount, turning to those beside him and exclaiming, "What manner of monstrous troops are these? How can they be so merciless?" A nearby hero trembled as he replied, "My lord, these are the savage Minotaur forces, known as the Butchers of the Battlefield." Wu Qiming felt a pang of anguish, having invested a considerable sum in the griffins. He hastily ordered the griffin troops to withdraw, but it was already too late. Approximately 70 to 80% of the griffins had perished under the Minotaur's brutal onslaught. "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" All troops fled in disarray. And Wu Qiming now recognized that this arrogant foe had undoubtedly received the support of the barbarian king. Otherwise, how could he have outperformed him in the initial skirmish, emerging victorious? The presence of these Minotaurs was irrefutable evidence. Who knew what other hidden barbarian forces this arrogant individual had concealed within the city? The Nine Dragons Mountain forces ceased their assault, their ranks beginning to collapse, witnessing the enemy's frantic retreat. The Minotaurs, now bloodthirsty, leapt from the siege ladders and vaulted off the walls to pursue their foes. "Come back!" Mulan roared in anger. The Minotaurs, however, paid her no heed, their eyes glazed with bloodlust as they charged forward with reckless abandon. Towering and robust, they sprinted at an astonishing pace, their charge akin to that of 1,000 horses. Truly, they were savages. Mulan's expression shifted, realizing that there lay an ambush along the enemy's retreat path, which was why she had refrained from sending the main force out to pursue. Never did she anticipate the Minotaurs would so disregard her commands. She glanced back at Huohuo, who wore a stoic expression and uttered a single word: "Save." At this point, there was no time to explain tactics to the soldiers. Fortunately, the mechanical soldiers were absolutely obedient to commands. Mulan spurred her horse and opened the city gates, leading the mechanical soldiers into the fray. The Minotaurs, in a frenzy, cut down the slower retreating crossbow units, leaving behind a cacophony of wails from the enemy. Just as the Minotaurs were in the throes of slaughter, the enemy suddenly halted, their ranks parting to the sides, leaving the Minotaurs bewildered. Then, from the dense forest lining the road, a cadre of armored paladins, long concealed in ambush, emerged, clad in sacred light and wielding double-handed swords. They charged directly at the Minotaurs. These warriors were equally formidable. As the crossbow units came to a halt to assist, they unleashed a barrage of fire, overwhelming the Minotaurs, who were forced to retreat in disarray, with the rear lines pressing forward. The Griffins, too, returned with fierce intent. At this moment, Sodden began to feel a twinge of regret, realizing that these humans were indeed treacherous, unwilling to engage in a fair fight, and instead resorting to ambushes. He could not afford to be ensnared by the Griffins, for behind him lay the armored warriors and ranged units, while he commanded but a mere handful of troops, far from being a match. Fortunately, Mulan soon arrived, and a multitude of mechanical wolves surged forward to replace Sodden's beleaguered Minotaur forces. The floating units harassed the Griffins in the air, allowing the Minotaurs to regroup with their main force, plunging both sides into a chaotic melee. Such a brawl was merely a war of attrition, yielding no advantages for either party. Neither side wished to linger in combat, and soon, both retreated from the fray. Wu Qiming led his forces in a hasty retreat, while Mulan issued the command for her troops, alongside the Minotaurs, to return to Tontian City. Huohuo was incensed, lamenting the Minotaurs' lack of restraint. However, despite his frustrations, the Minotaurs had played a significant role in vanquishing the Griffin forces, and moreover, they belonged to his elder brother's command, not his own. After a moment of contemplation, Huohuo suppressed his anger, opting not to berate them, but instead offering words of comfort and arranging for the healing of the injured Minotaurs. Even Sodden, despite his arrogance, recognized his misstep upon witnessing Huohuo's gentle demeanor. He felt a measure of shame and said nothing further, eventually bowing in acknowledgement before returning to camp. Mulan organized the cleanup of the battlefield. Unbeknownst to him, Huohuo leveled up once more. "Congratulations, Lord. You have reached level 18. Ding. Lucky activation. You have gained a new skill upon leveling up. Please choose one for the following skills: Intermediate Wisdom or Basic Morale." Fortune has smiled upon Huohuo, who was surprised to discover the formidable strength of this horseshoe. However, the two skills available for selection were somewhat lacking. The morale attribute proved ineffective against mechanical troops, leaving Huohuo with no choice but to opt for the Intermediate Wisdom spell. This spell allows for the learning of magic up to the 4th level. Huohuo's own magic guild is only at the 1st level, containing merely a few 1st-level spells, and he is uncertain when he will attain such advanced magic. Yet he understands that it is essential to pursue. Lord, Huohuo level, 18th attributes, Strength 10, 3, Defense 6, 18, Endurance 4, 9, Intelligence 8, 3. Exclusive skill, Mechanical Specialization, General Skills, Intermediate Leadership. Basic Attack Technique, Intermediate Wisdom Spell, Basic Earth Magic. By harnessing the power of the Golden Silk Armor, Huohuo finds that his defense surpasses all other attributes, a fitting reflection of his fear of death. The attributes of a hero not only enhance one's combat prowess, but also proportionally bolster the strength of their army, in terms of unit types. The mechanical wolves are first tier, and the floating units are merely second tier. However, mechanical troops inherently possess higher attributes, and, under the formidable support of Huohuo and Huomilan, are capable of contending with third and fourth tier forces that, of course, true combat relies on coordination. The battlefield is not a realm for solitary duels, making the strategic combination of various unit types the true art of war that on the battlefield. With proper command and sufficient numbers, it is not uncommon for first-tier soldiers to defeat seventh-tier ones. The emergence of griffins has reminded Huohuo of the importance of aerial power. Yet currently, there are no mechanical flying units in the Mecha workshop. Against those griffins, the effectiveness of floating units is minimal, and the Minotaurs seem more vicious in their slaughter of griffins. Huohuo recalls that there exists a flamethrower in the workshop, which, in close combat against griffins, might prove even more formidable than the Minotaurs. What creature is unafraid of flames? Although the griffin's armor can withstand ranged attacks, it is utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught of a flamethrower. The flamethrower possesses a certain lethal range, yet its method of attack is still categorized as close combat. Unfortunately, the flamethrower also requires black oil. Once again, he finds himself stymied by the scarcity of black oil. With a daily yield of 26 units of black oil, he is currently storing them, yet still needs to construct a mobile charging vehicle, leaving a significant gap that is quite awkward. The plasma cannon requires black oil, the mobile charging vehicle requires black oil, and the flamethrower also requires black oil. If only he had sufficient black oil, he could have marched directly to Jiulong Mountain. Ultimately, it all boils down to resources, just as Huohuo was scratching his head in frustration. News of black oil arrived. My lord. The Tulip Merchant Group has a guest named Yin Yun, who has information about a visitor from the Mo family that a soldier hurriedly approached to relay the message. Huohuo was overjoyed and rushed over. The lad, in his swift run, appeared quite dashing, while Mu Jiu covered his face, thinking him a mountain bandit with no semblance of nobility. Upon entering, he spotted a tall, slender figure engaged in conversation with Yin Yun. Who is this? Upon seeing Huohuo enter, Yin Yun quickly stood to introduce, my lord. This is Mr. Bai from the Mo family. I heard you were in need of black oil, and he has come to inquire about the situation. Turning to Mr. Bai, he added, this is my lord. Huohuo hurriedly approached, tears brimming in his eyes, grasping Mr. Bai's hands fervently. Sir, your esteemed presence radiates an extraordinary aura, incomparable to ordinary folk. I have long admired the illustrious name of the Mo family. This is my first encounter with such a distinguished figure. It is a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Bai, a researcher from the Mo family, was typically quite reclusive and had never encountered such warmth from another. It was as though he had reunited with long-lost parents, leaving him flustered and unsure of how to respond. Yin Yun, covering his face in disbelief, thought, this lord can be utterly shameless when he chooses to be. He seems even more merchant-like than I am. Shall we discuss the matter of black oil? Mr. Bai, red-faced, finally managed to extricate himself from Huohuo's iron grip, inwardly lamenting the lord's great strength, nearly rivaling that of a barbarian. Very well, sir. Do you have black oil available for sale? Huohuo cut to the chase without further 8D. Why, lord. Black oil is typically a material used for advanced puppets in the Mo family. I was quite surprised to hear of your need for black oil, which is why I hurried here, mainly to... Mr. Bai hesitated, to see what kind of puppets you are currently developing. So, you mean to say you do not possess black oil, but merely wish to observe my puppets? Huohuo was utterly disappointed. It turned out this fellow was a research enthusiast, and any puppet utilizing black oil would surely be of high caliber. He had come merely to learn. Huohuo cursed inwardly 100 times. My lord, may I see your puppets? Mr. Bai asked nervously, eyes fixed on Huohuo. Of course, a guest is always welcome. Allow me to show you. Huohuo replied, masking his disappointment with enthusiasm. After all, this was a member of the Mo family. He could not afford to offend them. Even if business fell through, maintaining goodwill was still vital, he thought. Thank you so very much. Huohuo stood and led Mr. Bai to view the plasma cannon, which immediately captivated Mr. Bai's full attention. How exquisite! How was this puppet designed? It is simply unbelievable. although it is only third tier. Its power is somewhat limited, yet this craftsmanship is beyond what our MO family can achieve. My heavens, this is the most perfect third-tier puppet I have ever seen. Mr. Bai, utterly astonished, voiced his thoughts aloud without reservation. By the way, my lord, I see that this puppet also utilizes black oil as its energy source. How did you acquire your previous black oil? He inquired. You must know that collecting black oil is exceedingly challenging. To be honest, our MO family faces immense difficulties in gathering black oil. Huohuo was heart-stirred. So, you mean to say you actually possess black oil mines, but your extraction capabilities are quite poor? Chapter 61. The arrival of black oil. Mr. Bai, blissfully naive, did not conceal the truth. To be candid, my lord, we do have some black oil mines, but each mine can only yield 1 barrel of black oil per day. Therefore, black oil is exceptionally precious to us. I lack the authority to mobilize it. Conversations with Mr. Bai were exceptionally delightful. There was no need for subterfuge. He openly revealed everything. Huohuo suddenly devised a plan. Come, my friend, let me show you my oil extraction facilities. With such a singularly focused researcher, Huohuo felt he could easily manipulate the situation. He led Mr. Bai to the oil well. Upon seeing the oil well, Mr. Bai appeared even more astonished than he had been with the plasma cannon, his mouth agape in disbelief. My lord, how much black oil can this mine extract in a day? This mine is not particularly impressive. It has a basic daily yield of only 10 barrels of black oil, which troubles me greatly, as the efficiency is far too low. Hence, I intended to purchase some black oil from your MO family. Huohuo shook his head continuously, half in sincerity and half in performance. This was the pinnacle of ostentation. While my efficiency surpasses yours tenfold, I still find it lacking. Mr. Bai was taken aback by this extraction efficiency. Taking quite some time to process the information, my lord, may I inquire if our MO family could purchase your extraction technology? Name your price, and I shall report back to the higher-ups in the MO family. I believe it could be feasible. Mr. Bai's heart raced with excitement. Huohuo sighed. Mr. Bai, do I appear to be a researcher? What technology could I possibly possess? I merely stumbled upon a few ancient puppet blueprints. If you ask me to manufacture a few, I can manage that. But when it comes to technology, I'm utterly in the dark. I know nothing. Mr. Bai nodded, recognizing his own impulsiveness and excitement. It was clear that Huohuo could not possibly be the source of such technology. He must have merely fortuitously acquired a few ancient puppet blueprints. After pondering, he asked, Then, may we purchase some of these mining machines from you, my lord? Huohuo smiled slightly, pleased that Mr. Bai had finally arrived at the topic he had anticipated, allowing him to broach it first, which was preferable to doing so himself. This is a bit difficult, as I cannot produce many myself. You know, the manufacturing process is extremely lengthy, requiring an abundance of materials. I would need several months to create a set of these mining machines. It is quite arduous. Huohuo fabricated a tale, and Mr. Bai actually believed him, looking quite dejected. Come, let us sit at the merchant guild. I do happen to have 2 previously constructed mining vehicles. Let us see if we can negotiate a deal. It was as if they were on a roller coaster. Mr. Bai had almost given up hope. Yet Huohuo's words rekindled his excitement. You still have 2 of these machines? Why would I deceive you? Come, let me show you. Huohuo summoned a nearby vehicle and led Mr. Bai to take a look. This vehicle could even conduct its own survey, transforming into an oil extraction mine upon locating one. What do you think? Would you like this vehicle? Absolutely. Then let us head to the Merchant Guild for tea and discuss our potential transaction in detail. The fish has already taken the bait. It was only then that Huohuo led Mr. Bai back to the Chamber of Commerce, where they engaged in a serious discussion. Yin Yun, observing from the side. Mr. Bai was far too naive and might very well be deceived by Lord Han. However, he felt it was inappropriate to interject, for he could not openly side with the MO family. He remained quietly brewing tea, refraining from speaking. The tea from the Ujingxiang Chamber of Commerce was fragrant, and as Huohuo and Mr. Bai delved deeper into conversation, their enthusiasm grew, akin to long-lost brothers reunited after many years. In the end, Huohuo put forth 2 conditions. Either purchase the vehicle outright for a price of 2,000 units of black oil, or sign an agreement whereby both parties would share all future black oil production equally. Mr. Bai, unable to make a decision, could only consult with the higher-ups from the MO family. This proved to be quite a hassle, as negotiations dragged on back and forth several times. Ultimately, after much haggling, Huohuo relented, agreeing to a price of 1,500 units of black oil per vehicle. Very well, let it be so. For the sake of our future collaboration, I shall take a slight loss that adheres to a fruitful partnership. He declared it. By the way, how does the MO family intend to transport these two vehicles back? It will take a few days. They will bring the black oil over soon, and at that time, they will take the two vehicles away, came the reply. Upon hearing that the transportation was not his concern, Huohuo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He spent his days entertaining Mr. Bai, a significant client who deserved excellent hospitality. Recently, the area had been relatively peaceful, albeit with a biting cold wind. Huohuo had specially commissioned a tailor to craft exquisite leather jackets, which he presented to Mr. Bai, showcasing his utmost thoughtfulness. Perhaps due to the recent assaults on Tantian City, the Jiulong Mountain had suffered significant losses and had finally settled down. However, their attacks on other strongholds had never ceased. Within just a few days, over a dozen strongholds had fallen, with signs of acceleration in their offensives. Scouts continuously relayed intelligence back, revealing that new troops were stationed at Jiulong Mountain daily, strengthening its power. Huohuo felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that while Jiulong Mountain was attacking others' territories, it must have amassed a wealth of resources, which were likely funneled through some channel to acquire mercenaries from Walking City. The world was no different from his previous life. Wealth facilitated matters. By the fifth day, there were sightings of royal cavalry to confront other strongholds. Such a massive force was unnecessary. Thus, Jiulong Mountain's only aim must be to gather strength for an impending assault against him. Lost in thought, Huohuo was interrupted by the arrival of Huohuo. Noticing his furrowed brow, she could not help but offer comfort. "My lord, do not worry, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, we will fight. When water rises, we will build dikes. If necessary, we can seek aid from the barbarian king." Huohuo shook his head. "I'm not contemplating our defenses. Rather, I am curious as to why they are so intent on controlling the 10,000 great mountains." "Indeed," Huohuo echoed, her curiosity piqued. "Why does Jiulong Mountain insist on controlling the 10,000 great mountains? It defies logic that it was not Jiulong Mountain's ambition alone. Rather, a certain force supporting Jiulong Mountain was determined to control the 10,000 great mountains. And there must be a reason behind it. But what could that reason be?" The two exchanged glances, unable to deduce the answer. However, Huohuo surmised that there was likely someone who possessed the knowledge. Wang Zan? Having met Wu Qiming at the Wang family, Huohuo speculated that even if the Wang family were not the masterminds, they must be deeply involved in the matter. The head of the Wang family would certainly have insights. "Shall we venture to Walking City to investigate?" Huomulan's eyes sparkled with determination. "Unwise. The timing is not right. Jiulong Mountain may launch an attack at any moment, that we should remain here for now. Mr. Bai informed me that the MO family will deliver the black oil tomorrow. Once we have the black oil, we can formulate our plans." Agreed. The two reached a consensus and awaited the delivery of the MO family's black oil. With a sufficient supply of black oil, Huohuo was confident he could vanquish Jiulong Mountain. Even if Jiulong Mountain had amassed the strength of several battalions, they would not be a match for him. The following day, thunderous roars filled the sky as the inhabitants of Tantian City rushed outside, that a colossal airship blotted out the sun, causing widespread panic. "What manner of beast is this? It is terrifying." Mr. Bai hurried over, breathless, to explain, "My lord, everyone, this is our MO family's cargo airship, here to transport goods. Please remain calm." Huohuo was speechless at the commotion. It was rather excessive. Moreover, the airship appeared quite advanced. He realized he had perhaps underestimated the MO family's technological prowess. With ample open space in Tantian City, the airship, guided by Mr. Bai and Huohuo, descended gracefully to the ground. Barrel after barrel of black oil was unloaded by clumsy Mo family automatons. These automatons lacked the agility of Huohuo's mechanical workers. Resembling tin men, however, Their defensive capabilities appeared significantly superior, and they likely possessed decent combat abilities that Mujo promptly dispatched personnel to tally the barrels, which amounted to precisely 3,000, without a single error. Chapter 62. Night Attack on Jiulong Mountain. Mr. Bai was in the midst of introducing Huohuo to a prominent figure from the Mo family. This dignitary, clad in black with a high crown, possessed a pair of eerie red eyes that exuded a chilling aura, yet seemed affable upon interaction. "You must be Lord Huohuo. I'm Decan. A pleasure to meet you." "The pleasure is mine." Huohuo replied warmly. "I heard from Xiao Bai that you possess a remarkable oil well vehicle. I have long been eager to see it for myself, but loading black oil is indeed a monumental task." "Why do you require so much black oil?" Huohuo laughed heartily. Deacon spoke quite directly, without any circumlocution. It seemed the Mo family was an organization with a scholarly bent, and its members were straightforward in their dealings. "Come, those two vehicles are now yours. Feel free to inspect them as you wish." Huohuo signaled for the two exploration vehicles to roll over. Decan approached them with large strides, examining them with astonishment. The technology in these exploration vehicles far surpasses the Mo family's understanding. Is this ancient puppetry? Indeed, Huohuo confirmed. Good heavens, the masters of antiquity were truly remarkable. "This is a marvel of engineering," Decan exclaimed in admiration. "By the way, I would like to inquire, how does your Mo family locate underground black oil reserves? Even with exploration vehicles, it is quite challenging to find them." Huohuo was intrigued by the methods employed by the Mo family, believing they could be beneficial to him. Decan chuckled. "Finding black oil reserves is relatively easy. The challenge lies in extraction. There exists a magic called Earth Vision. Once you master Earth magic to an advanced level, you can perceive the ground and locate underground black oil deposits, making it quite simple to find them. So that's how it works?" Huohuo realized with start. It was indeed possible to harness magic. The power of magic was formidable, and even with his technological weaponry, he could not dismiss the magical forces of this world. Initially intending to extend hospitality to Decan and strengthen ties with the Mo family, Huohuo was taken aback when Decan showed no inclination to linger. After loading the exploration vehicles onto the airship, he hurriedly departed with Mr. Bai. Summoning Huohuo, Huohuo deliberated on how to utilize the 3,000 barrels of black oil. Together, they conducted countless simulations against the Jiulong Mountain forces and ultimately decided to construct 5 mobile charging vehicles, consuming 1,000 barrels of black oil in the process. They then crafted 40 plasma cannons, expending another 1,600 barrels, leaving them with 400 barrels to manufacture 100 flamethrowers. They depleted all their black oil and iron ingots, converting every resource into their military. Huohuo, unwilling to hold back any longer, resolved to launch a major counterattack aimed at obliterating Jiulong Mountain in one fell swoop. At that moment, a message arrived from Huohuo. "Boss, are you there? A grave situation has arisen that I've just learned that a group of lords has collectively surrendered to Jiulong Mountain. That Wu Qiming has agreed and arranged a meeting point for their surrender. Why haven't you gone?" Huohuo inquired. "Boss, that Wu Qiming is merciless. I cannot trust him. That I would rather place my faith in you," Huohuo replied. "Let them go. Just keep an eye on them and see how it unfolds." "Understood, boss. That I will inform you as soon as I have news." Huohuo proved to be a clever individual, wary of trusting others without cause. However, he could not be blamed for the other lords. They were likely terrified. Huohuo instantly recognized Wu Qiming's treachery. Why would a surrender require a meeting? Such matters could be executed within the system. Wu Qiming's insistence on a meeting meant they must not attend, that a group of lords had been rendered paralyzed with fear. Huohuo felt a twinge of regret. He wished he had received this information sooner. If he had known the exact location earlier, he could have ambushed them and perhaps eliminated that scoundrel outright. Now, it was undoubtedly too late, and that cunning fellow might not even attend in person. After further deliberation with Huohuo, they pondered whether to scout Wonking City first or eliminate Jiulong Mountain before investigating. "My lord, I recommend we first eradicate Jiulong Mountain to prevent any unforeseen complications. Once we have neutralized Jiulong Mountain and stabilized our defenses, we can then venture to Wonking City to uncover the true reasons behind their monopolization of the 10,000 Great Mountains." This situation is exceedingly illogical, and until we comprehend it, I suspect that even if we vanquish Julong Mountain, we will not find peace. Huohuo pondered for a moment and found it to be reasonable. Preparing for the assault on Julong Mountain without granting them a moment's respite, we shall launch a surprise attack tonight, and I will accompany you to Lord. Must you also partake? It seems rather perilous. No matter. Huohuo and Hua Milan summoned Ma Xiaosu and Mu Jiao. The four of them deliberated for quite some time before ultimately deciding to leave a detachment to guard the city. Bringing along merely 30 artillery pieces, Hua Mulan believed that would suffice. With such a formidable mechanical battalion, victory was assured. What does it mean to have 30 plasma cannons? In a head-on clash, they could obliterate the enemy's catapults and encampments in an instant. To err on the side of caution, they also called upon the Minotaur forces from Sidon. Having suffered a setback at Julong Mountain last time, Sidon's Minotaur's eyes gleamed with rage at the prospect of revenge. Just as they were about to set off, Huozhong sent a message. "Boss, take a look at the system announcement." Huohuo quickly glanced, gasping in shock. In just a few hours, dozens of strongholds had been annihilated at Julong Mountain. Had Julong Mountain exterminated all the surrendering lords? I can think of no other explanation. Such brutality. Huohuo found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe this maniac. He had seemingly abandoned all pretense and was determined to eradicate everyone, resolutely declaring war against the lords of the vast 10,000 mountains alone. What could he possibly gain from this? Had he lost his mind? Yet upon further reflection, Huohuo realized that this was likely not a decision made solely by Wu Qiming. It was the influence of those supporting him from the shadows compelling him to act thus. But why would those behind him desire such a course? Regardless, this man was far too dangerous. Unless he was eliminated, Huohuo would find no peace at night. The invention of papermaking had been completed. What shall we pursue next? Though Mu Jiao was unconcerned with warfare, she had to inquire about technological advancements. Thus, with the papermaking technology established, they quickly set about constructing a pulp factory and a paper mill, for this endeavor promised substantial profit. The next technology to explore would be navigation techniques. Mu Jiao nodded in agreement, uttering a quick affirmation before hastening to make arrangements. Night had fallen, and countless scouts lay in ambush outside, gathering intelligence that indicated upon Wu Qiming's return to Julong Mountain. He had refrained from sending out troops and was instead reveling in celebration at the camp. The army of Tongtian City set forth quietly, a multitude of mechanical wolves leading the charge, flanked by a contingent of flamethrowers and floaters, followed by 30 plasma cannons and charging vehicles, with heroes and additional mechanical wolves and flamethrowers bringing up the rear. The forces marched at a brisk pace. Upon arrival at the foot of Julong Mountain, the celebration was in full swing, with Wu Qiming cackling madly. Those foolish lords actually surrendered to us. Ha ha! How naive they are! His followers echoed his sentiments. The king is wise. Those who follow the king shall feast. A motley crew, how could they possibly contend with the king? With but a flick of his fingers, they would be reduced to ashes that a golden-armored knight, observing with piercing eyes, looked down upon this arrogant mountain lord. Yet, as his master required this dog to perform tasks, he could only squint and feign ignorance. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded, and the city gates were obliterated in an instant. Wu Qiming, startled, glanced at the system notifications. Warning: the army of Tongtian City is attacking Julong Mountain. Warning: the army of Tongtian City is attacking Julong Mountain. Warning: the army of Tongtian City is attacking Julong Mountain. That brat, he dares to assault us directly? Wu Qiming's fury ignited. Still under the influence of alcohol, he bellowed, "Go out and slay those ruffians." As he flung open the door, daylight flooded in, revealing that the griffins had been incinerated by a strange breed of fire-breathing soldiers. In an instant, the camp's gates and walls were leveled, with the powerful artillery unleashing a relentless barrage upon the encampment. It was terrifying, as if the apocalypse had descended. Roar! Dozens of minotaurs surged inside, slashing at anyone they encountered, severed heads rolling across the ground. The IT was utterly ferocious, far beyond Wu Qiming's imagination. Chapter 63. Annihilation of Julong Mountain in his moment of panic. He turned to see a squadron of royal cavalry bursting forth from the camp. bathed in holy light, which momentarily reassured him. With a half-god level force, the royal cavalry would be more than a match for them. Annihilate them all, Wu Qiming commanded loudly. Indeed, the royal cavalry proved formidable, barreling through the mechanical wolves and flamethrowers. Even the minotaurs could not withstand their charge, catching Tongtian City completely off guard. Huohuo urgently redirected numerous mechanical wolves and floaters to intercept. But the cavalry, once unleashed, tore through the lines without a moment's hesitation, vanishing in a flash. They fled. This was absurd. The royal cavalry, fortified by holy light, boasted exceptional defense and wielded lances of formidable length. Their charge devastating. Without adequate preparation, they were nearly impossible to halt. The cavalry captain's face darkened. He was not foolish. Observing the battlefield, he could tell Huohuo Mountain was finished. These puppets were terrifying, and how had they suddenly amassed so many? Especially the artillery in the rear, which shook the entire mountain with its thunderous roar. In a grand army, artillery reigned supreme. Huohuo had maximized the potential of her artillery if there was any delay. Even the royal cavalry would face total annihilation. They had to retreat. Wu Qiming nearly choked on his own blood. This royal cavalry was utterly treacherous. Just as he was about to rally all forces for a final stand, he felt an odd itch in the soles of his feet. Looking down, he saw a black flame rising from below, chilling his heart. He turned to glance at his crystal, only to discover it had been shattered by a horde of fire-breathing monsters. In his final moments, he despaired as a youth on a white horse entered his encampment, though chaos reigned. With the enemy in retreat, Huohuo's gaze fell upon Wu Qiming. He also spotted the black fire. The black flames consumed Wu Qiming from within, reducing him to ashes. In Wu Qiming's final moments, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes as he looked at Huohuo, filled with pity that we are all but slaves to the black fire. You are no exception, Wu Qiming thought, gazing at Huohuo, uncertain whether he understood. The battle was won, yet Huohuo felt no joy, only a profound melancholy as he beheld Wu Qiming's charred remains. What was this black flame? Was this the ultimate fate of all lords? Huohuo could not fathom it. Tongtian City successfully obliterated Huohuo Mountain, claiming a bounty of 530,000 wood, 350,000 stone, 500,000 grain, 60,000 iron ingots, 110,000 gold coins, a total of 13 rare ores, 3 blueprints, and various other supplies. An immense trove of resources. Huohuo Mountain had hoarded such materials, much of which had been seized from other strongholds, yet never utilized, ultimately benefiting Huohuo. And no matter how skilled one is at gathering, nothing compares to the swiftness of robbery. This is the very essence of imperialist logic, a truth Huohuo, having transitioned from the modern world, understood all too well. Suddenly, he recalled the first lord he had vanquished. That fellow's philosophy was indeed correct. When one is a bandit, one must commit to the act of robbery. As a farmer, one can never rival a bandit. Only by possessing mechanical workers could one sustain sufficient resources for development. The greatest joy from this bounty would undoubtedly belong to Mujio. It would significantly expedite the construction of Tongtian City. The other supplies consisted mainly of weapons, leather, and materials to clear the site. Transporting the loot would take several days. Fortunately, Luchang had already assembled a sizable convoy, which promptly followed up to select the most valuable items for transport. Huohuo and Huohuo naturally left such trivial matters to others. Their subordinates would see to it. They consolidated their forces and made their way back home. The battle had gone exceedingly well, with even the damaged mechas returned for salvage, primarily due to the concern over black oil. The flamethrowers, having charged at the forefront, suffered the greatest losses, yet every single damaged flamethrower was retrieved. While the flamethrowers lacked the raw attack power of the Minotaurs and had slightly inferior defenses, in one-on-one combat, they truly could not match the Minotaurs. Even 2 or 3 could not take down a Minotaur. However, when unleashed in mass, they became a formidable force, particularly against griffins, for they were exceedingly effective. Griffins boasted high defenses against arrows, yet before flamethrowers, their defense was virtually negligible. The Grand Army returned victoriously. Mujio had already received the news, her ears flushed with excitement. as Huohuo entered the city. She dashed over and threw herself into his embrace. "You were incredible." Huozheng was incessantly sending messages to Han Huohuo. While holding Mujio, hidden under the cover of night, Han Huohuo took the opportunity to engage in some intimate gestures, causing Mujio's face to flush crimson as she feebly resisted. Han Huohuo was too occupied to tend to Huozheng's messages, casually replying, "It's too late. We shall discuss matters tomorrow." All right, big brother, you should rest." Huozheng dared not utter a single word in rebuttal. The only regret was that a legion of mechanical soldiers stood in silence, devoid of any semblance of joy or celebration. Had they been human soldiers, one could only imagine the exuberance that would have ensued. However, even the haughty Sodin, upon gazing at Han Huohuo, slightly lowered his proud head. Today, everyone was to take a well-deserved rest. Only Han Lauda remained fervent, preparing to retreat indoors for yet another round of combat, to be why the following morning, Han Huohuo was utterly exhausted, resembling a puddle of fatigue, while Mujio awoke radiantly, busily preparing breakfast. The young lady had made remarkable progress. Previously, she could not manage even the simplest of meals, yet now she had finally produced a breakfast that posed no risk of poisoning. After finishing their meal, Han Huohuo sent a message to Huozheng. "I'm awake. What was it you needed from me yesterday?" Huozheng quickly replied. "Boss, we received a system notification yesterday. Jilong Mountain has fallen. You are truly formidable." Everyone cheered throughout the night, expressing their gratitude for saving our lives. Such empty platitudes did not sit well with Han Huohuo, who bluntly inquired, "Last time you mentioned that if I took down Jilong Mountain, everyone would acknowledge me as the Lord of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Is that still valid?" Huozheng felt a jolt of surprise, realizing that the boss was fixated on this matter, and hastily responded, "Yes, of course. However, there is some contention regarding the method of alliance." Han Huohuo scoffed, entirely uninterested in the nature of the contention, as he interrupted Huozheng, saying, "I ask, is it not I who should decide the method of alliance? When did it become necessary for you to deliberate?" His tone was exceedingly brusque, causing Huozheng to break into a cold sweat. He understood that this formidable leader was not only adept in battle, but also possessed an unyielding nature, compelling him to be forthright with Han Huohuo. "A boss, then propose a method of alliance, and I will discuss it with them." Han Huohuo already had his terms in mind, confident in his own strength. He was not concerned about their potential dissent, and thus laid out his conditions. "Huozheng, remember this. We are all bandits, wanted criminals of the Great Qian dynasty. Even if I eliminate Jilong Mountain, the Great Qian dynasty will not spare us. Numerous dangers and wars await us ahead. Our alliance will not be one where I seek to exploit you, nor will I allow you to perish. Moreover, it will be to your benefit that I shall say no more. Contemplate this on your own." Having imparted his reasoning to Huozheng, he had been more than magnanimous, and then proceeded to state his conditions. "Once we form an alliance, I will do my utmost to protect you militarily. I will not attack you, nor will I allow our 10,000 great mountains to suffer outside oppression, of course. In exchange for my protection, you must allocate a portion of your workers to gather resources for me. I do not require much. Each lord shall gather from one mine. Note this. I need iron, ore, blackstone, and rare minerals. I have no need for other types of ore. Do you understand?" Huozheng grasped the instructions, but concerned about misunderstanding, confirmed, "Boss, does it mean that each lord can choose to gather from one mine? For instance, if I gather from an iron mine, all the profits go to you, and I need not gather from any other mine?" Han Huohuo nodded. "Precisely. If you can accept this, then we shall sign the treaty. Should any lord refuse, I will not force anyone." "Very well. I shall go speak with the other lords immediately." Chapter 64. Return to Wanjing City. Han Huohuo observed that in the aftermath of the chaos, only 37 lords remained in the 10,000 Great Mountains, as Wu Qiming had ruthlessly slain more than half. Perhaps having been frightened by previous bloodshed, all remaining lords ultimately acquiesced to Han Huohuo's terms. These conditions were already quite lenient and reasonable. Crucially, Han Huohuo had not provided them with any opportunity for negotiation. It was a matter of acceptance or rejection. Simple lords might merely view it as purchasing a protective umbrella. while more astute ones would ponder whether Han Lauda might not simply annihilate them should they refuse. Each had their own thoughts. The system included an allied contract, which held binding power. Yet, the stipulation was not that Han Huohuo must fight to protect them to the death, but rather that he would not initiate attacks against other lords. This clause was of utmost significance to the other lords. Han Huohuo's might was truly terrifying. The treaty was swiftly finalized, with 36 lords each pledging one type of mineral resource. Remarkably, the majority chose black stone, as it was of no use to them that a portion selected iron or due to the absence of black stone mines nearby, with only a scant few opting for rare minerals. Resources began to flow continuously towards Tongtian City. Han Huohuo then visited the Mage Guild, where 4 level 1 spells had already been developed, and a 5th spell was nearing completion, in addition to the initial spells of Slowing and Magic Missile. 2 new spells had been acquired, Swift and Blessing. Swift, an air-type spell that enhances the speed of the team. Blessing, a water-type spell that increases the team's destructive power. Both spells were acceptable. Yet Han Huohuo could only wield earth-type magic, rendering his ability to utilize these 2 spells quite limited. The guide art had yet to be fully researched. It was a crucial technology for enhancing the speed of all troops and ensuring they do not get lost in complex situations. This was particularly vital for pirates. Yet Han Huohuo prioritized this technology, but he then selected subsequent technologies to be researched. Weaving, smelting, and printing, which he deemed extremely important. He entrusted Mu Jiao with the task of developing these in the specified order. Despite having vanquished Jiulong Mountain, Han Huohuo remained uneasy. It was evident that the support for Jiulong Mountain came from formidable forces within Wanjing City. Han Huohuo felt it essential to uncover the reasons behind this support. Otherwise, he feared that he would find no peace in the future. Hua Milan and Han Huohuo had the same thought and decided to make another trip to Wanjing City. At that moment, Gosen approached, clutching a treasure chest. Han Huohuo was speechless. Where had this fellow acquired another treasure chest? Did Gosen run a treasure chest shop? Boss, I raided Jiulong Mountain's lair and found 3 blueprints, as well as a treasure chest. Would you like to take a look first? Gosen beamed with excitement. Fortunately, Han Huohuo had previously returned with a trove of jewels from the Wang family. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to reward this lad. Given that Gosen had offended Mu Jiao last time, he knew that obtaining coins through proper channels was out of the question. Thus, Han Huohuo could only reward Gosen from his personal stash. Therefore, for those under his command or staff, one must be cautious with good deeds. Engaging in them did not guarantee benefits and could easily offend others. Han Huohuo retrieved a handful of jewels from his pocket and handed them to Gosen, who was overjoyed. Seeing only Hua Milan and Han Huohuo present and no outsiders, he quickly stuffed the treasures into his pockets and darted away, fearing that Mu Jiao might catch sight of him and confiscate the treasures. The 3 blueprints included 2 common structures, but one blueprint was exceptionally unique. Rainbow Pool, a magical pool that produces a random rare mineral each week. Construction, 10,000 wood, 5,000 stone. This was akin to receiving a rare mine for free, with the only difference being that the output of this rainbow pool was entirely random, under Mu Jiao's superb governance. This rainbow pool could yield 2 rare minerals weekly, matching the output of rare mines identically. What a remarkable asset! It would be left to Mu Jiao, as it was uncertain where she would prefer to build it. Fruit orchard, an orchard for planting fruit trees. Every city would surely require fruit. Construction, 3,000 wood. This was of no immediate use and would need to wait until spring of the following year. Large truck, faster, with greater cargo capacity and sturdier defenses, requiring oxen or horses for traction. Construction, 100 wood, 20 iron ingots. This was an excellent option, especially since Mu Jiao's mining operations were increasingly distant from the city, making it easy for the outside warehouses to fill up. Utilizing this large truck for transportation was evidently a superior choice. All of these were highly practical building blueprints. Once a blueprint was utilized, it could be used permanently, unless it specified a limited quantity, such as arrow towers, which were restricted to 4 constructions. Some blueprints were one-time use and would have accompanying notes. Those without restrictions could be constructed indefinitely. Stowing away the blueprints, Han Huohuo opened the treasure chest to reveal a wondrous item, four-leaf clover, a magical jade stone that, when worn, increases luck by 2 points. Another item that enhances luck. Holding in his hand was a small emerald four-leaf clover. Most clovers have 3 leaves, yet among 10,000 clover leaves, there would inevitably be one that was special, mutating into a four-leaf clover, thus representing luck. Han Huohuo already wore a horseshoe and a sacred blood vial around his neck. He removed the necklace he had fashioned for himself and added the four-leaf clover. Luck, after all, is something one can never have enough of. Congratulations, Lord. You have acquired another remarkable treasure. Mulan approached to offer her congratulations, and Han Huohuo smiled broadly. When shall we return to Wanjing City? Let us prepare today and set off early tomorrow morning. Additionally, we need to disguise ourselves. I've heard our wanted posters are currently plastered at the city gate. So we have become famous. Certainly, the infamous leader of the bandits from the 10,000 Great Mountains, Han Huohuo, has now become quite renowned in Wanshan City. Official sources claim that you have a particular penchant for devouring human hearts and drinking blood, especially relishing the torture of children. You have ostensibly supplanted the position of the barbarian king, capable of silencing the cries of infants. Han Huohuo stood there, utterly dumbfounded, pondering when he had ever been so bloodthirsty. He felt a surge of indignation towards the audacity of Wanshan City's officials. The following morning, he and Hua Mulan disguised themselves as merchants and galloped towards Wanshan City. This time, Han Huohuo's equestrian skills had significantly improved, allowing them to exit the 10,000 Great Mountains in a fraction of the time compared to their previous journey. The pair chose to leave their horses at the abandoned campsite once again. Adorned in flamboyant attire, bedecked with gold and silver, they approached the city gates of Wanshan City, unmistakably resembling newly affluent individuals. Before the gates, they indeed found wanted posters featuring their likenesses. Han Huohuo stood there for quite some time, unable to recognize the bearded figure depicted on the wall as himself. Frustration bubbled within him. Had he known, he would have opted not to wear makeup. Who was the fool responsible for such a disgraceful portrayal? Is this truly me? It resembles Do Jianda more closely. Let us move on. The depiction is simply atrocious. Hua Mulan, however, bore a striking resemblance in her portrait, likely due to her frequent participation in battles. Well known to many today for Han Huohuo, the artist had merely conjured an image from imagination, bearing no resemblance to his actual appearance. That Lord. Wanshan City is a vast metropolis. We were too hasty last time. This time, let's take our time to explore a few special places first. Special places? Han Huohuo's eyes brightened, and his imagination began to wander. Hua Mulan appeared to be quite familiar with Wanshan City, skillfully navigating the streets. Occasionally, they encountered troops marching by, fully armed and exuding an atmosphere of tension throughout the city. Han Huohuo felt a sense of foreboding, suspecting it might be related to his recent conquest of Julong Mountain. Could it be that the incident at Julong Mountain is indeed of grave significance? Suddenly, a contingent of royal cavalry galloped past, causing the nearby citizens to hurriedly seek shelter. If one were to be trampled by the cavalry, it would be deemed their own misfortune, with no one caring for their plight. This troop comprised over 100 riders, a sight to behold. The royal cavalry, protected by a radiant aura, formed a formidable force. Capable of taking on even a cyclops, Hua Mulan remained composed as they walked along the street, ultimately leading Han Huohuo to a rather peculiar edifice. The Mage Guild, Chapter 65, News of Cold Blades from the Southwest. Did you not learn intermediate wisdom magic? Here, there are some spells you can study. Our Mage Guild in Tongtian City is rather low tier. Wanshan City has advanced magic. You should take the opportunity to learn. Han Huohuo felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed he had misunderstood the meaning of special places. It turned out Hua Mulan had brought him here to learn magic. How foolish of him to have overthought. Nevertheless, studying magic would not be amiss. With his intermediate wisdom magic, he was theoretically qualified to learn level 4 spells. Elevating his own mage guild to level 4 would likely take at least a year or more under normal circumstances. The Mage Guild here was a level 4 institution, capable of imparting knowledge of spells up to that level. Hua Mulan, being a barbarian, was not versed in wisdom magic and thus could not learn spells. She waited outside as Han Huohuo entered the guild, Upon pushing open the door, he stepped inside. The Mage Guild was grand, a colossal structure with various magical energies shimmering within the hall. Yet, amidst such a vast space, there was only one occupant, a white-bearded old man dozing off. Old man, I have come to learn magic. Is that permissible? The old man jolted awake, and upon seeing the vividly dressed figure before him, he swiftly brandished his staff, demanding, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Mage Guild?" Huohuo, left with no choice, reiterated, "Old man, I am here to learn magic." The old man scrutinized the colorful figure before him. Retracting his staff, "Oh, you wish to learn magic. Do you possess any proof of authorization?" Huohuo was taken aback. "What sort of proof?" "Naturally, a document from the Lord's manor. Has permission been granted for you to study magic?" Huohuo was at a loss for words. Must one have the Lord's manor's approval to learn magic? "I am merely a visiting merchant. How could I possibly obtain such documentation?" "You are a merchant." "Indeed, without a doubt." Upon hearing Huohuo's claim of being a merchant, the old man nodded vigorously. "Well, without documentation from the Lord's manor, it is not impossible to learn magic, but you are limited to learning only one spell. And you must pay a fee." Huohuo frowned. "What fee? How much?" The old man replied, "That depends on the type of magic you wish to study. Level 1 spells cost 1,000 gold coins, level 2 spells 2,000 gold coins, level 3 spells 3,000 gold coins, and level 4 spells 4,000 gold coins." Huohuo inhaled sharply. "That is quite exorbitant. In this world, an ordinary person's monthly salary was around 5 gold coins. 4,000 gold coins represented 800 months' worth of income, making it utterly unattainable for the average individual. Thankfully, as a lord, he had the means. Huohuo contemplated that acquiring magic was not necessarily better at higher levels. It was preferable to learn something practical. "May I first see the list of available spells?" "Certainly." The old man produced a catalog of learnable spells for Huohuo to peruse. The list contained numerous spells, but Huohuo prioritized earth-based magic due to his specialization in it. After much deliberation, he settled on several options, pondering which to select. Quicksand Trap, a level 2 earth spell that sets 4 quicksand traps on the battlefield to harm enemies and obstruct their advance. Colossal Shield, a level 3 earth spell that creates an impenetrable protective barrier on the battlefield, safeguarding the most critical target. Earth Spear, a level 4 earth spell that launches a spear of earth at enemies, inflicting substantial damage and causing an explosion upon impact. Huohuo hesitated. The first two were battlefield spells with significant utility in combat, while the last was an offensive spell with considerable power. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to learn the Earth Spear. After all, level 4 spells were exceedingly rare, and he had no idea when he might encounter such an opportunity again. Additionally, he was aware that heroes could change classes upon reaching level 20, which required completing a trial mission independently without leading troops. Therefore, acquiring an offensive level 4 spell would serve as prudent preparation. Although he recognized that the Colossal Shield was superior, he chose the Earth Spear. Prioritizing his own survival, he handed over 4,000 gold coins to the old man, and the spell was recorded in his magic tome that a level 4 spell wielded significant power and could indeed be utilized effectively on the battlefield. Huohuo, wary of death, had no desire to engage in life-or-death battles wielding a sword. He exhibited none of the traits expected of a lord. Upon exiting, he found Huohuo waiting at the entrance. Appearing somewhat bored, she turned as he emerged. "Have you succeeded in your studies?" "Indeed." "Then let us depart." "Where to next?" "To the royal residence, to settle accounts with Prince Zhong." "Did you not wish to inquire about Jiulong Mountain?" "He may have some insights that we not need to change our attire." "Not at all. Our current clothing possesses a certain camouflage effect, as I had anticipated." Huohuo's foresight was commendable, and Huohuo chose not to inquire further. It was evident that she had ample experience in such matters that, as they traversed the streets, they encountered a plethora of soldiers. Huohuo felt a sense of unease, but he grasped Huohuo's arm. "Something feels amiss. Why do I sense that the atmosphere in Wanshan City is rather abnormal? Would it not be problematic to intrude upon the royal residence at this time?" Huohuo seemed to share his apprehension, nodding in agreement. "Let us wait until nightfall to tea that moment." The two remained unaware that these soldiers were not targeting them, but rather were a response to the recent tensions between the Lord's Manor and the Grand General of the Northwest. Li Dingbei was dispatching troops to Wanshan City, instilling dread throughout the entire city. Wanting to avoid drawing attention, the pair opted to conceal themselves within a narrow alley. Ahead, they spotted a small eatery and, feeling hungry, decided to enter. Owner, 10 jean of beef and 2 jugs of wine. Certainly, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. The proprietor, recognizing the arrival of 2 significant customers, perked up and hurried to the kitchen to prepare. The 2 jugs of wine were soon brought forth. Upon tasting, they were pleasantly surprised by its rich and spicy flavor, far superior to the wine from Keck City. Your wine is quite commendable. Dear guest, you possess excellent taste. To be candid, this wine is brewed by our family and surpasses the renowned wines available on the market. Indeed, that is quite reasonable. Both Huohuo and Huohuo expressed their admiration. Old man, judging by your accent, you do not seem to be a native of Wanshan City. How did you come to establish a shop in such a secluded location? To be frank, we are refugees. Having fled from our homeland with little money to spare, the costs of establishing a shop in the open are far too steep. We can only make a modest living in this alley. Refugees, indeed, esteemed guests, you may be unaware, but the Northwest is currently the most stable region within the Great Qian dynasty, generally governs with an iron fist and has garnered the people's trust. From where did you flee? We traversed the mountains from the southwest, where the land is now strewn with corpses and rivers run red with blood, plagued by the chaos of bandits and soldiers in conflict. A particular band of marauders has gathered strength. Having seized several official towns, their brutality knows no bounds, truly terrifying. The proprietor sighed deeply. Huohuo was taken aback to discover that this place was, in fact, one of the most orderly regions of the Great Qian dynasty. Yet, the thought of the barbarian king potentially storming in at any moment caused him to exhale in resignation. He had no inkling that the giant's battle armor would prove so effective against the barbarian king. Huohuo had no time to pity others, as merely staying alive was a struggle in itself. The proprietor continued, mentioning a notorious bandit known as the Bandit King, named Lung Run, who had consolidated all 108 factions of bandits under his command and was now surging forward with tremendous force. Lung Ren, Huohuo was astonished. He recognized the name as that of the 2nd upgraded lord, also the lord of the 3rd upgraded stronghold. He was known for his arrogance, and it was surprising to see how much he had accomplished. According to the proprietor, this individual had likely amassed wealth through war and plunder, quite the contrast to Huohuo's steady efforts in city construction. The southwest is not far from the northwest, yet it is separated by the formidable Shaozhou Mountain, which stretches for thousands of kilometers, severing the north from the south. Within the mountains, only a few narrow paths exist. Occasionally, a few refugees might emerge. But if a large army were to enter, the dense forests and towering peaks would make it exceedingly perilous. Regardless, that fellow had no bearing on Huohuo. He wished him well. Chapter 66. A nighttime visit to the Lord's manor unexpectedly. They received news from other regional lords, and it appeared to be quite lively. After finishing their meal, the 2 idle individuals meandered through the narrow alleys all afternoon, continuing their stroll until evening. The oil lamps in the city flickered to life. Many began to rest, for in ancient times, nightlife was scarce. The greatest entertainment was merely the sounds of intimacy. With poor soundproofing, the air was filled with soft gasps. The 2 nocturnal wanderers stealthily entered the Wang family estate. With their skills, it was as if this place had no defenses. Huohuo and Huohuo had a clear objective, making their way directly to Prince Zhong's chamber. Through a paper-thin window, they created a small hole to peer inside, and they were quite taken aback. The prince, despite his age, was amusingly engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with 3 concubines. The rotund prince, grinning lewdly, covered his eyes, groping about, while the 3 unclad concubines giggled and scampered about. Wealthy men certainly indulge in the frivolous. One could hardly believe how juvenile the ancient masters could be, so engrossed in their childish games. Huohuo, wielding the red dragon sword, burst in, swiftly executing the 3 concubines without a second thought, a true harbinger of death, startling Huohuo almost to the point of collapse. The barbarian was indeed barbaric. Realizing something was amiss, Prince Zhong tore the cloth from his eyes and beheld the heads of his beloved concubines rolling on the floor. He gasped, ready to scream, but was we are the ones who can kill you at any moment. The dagger pressed against the throat is icy cold, and the two individuals exude the stench of blood, evidently having just committed murder. Guanlong's heart raced with panic. What do you intend by intruding upon the Lord's residence? Nothing much. We merely wish to ask you a few questions. Please, speak on. It is a common truth that those who are wealthy fear death, and this Lord is no exception. He has encountered countless individuals. Yet the presence of Hua Mulan radiates an unmistakable aura of lethal intent, marking her as a formidable outlaw. Why do you support Jiulong Mountain and engage in slaughter everywhere? Are you perhaps heroes from the 10,000 Great Mountains? Less talk and more answers. Huohuo pressed the dagger forward slightly, its sharpness drawing blood. Guanlong nearly succumbed to terror. These brutes were indeed intent on murder. That I will speak. It is because a treasure artifact is about to be unearthed in the 10,000 Great Mountains. And we must have it. Are you trying to fool me? Why would you kill all the bandits for a single artifact? Chapter 67. The Wings of a Butterfly Hero. Listen to me. I am not deceiving you. Once this artifact is unearthed, it will randomly appear within the 10,000 Great Mountains, beyond our control. As to who will possess it, we're determined to acquire this treasure. Thus, we plan to eliminate all uncontrollable individuals in the 10,000 Great Mountains to ensure it remains ours. Huohuo and Huohuo exchanged glances. What kind of artifact is so crucial? This artifact is renowned. The Astronomical Bureau of the Qin Dynasty discovered a diagram of a marvel through celestial observations, which is said to manifest in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Therefore, His Majesty of the Qin Dynasty has ordered us to procure this diagram at all costs, a diagram of a marvel. Indeed, the Astronomical Bureau claims this diagram is imbued with a heavenly mandate. The individual who possesses it can defy fate and alter their destiny, allowing the Qin Dynasty to gain greater fortune and escape the current fragmented power structure. Huohuo was taken aback, contemplating many things. So, the earlier campaign against bandits was for this reason. Your true objective was to eradicate all bandits? Precisely. Apart from our support for Jiulong Mountain, we must ensure the complete annihilation of all bandits to secure the artifact for ourselves. Moreover, our soldiers are not under Jiulong Mountain's control. Once they secure the diagram, we shall eliminate Jiulong Mountain as well. However, we did not anticipate His Majesty's order to lead Dingbei would not be thorough. He encountered fierce resistance and left many bandits behind that we had no choice but to utilize Jiulong Mountain, hoping to leverage their strength to eliminate everyone. Once the artifact emerges, we will eliminate even Wu Qiming and seize the diagram. Huohuo trembled, realizing the ruthless nature of political conflict. These individuals were merciless, devoid of any humanity. He concluded that the Qin Dynasty's officials, though they professed benevolence, were no better than savages. All are cut from the same cloth. The savages are Zhuolangchan, while the Qin Dynasty is Yubuchuan. There is not a single decent individual among them. So, Li Dingbei, the Grand Commander of the Northwest, is completely unaware of the diagram's significance. And you dare not act personally for fear of him uncovering the truth, correct? Guanlong forced a bitter smile. His Highness desires this diagram to eliminate the lords. How could we dare let Li Dingbei know? This has been a reason for our restrained actions. At this point, Huohuo finally grasped the intricacies of the entire situation. Damn, this is quite complicated. These old fools play their games well. What marvel is it? And when will it appear? When this question was posed, Guanlong hesitated. Huohuo, losing patience, pressed the dagger closer, causing blood to flow. Deal with these people. One must be ruthless. That I will tell you. It is the moon worship altar, a marvel of ancient deity worship. The moon worship altar can communicate with the energies of heaven and earth, granting immense fortune, enabling the Qin Dynasty to unify the realm. The diagram of the moon worship altar will surely manifest in the 10,000 Great Mountains this winter. Huohuo sighed. This corrupt dynasty, beset by internal strife and external threats, with its people suffering, should be focusing on good governance and uniting the populace, yet they are foolishly fantasizing about reversing their fate with a mere diagram. It is a wonder they have not perished yet. Huohuo gave Huohuo a knowing glance. He nodded, realizing there were still undisclosed spies lurking outside. Huohuo quickly detected them, and no need to speculate. They were likely spies of Li Dingbei. Point 1 could only wonder how many spies the Grand Commander had dispatched to this lord's residence. Suddenly, Huohuo raised his voice an octave, bellowing, "Does your majesty truly desire to eliminate Li Dingbei?" Wishing for his utter destruction, Guanlong, with the dagger pressed against his throat, felt his heart race to a halt and instinctively replied, "Of course, his majesty cannot rest easy, tormented by thoughts of these lords wielding military power. Ever plotting to usurp authority, he yearns to eradicate these treacherous lords at once." The ambushed scouts outside were startled by this shocking revelation, their hearts racing, and one could not help but crack a tile. Huohuo swiftly stabbed Guanlong, turning to the hidden spies. He shouted, "Are you men of the Grand Commander? How dare you attempt to assassinate the Lord? This Lord is an official appointed by His Majesty." What audacity! This thunderous roar alarmed the guards, who rushed over. The two scouts were bewildered. "Didn't you just kill Guanlong? Why do you claim we did it? This fellow is blatantly lying." Point one of the men reacted quickly. "Run! He is trying to frame us. If we don't hurry, we'll be finished." Huohuo toppled an oil lamp, igniting the wooden room into a blaze that in the chaos. He and Huohuo dashed to the rooftop, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to the two scouts until they were bruised and battered, then tossed them out just as the soldiers approached. "Assassins! Seize the assassins!" The guards surged forward, pinning the two scouts to the ground at that moment. Other soldiers rushed in to rescue, only to discover Guanlong had already perished, his head severed. They were stunned. Upon exiting, they cried out, "The Lord has been assassinated." The two scouts panicked. "Do not speak nonsense. We did not kill him. It was another." As Lord Guan said, "His Majesty aims to deal with Grand Commander Li Dingbei, and that person killed the Lord. It has nothing to do with us." Their words left everyone in disbelief. Is this something that can be openly stated? There are so many listeners. The scouts thought to themselves that if they did not speak up, General Li Dingbei would certainly not rescue them, so they might as well expose everything, igniting chaos. That night, the Lord's residence was thrown into turmoil. In the aftermath, it was confirmed that these two scouts were indeed sent by Li Dingbei. But midway through the interrogation, they mysteriously died in prison, their bodies reportedly removed in pieces. This incident surprisingly ended without resolution. The emperor in the capital, upon hearing this news, was enraged to the point of spitting blood. Li Dingbei was equally furious, smashing his table, while those around him urged him to take action against the situation. The realm fell into disarray, and no one anticipated that this chaos was instigated by two bandits, inadvertently flapping their wings, causing all conflicts to surface, leaving no one able to maintain their facade. Huohuo and Huohuo hurried back to the 10,000 Great Mountains, having traveled a long way. As they neared home, Huohuo finally comprehended Huohuo's motives, gasping in realization. The young lord of her family was indeed cunning, using this incident to completely disrupt Wanqing City. The emperor and the lords were mired in mutual suspicion, each wary of the other, inevitably leading to constant internal strife. This was unrelated to the truth or falsehood. The final veil had been torn down, and now both sides could no longer pretend to be harmonious. Only if they were in chaos could they ensure their safety. Huohuo explained to Huohuo. She nodded, fully understanding the logic. "We lack nothing except time, as long as we are given sufficient time. We will undoubtedly develop into a powerful force that no one dares to provoke." Fearing pursuit, the two navigated the dark, deep mountains, washing off their disguises by the river before quietly returning to Tongtian City. Upon their return, they spoke not a word of Wanqing City, treating it as if it were unrelated to them. When others brought it up, Huohuo feigned surprise. "What happened?" "I have no idea." Wanqing City grew tense, while Tongtian City began to resonate with laughter and song. Chapter 68. My city, the winter here lasts 3 months, and Huohuo finally attained the stability and development he had long desired. It was no small feat. Internal strife within Wanqing City was unending, leaving them no time to concern themselves with the 10,000 Great Mountains. The barbarian king was still hoarding war supplies. Unlikely to mobilize his army in winter AS for changing fortunes based on a mere diagram. As a modern individual, Huohuo had no faith in such notions that a dynasty of this magnitude relies fundamentally on the strength of its rulers. Furthermore, even if the diagram of the cold moon altar were to appear in the 10,000 Great Mountains, who could say where it would manifest? This place is nearly the size of Great Britain in his past life, or the area of Shanxi province. What a ridiculous endeavor would be to seek out a diagram across such vast territory. After the previous eradication of Julong Mountain, an unexpected bounty of 500,000 units of grain was seized, sufficient to sustain through the winter. Mujio instructed Liu Chong to continue recruiting refugees in the Shirwanda mountain area, subsequently elevating the headquarters by 2 levels. The population cap of Tongtian City has now reached 3,000 inhabitants. Mechanical workers were recruited to venture further afield for mining operations. The blueprint for the large truck procured last time proved to be exceptionally timely, significantly enhancing transportation capabilities, allowing resources from distant mines to be promptly returned. Mining operations in even more remote locations have now become feasible. The beast pen housed numerous horses, all designated for cargo transport. Of course, several war horses were also meticulously cared for, reserved for the use of a few esteemed heroes. Huohuo summoned several heroes to establish a new regulation, primarily addressing the 2 female heroes. Mujio and Huomilan, one overseeing domestic affairs and the other managing military operations, were to remember a crucial ratio. Mechanical workers should constitute 1/3 of the total population, residents of Tongtian City another 1/3. In military units, the final 1/3. The city was to develop according to this proportion, avoiding competition for population quotas that could lead to internal discord. The timing of this regulation was fortuitous, as tensions between Huomilan and Mujio were escalating due to their rivalry over recruits, nearly leading to conflict. Huohuo quickly intervened as a mediator. Once the proportions were established, disputes ceased, and then Huohuo and Mujio proceeded to inspect the industrial zone as it was early winter. The falling snowflakes melted upon contact with the ground, failing to accumulate. The winter in Shirwanda Mountain was not particularly harsh, with temperatures not dropping below -15 degrees, making it a relatively habitable locale. The unpaved land was merely a plain of withered grass. Huohuo felt at ease, frolicking with Mujio across the plains, both of them laughing joyfully, reminiscent of children, completely unrecognizable as lords. After walking several kilometers and exiting the city, they could discern distant chimneys billowing thick black smoke. This marked the industrial zone. The planned industrial area was located outside the inner city, and although Mujio had initially designated a modest space for it, being a noble from an ancient society, she could not fully grasp the implications of industrialization. However, Huohuo expanded the industrial area by 20-fold. Startling Mujio, Huohuo painted a vivid picture of future industrial scenarios, which Mujio partially comprehended. Currently, the area was quite sparse, housing only 2 factories, a pulp mill and a paper mill. These factories bore no resemblance to modern industrial facilities. In Huohuo's eyes, they were merely 2 handcraft workshops. The large furnace blazed with burning wood, keeping the factory warm and providing the necessary energy for pulp production, which required boiling water that a group of workers wielded large wooden barrels, diligently mashing would to create pulp using acids and bases, dissolving it with hot water, allowing it to settle, then rinsing to remove impurities, and finally transporting the pulp to the paper mill for conversion into finished paper products. The Dacian dynasty had its own paper, but it was prohibitively expensive and of inferior quality, vastly inferior to the paper produced in Tongtian City. This was paper that genuinely approached modern standards. The only distinction was that all the paper here was produced manually, with over 100 laborers engaged in the task, skills that mechanical workers could not undertake, necessitating the artisan's involvement. Huohuo had no expertise in industrial matters and was merely a spectator. However, based on experiences from his previous life, he estimated that approximately 40 of the city's population would be industrial workers, with 60 engaged in services and administration, which seemed reasonable. The sole advantage here was that there was no need for an agricultural population or a mining workforce, as all tasks were handled by mechanical workers, allowing the city to leap directly into modernization. Conversely, industrial work lagged behind, requiring specialized robots. General-purpose robots were inadequate, relying instead on artisans to gradually develop the processes. Only through labor could one earn wages and acquire gold coins. A principle firmly established by Huohuo, which fostered high enthusiasm among the workers. After touring the entire production line, they finally entered the finished goods warehouse. Upon seeing stacks of neatly cut paper, Huohuo fell into deep contemplation. This paper was all standard quality. Where was the toilet paper? The sheets were somewhat rigid. While adequate for writing, they were less than ideal for personal hygiene. Who determined this specification? My lord, this was ordered by Mr. Yan from the Tulip Merchant Guild, that he claims that this specification has a good market, needed throughout the Qian dynasty, even among the barbarians, and he promised to purchase the entire output. You see, this factory can generate over 20,000 gold coins in revenue each month. The factory manager, Du Jiang, provided a detailed report to Huohuo. Although Huohuo had no prior experience with paper production and lacked technical knowledge, he was adept at calculating costs. What is the monthly operating cost of this factory? Cost? Oh, how many gold coins does it take to run this factory for a month? Reporting to the Lord. We produce everything ourselves. Our expenditures consist solely of wages. There are over 200 people in the factory, each earning 5 gold coins a month, totaling just over 1,000 gold coins. Why do I not see that many people here? My lord, over 50 are currently engaged in logging. The raw materials for this pulp require special wood with a high fiber content, distinct from what the mechanical workers can produce, hence the need for manual procurement. Huohuo nodded, acknowledging that the two factories had created employment for over 200 individuals, a necessity given that this was not an age of machinery, but one reliant on manual craftsmanship. Assessing the profit margins, the cost was 1,000 gold coins, while revenue exceeded 20,000 gold coins, yielding approximately a 95 gross profit margin. Not too shabby, it seems. Given the demand, can we not expand production? To be honest, my lord, I have summoned all available laborers. There is simply no more left. Huohuo nodded in understanding and then discussed some technical matters with Du Jiang that is it possible for you to produce a softer type of paper, perhaps with some creases in long rolls? What do you mean? After an extensive exchange, Du Jiang finally grasped the intent of his lord. My lord, we can indeed manufacture such a product, but what would you use it for? It may not sell well, and no matter. Just have someone create a small batch for trial. I will use it myself. Very well. I shall arrange a separate section for you. The Lord's requests were always prioritized. In this era, the Lord was akin to an emperor, and personal demands took precedence, a notion everyone accepted as natural. One roll a day will suffice. No more is needed. Understood, my lord. I'll take care of it. Mujio gazed at Huohuo curiously, unsure of his intention behind producing such peculiar paper. Huohuo playfully pinched her nose, saying, "You'll find out in due course." Despite Lu Chang's diligent recruitment efforts, the population of Tontian City had yet to reach the anticipated limit of 1,000, totaling only a little over 500, primarily engaged in blacksmithing, craftsmanship, and various military roles, with the bulk being factory workers. Consequently, the commercial street appeared somewhat desolate and lacking in vibrancy. After touring the factory, Huohuo felt fatigued and decided to take Mujio for a stroll down the commercial street. They spotted a small restaurant that had recently opened, run by a member of the Liu family, and decided to stop in for a meal. It was lunchtime, and the place was relatively busy, bustling with patrons. Upon seeing the Lord enter, the atmosphere fell silent. No one dared to speak, unsure whether to stand or remain seated. "Continue enjoying your meal. Do not mind me," Huohuo said, feeling somewhat exasperated. The proprietress hurriedly emerged from the back. "My lord, there are private rooms upstairs. Please follow me." Huohuo had initially wished to join the crowd and partake in the lively atmosphere, but observing the scene, he feared that dining among them would render the others unable to eat. Reluctantly, he followed the proprietress to a private room on the second floor. The room was exquisitely designed, with windows overlooking the street, offering a panoramic view of the entire commercial avenue. Chapter 69. The city flourishes the Bluestone Path. Flanked by crystal-clear ditches. It was the time for workers to finish their shifts and return for lunch, and the street was suddenly animated with the sounds of commerce. Huohuo felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, as if he had returned to a bygone era, with memories swirling in his mind. This truly my little town. Finally, it felt as though his home had transformed into a normal town, shedding its previous identity as a den of bandits. For the first time, Huohuo experienced a unique sense of belonging that he hoped that this place would continue to prosper in the future. No one desires their home to resemble a den of bandits. Not even Huohuo, the notorious leader of such a band. He yearns for a semblance of normalcy, to witness the vibrancy of a thriving city. If it were possible to survive, who would willingly choose the life of a bandit? As he navigates through the bustling crowd, a grand and imposing structure comes into view, a fortress built of sturdy bluestone. Situated perilously close to his stronghold. It is a forbidden zone, patrolled incessantly by phantoms and mechanical wolves. The faint blue light emanates from the castle, particularly haunting at night, reminiscent of the legendary Dracula's castle from ancient European tales, ominous and shrouded in mystery. Within resides Huohuo's crystal, a life force intricately linked to his own that he must regard it with utmost seriousness. The principles governing the crystal elude him, as if his fate is inexplicably tethered to it. A notion that often induces panic. What exactly is this crystal? It seems devoid of malice, yet remains profoundly unsettling. After finishing his meal, when it comes time for Huohuo to settle the bill, the proprietress steadfastly refuses to accept payment. Damn it. Do you take me for a freeloader? I'm a lord now. I don't need your meager coin. He insists on paying, but eventually she kneels before him, tears streaming down her face, pleading, "My lord, we live in chaotic times. Survival is a struggle for us all. You are a person of great stature. Do not squander your energy on trifles. If you can ensure the safety of the city, allowing us to make a living in peace, you will be revered as a benefactor of countless families." Huohuo is rendered speechless. He abhors kneeling and dislikes it when others do so before him. He helps the proprietress to her feet, and hearing her heartfelt plea, he concedes that he cannot part with his coin. Nevertheless, her words resonate with him. He is neither Milan nor Mujio. The nobility of this era often disregards the lives of common folk. Yet, having traversed from the modern world, Huohuo is somewhat influenced by contemporary ideals, and Mujio, on the other hand, has no intention of paying. She covers her mouth, stifling laughter at Huohuo's predicament. The entire city belongs to him. Why should he pay for his meal? Huohuo is, after all, the emperor of this realm. Ultimately, he leaves without paying. As he strides out, Mujio chuckles. If you truly wish to reward them, you should present it as a bounty. Then they would graciously accept it, offering money directly. However, no one would dare to take. Such a naive lord is a rarity in this world. But by the way, did the proprietress seem to be with child? Indeed, I heard she is 3 months along. Here, children are scarce. Yes, among the refugees, the proportion of children is alarmingly low. Their immunity is weak, leading to a high mortality rate. Out of the 500 recruits we have, there are barely a dozen children. This place is relatively safe. I believe the number will increase. We should establish schools. They are merely the children of commoners, typically uninterested in education or unable to afford it. No, I aim to establish a public school, providing free education for all children. Mujio regards Huohuo with suspicion, as if doubting his sanity. Cut it out. Why abandon a life of brigandage to prepare them for scholarly pursuits? Who said bandits don't require education? Without learning, one cannot become a formidable bandit. Let me tell you, the most formidable bandits are often well-read. Huohuo reflects that even figures like Liu Bang, a notorious rogue, and Zhu Yuanzhang, a beggar, were literate individuals. At their core, they were scholars. Unable to counter Huohuo's conviction, Mujio pouts and falls silent. After all, the entire city is his, including her. He can do as he pleases. As Tongtian City enjoys a rare period of tranquility, Wanqing City descends into chaos. The city lord's residence witnesses the inexplicable deaths of numerous officials, leading to mass panic as citizens flee. The former lord is dead, and a new one is yet to be appointed at Liding Bay, shedding all pretenses enforces martial law in Wanqing City. Each night, blood flows freely, and it remains unclear how many lives he has claimed. Ultimately, Li Dingbei brazenly executes all royalist sympathizers in the streets, accusing them of petty theft, providing little more than a flimsy excuse that he shows no restraint, while the GR Han Huohuo was taken aback. "What are you counting this for?" Huang Mulan inquired curiously. "Did you not say we need to deal with these giant pythons? With the earthquake, they were all shaken out. Isn't it reasonable for me to help you tally their numbers?" Han Huohuo replied. Speechless, "I have no interest in battling these giant pythons. There's no rush." Just as the two were conversing, Lu Chong rushed over, exclaiming, "Boss, it's bad news. Go-san is dying." "What?" Han Huohuo was startled. "What happened?" "Go-san is dying." "Yes, my lucky charm. He can't just die like that. Take me to see him." "How did this happen?" Lu Chong, flustered, led Han Huohuo to Go-san's doorstep, where a crowd had already gathered and Pang Muji was administering first aid to Go-san. Blood was streaming from Go-san's head, presenting a rather terrifying sight. "What happened?" "My lord, it was terrifying. The earth shook violently, and then suddenly a wooden box flew in and struck Go-san directly, nearly killing him. Dr. Pang is treating him now, but we don't know if he can be saved." Han Huohuo noticed a peculiar wooden box on the ground, antiquated and stained with blood, evidently from the impact with Go-san. Approaching it, he picked it up and opened it, revealing a blueprint radiating with colorful light. Han Huohuo's lips twitched involuntarily. What a coincidence! A mythic-level wonder blueprint. Moon worship altar. Wow! 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 Han Huohuo's heart was tumultuous. This was simply absurd. The Lord's mansion had dreamed of controlling the 10,000 mountains solely to obtain this blueprint, and now it had bizarrely appeared before him. Lord Guan had truly miscalculated. Why support Julong Mountain? He merely needed to control Go-san, for this fellow possessed a genuine treasure-absorbing constitution. If he couldn't control Go-san, even if he took over the entire 10,000 mountains, it would be futile. Treasures would come knocking at his door. However, it was evident that the origin of this blueprint was too grand, slightly exceeding Go-san's stroke of luck. Han Huohuo heard cheers and finally snapped out of his shock. It turned out Go-san was fortunate and had been saved by Pang Muji. After spitting out a pool of blood, Go-san could finally breathe again. With half an hour of artificial respiration from Pang Muji, his heartbeat had returned. This fellow truly had a strong constitution. Pang Muji was nearby, vomiting up his breakfast, as Go-san's mouth reeked terribly. "Rest well. Tomorrow, I will have Mujiu restore your salary." Go-san opened his eyes and heard the delightful news. Moved to tears, gripping his boss's hand and reluctant to let go. His salary was low, and now there were many female bandits, yet no one looked his way, making it hard for him to find a wife. The boss was truly good to him. Pang Muji finally finished vomiting and, not allowing Go-san to go home, took him back to the clinic for observation for a few days. The crowd dispersed. Only then did Han Huohuo have the opportunity to examine the details of the moon worship altar closely. Moon worship altar, mythic wonder function, grants the blessing of the moon deity. All residents gain 1 strength, 1 endurance, 1 defense, 1 intelligence. The city will never suffer from plagues. The incidence of disease is reduced by 50, and recovery from disease is increased by 50. Daily gold income from the base increases by 100. And loyalty decline slows by 50. Construction. 1 million wood, 1,000,000 stone, 50 abyss crystals, 50 radiant gems, 50 fire sulfur, 50 ice mercury. The White Tower is a combat wonder, while the moon worship altar is a blessing wonder, particularly effective in disease prevention to a terrifying extent. Moreover, it has the effect of doubling the base's gold income. The wonder does not possess any elements of fate. It merely slows the decline of loyalty. Han Huohuo nodded, realizing that perhaps this encapsulated the notion that those who win people's hearts can conquer the world. However, a slow decline is of little use. It still means the hearts of the people are not won. And increasing everyone's loyalty is the key to effectiveness. Ultimately, good policies are essential. This wonder, even if granted to the Qian dynasty, would merely prolong its demise. Any notion of defying destiny is nonsense. He handed the blueprint to Mujo was dumbfounded. She certainly recognized the moon worship altar as a legendary blueprint, knowing even more about it than Huohuo. There were countless marvelous tales surrounding this blueprint. By the way, I just promised to restore Go-san's salary. Is that all right? You've already said it. What objections could I have? Since you want to be the good guy, why not also return the salary you previously deducted from him? Mujo gazed at Huohuo with a forlorn expression, lamenting that it was that scoundrel who got her into this situation, transforming her from a noble princess into a bandit's wife. Huohuo stifled a laugh, barely holding back, and quickly shifted the topic. Can this wonder be constructed immediately? How is that possible? We lack all the resources that I see. It will take at least a month to gather enough resources. Especially the rare ones. We may need to buy some. All right, let us prioritize resource accumulation. We must construct this first. Doubling the base's gold income is a fearsome characteristic. With gold, anything can be purchased that I know. After concluding his conversation with Mujo, Huohuo checked the system interface and discovered he had leveled up again, evidently gaining significant experience from acquiring this blueprint. Congratulations, Lord. You have reached level 19. Lord, Huohuo level. 19 attributes. Strength 11, 3. Defense 6, 18. Endurance 4, 9. Intelligence 8, 3. Exclusive skill, mechanical mastery general skills. Intermediate leadership, basic attack. Intermediate wisdom, basic earth magic. His strength had increased slightly. But nothing else had changed. A reminder appeared in the system indicating that heroes would change classes upon reaching level 20, urging him to prepare in advance. After handing the blueprint to Mujo, Huohuo found the wooden box quite peculiar. He took the box to disassemble it and discovered something intriguing. He obtained a mythic item, Jinmu. Jinmu. This mythic material can be used on crystals to grant them the ability to continually regenerate in battle, restoring 1 crystal life per minute. Chapter 71. The mutated heroic temple mythic wood. This is a prized item. Huohuo directly used it on the crystal if the enemy's attacks are not strong enough. The crystal could virtually become indestructible in large-scale battles. Its utility might not be as pronounced, but its greatest advantage lies in not fearing minor thieves causing damage. That it equates to restoring full life in 100 minutes. Akin to his sacred blood vial, life settled into ease. The city halted further construction and entered a state of resource accumulation. Time flew by. Li Dingbei, the king of the Northwest, had declared independence, and no new lords were appointed, nor did he accept any. Imperial authority had thoroughly departed from the Northwest. Not only in the Northwest, but nearly all 18 major vassals of the empire no longer regarded the emperor with respect. His commands could hardly leave the capital. In this era of great strife, spurred by the unexpected turmoil caused by 2 minor bandits, the wheels of history began to turn forward. Thieves rose in various regions. Flames of war spread far and wide, particularly in the Southwest, where the governor was a second-generation incompetent who could not contain the chaos, resulting in a landscape strewn with bones and corpses. In Tongtian City, nestled in this chaotic corner of the world, it resembled a newborn infant, fragile yet thriving. A month later, the moon worship altar was finally completed. A beam of silvery white light descended from the heavens, causing all the residents of Tongtian City to feel invigorated. Their bodies became stronger, and their minds suddenly sharpened, with many chronic ailments beginning to improve. The power of the wonder, marvelous, grand. That night, the Imperial Observatory in the capital witnessed the moonlight in the northwest of the empire shining brilliantly. A white light piercing the clouds. The officials of the observatory turned pale with fright, hastily fleeing under the cover of night. It's over. It's over. The fate of Deqian has run its course. The new emperor shall rise. Run. There's no hope left. Huohuo remained skeptical, unaware of the panic sweeping through the observatory officials thousands of miles away. He had self-awareness. He was merely a minor bandit. Even with a city and 1,000 people, compared to Dingbei's armies of hundreds of thousands, he was but a drop in the ocean, not worthy of their attention. His existence in Tongtian City was simply due to its position as the border between the Empire and the barbarians. It was as simple as that. There was no relation to destiny whatsoever. The Minotaurs had long since returned to their territory. Mujo harbored a strong disdain for their leader, Sodden, a particularly crude fellow. Once the Minotaurs had left, she quickly dismantled their temporary camp. Huohuo leveled up again. Lordship in construction, gathering, and combat can all lead to advancements, so a month of sporadic construction and a significant accumulation of resources, combined with the completion of the moon worship altar, naturally resulted in his leveling up. Congratulations, Lord, you have reached level 20. Ding. Upon leveling up, you have acquired a new skill. Please choose one from the following options: intermediate earth magic or intermediate attack. Huohuo, without a moment's hesitation, immediately opted for intermediate earth magic. His mind was preoccupied with the spell that allowed him to see through the earth, as he intended to rely on this magic to locate deposits of black oil. Lord, Huohuo level, 20 attributes, strength 11, 3, defense 6, 18, endurance 5, 9, intelligence 8, 3. Exclusive skill, mechanical specialization, general skills, intermediate leadership, primary attack, intermediate wisdom, intermediate earth magic. Having reached level 20, the hero was now eligible for a job change. Details could be found in the job change quest. The quest details were as follows: to undertake a solo trial in the hero's temple, where various treasures and items could be carried, but no team could accompany him. The hero's temple must be completed alone. How infuriating! Huohuo despised the notion of battling solo. That was the behavior of a reckless brute, not a lord. Yet, given the task stipulations, he had no choice. This land was dotted with numerous hero's temples, typically situated in desolate areas. Ordinary people entering would only encounter ruins, but when a level 20 hero stepped inside, they would behold the true entrance. In the 10,000 Great Mountains, there existed a forsaken hero's temple atop a hillside. Undoubtedly, Huohuo decided to advance within the 10,000 Great Mountains. He confided his promotion news solely to Huomulan and Mujio. No one else was privy to it. Mujio crafted a remarkably sturdy backpack for him using the hide of a mammoth beast, filled with provisions, water, and some herbs, and no one could predict the duration of the trial. So he prepared for any eventuality, and Huohuo also revamped his necklace, replacing the ordinary cord with a robust metal chain, and provided him with a new pair of athletic leather boots. Take your time. Be cautious that it is said that the level 20 hero trials aren't particularly difficult. With your strength, a little caution should suffice, they reassured him. Both Huomulan and Mujio had researched the trial's low difficulty, so they were not overly concerned. With Huohuo's capabilities and intellect, navigating this trial should be straightforward. Huohuo nodded, standing tall as he ventured into the hero's temple. What initially appeared as mere ruins, littered with collapsed stone pillars, transformed into a magnificent hero's temple the instant he stepped inside, illuminated by an ethereal glow. As he ventured deeper into the ruins, he found himself momentarily stunned. The scene before him deviated from the intel he had received. Huomulan and Mujio had informed him that a teleportation portal awaited at the far end to complete the quest. However, Huohuo now faced two doors, one blue, the other red. This was unexpected. What was happening? A fortunate trigger activated the trial's hard mode, promising greater enhancements to fundamental attributes. Damn it, I just wanted a leisurely experience. I have no interest in hard mode. Huohuo had no intention of entering hard mode. Life was singular, and attributes were of little consequence. Standing before the two glowing doors, he felt perplexed. Which was the easy mode? And which was the hard mode? There were no hints whatsoever. After much contemplation, he reasoned that, generally, red signified danger while blue indicated peace. Based on this logic, blue should represent the easy mode. After deliberating, he gritted his teeth and approached the blue door. Huohuo was astute. He guessed correctly that blue was indeed the easy mode. Yet, just as he prepared to step through, a pair of monstrous hands suddenly emerged from the red door, seizing him and dragging him into its depths. How outrageous! No sense of fair play. Every cell in Huohuo's body thrashed in futile resistance against the overwhelming force of the invisible hands, which dragged him inexorably into the red door. The gates of hell had swung open. Was escape still an option? Huohuo struggled to catch his breath, nearly choking on his rage. Resigned to his fate, he concealed his feelings of indignation and stood up helplessly. Before him lay an endless expanse of crimson earth, sparsely dotted with withered yellow vegetation, reminiscent of a barren desert. In the distance, he could see towering stone pillars resembling a stone forest, rising high into the clouds. It had been midday upon his entry, yet now, the sky was adorned with the setting sun. The waning light cast a melancholic beauty over the desolate landscape. Huohuo gazed in awe. It felt akin to stepping into the autumn of the northwest, vast and devoid of life. Most strikingly, he noticed a deep gorge nearby, appearing like a sword that cleaved the desert asunder. Nature's handiwork was truly astonishing. Huohuo looked up at the clear sky, unmarred by clouds, painted with a hint of red from the sunset. And a lone eagle soared overhead. The gust of hot wind swept past, carrying the scent of parched sand and decaying vegetation. Chapter 72. The hero's trial commences. Congratulations. You have entered the hero's trial in hard mode. The trial is officially underway. You are now in the preparation phase of the trial. Hint 1. This world is inhabited by wild men who are not particularly friendly. Hint 2. This world contains barbarian enclaves, and they are not particularly welcoming. Hint 3. This world is home to wild beasts, which are quite dangerous. Hint 4. This world harbors demons, who are exceedingly perilous and will never ally with you. They will kill you. Hint 5. You may seek an ally during the preparation phase, which is crucial for your subsequent tasks. Hint 6. You will not be attacked within the first 24 hours. If you fail to find an ally within that time, you will face the trial alone. Huohuo perused the hints for some time, discovering that not a single one suggested any friendliness. Whom could he choose as an ally? He let out a bitter laugh, stretching his shoulders and adjusting his backpack for comfort. With an ice dagger in hand, he surveyed the sky, evaluating the terrain around him. He could either delve into the gorge or circumvent it, traversing the plains toward the stone forest-like peaks ahead. He was utterly in the dark. Yet the sounds emanating from the gorge were terrifying, akin to demons murmuring. Huohuo pondered that if demons existed, they likely dwelled within the gorge. Demons would never form alliances, thus he resolved to bypass the gorge and head toward the stone forest. Wearing the boots, specially prepared by Mujio, he treaded upon the sandy path, which creaked underfoot as the sun set. Huohuo's shadow elongated, rendering him particularly solitary on the desolate plain. The vastness of the wilderness was daunting. After an hour of navigating around one end of the gorge, he encountered nothing. He continued toward the stone forest for over an hour, as darkness began to envelop the world. The sun had finally dipped below the horizon. The night here was devoid of stars and the moon, yet the sandy ground emitted an eerie glow, akin to luminescent stones. Huohuo calculated that after 2 hours at his pace, he should have covered dozens of kilometers. Yet the stone forest remained distant. It felt as though he were running in place. He sighed, resigning himself to the fact that finding an ally seemed a distant hope. Merely locating someone within 24 hours would be a stroke of luck. This expansive plain was unfathomably vast. Having traversed several kilometers felt like treading water. To fully explore this area, he would require transportation, and at present, he lacked even a horse. How he wished for a car. Huohuo was well aware he was dreaming. Perhaps, in the future, he could acquire a bicycle when his city-esque technology advanced a bit further. That should not be too difficult. He wondered if a bicycle would qualify as a treasure. As night descended, the temperature plummeted sharply. The scorching winds transformed into a biting cold. Fortunately, Huohuo had entered wearing winter leather attire. Had he been clad in summer clothing, he would have become a laughingstock. Freezing to death without even facing the trial, the ground beneath him had hardened, its moisture having frozen solid. The stone peaks appeared deceptively close, yet after 4 grueling hours, he finally reached their base. Exhausted, only Huohuo's remarkable stamina allowed him to persevere. The towering stone mountains loomed overhead, their layers resembling umbrellas stacked atop one another, reminiscent of the peaks of Zhangji. He heard footsteps approaching. Evidently someone was nearby. Unsure whether they were wild men or barbarians, Huohuo chose to exercise caution and observe from a distance. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a recessed section in the cliffside and leaped inside. Crouching to conceal himself, shortly after, a dozen wild men marched into view. These wild men were massive, each towering over 2 meters, covered in thick fur, with plump lips that gave them a somewhat endearing appearance. Seeing that the coast was clear, the wild men halted right in front of Huohuo's hiding spot. Everyone be cautious. It is rumored that a hero has entered our world. We mustn't give ourselves away. Let us appear amiable, enticing the hero to ally with us. Indeed, as soon as the demon emerges, we shall promptly offer the hero as a sacrifice to it, and once those terrifying creatures devour the hero, this trial will come to an end, securing our safety. All the wild men displayed simple, hearty smiles, their teeth gleaming white. Huohuo felt a chill in his heart. The system had not erred, for this group of potential allies was indeed not friendly at all. Fortunately, he had overheard their plan. He had no desire to venture out, nor did the wild men depart. Huohuo retrieved some provisions, filled himself, and decided to take a nap in the hollow. He slumbered until dawn the next day. Ultimately, the wild men could not wait for Huohuo to appear, their faces filled with astonishment, and they had no choice but to leave in resignation. Huohuo had been frozen during the night, his complexion ashen, as the temperature likely plummeted below freezing. Even clad in leather, he felt the biting cold. However, with the rising sun, the temperature began to rise swiftly. A glance at the time revealed that he had not slept long. Since entering this world, only a little over 9 hours had elapsed, and he had walked for nearly 5 hours, meaning he had only slept for about 4 hours. His stamina had fully recovered. Leaping out from a hollow, Huohuo traversed the rocky mountain landscape, where the ground was strewn with large stones and uneven terrain. With keen senses, he could hear the heavy footsteps of the towering wild men from a distance. Not wishing to engage with them, Huohuo skillfully evaded all encounters. After 2 more hours of wandering through the stone forest, he had not encountered anything aside from the wild men. Huohuo pondered. Could it be that beneath this stone forest, there were only wild men? Not wanting to waste any more time, as there was little time left in the 24 hours, he arrived at the base of the tallest stone pillar mountain. He gazed upward for a moment, then took a deep breath and began his ascent. Huohuo's physical condition was exceptional, akin to that of a monkey, as he effortlessly climbed toward the summit. He was now aware that by nightfall, the demon would emerge from the canyon, and with wild men swarming at the foot of the mountain, reaching the peak would afford him greater safety. Let the wild men ascend first. He could never ally with them. Like a monkey, Huohuo swiftly scaled higher. As time passed, the sun rose and the temperature increased, waves of heat enveloping him. After 2 hours, he reached the midpoint of the stone mountain, but the sun was relentless, and he was drenched in sweat. He noticed a large, hollow platform halfway up the stone pillar, where something seemed to be moving within. Quickly, he slipped into the shadow of the rocks. While drinking water to replenish his energy, he cautiously observed. Before long, the sound of clattering echoed from the hollow platform, resembling the sound of boots on sandy ground. Huohuo immediately sat up, alertly straining to hear as the noises grew closer. Chapter 73. The demon approaches. The rhythmic sounds were not solitary. Several individuals were approaching. Moments later, a group of burly pig-faced brutes wielding massive axes appeared. Oblivious to Huohuo hiding behind them, as they peered down the mountain through the crevices, below, only a few wild men wandered aimlessly, with nothing else in sight. I heard another hero has entered the trial. One of them grumbled. These fools always bring us trouble. I bet he will ally with the wild men below. Once the hero perishes, the trial will surely end. How infuriating! These heroes likely had no idea how much we loathe them. Should he dare to ally with us, come nightfall, as soon as the demon appears, we shall push him off the mountain together. Ha! Huohuo trembled in fear. How vicious! These brutes were even more savage than the wild men. How could one form an alliance? Would he be led to his demise by them? This cursed hero trial was fraught with traps from beginning to end. Once the pig-headed brutes returned to the platform, Huohuo finished his water, nibbled on some provisions, and, after resting sufficiently, he flipped over and jumped out of the hollow platform. Continuing his ascent toward the higher peaks, he climbed for 3 consecutive hours. Reaching the summit, the peak was a nest of eagles, where a colossal eagle perched, its piercing gaze fixed intently on Huohuo, devoid of any kindness. Huohuo's complexion turned pale, fortunately, within the 24 hours. No creatures would attack him unprovoked. Yet, judging by the eagle's fierce glare, he had no doubt that once the time was up, it would seize him and cast him down. This gigantic eagle was terrifying. With wings spanning over 20 meters, it was nearly the size of a heavy fighter jet, its feathers sharp as swords. The eagle remained motionless, likely due to several eggs it was incubating in its nest. The timing of Huohuo's arrival was most unfortunate. The eagle tilted its head, scrutinizing the approaching hero. "What do you say about forming an alliance?" The majestic eagle intrigued Huohuo greatly, of course. The eagle could not speak, but its eyes conveyed a clear message. "What nonsense is this? Ally with you. I would crush you with a single bite."